Chapter 1. The Surprise. Chonglin City. I actually didn't die. Wang Lin gazed at the bustling street before him, momentarily lost in thought. People hurried past, not sparing him a glance. Yet in stark contrast to the zombies that would have torn him apart in the apocalypse, these indifferent individuals appeared remarkably endearing. Wasn't I thrown into a horde of zombies? And the date displayed on his phone screen was unmistakably September 20th, 2023. I have traversed time, transported back 2 years, to a month before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Wang Lin struggled to comprehend the reality that lay before him. Right. I have yet to be enslaved by that vile woman. I can exact my revenge now. As memories of the days following the zombie crisis flooded back, an involuntary shiver coursed through Wang Lin. In his previous life, when the zombie crisis erupted, 90% of the global population succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. These creatures, unyielding to pain and death, some even awakening special abilities, quickly overwhelmed the meager military forces of various nations under the leadership of the Zombie King. Thus, the world fell into ruin. He had barely survived by desperately rescuing his girlfriend, Xiao Wei, and his brother, Zhao Yong, only to be injured in the process. Instead of showing gratitude, the two betrayed him, refusing to provide treatment and medication. Taking advantage of his injury, they shattered one of Wang Lin's hands and treated him like a dog, chaining him with iron. 3 years, a full 3 years. Toiling like a beast, he slaughtered zombies and scavenged for resources on their behalf. Ultimately, when the grievously wounded Wang Lin no longer held any value, they callously kicked him into a horde of zombies. You will pay for this. First, he would deal with that despicable woman at home, and then seek out Zhao Yong. He vowed to shatter each of their bones with a wrench clutched in his hand. As the taxi continued its journey, Wang Lin gradually regained his composure. What would it matter if he killed that pair of adulterers? He would soon be pursued by the police, wasting precious time. With the apocalypse looming, he should focus on preparing himself rather than being hindered by these detestable individuals. Moreover, killing them outright would be too merciful. They deserve to be devoured alive by a horde of zombies, consumed by despair and terror. With this thought, a cruel smile spread across Wang Lin's face. Here we are. I don't need the money. Brother Harry's a bit of cash and some clothes for you. You're still young. There's no obstacle you can't overcome. Don't let a moment of impulse lead you down a path of crime. Soon, the car came to a halt, and the driver shakily handed him a few bills and a piece of clothing. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his fierce demeanor with the wrench had frightened the driver. Without explanation, he paid and exited the vehicle. The driver remained in a daze. What kind of weather is this? Just a t-shirt, and you're out and about. Young people really are resilient. At the entrance of the community, Wang Lin looked up, his gaze penetrating the distance of several hundred meters, fixating on his home's window. Logically, at this distance, coupled with the sunlight, a normal person would hardly be able to discern such heights. Yet Wang Lin could clearly see his girlfriend, Xiao Wei, trembling as she leaned against the window. Behind her, Zhao Yong moved like a dog, his actions lewd. Wang Lin hoisted the wrench onto his shoulder, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. Excellent. While I was away on business, you two were indulging in debauchery at home. So, you were already entangled before the apocalypse. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Wang Lin clenched his fists, even the wrench slightly bending under his grip. Yet he did not notice, instead pulling out his phone to call the unsuspecting Xiao Wei, who was busy exercising. Hello, darling, what's wrong? Xiao Wei's voice on the other end was punctuated by strange gasps, likely due to her workout. In Wang Lin's view, he watched as Zhao Yong suddenly pinned Xiao Wei against the glass, launching a vigorous assault. No, I'm already downstairs. Having witnessed this scene, Wang Lin felt his emotions dulling. In his previous life, after becoming their slave, he had endured such sights often enough to become numb. Okay. I'll get dressed. Xiao Wei gasped, perhaps reaching a critical moment, her voice trembling. Wang Lin nonchalantly hung up and entered the elevator. Upon opening his front door, he found the interior shrouded in shadow, the curtains drawn tight. Xiao Wei stood at the entrance, her complexion flushed as she gazed at him. Upon seeing Wang Lin, Xiao Wei's expression hardened as she questioned him. Her eyes, however, furtively glanced towards the darkened living room. Wang Lin's vision was not particularly keen, yet he was confident that she believed the dim light would conceal Zhao Yong from him. Why aren't the lights on? Wang Lin had already spotted Zhao Yong hiding behind the sofa, even recognizing the mocking expression on his face. Yet he feigned ignorance. I was just sleeping. Why would I turn on the lights? I'm asking you a question. Xiao Wei's demeanor turned icy. The outcome of Wang Lin's business trip would influence his future promotions. If he couldn't provide for her, what use was he? The trip went smoothly. That's good. I'm a bit tired. Could you bring me a basin of foot-soaking water? At this, Xiao Wei nodded, then naturally instructed Wang Lin. Once he went to fetch the foot-soaking water, Zhao Yong could conveniently slip away. Sure. Wang Lin found the situation amusing. He carried the wrench concealed behind him into the room, simultaneously shutting the door. The house plunged into deeper darkness. What are you doing? Xiao Wei's heart raced with fear at the sudden turn of events, her tone laced with anger. Capturing a thief. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, charging towards Zhao Yong, delivering a wrench blow amidst his startled cries. A scream echoed through the room. Wang Lin raised the wrench again, preparing to strike once more. Stop! At that moment, the lights flickered on, revealing Xiao Wei, her complexion pale as she observed the scene. One of Zhao Yong's arms lay broken, the bone piercing through the skin, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. What are you doing? I thought there was a thief in the house. It was too dark for me to see. Wang Lin replied matter-of-factly, his gaze laden with amusement. You! Xiao Wei's expression darkened. By the way, Zhao Yong, what are you doing in my home? Before Xiao Wei could erupt, Wang Lin interjected with a pointed question, causing both her and Zhao Yong to shift uneasily, stammering. The water pipe at home is leaking, so I asked Yonggu to come help. After all, he's your childhood friend. Xiao Wei emphasized the words childhood friend slightly too much. Then why were you hiding? Isn't this a surprise for you? Heh, what do you mean by that? Heh, nothing much. You should take him to the hospital. Xiao Wei opened her mouth to respond, but Wang Lin urged her to leave instead. Hearing this, and glancing at Zhao Yong, whose face contorted in pain, Xiao Wei decided to take him away. As she stood, she regarded the cold Wang Lin before her, suddenly feeling as if this once obsequious man had transformed into someone utterly unfamiliar. To express her displeasure, she turned off the lights before leaving, plunging the room into darkness once more. Once they departed, Wang Lin felt a slight sense of satisfaction. This was merely a small taste of interest. Just then, Wang Lin noticed the blood on the floor. A sudden thirst gripped him, a deep yearning rising within him as if beckoning him to come and lick it up. Wang Lin took a step forward, but halted abruptly. He surveyed his surroundings. The dimly lit house revealed every detail with startling clarity. When had his vision become so acute? Just now, he had merely intended to inflict pain on Zhao Yong. Why had he broken his arm instead? Why had the taxi driver given him clothes? The temperature today seemed to be merely 2 degrees. Unfazed by the cold, possessing immense strength, exceptional eyesight capable of night vision, and a longing for blood. It was as if he had stumbled upon the correct answer, and Wang Lin's pupils constricted. Chapter 2. The Zombie Crystal Core. He slowly raised the wrench, still stained with Zhao Yong's blood, tentatively licking a drop. Delicious. So delicious it left Wang Lin entranced. As he began to lick the blood off the wrench repeatedly, he continued until it was clean, yet still craving more. He could feel his body evolving, his strength and eyesight seemingly amplifying further. Indeed, he began to yearn for fresh flesh and blood. That taste would surely be unforgettable. A primal desire surged from the depths of his being, compelling Wang Lin to gaze at the pool of blood on the floor. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of heat coursing through his head, as if something was sprouting within his mind. Wang Lin gradually extended his hand to explore. Among the strands of hair atop his head, he encountered a small protrusion. This is the zombie crystal core. Aside from the Yi Zhong, when ordinary zombies devour flesh and blood to a certain extent, they also give rise to zombie crystal cores, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. It was they who tore apart humanity's final resistance, transforming the entire world into a paradise for the undead. And he, astonishingly, had become a variant zombie that resembled a normal human. Stunned for a moment, regaining his composure, Wang Lin retrieved a wrench and dipped it in the blood on the ground. He contemplated whether to consume a bit more blood. Perhaps it would activate his zombie crystal core and reveal the nature of its powers. After some thought, Wang Lin chose instead to take a piece of bloody beef from the refrigerator and devoured it greedily. Zhao Yong's blood was far too foul. He found it repulsive. The warmth on his head became increasingly vivid, and within the zombie crystal core, a faint spatial fluctuation began to resonate. Wang Lin sat dazed on the sofa. His ability turned out to be spatial in nature. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the space within the zombie crystal core was indeed several dozen cubic meters. In a world ravaged by zombies, those who awaken a spatial crystal core are the most formidable adversaries, for they can carry thousands of zombies with them, infiltrating the heart of human territories and unleashing them directly. This was also one of the reasons for humanity's collapse in his previous life. It was utterly insidious. Wait a moment. Wang Lin was taken aback. How could such a limited space contain so many zombies? Could it be that? After a brief hesitation, he again fetched a piece of fresh meat from the refrigerator and began to gnaw on it vigorously. The texture of the raw meat was surprisingly delightful. The flavor was such that Wang Lin savored it to the fullest, realizing he would no longer enjoy ordinary food. Not only that, but his zombie crystal core was gradually expanding and strengthening with the nourishment of blood and flesh. Once finished, he eagerly began to inspect it. Accompanied by the warmth emanating from the zombie crystal core and the subtle spatial fluctuations, Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The previously several dozen cubic meters of space had grown by a small fraction, so this space could indeed grow. What did this signify? It meant that Wang Lin himself was a walking repository of resources in this apocalyptic world. No longer would he need to fret over supplies. He need not risk his life to scavenge for food and water amidst the hordes of zombies. He could even maintain a lifestyle akin to that of the pre-apocalyptic era, relying on the provisions stored within his space. The only regret was that this space could only contain inanimate objects. Otherwise, he could have attempted to raise livestock. I must rapidly expand this space and procure as many supplies as possible. There remains less than a month until the apocalypse descends. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin reached a resolution. Zombies required vast amounts of blood and flesh to evolve if he did not grow stronger quickly in this impending doom. Those Zhong would soon detect his zombie crystal core and come to devour him. Zombies possessing crystal cores could also consume one another, but soon, a frown creased Wang Lin's brow. He was lacking in funds. Before encountering that wretched woman, he had saved quite a bit, but all of it had been squandered on her, leaving him with merely a few thousand yuan, which was hardly sufficient. Just then his phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, his eyes lighting up. Was money not arriving just in time? Wang Lin, no one else will ever offer 8 million for that dilapidated land besides me. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Some matters are not for someone of your stature to decide. Life is but a single thread. Do not be excessively greedy or else. As soon as the call connected, a cold threat echoed from the other end. The caller was Zhou Yong, a well-known real estate manager in Changlin City, who had set his sights on a piece of suburban land left by Wang Lin's grandfather, accompanied by various threats. Come to my house, we can sign the contract right away. I happen to need money recently. Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, as the apocalypse was imminent, and he required funds to procure supplies. All right, let's wait and see. Huh? You agree to sell? On the other end, Zhou Yong had intended to deliver a strong warning, but suddenly altered his tone. Was this fellow foolish? That piece of land was about to be developed into a subway station, hospital, and school. Everyone knew that selling it now would be a tremendous loss. While it was advantageous for him, Zhou Yong found the situation quite bizarre. Was it truly this easy to intimidate him into submission? By the way, I also wish to borrow some money. Borrow money? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yong's eyes lit up. This lad was practically his fortune bringer, selling land and immediately seeking a loan? Yes, that manager is a complete fool. I have connections and resources. I wish to start my own company and engage in business, but I lack a bit of startup capital. Wang Lin deliberately revealed his financial difficulties. For Zhou Yong was not only a real estate manager, but also a notorious loan shark in Changlin City, known for his exorbitant interest rates. How much do you wish to borrow, my brother? Would 5 million suffice? Zhou Yong responded with great enthusiasm. He had thoroughly investigated Wang Lin's background as a supervisor in a large company. He surely had ample resources. It was not surprising that he wished to start his own business. Most importantly, Wang Lin owned an apartment, and with the impending sale of the land, he would soon have 8 million in cash. This was a plump sheep ready for slaughter. 8 million, along with the land, total 16 million. All right, no problem. He'll come over to sign the contract right away. Zhou Yong was overjoyed. 8 million? Borrow it, borrow it. Come next month. He would ensure that Wang Lin would realize that his money was not so easily lent, and by then, he would find himself unable to cover the cost of the land. Sure, just come to my house. Wang Lin was equally elated the apocalypse was just a month away. Zhou Yong was buying land and lending him money. This man was truly a stroke of good fortune. As for repayment, if you could navigate through countless zombies to find me, then we can discuss repayment. Half an hour later. Brother, I've arrived. Zhou Yong cheerfully entered the room with a few subordinates. As soon as he stepped in, he was met with a bizarre sight. Wang Lin was holding a piece of raw beef, chewing on it, his mouth smeared with fresh blood. What are you doing? Even Zhou Yong, accustomed to the darker side of life, was momentarily dumbfounded. His subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Is raw beef now eaten like this? Oh, a rare steak at 0.1 degrees of doneness, quite delicious. Let us discuss the contract. Wang Lin smiled faintly, utterly unfazed. Yet, the blood at the corner of his mouth gave an unsettling chill. Chapter 3. I only want freshly slaughtered meat. Here is the contract. Take a look and sign if everything is in order. Upon hearing the word contract, Zhou Yong ceased to concern himself with the details. For in his eyes, money was of utmost importance. What the creditor desired was irrelevant to him. Wang Lin, not even glancing at the document, signed it immediately. When will the money arrive? Within 10 minutes. Zhou Yong, seeing Wang Lin sign so readily, felt a surge of joy. By the way, could you appraise the value of my house? I wish to take out another loan using it as collateral. All right, no problem. Just show me the property deed, and I will draft a contract right away. 20 minutes later, Wang Lin cheerfully bid farewell to a similarly jovial group. Both parties believed they had struck a lucrative deal, viewing the other as a fool. At this moment, gazing at the 20 million balance in his bank account, Wang Lin couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Yong's generosity. This property was worth at most 3 million, yet he had managed to secure a loan of 4 million. However, Wang Lin understood his motives. He was merely coveting the 8 million for land acquisition. How amusing. You seek my interest while I am after your principal. He intended to leverage the 20 million he had acquired to mobilize even greater financial resources. Amassing a substantial fortune that he aimed to hoard fresh flesh. When the apocalypse arrived, he would undoubtedly evolve into the most formidable corpse king. Moreover, he needed to construct a refuge, concealing his ability to carry vast amounts of supplies. Should someone discover that Wang Lin, though solitary, was never short of resources, he would surely attract suspicion. One must not underestimate the depths of human thought in a post-apocalyptic world if his evolution to a sufficiently powerful state were to be revealed. Especially with possession of zombie cores, he would become a target for all. Even subjected to research, the IT would be wiser to establish a shelter to maintain the fade of a normal life, while also accommodating those survivors he deemed worthy from his past life. Wang Lin harbored concerns about gradually transforming into a mindless zombie. After all, humans are social creatures. Once he had fortified himself in the refuge, he could afford to wait until he was invincible before venturing out. However, time was of the essence for construction. It would be better to purchase an established location and renovate it. As he pondered, he contemplated the ease of procuring fresh blood and flesh, merely requiring a trip to the largest slaughterhouse in Changlin City. But as for the refuge, hello, is this a real estate agency? I wish to rent a suburban villa with the following conditions: spacious, secure, high walls, and ideally with an independent drainage system. Money is no object. Find me one. If anything is lacking, I'll purchase it to furnish the place, and I'll pay more. He also needed to rent a warehouse after scouring various apps and making dozens of calls to real estate agents. Wang Lin considered himself to have contacted every real estate company in Changlin City. With enough money, anything is possible. If anyone could find such a property in Changlin City, it would certainly be those real estate agents. Now, it was time to eat. Wang Lin licked his lips that he held no aversion to the thought of becoming a zombie. As in his previous life, he had been a monster that was neither human nor zombie. Zhou Yong had derived much research from him, ultimately mastering a method to stabilize the transformation into such monsters. This had allowed him to connect with a human survivor base that promised Zhou Yong exceedingly generous terms. Thinking of Zhou Yong and Xiao Hui, a flicker of wrath flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. With the apocalypse merely a month away, they would soon experience true despair. At 2 o'clock the next morning, Wang Lin descended to drive his car. Half an hour later, he arrived at the outskirts at the fresh product slaughterhouse, one of the largest in Changlin City. Situated in the suburbs, it slaughtered tens of thousands of pigs, cows, and sheep daily, supplying fresh meat to the city of millions. The slaughterhouse was ablaze with light, and nearly 1,000 butchers and merchants were already hard at work, herding countless animals in for slaughter. The overwhelming stench of blood made Wang Lin, just out of the car, lick his lips involuntarily as he suppressed the deep-seated craving for flesh and stepped inside. "What did you say? You want to buy all my stock?" The owner of a butcher shop regarded Wang Lin with a derisive laugh. "Do you have any idea how much meat I have here daily, and the revenue it generates? That doesn't matter. I want it all." Wang Lin produced his bank card. "Get out of here. Don't disrupt my business. My goods are already promised to regular customers. I'll pay double. Are you looking for trouble?" Didn't you hear what the owner said? At that moment, a butcher nearby approached with a cold sneer, brandishing a sharp boning knife that glinted menacingly, exuding an aura of menace that he expected his intimidating presence to frighten the young man. But Wang Lin ignored him entirely, fixating instead on the owner. Perhaps it was Wang Lin's calm confidence that left the owner uncertain. "That I have a total of 7,000 pounds of various meats. To purchase it all would cost at least over 100,000 at double. That is about 200,000 at swipe the card. Are you kidding me?" The butcher, feeling overlooked, became increasingly irate, scoffing at Wang Lin's appearance, which hardly suggested he could casually spend 200,000 at yet. Wang Lin remained unfazed. The butcher's face fell as the shop owner retrieved the card reader, ready to ascertain Wang Lin's financial standing. "You truly are." The butcher could no longer maintain his composure and, seething with humiliation, intended to strike the oblivious young man. Just as the butcher's fist was about to connect with Wang Lin's face stop, the owner gasped as he glanced at the card reader, where the balance displayed an incomprehensible amount of zeros. Looking up, he was met with a shocking sight. Wang Lin stood calmly, one hand grasping the butcher's throat. Lifting him effortlessly, the butcher struggled vehemently, his face turning purple, yet Wang Lin remained unmoved. "That if this continues, someone is going to die." The owner, both astonished and terrified, recognized the butcher's notorious strength and fighting prowess. Yet here he was, reduced to a child before Wang Lin. As the butcher slowly lost consciousness, Wang Lin finally released him, allowing him to collapse like a lifeless dog, gasping for air. Wang Lin, somewhat disgusted, wiped his hands, which were now smeared with the butcher's grease. "That I only want freshly slaughtered meat." Chapter 4. No questions. Just signed a contract several hours later, before a group of exhausted butchers. Wang Lin, accompanied by a sycophantic owner, directed the loading of meat onto trucks. Soon, dozens of vehicles laden with meat arrived at a desolate warehouse on the outskirts. This was a location he had rented through an agent, intended for the temporary storage of flesh to avoid attracting attention. The trucks unloaded, and the fresh meat was neatly stacked in the center of the factory. The aroma of blood and flesh flooded Wang Lin's nostrils, prompting him to lick his lips. Once the unloading was complete, and the owner departed with his crew, Wang Lin promptly shut the door and seized half a cow, devouring it voraciously. That he felt that nothing could rival the deliciousness of fresh meat. It wasn't until he had consumed nearly an entire cow that he felt his stomach was somewhat satiated. Waves of immense energy surged through Wang Lin's limbs, imparting an unprecedented sense of strength. Bang! Wang Lin struck a nearby pillar with a powerful punch, leaving a noticeable dent in the solid concrete. Was this the evolution afforded by ample supplies of blood and flesh? Clenching his fist, he reveled in the terrifying power contained within. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly addictive. Moreover, his core space had expanded significantly, now encompassing hundreds of cubic meters, roughly the size of a warehouse. He effortlessly stored the meat before him within his core space. Despite still having nearly 20 million in his account, today's purchase had cost him over 200,000. He also needed to construct the refuge. The funds required were astronomical. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. Before the apocalypse descended, he must prepare all necessary supplies. Flesh, resources he intended to utilize his foresight from his previous life to build a grand refuge. He would make those human survivors, even the awakened ones, work for him. All of this required the consumption of vast quantities of blood and flesh to evolve a larger core space. And to procure that flesh, he needed even more money. Yet, glancing at the time, Wang Lin set aside his financial pursuits and headed straight for the city center. He had a more pressing matter to attend to: finding a certain individual, someone destined to awaken an S-level cutting ability after the apocalypse. The terrifying lethality of this skill left a deep impression on him. Wang Lin aimed to secure this person as a significant ally in the post-apocalyptic world. Half an hour later, following his memories, Wang Lin arrived at an underground casino. A quick scan of the room led him to a middle-aged man seated in a chair. Scruffy and clad in tattered clothing, he exuded an air of despondency. This was precisely the person Wang Lin sought, Chen Hao. At that moment, Chen Hao was consumed by regret. In a desperate bid to fund his daughter's medical treatment, he had chosen to gamble. Unfortunately, he lost even the remaining money meant for her care. Now, he was at a loss on how to face his wife. Little did he know that losing that money would lead his wife, in utter despair, to leave with their gravely ill child. This series of unfortunate events would drive him to the brink of mental collapse, ultimately becoming a homeless man. However, by a stroke of fate, he would evade the first wave of zombies by hiding in a dimly lit underpass. And upon awakening, discover he had awakened a rudimentary cutting skill that as he honed this ability, his power would steadily increase. Ultimately, he ascended to become one of the most prominent figures in the post-apocalyptic society. A formidable powerhouse. Yet, despite the countless temptations of beauty and wealth surrounding him, he remained unwavering in his devotion to his past wife and daughter, unleashing every ounce of energy at his disposal in search of them. This steadfast loyalty only endeared him further to the masses. Who does not admire a strong man with such profound emotional depth? However, at this moment, Chen Hao wandered out of the casino like a mere shell of a man. Following closely behind, Wang Lin soon arrived at the foot of a dilapidated residential building. After Chen Hao ascended the stairs, a quarrel erupted from above, which gradually subsided, leaving only the soft weeping of a woman and the cries of a child. After noting the address, Wang Lin turned to leave. It was not yet time to win Chen Hao over. He intended to wait until Chen Hao awakened, using the favor of protecting his wife and daughter as leverage to gain his allegiance. With nearly 20 million at his disposal, Wang Lin planned to purchase a company outright and then leverage that company for loans or high-interest borrowing, essentially maximizing his financial leverage. Of course, any funds procured would be immediately used to place orders for more meat. He could even use the substantial meat orders as bargaining chips, indirectly showcasing his strength. After all, who would suspect that such a large quantity of meat was intended for his personal consumption? The potential profits from these orders would undoubtedly entice those profit-driven merchants. After some contemplation, Wang Lin called an old acquaintance, his classmate Zhou Zheng. If memory served him right, Zhou was involved in the food transportation industry and owned a small company dedicated to freight services. According to his recollections from his previous life, Zhou would declare bankruptcy within a week, that he was likely overwhelmed at present. So, Wang Lin decided to start there, hailing a ride-share to Zhou Zheng's company. At the entrance of Tianqing Transportation Company, Zhou Zheng looked at Wang Lin with a puzzled expression. "Are you out of your mind? You actually want to buy my company and suggested we collaborate to make it bigger and better? 5 million will buy you out, and you need only tell me if you're in or out. I'm in. But you'll need to show me the money first." Zhou Zheng was quick to respond. If Wang Lin could indeed produce such funds, it would be a lucrative deal for him. "All right, let us sign the contract. Swipe this card, and then you'll work with me for a monthly salary of 500,000. "Wait, that's over 1 million. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, shocked as Wang Lin produced a bank card. Zhou Zheng quickly swiped it through the machine, stunned by the resulting figures displayed. "Hurry up." "Okay, Brother Wang." "No, President Wang, you're impressive." Zhou Zheng was visibly excited, but his thoughts quickly turned to the source of the funds. "President Wang, is it that piece of land?" "Wow, you really hit the jackpot, didn't you? Just having a piece of land in your family that got developed. Those developers are generous to offer you such compensation. That land, at most, should only be worth 7 to 8 million. Enough questions. Let us sign the contract." Wang Lin, observing Zhou Zheng's exuberance, felt no need to elaborate. Zhou Zheng's intellect was sharp. He had deduced the source of the funds. But he could never imagine that Wang Lin had not only sold the land, but had also mortgaged his house, borrowing an additional 8 million. After signing the contract, Wang Lin became the actual controlling shareholder of the company and subsequently issued directives to his classmate. We must swiftly monopolize the entire fresh meat market in Changlin City. Chapter 5. Raising Funds. President Wang. Why do you need so much meat? Zhou Jing asked, somewhat perplexed, especially since Wang Lin refused to disclose who the meat was for, only stating it was for storage. Wang Lin, undeterred by Zhou Jing's confusion, instructed, from now on, Tianqing will cease transportation operations and pivot to meat products that I will transform it overnight into the most renowned meat enterprise in all of Changlin City. And you will procure as much fresh meat as possible. As for the sales channels, that is not your concern. Wang Lin's words brooked no argument. Understood. But the budget, buy as much as you can. If funds fall short, I will handle it. Acquire as much as possible. Zhou Jing felt a surge of urgency that if we engage in a large-scale purchase of meat in a short time, prices will quickly rise, leading to a scarcity of meat, and the public will panic that if the market destabilizes, the authorities will intervene, and that could cause trouble. Wang Lin paused, realizing he had not considered these implications. What do you propose? Proceed discreetly. Place orders to buy up excess meat that I have numerous clients in other cities who deal in meat. I can approach them for orders while maintaining market stability, ensuring a secure acquisition. This will also compel those meat vendors to lower prices in competitive bidding for our orders. The beauty of these orders is that we can only pay a deposit, 30%, but getting them to sign can be tricky. My company isn't large yet, but you mentioned wanting to advertise, and after that, everything should align. Zhou Jing's analysis astounded Wang Lin, who couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. You re a talent. If you hadn't perished at the onset of the apocalypse, you would surely be a sought-after asset in the post-apocalyptic world, managing logistics flawlessly. Be bold in your purchases. If funds run low, reach out to me, Wang Lin commanded, and Zhou Jing didn't hesitate for a moment. Why hesitate? With a monthly salary of 500,000, he was willing to work tirelessly. Several hours later, as night fell, a woman descended with a bundle on her back and a baby in her arms. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. Wang Lin's eyes brightened as he approached her. Hello, we are conducting a social experiment. Would you be interested? Not interested. 100,000? Are scammers now so brazenly lowbrow? Shouldn't you be offering 1 million? The woman's face was filled with disdain. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Seeing her disbelief, Wang Lin remained undeterred. Your skepticism doesn't concern me, but our experiment is located at Yilong Building. That if I were a fraud, I wouldn't rent such an expensive venue, would I? The woman knew of Yilong Building. The rental cost was over 300,000 a month. She remained skeptical. Really? Wang Lin smiled, whether it's true or not. You'll find out if you come with me, that he dared not indiscriminately alter Chun Hao's life. What if he failed to activate his special abilities? However, if he ensured the safety of his wife and daughter during his search, that would be an immeasurable kindness. The woman agreed, realizing that without going, she had no idea where she would spend the night. Meanwhile, every advertising agency in Changlin City received an irresistible advertising contract. Upon receiving the deposit, they immediately began working overtime. Thanks to the efforts of those Mediterranean strategists, within just 3 hours, the first advertisement for Tianqing Foods was launched. Short videos, ads, bus stop billboards, and shopping mall screens. All available advertising spaces were now showcasing Tianqing Foods. Concurrently, several trending topics regarding the mysterious foreign acquisition of Tianqing Transportation and its rebranding as Tianqing Foods surged to the top of social media. The buzz was unprecedented to be why the following morning, everyone in Changlin City who had seen the ads was discussing what was so remarkable about this enterprise that in a single night, Tianqing had become a household name. Wang Lin was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, having metaphorically devoured 2 whole cows for breakfast. Indeed, the money spent on advertising was worth it. After ensuring the mother and daughter were settled the previous night, he sought a private doctor and procured special medications for their care. Upon returning home, he was famished and indulged in meat throughout the night. The next morning, Wang Lin happily wiped his mouth, donned his suit, and stepped out. First to the bank for a loan. Let us drain their reserves. Then, with the bank's funds, acquire meat aggressively, enticing investors, and then empty their wallets, not to mention various online loans. A cunning smile spread across Wang Lin's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing had traveled all night with the transportation truck and, feeling fatigued, arrived at a restaurant in Linyuan City. After disembarking, he looked at the driver, who could barely keep his eyes open, silently grateful for the brief rest he had managed to catch in the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have been too exhausted to negotiate business. Wang Lin had tasked him with purchasing meat. Contemplating this, Zhou Zheng vigorously rubbed his face, but he had exhausted years of accumulated goodwill to gather these meat vendors. This was his first task under Wang Lin, and it was crucial to make a strong impression. Success was imperative. Unfortunately, given his company's precarious position, convincing those astute vendors would require considerable persuasion. Zhou Zheng entered the restaurant and found the private room he had reserved. Just as he was about to organize his thoughts before entering, the door swung open, and a meat vendor locked eyes with Zhou Zheng. "Hey, isn't this President Zhou? Come in, come in." Zhou Zheng was eagerly pulled inside, bewildered as he was seated at the head of the table. "President Zhou, you truly are a hidden gem. When did you forge connections with foreign investors without informing us?" "Nonsense. How could President Zhou keep us in the dark? He must have been too busy and simply forgot." Right, I misspoke. I'll drink 3 cups to make amends," as Zhou Zheng observed the sycophantic smiles of the gathered vendors. He found himself utterly confused. What foreign investors? Chapter 6. The bank. Time to set some goals. Observing the look of confusion in his eyes, the individual beside him promptly handed over a mobile phone. On the screen, there were reports concerning Tiancheng Foods. Breaking news. Tiancheng Foods is poised to secure its Series A angel investment. Astonishing. Tiancheng Foods is on track to become the first publicly listed company in the province. The city is witnessing the emergence of a dark horse in the food industry, likely to claim the top spot this year. Furthermore, stock market moguls have already begun recommending the unsold shares of Tiancheng Foods, suggesting immediate purchases upon opening, with promises of doubling investments within a fortnight. Zhou Zheng pondered internally. Mr. Wang's advertising is remarkably effective. Such critical news has been kept completely under wraps. The factory, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, is suddenly on the brink of going public. This could lead to immense wealth. With this thought, Zhou Zheng's enthusiasm for work was instantly reignited. "Come on, I want all your meat. Suppliers, please submit your price quotes." The meat vendors had long awaited this moment, eagerly presenting their price list. "Mr. Zhou, our beef comes from free-range cattle, typically priced at 41 per pound. We can offer it to you for 31. Mr. Zhou, take a look at our imported beef. Top-notch quality, available for 25 per pound, solely to establish a partnership with your esteemed company. Step aside, our beef is just 21 per pound, guaranteed fresh, the lowest price in the industry. I can't take it anymore. 15 per pound, a loss." In a single night, Zhou Zheng accumulated enough beef to fill several large trucks. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, impeccably dressed in a suit with a meticulously styled hairstyle, made his way to the largest local bank. He was well-versed in the nuances of bank loans, avoiding collaborations with major banks, and instead seeking out local ones with substantial financial backing. These banks favored lending to local enterprises, as they were tangible and familiar. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a strikingly attractive woman in a short skirt and stockings. "Good day, sir. What business do you wish to conduct?" "I am here to secure a loan. Have your manager attend to me." Wang Lin replied, his expression stoic and somewhat arrogant. The woman furrowed her brow, uncertain if Wang Lin was a serious client. Just as she was about to inquire further, Wang Lin made his way directly to the VIP room on the second floor. The door stood ajar, and he casually took a seat on the sofa, propping his legs up. Manager Wu of Chonglin Bank, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of irritation. Before he could utter a word, Wang Lin spoke up. "Let us skip the pleasantries. That my company requires some funding. I need a loan of approximately 50 million. Please process the paperwork." Manager Wu was momentarily taken aback. "50 million. Do you think this is 500? His expression darkened. "Are you certain you need 50 million? "Yes, for now. I only need 50 million. Perhaps I will request an additional 100 million in a few days," Wang Lin remarked calmly. Hearing this, Manager Wu couldn't help but scoff, then shouted towards the outside, "Security, escort this lunatic out." He proceeded to grab the phone, preparing to call for assistance. In this day and age, many individuals were driven mad by the desire for money. Such fraudsters were not uncommon. However, just as he was about to dial, Wang Lin opened his phone and presented a long string of transaction records before him. Wang Lin understood banks well. These institutions were primarily motivated by profit. They would consider lending to a company based on its profitability, and Wang Lin held the transaction records from Zhou Zheng's recent acquisition of fresh meat. The daily transaction volume had reached millions. For a company with such significant trade volume, obtaining a loan of 50 million would be a mere formality. Manager Wu scrutinized the transaction records repeatedly, confirming their authenticity. After reviewing everything, he was convinced that the individual before him was indeed a financial benefactor. Granting this loan would nearly fulfill the bank's quarterly goals. "You are Mr. Wang from Tianqing, aren't you?" "I must apologize for my earlier oversight," he said, his demeanor shifting instantly to one of utmost respect. "Xiao Li, quickly prepare a cup of fine Longjing tea for Mr. Wang." "Security, leave us." Manager Wu's attitude transformed drastically, adopting an expression of deep reverence, almost eager to please. When the woman in the short skirt brought the tea, her skirt appeared even shorter, deliberately flaunting her figure before Wang Lin. Growing impatient with her antics, Wang Lin brusquely pushed her aside. "All right, can I secure the loan now?" "Of course, not only can you, but I believe, Mr. Wang, that given your company's current scale, 50 million is absolutely insufficient. Since we are going through the process, I suggest 70 million. How does that sound?" Wang Lin chuckled inwardly, pleased with this development, yet maintained a facade of indifference. 70 million isn't to my liking. Let's round it up to 100 million, that it's merely a small target. Your bank should have no issue with that. With this, Manager Wu was left with little choice. Fearing that any misstep might displease Mr. Wang, he nodded vigorously. "Certainly, I will go and seek approval from the president. I assure you, the funds will be in your account within 2 days." Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. "The sooner, the better. You know, several banks are vying for my business, but they have all been turned away." Yes, I understand." Xiao Li, quickly refill Mr. Wang's tea. After exiting Chonglin Bank, Wang Lin visited several other banks, adhering to his principle of leaving none unexamined. For larger banks, he applied for smaller amounts to avoid drawing undue scrutiny from regulatory bodies. Smaller banks, he could easily navigate the process, as the managers were eager to please such a high-profile client. They would go to great lengths to secure a loan, even offering the services of their female staff. However, Wang Lin adhered to his principles. He would take only what he needed. After a thorough round of inquiries, he estimated he would secure nearly 500 million in loans. Upon returning home, Wang Lin eagerly opened the refrigerator to retrieve the bloody meat. After a long day, he was ravenous, devouring the meat in large bites. The sounds of chewing echoed loudly in the small room as he squinted in delight. Imported beef truly was exquisite. Satiated, Wang Lin burped contentedly, then turned his attention to his phone, where a call from that insufferable woman, Xiao Hui, awaited him. Intrigued, he answered, and her voice immediately filled his ears. "Wang Lin, where have you been hiding? You injured Zhao Yong so badly and haven't even offered an apology." "A heartfelt apology. Is it truly? A couple of dogs are indeed just that." Wang Lin smirked wickedly. Originally intending to achieve his modest goal of 500 million without further ado, he now saw an opportunity to exploit the audacity of this couple. Why not utilize their identities to engage with online lending companies and set a new target for himself? "Very well, where are you? I'll come bring you a surprise." Wang Lin readily agreed that on the other end of the line, Xiao Hui paused, then scoffed disdainfully, realizing Wang Lin's cowardly nature had not changed. "That you'll do as I say." "As you always do. I'm at Zhao Yong's house. Hurry over." Half an hour later, Wang Lin arrived at Zhao Yong's living room. Zhao Yong's family was comfortably off, certainly more so than Wang Lin, which was why Xiao Hui had chosen him. Currently, the household of 7 resided in a relatively spacious, yet somewhat cramped home. "Wang Lin, weren't you coming to apologize? Why have you arrived empty-handed?" Xiao Hui blocked his path, resembling an overzealous guard dog. Wang Lin ignored her and sat beside Zhao Yong, displaying his bank account balance before him. Upon seeing the countless zeros, Zhao Yong was utterly astounded. Did you get so much money?" "Naturally, from my investments. I'm here today to make you both rich. This project is in need of partners. You won't have to invest much, just a few thousand each, and within 3 days, your shares could multiply exponentially." With that, Wang Lin briefly outlined the current status of Tianqing Foods and the equity involved, presenting his bank statements for their inspection. After scrutinizing the documents for an extended period, both Zhao Yong and Xiao Hui were finally convinced of Wang Lin's authenticity. Zhao Yong, captivated by the allure of wealth, was eager to partake, knowing Wang Lin would not deceive him. He lacked the cunning for such deception. Xiao Hui, similarly thrilled, envisioned a future where she could easily discard Wang Lin once they struck it rich. After a brief discussion to confirm the details, Zhao Yong immediately called for his family members, insisting that relatives should be included in their path to fortune. Wang Lin remained composed, sipping tea without any hints of urgency, all the while quietly opening various online lending applications. All right, gather your funds and provide me with your identification cards that I will assist you in completing the necessary verifications, and we will be all set. Upon hearing Wang Lin's instructions, the group sprang into action, with Xiao Hui rushing to retrieve her ID. This audacious individual showed no signs of hesitation. Soon, Zhao Yong's parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunts were all gathered. Once everyone was present in the living room, Wang Lin nodded approvingly. Excellent. Follow my lead, and we shall all attain great wealth. As Wang Lin left Zhao Yong's house, he noticed a series of notifications from the online lending platforms confirming the disbursement of funds. Deposits flowed in rapidly, and he found himself busy managing the withdrawals that in no time, a minor objective was accomplished. The next morning, Wang Lin was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Xiao Hui. You fool! After borrowing so much yesterday, isn't it normal to receive a repayment notice today? If you don't repay the loan, are you not worried that someone might come to collect? Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yong's call came through. Wang Lin, did you make a mistake with that investment yesterday? Why am I receiving repayment notices from online lenders? Oh no, it's just a scam. Don't believe it. Wang Lin, feeling utterly exhausted, was particularly irked by disturbances to his sleep. So, 3 days from now, our investment will multiply several times, right? Zhao Yong persisted, still fixated on the prospect of profit. Of course it will. Who knows, someone might come knocking at your door tomorrow. Wang Lin opened the online lending app and unleashed a torrent of expletives at the customer service representative. Don't expect me to repay you. It's simply not going to happen. I'm here to take advantage of you. If you have the guts, come and face me in person. I'll make sure to drain you dry. Break your legs and snap your arms. After venting his frustrations, Wang Lin felt a significant sense of relief, estimating that the online lenders must be quite vexed. Perhaps they wouldn't dare to retaliate. Once he finished with that, a broker called to inform him about a decommissioned prison that might meet his needs. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin readily agreed, envisioning the location as an ideal survivor base, with its towering walls preventing any zombie incursions. The facility was sure to be equipped with essential functional areas. Most importantly, Wang Lin planned to transform the entire prison into a fortress. When the time came, he wouldn't fear not just the zombies, but even the human military. The thought of potentially managing thousands of survivors sent a rush of exhilaration through him, as if he had become a savior, poised to rescue the world from impending doom. Following the address provided by the broker, Wang Lin made his way to the prison. The facility had once housed serious offenders, but had been left abandoned due to governmental oversight, remaining intact. The architectural style of the prison was antiquated yet expansive, surrounded by a thick concrete perimeter capable of withstanding any assault. Unless faced with heavy machinery or artillery fired, as Wang Lin approached the prison, he noticed a surrounding barbed wire fence, although not particularly tall. It was sufficient to deter any unauthorized entry, especially since it seemed to be electrically connected beneath. Yes, this is it, he confirmed to himself. After contemplating for a while, Wang Lin finally made up his mind and dialed Yi Fan's number. Yi Fan, his high school classmate, had joined the military after failing his college entrance exams and had performed commendably. However, upon transitioning back to civilian life, he struggled to find suitable employment and was currently involved in civil engineering. Wang Lin decided to entrust the prison's renovation to him. Once the call connected, Wang Lin wasted no time in stating his intentions, hoping Yi Fan would fortify the prison's defenses and improve the interior. As for the prison's purpose, Wang Lin insisted on confidentiality to no problem. I'm at your command. When do we start? Yi Fan replied decisively. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Right now is fine. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer 10 million to you for expenses. We need the best results possible. After hanging up, Wang Lin reassessed his plans. He was currently in the process of securing fresh recruits. The base was being renovated, and next on his agenda was assembling a medical team and acquiring weaponry for the base. Point one was for healing, the other for protection, both essential in a post-apocalyptic world. Speaking of finding doctors, he vaguely remembered a Dr. Liu Tianming from his previous life who had awakened extraordinary medical talents during the apocalypse. He was currently employed in a neighboring coastal city. Without delay, Wang Lin drove to the hospital where Dr. Liu worked. Chapter 8. Dr. Liu, don't blame me for being ruthless speeding along. Wang Lin arrived at the coastal city to the hospital entrance. He quickly spotted a shifty-eyed character with a backpack. Hey, you come here, Wang Lin gestured at him. Upon seeing Wang Lin beckoning, the man approached with a grin, sizing Wang Lin up. Brother, what can I do for you? Not one to beat around the bush, Wang Lin pulled out a wad of cash. You're a scalper, right? I want to book an appointment with Dr. Liu. The man's eyes lit up at Wang Lin's words, and he eagerly nodded. Sure thing, follow me. He led Wang Lin through the back of the hospital to Dr. Liu's office, skillfully navigating through the crowd of disgruntled patients. Once inside, Wang Lin closed the door behind him and sat opposite Dr. Liu. Young man, what seems to be the problem? Dr. Liu inquired, and I'm not here for a consultation. I am here to discuss a collaboration with you, Dr. Liu. Assuming Wang Lin was a pharmaceutical representative, waved him off impatiently. Out, I'm busy here. Noticing Dr. Liu's dismissive demeanor, Wang Lin frowned slightly. You don't need to concern yourself with my purpose. I know you're in a predicament that requires a substantial sum to resolve. How do you know? Dr. Liu's expression shifted, surprise evident on his face. Observing Dr. Liu's reaction, Wang Lin smirked. Let us put that aside for now. What I do know is that you are an exceptional doctor with high ethical standards, and your collaboration with scalpers is a last resort that I am currently establishing a private hospital, one that will gather renowned experts from across the country, equipped with advanced technology to treat various complex conditions. Most importantly, this hospital will cater exclusively to the impoverished, those truly in need of assistance. Wang Lin's speech was so convincing that he nearly believed it himself. Understanding Dr. Liu's integrity, he knew that monetary persuasion wouldn't suffice. He had to appeal to his ideals, discussing visions and societal benefits. Once Dr. Liu joined his cause, the impending apocalypse would hardly faze him. Dr. Liu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did I ask what you say true? He asked excitedly. Wang Lin nodded affirmatively, handing Dr. Liu a document. Here is a plan I just drafted. Take a look. As Dr. Liu examined the materials, he fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming. That I'll agree to give it a try, but you must guarantee that no harm comes to the impoverished, and that fair competition is maintained. Of course, that's a given. I am a principled entrepreneur. Our agreement is set. With that, Wang Lin placed a bank card on the table. Dr. Liu, this is $2 million as an advance for your services. I hope it helps alleviate your current financial crisis. In 3 days, we'll meet in Changlin City, where I'll show you our medical center. All right, Dr. Liu replied, his voice tinged with excitement. After exiting Dr. Liu's office, Wang Lin did not head downstairs, but instead turned to the hospital's complaints department. Hello, Director. I have a situation I need to report. More than half an hour later, Wang Lin emerged from the office, feeling exceptionally invigorated, a smile gracing his lips that he had initially thought it would take considerable persuasion to convince Dr. Liu to join his team, but a simple complaint had sufficed. That Dr. Liu had no choice but to join now, for shortly he would be summoned for an interview that could lead to his dismissal. Dr. Liu, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this point, he urgently needed to locate several medical supply companies. After some contemplation, he decided to visit the hospital, as there were representatives from various manufacturers peddling their wares. Finding them would resolve half of his problems. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Lin scanned the area and unexpectedly spotted Xiao Hui pushing Zhao Yong down the corridor, presumably there for a dressing change. What a coincidence, Wang Lin thought, swiftly slipping into a nearby supply room. Shortly after, a doctor in a white coat and mask emerged. You two, here for a dressing change? Follow me. Wang Lin flashed a smile at them, gesturing for them to follow. Thank you, they replied gratefully. Trailing behind him, he led them to an empty patient room, retrieved a small hammer from a shelf, and pointed to the bed. Lie down. Zhao Yong hesitated momentarily, but complied. Once he was lying down, Wang Lin approached with the hammer in hand, slowly moving toward Zhao Yong's hand. Without further ado, he struck the old wound with a swift blow. Thud. The sudden pain caused Zhao Yong to scream, his face contorting in agony. Doctor, that hurts so much. Zhao Yong, enduring the excruciating pain, attempted to rise but found that his legs were utterly immobilized, as if bound by some unseen force that don't move. Just stay still. Xiao Hui, alarmed, inquired. Doctor, I isn't this a dressing change. Why are you using a hammer? What do you know? This is the latest treatment method. Don't interfere, or I want to be polite. Wang Lin shot them both a glare before continuing to pound on Zhao Yong's injured hand. The pain became so overwhelming that Zhao Yong could barely make a sound. After a moment, Wang Lin discarded the hammer and grabbed a bottle of high-concentration alcohol, pouring it directly onto the bleeding wound. The searing pain coursed through Zhao Yong's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, nearly losing consciousness. In that moment, he finally understood why the doctor had insisted he lie down. This is nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Not only that, but the doctor showed no signs of halting. Instead, he proceeded to cut open the previously sutured wound with scissors. As Zhao Yong watched his hand being reopened, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Who have I angered, doctor? Are you not here to help me recover? As he observed the doctor preparing to repeat the same procedure, Zhao Yong felt utterly shattered and hastily interjected, "If you do not cooperate now, it will only worsen in the future. This must be your girlfriend, correct? Have her hold him down. For bone injuries, we must eradicate the root cause." Wang Lin plunged the scissors into the bone seam, instructing Xiao Hui to press down on Zhao Yong's shoulder. Though terrified, Xiao Hui complied. Zhao Yong screamed incessantly, the pain this time far more intense than before, to the point where he wished to bite his tongue and end it all. "Silence. If you dare to scream again, I will slice open your other hand as well." Faced with the threat, Zhao Yong could only endure the agony. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui, though frightened, firmly held Zhao Yong's shoulder in place. Chapter 9. Acquiring Equipment. There are always ways time passed slowly. A full 10 minutes elapsed before the anxious duo awaited the conclusion. Finally, Wang Lin, satisfied, removed his mask and beamed at the two. "So, what do you think? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" "Wang Lin, is that you?" Zhao Yong gazed at him in horror. "No need to be so dramatic. After treating you for so long, not a hint of gratitude?" Wang Lin grinned ominously, tossing the alcohol aside. "What are you planning? I warn you, do not act recklessly." Zhao Yong jolted and scrambled behind Xiao Hui. "Fear not. I merely wish to inform you both that many good days lie ahead." Wang Lin's laughter reverberated throughout the room. By the way. Just as Wang Lin intended to leave, he turned back towards the two. "To guarantee you supposed to receive investments that day. I inadvertently turned it into an online loan for you. No wonder you've been receiving debt collection notices. But fret not. I have already scolded those online lending platforms, explicitly telling them to come in person if they dare, and I'll break their legs. I suspect those fellows are already terrified. Well, I shall take my leave now." The two in the room huddled together in fear, trembling uncontrollably that moment. They fully understood that the troubles ahead would be monumental. Upon exiting the hospital, Wang Lin collected a plethora of business cards from pharmaceutical representatives, delegating the matter to Zhou for cooperation with these companies. It was merely a matter of monetary exchange. Whatever quantity you desire, they would produce. Wang Lin primarily focused on collaborating for emergency and everyday medical supplies. Must be said, in business, profit is often the priority. This time, Wang Lin's principle was to gather it all, for there was ample space in the warehouse. That evening, Wang Lin took Yifan out for dinner. While passing a local large supermarket, he noticed numerous luxury cars frantically purchasing supplies. "Brother Wang, why are these people buying so many things?" Yifan also observed this phenomenon. Wang Lin remained silent, having already sensed that some wealthy individuals were beginning to stockpile supplies, indicating they had received first-hand information. It seemed the apocalypse was imminent. However, this world is always filled with various miracles. Wang Lin believed that he and his comrades would survive and thrive. After returning home, Wang Lin opened his computer and researched many messages regarding apocalyptic prophecies. According to his calculations, the end would not arrive for another half-month. Yet these wealthy merchants were already preparing, indicating something was amiss, and he could not afford to overlook it appeared he needed to expedite his actions. While there was still time, he must complete all necessary tasks. Currently, living supplies, medical resources, and shelters were proceeding normally. The only issue left to resolve was weaponry. In the apocalypse, weapons are even more crucial than food or medicine. Possessing formidable weaponry would undoubtedly ensure survival and might even instill fear in enemies. The only way to acquire weaponry was through deceit, and in the entirety of Chonglin, the only factions capable of providing such resources were the Qing Gang and the Hailonghui. However, both groups belonged to local powers and would never engage in transactions with ordinary individuals. Thus, Wang Lin had to find a shortcut, a direct means of plundering from them. Wang Lin set his sights on the Hailonghui. For in the early stages of the apocalypse, the Qin gang had been nearly annihilated. Only the Hailonghui, despite sustaining losses, remained standing tall. This alone proved that the Hailonghui must possess formidable power. Otherwise, how could they dare to act with such audacity at the onset of the apocalypse? With this in mind, why not strike directly at the Hailonghui? Resolute, Wang Lin immediately called Yifan. Hello, is this Yifan? Yes, go ahead, I'm listening. Our plan could be slightly altered. You need to expedite the construction of the base. Rest assured, no problem. Over the next 2 days, Wang Lin diligently tracked the members of the Hailonghui, seeking opportunities that he understood that to procure weaponry from them, he needed to first uncover their secrets to devise the best plan. Finally, 3 days later, a small leader from the Hailonghui was ambushed while out on business and nearly lost his life. Upon learning this, Wang Lin rushed to the scene. At that moment, the Hailonghui leader lay in a pool of blood. Barely clinging to life, surrounding him stood a group of menacing thugs, among them a grim-faced individual whose eyes radiated lethal intent. This was Zhang Hai, the vice president of the Hailonghui. Who did this? Zhang Hai gritted his teeth, consumed with rage. One of his confidants had been brutally disarmed. It was utterly outrageous. Scoundrels, search high and low. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find the culprit. At his command, dozens of men sprang into action, launching a massive search operation. Brother, I know. At that moment, one individual shouted. Everyone turned to see Wang Lin, clutching his arm and bleeding, slowly approaching. Who are you? Zhang Hai was wary. His acting skills were exceptional. He appeared devastated while secretly harboring a sly grin. After all, he had received word from his subordinate that these individuals were from the Hailonghui, not exactly virtuous, furrowing his brow. Zhang Hai pressed. Did you say you saved him? Indeed, he is my friend. He has always looked out for me, and now to see him meet such a tragic end is truly a misfortune. Wang Lin sighed, feigning sorrow. At that moment, Zhang Hai's gaze flickered, and he coldly demanded, enough with the nonsense. Tell me who did it, brother. They claim to be from the Qin gang. Wang Lin pretended to panic. The Qin gang? Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. Within Changlin City, the Qin gang was a formidable force, their strength undeniable. However, Zhang Hai was not overly concerned, as the Hailonghui was equally powerful, since these fellows had initiated the conflict. He would not sit idly by. Very well, brother. Wang Lin readily agreed. The first step of infiltrating the Hailonghui was complete. The next step was to urge them to procure weaponry. Chapter 10. We are all brothers. No need for formalities. Brother Zhang, we must quickly purchase weapons and prepare to confront the Qin gang. Otherwise, when the time comes, they will wield RPGs while we are left with mere handguns. In the conference hall, Wang Lin proposed to Zhang Hai, vice president of the Hailonghui. The current situation for the Hailonghui was dire, as the Qin gang had steadily encroached upon their territory over the past 2 months. Although they had retaliated a few times, they ultimately ended in failure. As they watched their hard-won power slip away. If they allowed the Qin gang to continue their expansion, it would not be long before the Hailonghui became a thing of the past. Indeed, Wang Lin is correct. However, the funds for purchasing equipment, Brother Zhang, to be honest, I just sold 2 apartments, so I have the money to buy equipment. He was no longer short on cash. He simply needed a channel to procure weapons. You have money. Zhang Hai stared at Wang Lin in surprise. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I was afraid you would mock me for boasting. Wang Lin smiled awkwardly. Well, I underestimated you. On behalf of the Hailonghui. I thank you. No need for that, Brother Zhang. We are now partners. It's merely a small favor. Very well. Then I will arrange it immediately. With that, Zhang Hai promptly dialed the phone, contacting the heads of various factions to relay the instructions. To avoid alarming the Qin gang, he particularly emphasized the need for discreet actions, ensuring that the Qin gang remained unaware of any abnormalities. Once the discussions concluded, night had fallen, and everyone dispersed, while Wang Lin stayed behind to share dinner with the vice president of the Hailonghui. Naturally, it was Zhang Hai who treated, as he had just assisted Wang Lin in overcoming difficulties, and it was only right for Wang Lin to show his gratitude. The following morning, Wang Lin was awakened by a call from Zhang Hai. Hello, Brother Zhang? Yes, Wang Lin. You need to come to me quickly. I need your help with something. Zhang Hai spoke with a sense of urgency, clearly indicating that the situation was quite precarious. Otherwise, given his composed nature. he would not have so anxiously called for my presence that, oh, what is it? Speak up, Brother Zhang. Well, I will elaborate on the specifics during our journey. I'll be waiting for you at the hotel. After hanging up, Wang Lin quickly freshened up before heading out towards the hotel. Upon arriving at the private room, he discovered that Zhang Hai was already seated on the sofa, his face etched with anxiety. He chuckled, Brother Zhang, what brings you to summon me in such a fluster? Wang Lin, take a look at this document that I suspect the Green Gang is plotting to assassinate the senior members of the Black Dragon Society. Oh. Wang Lin took the folder and began to examine its contents. As he flipped to the second page, his eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over his face. What the hell? Is this for real? This can't be possible. I too wish it were false. This is far too dangerous. Wang Lin feigned swallowing hard, concern evident in his voice. Do not worry. I am here, Zhang Hai reassured him, patting his chest. But, rest assured, you are well aware of the strength of our Black Dragon Society. Everyone will covertly safeguard you. You have nothing to fear. All right then, I will give it my all. Wang Lin nodded reluctantly. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Hai, he departed, with the night in 3 days marking the date of the transaction. Soon, the day of the transaction arrived, and Wang Lin received the precise timing. Before setting off, he called the Green Gang, using a discreet number to inform them of a deal at the docks that night. Having hung up, Wang Lin made his way to a residence near the docks that the Black Dragon Society had secured. Knocking on the wooden door, inside, several portly foreigners were gathered, chatting idly, while one man was entertaining 2 ladies. Brother Wang, you've arrived. A group of people stood up as he entered. Haha, no need for formalities. Everyone, Wang Lin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. They took their seats, all eyes turning towards him. Wang Lin cleared his throat, scanning the room until his gaze settled on a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Jack. Is the cargo ready? The Caucasian man nodded. Okay. That's good to hear. Wang Lin sighed in relief and then surveyed the room. All right, let us proceed with the inspection and transaction. He led everyone outside and drove to the docks, where 2 containers brimming with weapons and ammunition awaited on a cargo ship in the distance. Witnessing this, Wang Lin felt a surge of excitement. This increased his chances of success that he then took out the money and handed it to Jack. Jack, take this as a deposit, and I will settle the full amount once the cargo is unloaded. Okay. Jack nodded, accepting the cash. Wang Lin turned to the group. All right, brothers, let us set off. Without further ado, they boarded the yacht. The yacht glided into the harbor, slowly approaching a cargo ship anchored within. Once on the deck, Wang Lin glanced at the cargo ship. Everyone, let us be quick and try not to attract attention. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and busied themselves. Wang Lin made his way to the control room, issuing the command. Set sail. The captain nodded and maneuvered the cargo ship swiftly towards the port. At that moment, Wang Lin pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, when suddenly the cargo ship lurched violently. The captain was startled, about to explain, when a massive explosion erupted from the rear of the vessel. Flames shooting into the sky. Everyone, jump overboard. It's going to blow. Wang Lin shouted, leaping into the water, and his companions followed suit, quickly swimming away. The explosion intensified, accompanied by a series of booming sounds from the ship's hull. This was merely a ruse he had orchestrated. There was no real explosion, just a few firecrackers. His subordinates had already been frightened into swimming for their lives. Wang Lin swiftly turned the ship around, steering it towards the predetermined location where Yi Fan awaited with a truck. After handing over the weapons to Yi Fan, Wang Lin immediately called Zhang Hai. Brother Zhang, we've encountered a problem. Our cargo has been intercepted by the Green Gang. Chapter 11. Good looks won't save you what? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the question came. The cargo is gone? How did this happen? Why wasn't it better concealed? I don't know. Wang Lin responded bitterly. Damn it, it must be the Green Gang's doing. Who else would dare intercept our goods? Wait, I'll dispatch someone to rescue you. After hanging up, Wang Lin spat in frustration that he retrieved his phone once more and dialed Yi Fan, that I've already executed the withdrawal as planned. What about you? Brother Wang, no need to worry. The goods have successfully entered our warehouse. I just checked. It's top-notch weaponry. Good job. I'll handle the rest. Wang Lin took a deep breath and ended the call. His heart raced with excitement. His goal of acquiring weapons was finally within reach. 5 days later, Dr. Lu Tianming called Wang Lin, driving directly to Chonglin City. bringing all his belongings. Upon meeting, Dr. Lu complained about his bad luck, having been inexplicably dismissed from the hospital, while Wang Lin merely smiled, saying nothing, as this was a consequence of his own making. Subsequently, Wang Lin took Dr. Lu on a tour of several pharmaceutical companies in the city to procure supplies according to his needs. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng successfully rented an abandoned hospital for him, located not far from the derelict prison. Thus, the foundation for their future apocalyptic base was nearly complete. At this juncture, Dr. Lu suggested that having doctors without nurses was impractical, necessitating the recruitment of a substantial number of nurses. Wang Lin grinned, driving straight to the local nursing school. This nursing institution was housed within a newly constructed educational building. "Who are you looking for?" As he approached the school entrance, two young security guards coldly stopped Wang Lin. My name is Wang Lin, and I wish to apply for a nursing position, he said, handing over the prepared documents. "Please wait a moment." The guards examined the documents and then hurried inside. Moments later, a middle-aged woman emerged briskly. "Hello, please follow me." The woman guided Wang Lin into the school. "Are all the nurses here professionally trained?" Wang Lin could not help but inquire. "Of course. Each nurse here is a high achiever," the middle-aged woman explained. Wang Lin nodded, though he felt little surprise, as universities were indeed recruiting nurses before the impending apocalypse. This nursing school was among the best private medical institutions in Changlin City, and students here were required to have at least a college degree and possess a nursing license. In a corner of the school, Wang Lin beheld the beautiful young nurses. There were over 20 nurses, all clad in white coats, with perky chests, slender waists, long legs, and exquisitely delicate faces. Their eyes sparkled, seemingly enchanting Wang Lin. "All right, not bad," Wang Lin secretly commended to himself. "These are all newly graduated interns. Rest assured, our nurses possess solid professional skills." The middle-aged woman smiled as she explained Wang Lin nodded. Soon a group of nurses gathered around Wang Lin, engaging in conversation, although the sight of these stunning nurses was quite pleasing, with several of them deliberately revealing their alluring curves to entice him. Wang Lin remained composed. This was not due to indifference towards their allure, but rather because he had loftier aspirations. "Everyone, please state your salary expectations." Wang Lin suddenly interjected, interrupting the nurse's chatter. I hope for a higher salary. I want a private room with an independent bathroom, and I want a monthly salary of 30,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund." The nurses instantly began to discuss among themselves, competing with one another for higher bids, prompting Wang Lin to frown. While these nurses were indeed impressive, freshly graduated ones typically earned only 3,000 to 4,000 a month, with many not even meeting these salary standards. Furthermore, the job was particularly grueling, often leaving no time for rest. Consequently, many nurses abandoned the profession post-graduation, opting instead for live streaming, where even those with modest looks could earn significantly more than as nurses. In Wang Lin's eyes, they appeared overly ambitious. However, given the unique circumstances, regardless of their unreasonable demands, he was determined to accommodate them. When the apocalypse arrived, having food to eat would be a blessing. At that time, if they wished to leave, they could do so. Outside, swarming with zombies, they might find it impossible to escape. "Everyone, please don't rush. Take your time," Wang Lin said with a smile. "I will certainly meet your salary demands. But if you wish to earn a higher wage, we need to sign a contract." "What contract?" the nurses inquired, puzzled by Wang Lin's statement. "The contract is quite simple. First, you must join our hospital tomorrow. Second, once you join, you are not allowed to leave for the first month until your internship is completed. Thirdly, upon successful assessment, your salaries will be doubled, and you shall enjoy additional benefits." Wang Lin slowly articulated a series of terms. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, a group of nurses became instantly exhilarated. This undoubtedly constituted a generous offer. The middle-aged woman also nodded with a smile, indicating that the employment of this year's cohort of students had been resolved. "Wow, such a generous offer. I am willing to sign. So am I. All I need is a private dormitory and a nurse's uniform." Soon, several beautiful nurses expressed their intentions, as they were in dire need of money. If they were to indeed sign the contract, this sum would provide them with a sense of security. Such an opportunity was one that anyone would desire. In that case, let us proceed with the signatures. Observing the nurses' reactions, Wang Lin smiled, then promptly drafted an agreement. Under Wang Lin's persuasive charm, the nurses quickly signed the employment contract. For them, Wang Lin was a savior. Otherwise, with the impending apocalypse, survival was far from guaranteed. With the hospital matters settled, Wang Lin once again inspected the construction status of the Doomsday Safety Base. Currently, a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence had been erected around the perimeter of the base, providing decent defense, while the internal structures were being constructed according to the original plan. Although the progress was not rapid, it was orderly enough that it seemed that this base would suffice. Wang Lin stood atop the city wall, igniting a cigarette, taking several deep puffs, and exhaling a smoke ring. Wanga. At that moment, a voice called out beside him. Wang Lin looked up to see Yi Fan approaching with several brothers in tow. Chapter 12. Hold on. Help me with an approval. What brings you here? As he spoke, Yi Fan scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. His words served as a reminder to Wang Lin. The supplies were nearly sufficient, with the only notable shortage being gasoline reserves. After the apocalypse began, the military swiftly took control of gas stations. Having a vehicle became futile, as movement was impossible, and gasoline was more precious than gold. With a quick mental shift, Wang Lin immediately conceived an idea. No problem. I will apply to our city's oil company to set up a few gas stations in front of the base. Then gasoline will belong to us. Wang Lin chuckled. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, not only Yi Fan, but even the brothers accompanying him were left dumbfounded. Such a maneuver was indeed possible. They all understood the implications of gas stations. Establishing one required a considerable investment, and not just anyone could secure a franchise. It seemed that Wang Gu truly possessed remarkable capabilities. All right, just wait here and I will take care of it right away. Wang Lin drove directly to a gold shop, purchased a 1-kilogram gold bar, placed it in his bag, and then headed to the local oil branch office. Good day, sir. Upon seeing Wang Lin enter, the receptionist hurriedly approached him. I need to see your director. Of course, please hold on. The girl nodded and quickly left the lobby. Afterward, she gestured for Wang Lin to take a seat. Wang Lin disregarded her, thinking it inappropriate to be inconvenient during working hours. Should not the staff attend to the public immediately? Ignoring the girl's obstruction, he strode deeper into the office. The oil branch's office was spacious and luxuriously decorated. As Wang Lin reached the doorway, he was met with the sound of a man's heavy breathing and a woman's soft moans. Frowning slightly at the unsettling noise, Wang Lin silently cursed the pervert. However, he maintained a facade of composure as he pushed the door open. Hey, who dares to ruin my fun? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white shirt rose from the sofa, glaring angrily at Wang Lin. Beneath him lay a woman with bare shoulders, her face flushed, eyes dazed and body limp. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lin could not help but shake his head. Hey, quite bold indeed. No wonder it sounded so pleasurable. These directors of state-owned enterprises, spending their days indulging in women, were nothing but exploitative. In the face of the impending apocalypse, it would be best if the zombies devoured them all. Yet even in the end times, fairness eluded reality. Often, it was the ordinary citizens who faced the brunt, while these exploitative individuals found numerous ways to survive. Kid, what did you just say? Do you believe I can have you dealt with? Enough, get up quickly. I have serious business to discuss with you. Wang Lin waved his hand, interrupting the middle-aged man's tirade, and directly took a seat on the sofa, picking up a cigar from the table, lighting it, and offering one to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the cigar and promptly threw it on the floor, extinguishing it. Kid, which unit are you from? What business do you have with me? I'm the CEO of Tianqing Foods, looking to franchise a few gas stations. Please expedite the paperwork, Wang Lin stated bluntly. Tianqing Foods? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, as Tianqing Foods held significant clout in Changlin and had gained a notable reputation, especially recently. Why do you wish to franchise gas stations? To make money. Wang Lin replied matter-of-factly, revealing no concealment. Changlin has been unsettled lately, with rising oil prices. I plan to establish several gas stations around the city, and besides, I have many vehicles. One gas station would suffice for my garage. You really have some guts. The costs for a gas station are not trivial. The minimum investment is around 1 million, and it requires approval as well. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly before adding, including equipment costs, the franchise fee is at least 5 million. Are you implying that you are unwilling? I am simply questioning if you can handle it. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, leisurely inquiring. My affairs are none of your concern. Wang Lin shrugged, retorting, Since I have come to you today, it is clear that I am serious. Consider it carefully. If you find it suitable, we will sign an agreement. If not, I shall seek alternatives. Young man, you certainly have a fiery temper. I advise you to remain calm. This matter is not simple. Are you not afraid of incurring losses? Losses? Wang Lin chuckled. I merely wish for the convenience of refueling. How much could I possibly lose? The middle-aged man was momentarily rendered speechless by Wang Lin's words. After a long pause, he finally sighed, "Very well, I agree." "Fantastic." Wang Lin clapped his hands, then stated, "However, I have a request. Expedite the approval. And let's have the fuel delivered by tomorrow. I lack the authority for that. It must be approved by our board of directors." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can help you contact the chairman to see if he can make an exception." "Good. Please finalize this matter swiftly." Wang Lin nodded, thereafter placing the prepared gold bar directly on the table. "Money is not an issue. If your efficiency is high enough, I will cover all subsequent equipment and operational costs for the gas station." Hee. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Upon hearing that Wang Lin was willing to provide funds, the middle-aged man instantly brightened, hurriedly securing the gold bar from the table. "All right, it's settled. I will send someone over first thing tomorrow." As Wang Lin spoke, he turned and exited the office. He truly extravagant, spending a gold bar without batting an eye. After Wang Lin's departure, the middle-aged man could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, on a small island in the eastern part of Blue Star, some mutated animals had emerged. They charged into the human living areas, viciously attacking and tearing apart unsuspecting individuals in merely 2 to 3 hours. Dozens were left injured or dead. 3 days had elapsed since the outbreak began, and these creatures continued their rampage, slaughtering humanity. The entire island was engulfed in panic, with reports flooding in. Although these mutated animals did not yet pose a significant threat to humans, their impact was increasingly dire, even affecting international relations. Chapter 13. Signs of the Apocalypse. Directly hitting nuclear wastewater at that moment. Within a military command center, a man clad in military attire, adorned with 2 stars on his chest and donning black-rimmed sunglasses, was intently gazing at a screen, a look of concern etched upon his face. "General, based on the information we currently possess, we preliminarily determine that these mutated animals carry a highly infectious virus. If we allow them to continue rampaging, the entirety of Blue Star may well descend into hell." Li Wenyuan nodded, his expression gravely serious. "Immediately assemble all special forces. We must eliminate the mutated animals." "Yes." The adjutant beside him saluted and swiftly departed. Just then, a soldier rushed up to Li Wenyuan, respectfully reporting, "Report, sir. Satellite surveillance has detected a peculiar area. There appears to be some unusual activity." "Oh, what kind of activity?" Li Wenyuan sharply raised his head, his gaze piercing as he inquired. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Li Wenyuan's pupils constricted, and he commanded, "Immediately order the Army, Navy, and Air Force to seal off this maritime area and deploy nuclear submarines to patrol it." Yes. The scene is dominated by an endless expanse of ocean, its waters surging with waves, while above, a massive vessel glides slowly across the surface, releasing streams of liquid from its stern. "What is that?" "Report, General. It is a ship from an island nation, seemingly conducting some sort of experiment," a soldier explained. Continuing, "The source of this mutation should be aboard that ship." Li Wenyuan nodded in agreement and promptly stated, "Deploy the aircraft carrier and destroyers immediately. Should we encounter any mutated marine life, we must eliminate it without delay. We cannot allow this mutation to spread." "Understood," the soldier nodded, but as he turned to leave, Li Wenyuan called out to him once more. "What further instructions do you have, General?" the soldier queried, puzzled. "Yes, I shall take my leave," the soldier responded respectfully before exiting. A day later, personnel from the laboratory rushed into Li Wenyuan's office, slapping a testing report onto the desk as they entered. "General, we have analyzed the liquid discharged by that ship. It is nuclear wastewater," exclaimed a nearby aide, his face a mask of disbelief that he was acutely aware of the dangers posed by nuclear waste. If released on a large scale, it could spell disaster for the entire blue planet. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeply, and he inhaled sharply, declaring, "Make the results of this wastewater analysis public." "Yes, General. What shall we do next?" the aide inquired. "Immediately organize a research team, to study the current biological mutations. If we could devise a countermeasure, it could represent a historic opportunity for the entire blue planet, Li Wenyuan said, narrowing his eyes. Very well, I will arrange it at once. The aide said, picking up the phone. Assemble the experts immediately at the military district hospital. As the call ended, Li Wenyuan sat in his chair, murmuring to himself, I hope this is merely a coincidence. But if these mutated marine creatures are indeed a result of nuclear wastewater, what fate awaits humanity? Wang Ge, our gas station has been completed. As per your request, a pipeline has been established, allowing direct access to our base. Wang Lin smiled, waved his hand, and began to exit. Just moments ago, he had seen reports online regarding the island nation's discharge of nuclear wastewater, indicating that the apocalypse was imminent. There was no need for further delay. He could now set off to find Xia Xiaoming. Xia Xiaoming had been his goddess during high school. They were childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. After graduation, they smoothly transitioned into a romantic relationship. However, at that time, Wang Lin's family circumstances were dire. He had lost both parents and was burdened with substantial debt, forcing him into a constant struggle for survival, ultimately leading to his separation from Xia Xiaoming. After their parting, they each pursued their careers, living in different cities and gradually drifting apart. Now, with the apocalypse approaching, he had to bring her to safety before the outbreak of zombies. Only then could he ensure her survival. Lost in thought about Xia Xiaoming, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh, feeling a pang of guilt. Back then, in his efforts to save money, they often went without even a proper meal, failing to buy a home or a car, and were forced to live in rented accommodations that time. He didn't even own a decent outfit, let alone experience happiness that he had dreamt of marrying Xia Xiaoming, believing that with his capabilities, he could achieve as much as any wealthy heir. Unfortunately, reality had dealt him a harsh blow that he truly loved Xia Xiaoming, but now, whether she would be willing to leave with him remained uncertain. He needed to bring her to his side as swiftly as possible. About an hour later, his vehicle came to a halt outside Xia Xiaoming's residence. Wang Lin parked and looked up at the building where she lived, his gaze flickering slightly. Xia Xiaoming's hometown was not in this area. She was renting this apartment, as she usually resided in her work dormitory. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin opened a car door and walked directly towards the building. The unit where Xia Xiaoming lived was a modest 3-story apartment, and he quickly located her home, raising his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice called from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a somewhat haggard face. Did I TS you? Xia Xiaoming looked at Wang Lin in surprise, then lowered her head, having expected their reunion to be joyous, but instead, it felt so disheveled after all these years. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Xiaoming, it's been a long time. Xia Xiaoming nodded indifferently, replying, It has been a long time. After a pause, she continued, What brings you here? Wang Lin scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. Xiaoming, I know I was at fault back then, but now, with the apocalypse looming, I need to take you away from here to my safe base. Xiaoming, who is here? Just as Xia Xiaoming hesitated, a man stepped out from within. He appeared to be around 30, dressed in a gray shirt and jeans, with a crew cut. While he looked somewhat refined, there was an undeniable air of dishevelment about him. Upon seeing Wang Lin and Xia Xiaoming, he looked puzzled. Do you two know each other? Chapter 14. Once a pure lotus, now in distress. Wang Lin turned to him, smiling, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Xiaoming's friend. My name is Wang Lin. Oh, so you're Xiaoming's friend. Huh. Please come in. The man chuckled, stepping aside to gesture for Wang Lin to enter. Thank you. Wang Lin replied politely, stepping inside. The interior was extremely simple. Apart from a sofa and coffee table, there was not even a television, and the cramped space felt stifling. Well, would you like something to drink? Just plain water will do, Wang Lin said with an awkward smile. The once radiant goddess had ended up living in such circumstances. She must have endured considerable hardship. Soon, Xia Xiaoming returned with a glass of water, handing it to Wang Lin, both appearing somewhat shy. I heard you started a company. I always knew you would achieve great things that by the way, what brings you here today? Wang Lin furrowed his brow, realizing he had to speak plainly. Well, whether you believe it or not, I must tell you the truth. The apocalypse is about to arrive and soon zombies will be everywhere. You both need to come with me now. Ha, are you joking? Xia Xiaoming's current boyfriend Li Jianjun couldn't help but laugh derisively. Jianjun, don't laugh. Xia Xiaoming shot him a glare. Wang Lin forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. I'm not joking. The apocalypse is truly imminent, that if you don't believe me, just take a look at this. With that, he pulled out his phone and displayed the news he had seen earlier. Li Jianjun glanced at it, curling his lip in a sneer. You're just trying to impress her. I see your true intentions are to woo Xiaoming. What are you saying? Wang Lin is only trying to help. Xia Xiaoming retorted angrily. He is more of a scoundrel than anything, Li Jianjun scoffed. Completely oblivious to Wang Lin's growing anger, Wang Lin, suppressing his frustration, said, I'll give you $1 million. Let me take Xiaoming with me. How about that? At this, Xia Xiaoming's expression darkened instantly. Wang Lin. What are you saying? Xiaoming. Wang Lin opened his mouth but could not find the words. The only solution he could think of was this. Since Li Jianjun's life seemed miserable, why not let him part with his girlfriend? Go to hell. Thinking money makes you important? Li Jianjun erupted in anger. Wang Lin inhaled deeply, containing his rage, and said, Xiaoming, it's pointless to discuss this further. I must take you away. Get lost. Just get out of here. Li Jianjun suddenly roared in a fit of rage. His outburst startled Xia Xiaoming. Wang Lin glared at him coldly. I warn you, do not push me. Li Jianjun laughed scornfully. Oh, threatening me? Who do you think you are? He pointed at Wang Lin. Don't think that just because you have some money, you can do as you please. Xiaoming is mine in life and in death. You think you can take her? No way. Slap. Wang Lin could no longer contain himself, delivering a resounding slap to Li Jianjun's face. How dare you insult me? Dare to say that again? I'll tear you apart. Li Jianjun rubbed his swollen cheek. Cursing. I'll fight you to the end. Stop it. Xia Xiaoming yelled, intervening to halt the confrontation. She turned to Wang Lin, tears streaming down her face. Wang Lin, what do you take me for? Just an object to be bought and sold? I want to go with you. Wang Lin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he stared at Xia Xiaoming. You are truly stubborn. Get out. I never want to see you again. Xia Xiaoming screamed in despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. Did I end that moment? She seemed to lose her sanity, transformed into a different person entirely. Very well. If you are so resolute, I shall respect your choice. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his tone chillingly cold as he stated, You have my phone number. Feel free to call me if necessary. The apocalypse is imminent. Do not blame me for not warning you. With that, he turned and left inside the room. Li Jianjun violently overturned the dining table and kicked Xia Xiaoming. Speak. Are you having an affair with him? Get out. Xia Xiaoming furiously wiped away her tears, stood up and ran to the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Li Jianjun glared menacingly in the direction of Xia Xiaoming's bedroom, cursing venomously, wretched woman. He locked her in the bedroom with a key. The once pure White Lotus had indeed lowered herself to marry such a pathetic man. All that remained was a sense of lamentation. Returning to Chonglin, the night had grown deep. Wang Lin retrieved some cold, fresh beef from the refrigerator, devouring it greedily, as though he sought to vent all the pent-up frustration of recent days upon the meat. For some inexplicable reason, every time he saw Xia Xiaoming, it reminded him of his former innocent self, a feeling both strange and unsettling. After a ravenous meal, Wang Lin's personal space expanded considerably, and he sensed a notable increase in his physical strength, with his vision and senses becoming sharper. Observing the vastness of his space, he realized it was time to fill it with other essentials. Currently, food items occupied the warehouse, yet he lacked sufficient daily necessities. With this thought in mind, Wang Lin tidied up and headed to the largest nearby supermarket. It was nearing 10 in the evening. Few customers lingered in the supermarket. Wang Lin approached a row of shelves and began to collect items, transferring everything into his space. After a short while, the entire shelf stood empty. The sales assistant, astonished, gaped, Sir, you don't just stand there. Restock quickly, Wang Lin replied before moving on to the next supermarket. After visiting 3 or 4 supermarkets, Wang Lin's space was filled with a variety of daily necessities. Did I ask this enough? He murmured to himself, and with a thought, he sent all the supplies to the warehouse. The other rooms were now brimming with ingredients, vegetables, fruits, and the like. Having completed all this, Wang Lin planned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he overheard a conversation between 2 women outside. Madam Chen, why did you call me out at this late hour to buy these things? Oh, Mrs. Wang, you have no idea. Something big is about to happen. If we don't buy now, we'll have nothing to eat later. Upon hearing the phrase something big, Wang Lin paused, intrigued, and listened closely. What big thing? Have you heard of zombies? Zombies? No, I haven't, sigh. Explaining this to someone like you is pointless. You probably wouldn't understand, so what will we do if zombies really come? Who told you to be so foolish? At this point, Madam Chen spoke mysteriously. Actually, this has been in preparation for a long time. My husband has a private jet ready to fly us to a secure base. Wang Lin inwardly cursed. Indeed, the wealthy had their means. Not only did they own luxurious villas, but they also had private planes. All right, since Madam Chen has said so, I'll certainly assist, Mrs. Wang cheerfully agreed. The two exchanged a knowing smile before hurrying to part ways. Wang Lin stood rooted for a moment, then slowly made his way home. Once back, he sat on the sofa, pondering for a while before deciding to gather everyone the next day to announce the impending apocalypse. The next morning, Wang Lin assembled Zhou Zheng, Yi Fan, Dr. Liu, and others at the safe base. The group was bewildered by Wang Lin's actions, particularly his recent behavior, which included extensive purchases of supplies and the construction of shelters, even multiple gas stations. Those unaware might mistakenly think he aspired to reign supreme. Once most had arrived, Wang Lin rapped on the table and addressed the assembly. Everyone, I have called you here today to disclose something vital. You may have heard whispers of it recently. Our blue star is about to face a cataclysmic disaster. A zombie virus is on the horizon. What, a zombie virus? The four words left the group speechless. They understood very well that if this news were true, it would incite widespread panic and societal collapse, directly threatening their survival. Observing their shocked expressions, Wang Lin reiterated, I can assure you, this news is 90% credible. However, I urge you to remain calm. This is merely the initial outbreak of the zombie virus, not the end times that as long as we prepare adequately. We will not be infected, nor will we perish immediately. The group felt a tightening in their chests. Even if death was not imminent, the news was far from reassuring that no one could guarantee they would never become a zombie. Nonetheless, given Wang Lin's assertion, they had no choice but to believe him, that he continued, You are all my trusted comrades, chosen for your capabilities, that I have gathered you here to impart my final advice. Henceforth, you must discreetly bring your relatives here. Additionally, the construction of the base must accelerate, and each of you should prepare yourselves. The apocalypse may arrive at any moment. Mr. Wang, what are your plans? You must have a clearer understanding of the situation than we do. Dr. Liu suddenly inquired, prompting the others to lean in attentively. Wang Lin inhaled deeply. Currently, I cannot ascertain the exact timing, as I have noticed that events are advancing much more rapidly than I anticipated. In any case, follow my instructions and I will manage the arrangements. The group remained silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. Soon, they dispersed, leaving Wang Lin alone with Yi Fan and Zhou Zheng. All right, I'm on it. Yi Fan promptly agreed and departed. Wang Lin then turned his gaze to Zhou Zheng. Old Zhou, there's one more crucial matter. I hope you can assist me. Zhou Zheng paused, then chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Brother Wang, we've known each other for so long. When did you become so insincere? Just say what you need. Haha. Wang Lin smiled slightly. Old Zhou, you are a smart man, that I appreciate dealing with honest friends like you. To be straightforward, I need you to accompany me to our city's granary. We must use this last bit of time to procure some food supplies. Procure food? Brother Wang, are you out of your mind? Do you really think we can sneak those supplies past the soldiers? And with so many military vehicles around, even if we were lucky enough to escape, we'd likely be caught within half an hour. Zhou Zheng's eyes widened as he regarded Wang Lin as if he were a fool. To be frank, I may lack other skills, but I excel at persuading people, that I'm counting on that talent to enlist your help. Trust me, I have a plan. You sigh. What you're proposing is not only dangerous but exceedingly risky. One misstep could cost us our lives. That I advise you to abandon this idea. Zhou Zheng frowned. Wang Lin shrugged. I understand, but I have no choice. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. If we don't urgently increase our food reserves, we may struggle to survive. But Zhou Zheng remained concerned and was about to argue further. Enough! This is an order. Execute it. Wang Lin's stern demeanor left no room for refusal. Alas. Zhou Zheng sighed in resignation before turning to leave. Soon, two jeeps slowly made their way toward the city, sitting in the back seat. Wang Lin's thoughts drifted that as the apocalypse approached, The wealthy would first think of self-preservation, while ordinary people would desperately seek to evade disaster. Though the end was not yet upon them, it had become an undeniable reality. And it wouldn't be long before it erupted. This world would descend into chaos, transforming into a true hell on earth. Would Wang Lin have the opportunity to save more deserving individuals? Closing his eyes, he recalled the humiliating moments of his past life when he was treated like a dog. This time, he would never allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. His target was the granary, which housed hundreds of tons of grain that if he could seize it, he believed he could endure for a long time, no longer living in constant fear and anxiety as before. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt particularly oppressive. As they arrived at the granary, located several dozen miles from the city, Wang Lin stepped out of the jeep, gazing at the facility with excitement glimmering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he strode toward the granary. Halt! Who are you? A group of armed police blocked his path, their faces wary. Wang Lin produced a fake identification card, waving it slightly, from the International Food Security Center. Here to negotiate with you. Hasten to report. As Wang Lin's words echoed, the surrounding armed police momentarily froze. The International Food Security Assurance Center. They were certainly familiar with this organization, which stands as one of the largest global entities dedicated to food security. Wielding supreme authority, IT is said that the leaders within are all of the caliber of chairpersons from major international corporations, collectively controlling the lifeblood of global food supplies. Now, the fact that the International Food Security Assurance Center had dispatched someone to their remote locale, and a young individual at that, was utterly inconceivable. Another armed police officer, holding a walkie-talkie, quietly inquired about the situation from his comrades. All right, you may enter. Shortly thereafter, the officer approached Wang Lin and Zhou Zheng, stating, "Thank you." With an air of confidence, Wang Lin and Zhou Zheng strolled into the granary. Zhou Zheng was left dumbfounded. How could such a tightly regulated granary be so easily accessed? Was Wang Lin truly extraordinary? What was this International Food Security Assurance Center? Did Wang Lin simply fabricate this? However, there was no time for contemplation, as the two were swiftly led to meet the granary supervisor. Hello, Supervisor Wu. I won't waste your time. Let me be succinct. The crisis of the apocalypse is imminent. Are you aware of this? Supervisor Wu had only just received notification from above and was still processing it when he heard Wang Lin articulate the same information. Comrade, you are aware of this too? Supervisor Wu was somewhat taken aback, struggling to believe it. Wang Lin nodded. Not only am I aware, but I also know that your granary is hoarding a vast quantity of grain, soon to be taken over by others that, Yes, Supervisor Wu scratched his head awkwardly. The grain you've stockpiled could sustain the entire city's populace for a month, but now they want someone else to take over. Which means your management rights are about to be revoked, correct? Wang Lin seemed to have seen through the entire situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Supervisor Wu replied, "That is indeed correct. I am on the verge of being dismissed. However, on what basis do you assert that I am being removed?" Wang Lin paused for a moment before responding, "Because I have known about this decision for quite some time. But I am not here to discuss that. Rather, I wish to offer you a way forward." Oh, Supervisor Wu furrowed his brow. "Speak. What you lack most now is not food, but money. I can assure you of a significant sum that will enable you to resign gracefully. While I plan to take some of the grain to distribute to the common people before it is handed over to others." Supervisor Wu pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "You claim you can provide me with money. Indeed, I can offer you a substantial fortune, even gold bars." Wang Lin pulled a gold bar from his pocket and presented it directly to Supervisor Wu. Smart individuals understand that in the face of an impending apocalypse, such items hold real value. Supervisor Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Holy cow, this is gold. How much is this worth?" Wang Lin chuckled. "Gold is merely a material possession. I am aware of something even more valuable." "What is it?" Supervisor Wu eagerly pressed for an answer. "That would be the health of your family." Wang Lin stated in a calm tone. "Enough of this. Supervisor Wu, stop dawdling. Take the money and hurry to ensure your family's safety." With that, he handed over a bank card that Wu hesitated briefly, then took the gold bar and the card, pointing to a key beside him. "The management rights of the granary are now yours. This key is of no further use to me, so consider it a gesture of gratitude." Wang Lin smiled slightly as he accepted the key. Very well, you may leave. Supervisor Wu looked at Wang Lin and wished him luck. Just a few minutes after he departed, Wang Lin's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a message from Yifan. All equipment is ready. Wang Lin grinned widely, glancing at Zhou Zheng. Call the brothers over. We must transport the grain before dawn. Zhou Zheng nodded and promptly dialed a number. Before long, a fleet of military green trucks rolled into the granary courtyard. These had been prepared in advance, appearing to be official vehicles. The armed police merely conducted a cursory check of the documents before allowing them to proceed. Wang Lin immediately utilized the granary's internal communication system to issue commands, instructing everyone to assist with the transportation of the vehicles. After a restful sleep until dawn, Wang Lin opened his phone to find a deluge of missed calls and messages. A quick glance at a news website revealed headlines about an outbreak of an unknown virus in a certain area of Huagua. Anyone infected would transform into a zombie within minutes. The situation was dire, not only confined to Huagua, but manifesting globally. The most terrifying aspect was the virus's continued spread. This news left all who read it in a state of shock, with fear and dread taking hold that if one were to be bitten by these monsters. As he continued reading, Wang Lin noted that chaos had already erupted in Changlin City, where people were rushing towards supermarkets, pharmacies, and markets, frantically stockpiling supplies for survival, while loading anything they could carry onto vehicles in preparation for evacuation. Wang Lin couldn't believe that after just a single night's sleep, such a drastic change had occurred. The developments were far too rapid. Soon, the government of Huagua issued a public notice urging citizens to remain calm, assuring them that everything was under control. Hospitals had begun organizing medical personnel to isolate and treat patients, announcing that Huagua's scientists had successfully developed a special antibody. As long as patients received the antibody, they would be safe. Furthermore, the government published a list of the required materials and quantities for the antibody. Wang Lin chuckled helplessly, realizing they were resorting to such tactics, that he was well aware that the so-called antibody was nothing but a fabrication. However, this was merely a strategy to placate the populace and prevent those who had lost their sanity from committing self-destructive acts. As for the list and the quantities of the medicines, Wang Lin had no faith whatsoever. Yet he found it pointless to concern himself with such matters. After all, Huagua had a specialized military force. And even if the ordinary citizens were to riot, they wouldn't pose a significant threat. After a brief wash and breakfast, Wang Lin made his way to the safe base. Chapter 17. The Coming Apocalypse and the Initial Encounter with Zombies Simultaneously. The zombie virus began to erupt in various regions of Blue Star. Particularly in the island nation, which had been among the first to discharge nuclear waste, it was the first to suffer the brunt of the virus's assault. In a matter of hours, what was once a vibrant and lively country had transformed into a hell on earth. In just half a day, over 20 million individuals had been infected. Moreover, this figure did not account for those who had perished due to nuclear contamination. The entire nation was engulfed in panic and mourning. The island nation's government convened high-ranking officials to discuss countermeasures. Yet at this juncture, they were at a loss regarding how to proceed, as they could not find a solution to the nuclear hazard and could only hope this crisis would pass swiftly. In the Prime Minister's office, a group of senior leaders gathered in the conference room. Esteemed colleagues, what should we do about this incident? The Prime Minister inquired. Your Excellency, given the current circumstances, the only way to completely avoid nuclear hazards is to cease operations at nuclear power plants or contain the leakage. However, halting the use of nuclear power would inflict severe damage on our economy and affect our standing with Western nations. The Prime Minister's secretary offered his opinion. I believe the secretary's suggestion is sound. Even if we halt discharges now, we cannot completely eliminate nuclear leakage. Thus, I propose seeking assistance from other countries. Another senior executive suggested, such as Huagua, Megua, Eagle Sauce, and others. After contemplating for a moment, the Prime Minister nodded. Well then, it seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Immediately issue a message to the world requesting assistance. Once the meeting concluded, the Prime Minister found himself alone. He quickly retrieved a backup phone and called his family. Quickly. Organize everyone to evacuate to the safe base. At a certain base in Huagua, General Li Wenyuan issued the latest orders. Swiftly assemble a proficient team to head to the outbreak zone of the zombie virus. Enforce strict control there, and seal off all communications to ensure no information could escape. Subsequently, another team would be dispatched to the island nation to negotiate, commanding them to cease discharging nuclear wastewater, and surrender their nuclear weapons. Failure to comply would be viewed as a hostile act, prompting a declaration of war and direct destruction of the opposing side. Meanwhile, when Wang Lin gathered everyone at the safe base, he noticed many had not brought their families along. "Boss Wang, my father said the zombie virus hasn't reached Changlin City, so there's no need to panic," one subordinate murmured. As soon as these words were spoken, others echoed in agreement, observing the expressions on their faces. Wang Lin realized these individuals would not be swayed until faced with the grim reality. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm his rising anger. "Very well, if that is the case. Then when the zombie virus truly arrives in Changlin City, you can make your plans then." He recognized that nothing he said now would make a difference. Only when the outbreak occurred would these individuals grasp the danger they were in. Seeing Wang Lin relent, the group visibly relaxed. Subsequently, under Yi Fan's orders, everyone began to prepare and set up the defense perimeter at the safe base. Although they had prepared for 2 days, the weight of pressure still bore down upon them. After all, no one could be certain whether the zombie virus would manifest in Changlin ahead of schedule. Moreover, their security measures were not perfected to the utmost degree. After a night filled with frantic activity, they finally completed their preparations in the afternoon. 2 young ladies seized the opportunity when the base gates were left open and stealthily slipped out to procure personal supplies. Given the base's remote location, they ventured further than anticipated. As they approached the convenience store, one of them, Lin Jia, suddenly halted. "Li Min, why aren't you moving?" Lin Jia furrowed her brow, pointing at a peculiar figure ahead. "Look at that person." "Something seems off," Li Min replied, following Lin Jia's gaze. Indeed, the man appeared to be choking on something, his body trembling slightly, and he muttered incoherently. Strangely, although his arms could stretch, he was unable to remove whatever was lodged in his throat. In the next instant, he abruptly turned around, his eyes clouded and blackened blood dripped from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. "Lin Jia, run!" Li Min screamed in terror, her voice rising above the chaos. The moment she cried out, passers-by turned to look at them, their attention drawn. Simultaneously, the man surged forward at an alarming speed, lunging towards them. "Help!" Li Min shrieked, turning to flee. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, a sharp pain erupted in her back. She reached back, only to discover that a monstrous claw had torn through her flesh. "Li Min, run!" Lin Jia shouted, charging toward her. "Don't worry about me. Escape." He has turned into a zombie. "He will kill us." Li Min's voice was frantic, her eyes wide with terror. Seeing Li Min's reaction, Lin Jia sighed inwardly, realizing she had no choice but to abandon her friend and flee. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and Yi Fan were inspecting the base. Wang Lin frowned upon hearing the commotion. He detested such undisciplined individuals who could create trouble for everyone. "Have we sent someone to find them?" Yi Fan inquired urgently. The female supervisor quickly responded. "Yes, but they have been gone too long. I'm afraid. Damn it." Wang Lin cursed vehemently, then declared, "Tell everyone to stay alert. Yi Fan. Let us go look for them." "Understood." After issuing his orders, Yi Fan followed Wang Lin as they drove to the designated location, only to discover a scene of utter carnage, limbs scattered everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Even Yi Fan, who had served in the military, felt nausea wash over him. "Wang Go, what do we do?" Yi Fan stammered, fear creeping into his voice as he surveyed the grotesque surroundings. After a brief scan, Wang Lin deliberated. "Let us head over there." As they moved along, cars lay strewn about, and they occasionally encountered people frantically fleeing. However, these individuals were so disoriented they didn't even glance in their direction, as if they had encountered phantoms. After crossing the street, they found a shop and quickly entered to investigate. Unfortunately, aside from empty shelves, there was nothing of value inside. That moment, Yi Fan suddenly tugged at Wang Lin, his eyes wide with alarm. Chapter 18. Without rules, there can be no order. Wang Lin paused, slowly moving to the adjacent wall. Suddenly, with a crack, the wall on their right side split open, revealing several horrifying figures emerging from within. "Damn it, zombies!" Wang Lin cursed, swiftly drawing his knife to confront them. Yi Fan took cover beside him. Remaining vigilant, in no time, Wang Lin dispatched the zombies. Yet as they stepped outside the shop, they spotted a group of zombies wandering not far ahead. These undead exuded a foul stench, and upon noticing the humans, they erupted into excited shrieks, brandishing their claws that Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Bro, are we going to get eaten today? He had never encountered a scene like this in his life. That no, we must exterminate them today. Wang Lin stated firmly, sure thing, just make sure to cover me. As he spoke, Wang Lin raised his pistol, taking aim at one of the zombies and pulling the trigger. Bang! The zombie's head exploded, its body convulsing as it collapsed to the ground. Let us go! Wang Lin beckoned, and they charged forward. Though Yi Fan usually had a bold disposition, he felt his legs weaken at that moment. Yet recalling Wang Lin's previous words, he steeled himself and rushed forward to assist in taking down another zombie. Phew! Yi Fan exhaled deeply, relieved. That was close, say. Does that count as me taking down a zombie solo? Enough chatter. Let us find our people. Wang Lin urged with a frown. The two continued their search. Finally, after covering nearly 100 meters, Yi Fan exclaimed with glee, Wang Go, that's one of ours. Following his pointing finger, Wang Lin focused his gaze and saw Lin Jia cradling Li Min, both of them covered in blood. The Yi Fan made to rush forward. But Wang Lin abruptly halted him. Don't move. Something is off with them. Wang Lin's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the two. What is wrong? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Look closely, Wang Lin advised upon closer inspection. Yi Fan's expression shifted. Wang Ge, they seem to be infected. Wang Lin nodded affirmatively, raising his knife and cautiously approaching the two women. Wang Ge, are you sure you want to stab them? Yi Fan gulped, whispering, isn't this against protocol? How will we explain this to their parents later? Wang Lin scoffed, explain, this is the apocalypse. Who the hell cares about that? They're already infected. If we don't act swiftly, they'll turn into zombies. But Yi Fan still hesitated. Rest assured, this won't come back to haunt you, Wang Lin assured him, then swiftly stepped closer to the two women, who were already unconscious, gazing at their pallid faces and bloodied nostrils. Wang Lin felt a pang of sorrow. Such youthful lives, yet they failed to heed warnings. Sighing quietly, he raised the knife and plunged it into one woman's neck, ending her life. As he prepared to strike the other, he noticed she had merely fainted from fear, untouched by injury. Wang Lin quickly called for Yi Fan to assist in rescuing her. Yi Fan lifted Lin Jia into his arms. Lin Jia was taken to Dr. Lu for treatment, while Wang Lin, in front of everyone, conveyed the devastating news of Li Min's death. The hall erupted in chaos, shock rippling through the crowd, and no one had anticipated Li Min's demise. Li Min was such a good girl. It's hard to believe she succumbed to the virus, murmured one. Indeed, it's truly regrettable. Such a promising life cut short. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Wang Lin stood silently aside. At that moment, a commotion arose as Li Min's brother, Li Dong, burst into the room. Initially harboring a glimmer of hope, upon hearing the news of his sister's death, tears streamed down his face as he collapsed to the floor, crying out, Sister, how could you leave me behind? Wailing in despair, Li Dong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with fury. He sprang to his feet, seizing a cup from the table and hurled it at Yi Fan. The glass shattered upon impact. Yi Fan, you're the one who killed my sister. Have you lost your mind? Yi Fan roared, retaliating with a slap. Damn it, I'll take you on, Li Dong shouted, charging forward. Yi Fan, unafraid, grabbed him by the collar, ready to retaliate. Enough! At that moment, Wang Lin intervened, halting both Yi Fan and Li Dong. Fighting won't resolve anything. That we must establish order. I am the leader of this base now, and my word is law. At this declaration, everyone fell silent. Eyes fixed on Wang Lin, he scanned the crowd and announced, I am appointing some personnel to Yi Fan as one of the earliest organizers of this base. We'll take charge of security and will have the authority to manage daily affairs. Zhou Zheng, as the earliest material administrator, will continue overseeing supplies. That Dr. Lu will be the head of medical affairs, responsible for coordinating healthcare personnel. From today onward, all base personnel must adhere to these regulations. Anyone who disobeys will be cast out. I trust you all understand the dangers outside. Wang Lin glared at Li Dong, asking pointedly, do you comply with the rules? Li Dong wiped his tears, glaring defiantly at Wang Lin. Piss off. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, once I find a way, I'll personally take you down. Quite the bold one to toss him out. Wang Lin chuckled coldly. Yes. Yi Fan responded immediately, calling over 2 soldiers to escort Li Dong outside. Wang Lin then surveyed the crowd, stating, Remember my words. Those who defy orders will be fed to the zombies. Understood. Many in attendance nodded in agreement, recognizing the peril of disobedience. All right, disperse. Wang Lin waved his hand and led Zhou Zheng out of the room. Zhou Zheng, the apocalypse has already begun. The accumulation of supplies is of utmost importance. You must fill the warehouse as soon as possible. Do not waste any more time. Wang Lin admonished sternly. Understood. I will make it happen. Rest assured. Zhou Zheng replied earnestly with a nod. Chapter 19. You are allowed to feel discontent after being thrown out of the base by the soldiers. Li Dong stood helplessly, gazing around in confusion. This moment. All that occupied Li Dong's mind was the image of his sister Li Min as she walked away. Sister, I will avenge you, he cried out. Yi Fan, Wang Lin, I, Li Dong, swear that one day you will pay a bloody price. With a furious roar towards the heavens, Li Dong turned and fled, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, the murder of Li Min and the expulsion of Li Dong sparked an uproar within the base. Many were discussing how to survive in the base moving forward. Damn it, that Wang Lin is such a scoundrel. Some newly arrived members could not help but curse. Indeed, he is excessively domineering, completely devoid of compassion. He even dares to drive away his own subordinate. Sigh, this society has become far too brutal, the crowd murmured, and an elder nearby, enraged, slammed his chopsticks down. Do any of you possess a shred of conscience? Without Wang, would you even be alive right now? The crowd glared at the elder with fury. Humph. Though I am but an ordinary man, I understand the value of gratitude. What do you have to be proud of? The elder scoffed disdainfully. The crowd seethed with indignation, yet found themselves at a loss for words. As the elder had stated, without Wang Lin, they would not have survived to this day. Yet, dissent lingered among some. Wang Lin is indeed ruthless. Not only does he casually expel people from the base, but he also expects us to toil for him. Damn it, I refuse to work any longer. I shall venture out to survive. Soon, a group of over 10 individuals gathered in the hall to discuss their plight. That moment, Yi Fan also entered the hall. Let us go outside then. Who is afraid? Exactly, I'm leaving right now. With that declaration, the group turned and walked towards the exit. Outside the door, the leader scoffed. I knew it was merely a scare tactic. It's not even dangerous out here. Where are the zombies? That bastard only knows how to intimidate. Right, let us form our own survivor team. The group was filled with confidence. Hey bro, it seems a few people are standing up ahead. Suddenly, one of them pointed ahead, exclaiming in astonishment. The group looked over and noticed several dark figures that appeared to be individuals. Let us go take a look. The men picked up stones and approached, but before they could cover much ground, one of the figures emitted a strange sound. Roar! Immediately, the figures lurched towards them, staggering as they advanced. Wait! Something is off. Those aren't humans, are they? The crowd gasped in horror. The creatures before them were disheveled, their expressions vacant, covered in dirt and blood, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Oh my God, zombies! Help! Bang! A quick-thinking young man kicked one of the zombies, attempting to send it flying. Unfortunately, the zombie seized his right foot and yanked down with force. Crack! With a sound akin to shattering bones, the young man's foot was gruesomely broken, blood gushing forth. My foot! He wailed, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, several others frantically dodged, yet were still overpowered by the zombies, who swiftly sank their teeth into them. Hiss! The remaining onlookers drew in sharp breaths, dumbfounded. Help! The crowd screamed in panic, struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. Run! Quickly! Someone shrieked. However, just as the crowd prepared to scatter in all directions, distant low growls echoed, and dozens of zombies charged towards them. We're doomed. We're finished. I don't want to die. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the crowd broke down in tears. Ultimately, under the onslaught of the zombies, many were torn apart, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare, filled with wails and rivers of blood. All of this was witnessed by Yi Fan through his binoculars, a cold smile gracing his lips. These people are not worthy of pity. That night, he summoned his men to reinforce their defenses. As for those who wished to leave, none dared to voice their desires again. The following morning, Wang Lin was awakened by Yi Fan's knocking at the door. Brother Wang, a group of refugees has arrived outside the base. Should we take them in? Wang Lin slowly rose, yawning. Such occurrences would become frequent for the survivor base, but any newcomers would require thorough examination and vetting. Let us go see. At the entrance of the base, a crowd of refugees had gathered. Wang Lin scanned the group closely, noting their disheveled appearances. Among them were numerous children clutched in their parents' arms, their faces pale and trembling. "Boss, please let us in." At that moment, a pleading voice broke through the crowd. Wang Lin turned to see a man in his 30s standing before him, his eyes filled with hope. Wang Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" The man quickly explained, "Please, you must save my wife." With that, he fell to his knees, prostrating himself. The surrounding crowd cast strange glances at the man, but no one stepped forward to intervene or advise against it. "Rise, and first tell me the specifics," Wang Lin said in a detached tone. The man hurriedly stood up, wiping the blood from his forehead, and respectfully stated, "My name is Zhao Haiba, a local, it's just my wife and me, along with my 70-year-old mother. Since the apocalypse struck so suddenly, my mother succumbed to illness, and my wife is now in a coma. Please, I beg you to save her." Zhao Haiba's voice was filled with desperation and hope. "Understood," Wang Lin nodded, then asked, "Has she been infected?" Zhao Haiba hesitated before responding, "I don't know." Yi Fan approached with a pistol in hand, whispering, "Brother Wang, it's likely his wife is infected. Should we?" Yi Fan made a gesture as if to eliminate her. Wang Lin waved his hand slightly, indicating it was unnecessary. While they had mastered the art of killing zombies, they could not pass judgment on human lives indiscriminately or engage in wanton slaughter. "All right, we will take care of this matter." Wang Lin gestured for Zhao Haiba not to worry. Zhao Haiba was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Subsequently, Yi Fan and the others led the refugees towards the hospital. The hospital, now a vast establishment, occupied an entire area nearby. Furthermore, with Wang Lin's acquisition of 2 pharmaceutical companies, medical resources were abundant. This facility not only housed a clinic, but also featured a dedicated laboratory for future research on various viral vaccines. Wang Lin intended to recruit dedicated scientists to unravel the mysteries behind the apocalypse. Chapter 20. In this era, singing and dancing are futile. After Dr. Lu's examination, it was confirmed that the new arrivals were not infected by the virus. Yi Fan estimated there were over 30 individuals, predominantly women, and he couldn't help but shake his head. In this apocalypse, women were the most vulnerable, often subjected to harm and exploitation. If these women were left in the city or town, they would either become fodder for zombies or be treated as playthings by men. Thus, Lu Haiba bringing them along was not entirely a bad thing. At least it ensured the survival of more individuals. "Mr. Dai, could you get us something to eat?" At that moment, several girls in the front row gazed at Yi Fan. "We're absolutely starving." Having lived in luxury, they were unaccustomed to hardship. Even in these dire circumstances, they still perceived themselves as princesses, requiring others to cater to their needs. "Yes, my stomach is growling." Another chimed in, "If we don't eat soon, we'll starve to death. We came to seek your help in desperation. Please get us something to eat." "Young man, please help us." Upon hearing the captain's reprimand, the girls quickly fell silent. They then cast furtive glances at Yi Fan, their eyes filled with unspoken hope, yearning for his acquiescence. Dr. Lu chuckled lightly, advising Yi Fan, "Mr. Yi, if we keep these people, we'll need a substantial amount of food. Don't worry. I want to allow them to eat without contributing." Yi Fan replied, "Brother Wang has long instructed that survivors may be taken in, but they must work." Yi Fan then addressed the newcomers. "All right, tell us what skills you possess. Once you enter the base, we will assign appropriate tasks. Those who cannot contribute will be left outside, so make sure to showcase your abilities." Yi Fan's gaze fell upon 3 slightly older women. "You 3, please introduce yourselves." Yi Fan recognized that age did not imply ineptitude. In fact, older individuals tended to be more pragmatic. My name is Li Tsuewa. I excel in sewing, bonsai trimming, and I am quite proficient in household chores. I am Wang Xiaofeng, skilled in cooking various dishes and kneading dough. The 3 individuals introduced themselves one by one. Yi Fan nodded, signaling them to stand behind him. "Good. I appreciate survivors like you. At least you possess certain skills. You 3 shall head to the kitchen to assist." The trio was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." Yi Fan waved to the squad leader in charge of the kitchen, indicating for her to lead them away. The squad leader also wore a pleased smile, as there was indeed a shortage of personnel in the kitchen. Subsequently, Yi Fan turned his attention to several other well-dressed girls. What about you? I am Lin Xiaoyan, proficient in playing the piano and drawing. I can also write copy and have commendable calligraphy skills. Another girl with an oval face proudly added, while a round-faced girl timidly spoke up. I can't do anything. My name is Su Feifei. I can warm the bed. I know how to care for others, and I can cook instant noodles and do laundry. The girls took turns eagerly reporting their skills. Yi Fan frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied. However, he lacked the time for extensive training, so he could only exclaim, "You all will go to the kitchen as well. Start by washing dishes. Singing and dancing will not be of use here." "Ah, sir, I've never washed dishes before." The girls were startled at the prospect of being assigned such labor that Yi Fan's expression turned stern as he barked, "Silence. You will do as instructed. No room for unnecessary chatter. Anyone who dares to protest will be sent to feed the zombies." The girls' faces turned pale at such a brutal threat. Wang Lin noticed Yi Fan assigning tasks to the newly arrived survivors and decided to take a closer look. To his surprise, he spotted Xiao Hui and Zhao Yong, the notorious couple, amidst the crowd. The two quickly noticed him and attempted to hide at the back. However, they dared not leave, as the outside was teeming with zombies. Just as they thought they could slip away, Wang Lin called out, halting them in their tracks. "You two stop," he shouted, pointing at them. Upon hearing their names called, Xiao Hui and Zhao Yong trembled in fear. Wang Lin approached leisurely. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Hui rushed forward, kneeling at Wang Lin's feet, clutching his legs and weeping, "Dear, spare my life. I truly do not wish to die." Zhao Yong quickly joined in, pleading, "Yes, Wang Lin, we are good brothers. I beg you to let me go to Ha." "You two are quite the actors," Wang Lin scoffed, and then raised his hand to slap Zhao Yong across the face that a sharp crack echoed as Zhao Yong stood stunned, clutching his face in shock. "Damn it. I thought you two had been devoured by zombies. Yet here you are, alive and well. What a disappointment." Wang Lin roared in anger. Hearing this, Zhao Yong's heart sank. He realized there would be no escaping today. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Wang Lin, let me be frank. I never intended to pursue Xiao Hui. It was entirely her seduction. I was left with no choice." "Bah." Xiao Hui spat back. "Zhao Yong, you despicable scoundrel. You promised my father to take care of me, yet deceived me, leaving me in debt, and now you slander me. You are a wretched ingrate." "Bah. I do not even know your family. Was it not you who willingly offered yourself, forcing me to take responsibility, leading to this predicament?" Zhao Yong countered, spewing nonsensical claims. "Zhao Yong, you base and shameless coward." Xiao Hui was nearly driven to the brink of fury, astonished that this brute would dare to reverse the accusations against her, especially when the one wronged was now standing before the formidable leader. "Enough of this nonsense. You two, to what brings you to the base?" Wang Lin waved his hand to interrupt their squabble. "My dear. Can I still be your girlfriend? Please take me in. Just kill this Zhao Yong fellow, and I will be yours. You can do with me as you please. I promise to be obedient." Xiao Hui suddenly feigned sweetness, wrapping her delicate arms around Wang Lin's leg. Zhao Yong seethed with rage, wishing he could tear this vixen apart. "Get lost." Wang Lin kicked her away in disgust, unable to tolerate such lewdness, with a look of disdain. Wang Lin declared, "Since you two wish to remain here, I shall assign you a role." Turning to Yi Fan, he commanded, "Yi Fan, have some workers weld 2 cages and confine them, placing one on either side of the entrance." "Yes." Yi Fan promptly complied. That moment, Zhao Yong and Xiao Hui realized their fate was sealed. "No, I refuse to be locked up." Zhao Yong struggled fiercely. "You wretch, it is not your place to speak here." Yi Fan advanced and kicked Zhao Yong twice. Wang Lin shook his head and turned to leave. "My dear, I beg you for a chance. I will surely mend my ways. Yes, please spare me." Zhao Yong and Xiao Hui cried out in desperation, only to be swiftly subdued by several soldiers, bound with ropes and tossed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Li Dong wandered the streets alone, constantly evading zombies. Eventually, he arrived at the dock, the territory of the Black Dragon Society. Before the apocalypse, he had heard of this organization, known for their firepower, and in these dire times, seeking refuge here seemed prudent. He extracted all his valuables and ultimately found a guide. The man weighed the watch he had just acquired and said, "Follow me." He then led Li Dong deeper into the compound. Soon, they arrived at a large courtyard where they encountered Zhang Li Dong knelt before him, pleading, "Boss, please save me. My sister was killed. Her murderer is Wang Lin, who now has a survivor base that I escaped from there. Wang Lin. Zhang Hai murmured, furrowing his brow. I see the same Wang Lin who deceived me for equipment. Yes, brother. I participated in one of his operations. He stole a batch of guns from the dock. As he spoke, Li Dong seemed to recollect something. Damn it. Zhang Hai cursed under his breath. And no wonder that name sounded familiar. It was him. Wang Lin tricked me and robbed me of my goods, only to vanish mysteriously that I never imagined he would rise to become a leader. Brother, Wang Lin is dangerous. He now controls the entire base. Zhang Hai waved his hand, silencing him. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, send a few people to investigate and assess Wang Lin's strength. His subordinate quickly nodded, understood. Meanwhile, a 5-member survivor team was scouring for supplies. As they passed a women's clothing store, they stumbled upon 2 beautiful girls hiding inside. The blonde abruptly seized the bald man's arm, exclaiming, Brother, there's something good here. The bald man halted and inquired, What? The blonde, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the store. Following his gaze, the bald man beheld the 2 stunningly attractive young women. His interest piqued. He stepped into the store, his eyes never leaving the beauties. Approaching one of the girls, he caressed her alluring cheek and said, Little sister, are you trapped here? Before he could finish, the girl replied, Not at all. The bald man frowned slightly. Oh, you have quite the boldness. Would you care to leave with your older brother? One of the girls scoffed, deriding, Don't think we are unaware of your true intentions. You wish to take advantage of us? Dream on. The other girl was even more forthright. She rose and pointed at the bald man, shouting, Get lost. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude, after being mercilessly berated by the 2 girls. The bald man felt humiliated and scowled. You ungrateful harlots. Since you refuse my kindness, do not blame me for being ruthless. Brothers, time to get to work. With that command, several men emerged from the shadows. Seeing the 2 girls' fearful expressions, the bald man burst into laughter. Oh, weren't you just so arrogant? As he gestured for his henchmen to seize the girls, 3 burly men closed in, preparing to attack. Just as they approached the wardrobe, 2 sharp slaps echoed, followed by the sound of bones cracking, culminating in the anguished cries akin to a slaughtered pig. The bald man and his crew were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. By the time they realized what had transpired, the 3 men who had surrounded the wardrobe lay on the ground, wailing in pain. The bald man stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could have taken down his formidable subordinates with such speed. The thought of an ordinary person being capable of such a feat made his head spin, that he let out a silent sigh of despair and swiftly turned to flee. That a dull thud echoed, followed by a pained cry of ouch, as the bald man collided heavily with the door of a boutique. That moment, a young girl clad in a black dress stood triumphantly, her stiletto heel pressing down upon his chest. Who are you? The bald man stammered, his voice trembling. The girl scoffed coldly. You haven't earned the right to know. Dare to bully me, and you shall surely meet your demise. At her words, the bald man shivered involuntarily and hastily pleaded. Sister, let's talk this over. Bah, I have no time for the likes of you, she retorted, delivering another forceful stomp. That I loathe scum like you the most. Today, I will ensure your end. With that, she lifted her right foot and brought it down savagely upon his groin. Wah! The bald man emitted a shrill, pig-like wail, collapsing limply onto the ground. Clutching his groin, he writhed in agony, moaning pitifully while white foam dribbled from his mouth, indicating his severe injury. At this moment, several burly men, sensing trouble, hastily turned to flee. However, before they could take a step, a hand clapped down on one of their shoulders, and their entire bodies were sent flying. With a thud, the 4 of them crashed heavily to the ground. Though they survived, they were left with half a life, surely ruined. Help! Help! One burly man barely managed to utter before losing consciousness. The remaining man, drenched in sweat and pale, suddenly felt a tremendous force from behind, propelling him into the air. Thud, after hitting the ground, he opened his mouth and spat out a copious amount of blood. The girl in the black dress revealed a sly smile. Chapter 22. A taste for fresh meat one night. Wang Lin ventured out of the survivor base alone. The meals prepared in the kitchen had been utterly unpalatable of late, and despite multiple requests for fresh beef, the diligent chef had only managed to serve it well cooked. This left Wang Lin with no appetite whatsoever. Yes, a symbiotic entity of both zombie and human. His greatest craving was for fresh meat, and the night was his prime hunting time. After wandering outside the base for quite some time, Wang Lin finally spotted his target, a mutated dog. Though not particularly large, it represented an excellent meal for him in his current state. Licking his lips, Wang Lin dashed towards the mutated canine. Sensing his approach, the creature became alert, growling lowly in warning. Seeing this, Wang Lin let out a contemptuous snort. With a swift movement, he lunged at the dog as he charged. He drew forth his dagger, its blade razor-sharp, and his running posture mirrored that of a beast. Upon sensing the impending danger, the mutated dog let out a long howl, its limbs propelling it backward in retreat. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with determination. You cannot escape. He leapt forward like a bolt from a crossbow, aiming straight for the mutated dog. Realizing its futile attempt to flee, the dog suddenly opened its gaping maw, revealing menacing fangs as it lunged at Wang Lin. Thud! The dagger plunged forcefully into the creature's chest. A whoa. It howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, its blood staining the earth. After a brief struggle, it succumbed to death. Once the mutated dog was dealt with, Wang Lin swiftly extracted its crystal core. What a sizable specimen, truly generous. Holding the crystal, a smile spread across Wang Lin's face that he initially intended to save it for later absorption, but it had been too long since he had tasted such delicacies. And the temptation was overwhelming. After a thorough search, Wang Lin amassed quite a collection of crystal cores. Without hesitation, he found a stone, sat down, and began to consume them. Time passed slowly, and eventually, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he felt the immense power coursing through the crystal cores, invigorating his spirit. This overwhelming sensation ignited a fiery passion within him. Moreover, after this rejuvenation, he had fully adapted to his new body. It seems my condition is superb, Wang Lin murmured. Stretching his back, he could distinctly feel that his current physique was significantly stronger than the day prior. Although he had not yet reached the level of a zombie king, he was confident that his fighting prowess could rival his previous peak, that in this apocalyptic world, his speed, strength, and agility had multiplied several times over. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, he was certain he could contend with high-level zombies. For the time being, he planned to venture to the neighboring city in search of Xiaoming, hoping to persuade her to join his base. Just then, an unusual sound reached his ears. Following the noise, he noticed flickering shadows among the distant grass. The figures soon vanished into the night. Wang Lin squinted, scrutinizing carefully until he confirmed they were soldiers before continuing on his way. After the apocalypse, many soldiers had flooded into the cities, tasked with various missions, from relocating assets to ensuring the safety of high-ranking officials that in suburban areas like the one Wang Lin resided in, ordinary soldiers rarely ventured, unless under special orders. Thus, this place posed no significant threat that I need to see what these fellows are up to. Wang Lin pondered, hastily making his way toward the direction the group had departed. As he approached the thicket, he slowed his pace, cautiously investigating. Damn it, these beasts. While I risk my life battling zombies, they indulge themselves at the base. He cursed inwardly, envious of their privileged existence that a small squad had gathered on a hillside, surrounding a vehicle, seemingly engaged in discussion. Peering through the window, Wang Lin spotted several older middle-aged men clad in military uniforms, adorned with stars on their shoulders, indicating their higher rank. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Hunting zombies is so satisfying. Yet here I am, assigned to guard these scum. We've become their dogs. Sighing, Wang Lin overheard snippets of conversation. Our duty is to guard the base. We can't refuse orders from above. Just take it one day at a time and don't think too much about it. Wang Lin grasped the implication. There was a wealthy safe haven nearby. No wonder they were so well-armed. Damn these degenerates, he cursed, his heart brimming with rage. Such wealthy scoundrels deserved 1,000 deaths. Wang Lin clenched his fists, yearning to rush in and blow up their vehicle. However, after a moment of reflection, he regained his composure. The base was not far away. If he caused too much of a commotion, innocent people could be drawn into the chaos that he needed to find an opportunity for a stealthy strike. Wang Lin's mind raced as he contemplated how to silently eliminate the enemies present. Suddenly, he recalled the horde of zombies in the distance that if he could control them, he could utilize their strength for his purposes. These zombies were not only powerful, but also incredibly swift, perfect instruments of slaughter. Without hesitation, Wang Lin stealthily approached a few nearby zombies and began his experiment that in his previous life. He had witnessed some ability users controlling zombies. In this life, he wanted to give it a try. Wang Lin attempted to command one of the zombies to rise, but it stood there, listless and unresponsive. Wang Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed that he had used his control skill on several zombies. Yet they remained utterly unreactive. Was it ineffective? Doubt crept in. That shouldn't be the case. If it truly had failed, they would have attacked him already. After much contemplation, Wang Lin resolved to try a different approach. He concentrated his mental energy and unleashed his control skill once more. Suddenly, the zombies erupted into frenzied cries, their bodies thrashing wildly, limbs flailing in chaos. Wang Lin's expression lit up with excitement. So enhancing my mental power truly has its merits. Ecstatic, he directed the zombies toward the military vehicles. His target was none other than the wealthy individuals the soldiers were tasked to protect. The zombies charged forward, their arms swinging, shattering the windshields of the military cars in an instant. Chapter 23. The Official Survivor Base Bang. The windshield of the military vehicle shattered, sending shards of glass raining down upon the officers inside, who immediately erupted in panic cries. What was that? Damn it! Zombies are coming! The officers scrambled, hastily raising their weapons to confront the oncoming horde. However, as soon as they brandished their firearms, a cold, sharp claw was already poised at one man's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Just as he attempted to struggle, the zombie crushed his windpipe. The officers were thrown into disarray, quickly aiming their guns at the approaching zombies, unleashing a barrage of fire. Yet they were no match for the undead, particularly those under Wang Lin's control. Crack. Within mere seconds, the officers fell one by one into pools of blood, meeting their untimely end. This was precisely the outcome Wang Lin desired. Soldiers serving as lapdogs to the wealthy deserved such a fate. The vehicle sped away from its original position, leaving behind the remaining zombies that meandered toward the distant safe haven. In a vast square, a multitude of figures gathered. These individuals were survivors from Chonglin and the surrounding cities, awaiting the military's provision of work and sustenance. Many clustered around the square's center, while at its pinnacle stood a throng of soldiers, numbering 200 to 300, each armed to the teeth, as if prepared for a formidable mission. Why take in so many useless mouths? Our base can hardly sustain itself. Why should we nurture them? One soldier grumbled. Indeed, we should hasten to drive them away. Others echoed his sentiments, their focus squarely on the scarcity of resources. Hearing these remarks, the surrounding soldiers bowed their heads, reluctant to voice dissent, well aware of the military's formidable power and the validity of the complaints. Enough bickering. Anyone unwilling to work should leave at once. Came a commanding voice. It was Gu Weimin, the leader of the military forces and the head of the Chonglin survivor base. At his words, the crowd fell silent, intimidated into submission. Director Gu, you must help us. As you can see, we have nothing to eat. An elderly man pleaded, his face a mask of despair. Gu Weimin sighed at the sight of the old man and replied, Do not worry. I'll do my utmost to resolve this matter. Our primary concern now is how to properly accommodate you. Thank you, Director Gu, the old man exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Now, everyone, heed my instructions. Those unable to work, the sick, stand to the far left. Children under 6 stand in the center, the rest to the far right. Gu Weimin began to organize the throng. The survivors complied willingly, despite their desire to leave Chonglin. None dared defy military orders, thus they chose to endure. In no time, thousands of survivors were divided into 3 groups. Among them, the elderly, infirm, and children constituted one segment, while the majority consisted of robust men. That I hereby declare that from this day forth, we shall establish a new home in Chonglin. Gu Weimin proclaimed his declaration. The survivors erupted in cheers, having long awaited this moment. Now, soldiers, escort these elders to the front area. Men, follow me to construct shelters. Gu Weimin continued. The soldiers nodded in agreement and promptly set to work. Brothers, follow my lead. The men surged forward, intent on gathering timber, stones, and other materials. However, due to the devastation wrought by the apocalypse, the structures of various towns lay in ruins, making it exceedingly difficult for the survivors to erect complete houses or any basic infrastructure, let alone a fortified encampment. Fortunately, this did not dampen their spirit. Rather, it fueled their fervor. I will build my own home, and I shall not allow any zombies to destroy it. We must construct a fortress. Many young men clenched their fists, brimming with determination. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they had persevered through the first hurdle. Among the crowd, Xia Xiaoming scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Li Jianjun abruptly pulled her aside. Teasing, "What are you looking at? Are you searching for your lover?" Xia Xiaoming shot him a glare, muttering, "A dog cannot spit out ivory." Li Jianjun smirked mischievously, then leaned closer to Xia Xiaoming and whispered, "Xiaoming, your beloved has probably been devoured by zombies by now." His words flushed Xia Xiaoming's cheeks, but soon her expression fell. "Wang Lin, where are you? Are you alive?" she murmured, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was driving a military vehicle down the streets. Just moments ago, he had encountered a group of soldiers escorting the elderly, young, and infirm. "Captain, these people are unnecessary. What will we do if we run out of supplies?" One soldier voiced. "Indeed, we should eliminate them to prevent future troubles." "Kill them," others chimed in. The captain shook his head, saying, "No, these people are innocent. They need a refuge. Otherwise, they will starve to death quickly. Besides, as long as we remain silent, the zombies will not discover our presence." "Captain, we should leave quickly. What if we are surrounded by zombies later?" another soldier urged. "Yes, Captain." Faced with his team's persistent objections, the captain, now irate, shouted, "Silence." The soldiers fell quiet, well aware of their captain's temperament and unwilling to provoke him further. "Enough debate. Follow my orders," the captain said impassively. "Now, everyone, proceed north for 5 kilometers, stop at the designated location, and rest that we will continue tomorrow morning." "Yes," the soldiers replied in unison, swiftly executing the commands. Wang Lin drove onward until he arrived at the city where Xia Xiaoming resided, only to find Hang's city had succumbed entirely to chaos. Smoke and rubble lay scattered everywhere, with zombies roaming the streets. Witnessing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but frown. Can a common person like Xia Xiaoming survive? He pondered aloud as he hastened toward her neighborhood. After parking the vehicle downstairs, Wang Lin rushed up the stairs. Soon he stood before Xia Xiaoming's door and kicked it open, only to find the room empty. Chapter 24. Compassion arises. A good deed. Could something have happened? Just then, a startled voice rang from behind him. "Who are you?" Wang Lin raised his brow at the question, then swiftly darted into the room. Before him stood a frail woman, brandishing a dagger and eyeing him warily. Seeing this, Wang Lin calmed his expression, slowly saying, "Do not be afraid. I am a good person. Here to find someone." "What good person?" The girl appeared flustered, gripping the dagger tighter, her face flushed. "I don't think you can deceive me. There are no good people left. Get out." With that, she lunged forward, in response to her aggression. Wang Lin sighed and deftly pinched the dagger between 2 fingers. As he felt her struggle, he smiled wryly, saying, "I truly am not a bad person. If you do not believe me, I may have no choice but to eliminate you." "Ah, help." Hearing Wang Lin's threat, the girl screamed, trembling violently, her legs giving way beneath her. Wang Lin chuckled softly, gently laying her down on the sofa. "I was just joking." At his words, the girl seemed taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, "You scared me to death." Wang Lin shrugged, then sat on the sofa and inquired, "Why are you here all alone?" "My mother was bitten by one of those monsters." The mention of her mother caused tears to well in the girl's beautiful eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. "Oh." Wang Lin nodded and continued, "What about your father?" "My father is trapped in a factory. He doesn't even know my mother has died, that if he finds out, he probably won't survive either." Woo-woo. As she spoke, the girl broke down again, tears streaming down her face. After listening to her plight, Wang Lin nodded. "So, are you planning to hide here forever?" "I." The girl's expression grew complex, her eyes blinking rapidly as she displayed a mix of yearning and worry. "I don't know, I want to go out, but I can't." "Well, if you can't go out, then I will help you." Wang Lin grinned, patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, you won't die." The girl hesitated before asking again, "You really won't harm me?" Seeing her lingering doubts, Wang Lin shook his head and pointed to the military vehicle downstairs. "Don't worry. Look at this vehicle. It's provided by the soldiers, and outside are all military personnel. The zombies won't harm us. Seeing this, the girl finally lowered her guard, sheathed her dagger, gathered her belongings, and followed Wang Lin downstairs. Since they were in the suburbs, Wang Lin saw no need to take a detour and drove straight to her father's factory. Bulldozing through obstacles that on the way, Wang Lin learned that the girl's name was Shunman Xiaoxiaoming, had fled with her boyfriend on the very first day of the apocalypse. Wang Lin understood her choice. Faced with such circumstances, he too would have fled without hesitation. However, upon arriving at the factory's entrance, he discovered it had been reduced to rubble. Witnessing this, Wang Lin's expression turned grim. Damn, he cursed, making his way deeper into the factory. My father. He hasn't met with misfortune, has he? At this moment, Shunman's face turned pale, fear flooding her eyes as she trembled and followed Wang Lin closely. Wang Lin paid her no mind, leading her as they ran through the ruins. Along the way, numerous lifeless bodies of fellow compatriots lay scattered. Ugh! Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, Shunman's delicate face turned pale, and she instinctively took a step back to do not be afraid. Wang Lin shook his head at Shunman's reaction and reassured her. Just follow closely behind me. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground and shot forward. The zombies in the workshop, alerted by the commotion, began to howl and surge towards Wang Lin and Shunman. With a swift motion, a cold gleam flickered and blood gushed forth. Several zombies fell to the ground, yet Wang Lin's figure soared again, charging into the horde of the undead. Bang, 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 accompanied by a series of dull thuds. Zombies collapsed onto the ground, and with every step Wang Lin took, the undead became increasingly agitated as more and more zombies fell. Shunman trembled violently and could not help but close her eyes. The moment she opened them again, all the zombies had vanished, replaced by a sea of blood. Ah! Shunman's pupils constricted abruptly, and she could not suppress a scream, hurriedly clutching her head and crouching down. Noticing Shunman's distress, Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately ceased his assault, pulling the girl closer. What is wrong? Wang Lin furrowed his brow. I feel so unwell, I think I'm going to be sick. Ugh! Shunman's face was ashen, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she bent down and began to vomit. Seeing this, Wang Lin quickly retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to her. Wipe your mouth. Thank you. A faint, strained smile appeared on Shunman's pale cheeks. It's all right. Do not be agitated, Wang Lin said, standing patiently beside her. You will gradually become accustomed to this. After Shunman had finished vomiting, Wang Lin softly spoke to comfort her. Hearing his words, the girl looked up at him and nodded gently. Let us continue. After confirming that there were no zombies ahead, Wang Lin turned to Shunman and said. After a moment's hesitation, she implored, if I see my father is turned into a zombie, I hope you won't kill him. Is that all right? Wang Lin nodded calmly. With his response, Shunman took a deep breath and stepped into the factory. Upon entering, she was greeted by rows of abandoned workshops. Dad, where are you? Observing the desolate and dilapidated surroundings, Shunman furrowed her brows tightly, momentarily at a loss on where to search for her father. Just then, a man's ragged breaths echoed, startling Shunman as she quickly turned to look. Dad, seeing her father sitting on a broken-down vehicle, panting heavily, Shunman rushed over, eager to assist Shunbowen. With a bitter smile, Shunbowen weakly uttered, My daughter, I am sorry. Your father can no longer be with you. Chapter 25. Consider the greater good. Do not blame my ruthlessness. Just as Shunman was about to step forward, she was suddenly pulled back by Wang Lin. Ahead, Shunbowen's eyes had already turned milky white, and he emitted a gurgling sound, his body beginning to convulse violently, clearly indicating the onset of his transformation into a zombie. Do not move. Step back, Wang Lin shouted, pulling her into his embrace as they both retreated. Not only could Wang Lin and Shunman see clearly, but several workers hiding in the distance also bore witness. Shunbowen's once handsome face had transformed into a grotesque visage, his eyes bloodshot. His lips had cracked open, revealing sharp teeth, sending shivers down their spines. How could this happen? Shunman murmured, her face devoid of color. Look at his hair. One of the workers pointed at Shunbowen's head. Everyone quickly followed the direction of his finger, gasping in horror. Shunbowen's once jet-black hair was slowly turning a grayish-brown, with patches of it beginning to fall to the ground. This is bad. Master Shun is about to mutate. However, Shunbowen charged forward, jaws agape, aiming to bite the worker. Bang! The worker swung a shovel, striking Shin Bowen. Yet it had no effect. He was sent flying several meters away. Shin Bowen continued his heavy-footed advance, and the worker swung again, only to be sent sprawling far away once more. Several other workers attempted to find something to attack Shin Bowen with. But their efforts were equally futile. As Shin Bowen drew closer, the group lost all will to fight, understanding that even a knife would be ineffective at this point, as he could not be harmed. Only Shin Man, gritting her teeth, gazed at her once-beloved father with tears in her eyes, before suddenly turning to Wang Lin. "You must leave." Shin Man urged anxiously. "Leave? Why?" Wang Lin asked, perplexed. "You need to go. I want to stay here with my dad." Shin Man frantically pushed Wang Lin's shoulders, her demeanor frantic. Wang Lin shook his head, saying, "He has already become a zombie. Your father is gone." With that, he raised his handgun, aiming it at the approaching Shin Bowen. When Shin Man saw that Wang Lin was truly preparing to fire, she panicked, grabbing his shirt and pleading, "Please, do not shoot. He is still my father." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Looking at the weeping Shin Man, Wang Lin's heart softened, and with a sigh, he replied, "I must take responsibility for everyone's lives. Only by subduing him can we prevent chaos." With that, disregarding Shin Man's protests, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With a resounding shot, a bullet struck Shin Bowen's chest. Shin Bowen momentarily froze before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Wang Lin holstered his weapon and looked around, finding that everyone stood frozen in shock. The scene just witnessed felt surreal. This man had just killed Shin Bowen, and he had a firearm. "Dad!" Shin Man cried out, rushing to Shin Bowen to check his condition. At this moment, Shin Bowen was delirious, his chest a bloody mess, clearly lifeless. "Wang Lin, did you not promise not to kill him?" Shin Man shouted angrily, her voice thick with tears. Wang Lin offered a bitter smile and said, "I am sorry. Enough." As Wang Lin tried to explain, Shin Man suddenly stood up, her beautiful face filled with fury as she glared at him. "Get away from me. You are not worthy to say these things." With that, she collapsed into tears over Shin Bowen's lifeless body. Observing Shin Man's desolate figure, Wang Lin sighed softly, choosing to remain silent. "Young man, we are grateful for your help. Without you, we would have perished today." At that moment, an older male worker approached Wang Lin. "Indeed, young man. Thanks to your gunfire, we surely would have suffered," another echoed. Yes, young man, you saved us." "Indeed. Indeed." The crowd voiced their gratitude, surrounding Wang Lin with words of thanks. "Everyone, there is no need for thanks. You should focus on escaping." Wang Lin advised that, "Oh right, the zombies are not yet dealt with. Let us hurry from here." Thus, the group hastily boarded their vehicles and drove away from the warehouse. At the warehouse entrance, Shin Man lay on the ground, sobbing, while Wang Lin silently kept her company for a long while before saying, "Do not cry. You must continue to live. You are wrong. He is my father. If he is gone, what meaning is there for me to live in this world?" Shin Man's sorrow deepened, unable to contain her sobs. Witnessing Shin Man's tear-streaked visage, Wang Lin felt an inexplicable surge of compassion and hesitated before slowly kneeling down, saying, "How about this? You can come with me." "What did you say?" Shin Man raised her tear-stained face, incredulous. You truly wish to take me in?" "Yes, you must carry your parents' hopes and live on." Upon hearing this, Shin Man's eyes reddened as she choked out, "Thank you. But could you please give my father a proper burial?" Wang Lin sighed. "That is easily arranged." Wiping her tears, Shin Man stood and walked into the warehouse, seemingly to gather her father's belongings. Wang Lin furrowed his brows slightly and then followed her inside. Shin Man was packing Shin Bowen's clothes into a bundle, placing his shoes to the side. Watching her pack, Wang Lin silently sighed that if only he had arrived sooner, perhaps Shin Bowen would not have succumbed to madness, nor would he have harmed his daughter. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, and a group of men in security uniforms rushed in. Upon seeing Wang Lin, they paused momentarily, and the leader spoke. "Hello. Are you Wang Lin?" "Do you know me?" Wang Lin asked. "Haha, you helped drive away the zombies just now." "Of course, we remember you." "Hello, my name is Zhao Kai. Is there something you need?" Wang Lin inquired. "Yes," Zhao Kai nodded. "We no longer need to guard the factory. We believe you are a worthy leader. Would you consider taking us in?" Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, smiling faintly as he replied, "Certainly, but please allow me to finish what I am currently attending to, and then we can discuss further. No problem. Zhao Kai chuckled. Take your time, we'll wait outside. With that, Zhao Kai led his companions away from the warehouse. Subsequently, Wang Lin procured some fuel and assisted Shin Man in igniting a fire, thus providing Shin Bowen with a makeshift cremation ceremony. Chapter 26. A more significant mission awaits you. Meanwhile, at the base under Gu Weiman's jurisdiction, rations were being distributed to the survivors, given the current segregation of the young from the elderly and the infirm. The provisions varied accordingly. The younger individuals received comparatively better food, rich in nutritional value and energy. Rice, corn, and beef, all of which could be deemed precious commodities that in contrast, the elderly and children, deprived of such fare, were left to subsist on compressed biscuits, canned goods, and spoiled fruit. Though these items contain minimal nutrition, they suffice for the time being. After all, in these chaotic times, mere sustenance was a blessing. Who dared to ask for more? That evening, a rumor began circulating among the survivors that it was said that a batch of military supplies would descend from the heavens that night. While the veracity of such claims was uncertain, the mere idea brimmed with infinite possibilities, quickly drawing a growing crowd eager to speculate. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiman pondered that perhaps it was merely another idle rumor spread by some restless individual. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. Time and again, similar rumors had emerged, often accompanied by absurd tales. I saw it with my own eyes. Look, that vehicle came from over there. Those supplies were transported from that location. If you look closely, the outline of that vehicle matches the license plate. I remember perfectly, and so forth. Some rumors were even more outlandish, claiming that individuals had witnessed people sitting in helicopters, dropping boxes of goods from the sky, ultimately crushing several survivors before making their departure. Such fabrications were utterly unfounded that in this apocalyptic world, even securing firearms was a challenge. Where would helicopters and armed convoys come from? It was clearly nonsense. Gu Weiman had no inclination to become entangled in such unfounded matters. After all, over time, these rumors had been proven to be mere fabrications that he was disinclined to expend energy explaining, allowing them to evolve on their own. However, he was surprised by the considerable influence this particular rumor seemed to wield as time passed. The number of people gathered in the survivors' square continued to swell. Amidst this atmosphere, a group clad in military fatigues, adorned with the insignia of second lieutenants, entered the crowd's line of sight. Their expressions were grave, striding with purpose, weapons in hand, grenades at their waists, and firearms slung across their backs. Gu Weiman frowned. Not these fellows again. He recognized them as the very group that had previously evacuated from the base, responsible for relocating the survivors to nearby towns. However, their demeanor was far from amicable. They had never acknowledged Gu Weiman's authority as the base chief, regarding him as a mere pretender. The group swaggered toward him. Gu Weiman immediately positioned himself in their path. What is it? He inquired in a low voice. The soldiers surveyed their surroundings. The leader, with an indifferent tone, asked, Are these people the ones you rescued? Yes, Gu Weiman nodded. What of it? Then allow me to inquire, what purpose do these individuals serve here? They lack the capacity for labor. Keeping them here is merely wasting rations. The leader gestured toward a frail man at the center of the crowd. Individuals like him contribute nothing and only consume resources. Since you have already rescued so many, it would be unreasonable not to part with the remaining ones. Wouldn't it? That's not the case. Gu Weiman shook his head, patiently explaining, Currently, a portion of our food reserves is allocated to support the population, so we cannot abandon them just yet. Are they not human beings? The leader scoffed. They're merely leeching off our resources here. Why should we share what we've worked hard to obtain? Gu Weiman furrowed his brow. At that moment, the man shouted again, Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Gu Weiman suppressed his anger and asked, Then, what do you propose we do with them? We'll take care of these individuals, the leader replied. We intend to utilize them to reconstruct the factory. What did you say? Gu Weiman retorted angrily, Did I warn you? Do not cause trouble here. I said, we will rebuild the industrial zone. That industrial zone rightfully belongs to us. The man raised his voice. You must be mad, Gu Weiman exclaimed. Just you lot. Just us, a nearby colonel in sunglasses sneered. Our combat capability surpasses yours. I suggest you step aside before you provoke our wrath. I would like to see what you intend to do with them. Gu Weiman replied defiantly, blocking the path of the crowd. The colonel's expression shifted slightly, ready to retaliate. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, that is, the colonel turned to look, and there a helicopter was descending, slowly lowering its altitude. As it did, the cabin door opened, revealing a figure standing at the entrance. It was a woman in camouflage, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, with a well-proportioned and slender physique. Her long, straight legs, fair skin, and striking features exuded a sense of vigor. The colonel and his companions immediately stood at attention. Meanwhile, Gu Weimin was momentarily stunned, before a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. The woman was Ding Ling. Once the helicopter descended to a sufficient height, it began to adjust its angle, ultimately landing smoothly. Ding Ling emerged from the cabin, removed her sunglasses, and nodded slightly at Gu Weimin, saying, "Captain Gu, it has been a while." She appeared as radiant as ever, her countenance graceful, seemingly unscathed by the calamity. This left Gu Weimin feeling as though he had stepped into a different world. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He saluted the commanding officer and declared loudly, "Report, Commander. We are all set for your inspection." "Excellent," Ding Ling replied. "Let us proceed to the office area." The Gu Weimin responded affirmatively, yes. He then turned to the gathered crowd, shouting, "Disperse. Get back to your tasks." Yet the onlookers began to murmur among themselves regarding the recent events. Gu Weimin had no choice but to grab a megaphone, bellowing, "Hear my command. All personnel fall in. March forward." Gradually, the unrest among the crowd subsided. Chapter 27. Is compassion a vice? Under Gu Weimin's command, the line formed into two columns. Advancing forward, Ding Ling walked alongside them, inquiring, "I have heard that things outside are quite tumultuous." "Indeed," Gu Weimin sighed. "Not only have the zombies increased in number, but there are also many strange creatures. The base has ceased communication. Unless on special missions, no one is allowed to venture outside. When we arrived here, we encountered quite a bit of trouble. Commander, here's the situation." A soldier stepped forward to report. "Due to a lack of sufficient water sources at our base, we organized a group of volunteers to search for water, but they ran into danger that a faction has taken control of the water source." He continued, "On the way, we encountered a survivor who mentioned an abandoned prison nearby, where a certain individual has hoarded a significant amount of supplies and food. If we can seize control of that location, it would alleviate our current predicament." "What kind of person is this?" Ding Ling pressed. "I asked several times, but she claimed not to know," the soldier replied, shaking his head. "She only mentioned that he appears to be a powerful figure, but the reason for his presence there remains unclear." "A powerful family, perhaps?" Ding Ling mused. "Is it advisable, Commander, to negotiate an alliance with them?" Gu Weimin interjected. Ding Ling shook her head. "No, their strength is likely formidable. Approaching them recklessly could lead to trouble, especially since our military force is currently insufficient." Gu Weimin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood that as they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the foot of a large building. The structure had been temporarily transformed into a camp. At this moment, the camp's playground was bustling with over 1,000 individuals, the vast majority of whom were incapable of labor. "What will happen to these people?" A young soldier pointed ahead, puzzled. "A group of the elderly, weak and sick. I will arrange for them to be sent to Base 5. Ding Ling stated. "Once our vehicle arrives, we will depart immediately." "Base 5? Gu Weimin was taken aback. He had initially assumed Ding Ling would transfer all these individuals to another location. To send them to Base 5 was tantamount to abandonment, leaving them to fend for themselves. It was common knowledge that there were no resources there, nor soldiers to provide protection. Survival would rely solely on the survivor's own efforts. However, Gu Weimin hesitated and said, "Chief, to my knowledge, Base 5 is not suitable for habitation." He glanced around and pondered. "It is rumored that there are far too many zombies in that area. These individuals possess little to no capacity for self-rescue. If there is no one stationed there and the zombies breach the defenses, these people may not survive." He paused and earnestly continued, "Chief, consider this. They are merely ordinary civilians that if we do not protect them, their demise is inevitable." After listening to Gu Weimin's words, Ding Ling fell into a momentary contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "This is an order from above." But Gu Weimin furrowed his brow, ultimately shaking his head and stating, "If you insist on proceeding with this, I must still express my dissent. I cannot stand by and watch so many innocent lives perish. especially the survivors of this base, whom I have rescued one by one. You possess a commendable sense of compassion, Ding Ling remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Gu Weimin. She raised her right arm, placing her index finger on her lips to signal him to be silent. Then, she surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. However, the higher-ups have their own arrangements that we cannot allow our compassion to obstruct the paths of all. Remember this. This matter must not be leaked. Those who disobey will face military discipline. Her voice was cold and stern, carrying an icy chilled AT that moment. Everyone immediately straightened up and proclaimed loudly, "We guarantee that the information will not be leaked." Ding Ling nodded in satisfaction and then addressed Gu Weimin. "Since you care so deeply for everyone, I shall grant you an opportunity to distinguish yourself." She pointed towards a distant hillside and instructed, "Order a daring team to circle around and ascertain the identities of those stationed at the prison." Meanwhile, Wang Lin was driving with Xin Man, followed closely by Zhao Kai and his companions. They were en route to the safe base with supplies they had gathered. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few zombies, but these posed no threat to him. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, appeared unusually exhilarated. This was his first experience of a genuine gunfight in the apocalypse, and the adrenaline coursing through him made him tremble with excitement. Wang Lin noticed this but sighed inwardly, recognizing the youthfulness of the lad. Although this was merely the beginning, it was easy to foresee that as time passed, the number of zombies would increase, and humanity would find itself in dire straits. "Brother Wang, there are people ahead." Zhao Kai suddenly pointed towards the road in the distance. Wang Lin looked over, and his expression instantly changed. "No way," just as the words left his lips. A tremendous crash resounded, followed by the sight of two vehicles colliding violently. "Move!" Wang Lin shouted, pressing the accelerator as the car sped forward. Boom! An explosion erupted behind them, engulfing the once smooth road in flames. More critically, the explosion occurred less than 10 meters away from them. At that moment, they could distinctly feel the scorching heat wave rushing past them. Wang Lin's face darkened. He knew this was no coincidence. Someone was orchestrating this from the shadows. Moreover, the one who could pinpoint their location and fire at them in such a short span was certainly no benign character. "Damn it! I will not rest until I eliminate this scoundrel." Zhao Kai roared in fury. Just then, Wang Lin's phone rang unexpectedly, but he picked it up, frowning slightly. "What is it?" "Brother Wang, a group of people has arrived outside our base, and they are quite arrogant. They demand that you surrender your equipment." "What do they mean?" Wang Lin's eyelids twitched. Zhao Kai and the others nodded in agreement. The car accelerated towards the safe base. Soon, they arrived, and as they exited the vehicle, they saw a group of men dressed in black, wearing sunglasses and armed, blocking the entrance to the safe base. Chapter 28. Once a little brother, now the big brother, the leader of the group, with a cold smile playing on his lips, said Wang, "Hand over your goods." Wang Lin focused intently and recognized him as Zhang Hai from the Black Dragon Society. "Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Brother Zhang." Wang Lin grinned, leisurely approaching Zhang Hai and scrutinizing him. "What brings you here? Cut the nonsense. You must hand over the goods today." Zhang Hai's eyes glimmered with menace. "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Wang Lin chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai scoffed. "Then don't blame us for being impolite." Just as he finished speaking, the men behind Zhang Hai drew their weapons, aiming them at Wang Lin. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the survivors gasped in shock. "Heavens, it's Zhang Hai from the Black Dragon Society. Has he lost his mind? How dare he confront Wang Lin? Does he not fear being annihilated?" Though Zhang Hai seemed to possess lesser strength, he was backed by the formidable Black Dragon Society. The crowd buzzed with whispers, and Wang Lin's face gradually turned a shade of deepening anger that he never expected Zhang Hai to be so audacious. "Zhang Hai, I respect you as a man, which is why I address you as Brother Zhang. Are you truly certain you wish to oppose me now?" Wang Lin glared coldly at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai laughed heartily. "Wang Lin, given the current circumstances, I advise you to hand over the goods, including those in your vehicle. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Lin took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and fixed his gaze firmly on Zhang Hai. After a moment, he slowly turned to Zhao Kai and the others, signaling them to unload the supplies and give them to Zhang Hai. Zhao Kai and the others were taken aback. looking at Wang Lin in confusion. Brother Wang, are you really going to give them to him? Wang Lin nodded. He understood that the Black Dragon Society had likely received intel and sent Zhang Hai to seize their supplies. After all, the few men behind him were no match for the formidable group from the Black Dragon Society before them. Wang Lin, are you trying to beg for scraps? You think this paltry amount of supplies will suffice to let me leave? Zhang Hai sneered, his expression dripping with contempt. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, glaring coldly at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai, do not push your luck. Huh? Wang Lin, how about I bully you today? Zhang Hai sneered if you do not comply. Do not blame me for my actions. As he spoke, the 20 or so men behind Zhang Hai raised their weapons, pointing their dark muzzles at Wang Lin. Seeing this, Wang Lin's fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Just as Wang Lin hesitated, Yi Fan, accompanied by a dozen brothers armed with machine guns, approached from behind, surrounding Zhang Hai and his men. Brother Zhang, it seems today will not end peacefully. Wang Lin forced a bitter smile. Who are you? Do you wish to revolt? Zhang Hai squinted, a look of seriousness crossing his face as he recognized the individuals behind Wang Lin. Revolt is not the right term. Wang Lin shook his head. I simply wish to confront you. Do you believe that with just these few men, you can turn the tide? Zhang Hai surveyed the scene, a mocking expression on his face. Wang Lin, today I will tell you. In this world, strength always reigns supreme. That I admit that with these people, I cannot shake your position. Wang Lin took a deep breath. But I believe you lack the courage to fight me. Oh really? A playful smile crept across Zhang Hai's lips, since you were so confident. Then let us see. Having said that, Zhang Hai waved his hand. Kill him, kill him. As Zhang Hai's words fell, none of the men behind him pulled the trigger. Instead, they all looked towards Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai's expression faltered, and he shot them a glare. But unfortunately, none paid him any mind. Zhang Hai, do you wish to see your brothers die in vain? Wang Lin's expression darkened. And he continued, if you are willing to withdraw, I assure you that today's events will be forgotten. Wang Lin, do not try to deceive me. Zhang Hai coldly laughed. Then his gaze shifted past Wang Lin to Yi Fan and the others. You will not leave here today without taking these supplies. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. A chilling glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. With Wang Lin's command, Yi Fan and the others unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang bang! A series of rapid gunfire erupted. The sound of bullets slicing through the air was deafening. Upon realizing the dire situation, Zhang Hai abruptly raised his arm, signaling his men to take cover. He had not anticipated that Wang Lin would dare to take such action. However, in an instant, chaos ensued, accompanied by the agonizing cries of Zhang Hai's men, as torrents of crimson liquid erupted from their heads and bodies. After several seconds, silence fell over the scene. All present were left in shock, bewildered by what had transpired. Wang Lin had audaciously opened fire on the members of the Black Dragon Society. Especially Zhang Hai, who, injured, stared at Wang Lin in disbelief. You are courting death. Court death. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Lin's mouth. Today, I want to see who is truly courting death. As his words fell, Wang Lin swiftly moved, appearing before Zhang Hai in an instant, and then he kicked out forcefully. Bang! The kick landed squarely in Zhang Hai's abdomen. Da-da! Zhang Hai screamed in agony, propelled backward until he collided with 2 or 3 of his subordinates. Finally coming to a halt. You scoundrel! Zhang Hai rose from the ground, wiping the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. I will personally slay you, he vowed, dragged along by his subordinates. Zhang Hai departed slowly, his curses still escaping his lips. Yet he was acutely aware that Wang Lin had transformed into a formidable force, his overall strength now surpassing Zhang Hai's by several dimensions. Yi Fan, take Zhao Kai and a few of the brothers to familiarize yourselves with the base. Then come to my office, he instructed. To Yi Fan nodded, then beckoned Zhao Kai and the others to follow. Come with me. Their first destination was the survivor base's cold storage, which was stocked with an abundance of pork, muscle cuts, and various vegetables and fruits. Naturally, the most enticing items were the large blocks of frozen beef and a variety of fish. Zhao Kai and the others' eyes sparkled with hunger. They longed to rush over and indulge, having previously scraped the bottom of the barrel for sustenance in the factory, almost resorting to boiling leaves for a meal. However, upon recalling their current circumstances and identities, they restrained their excitement. Chapter 29. Do not disturb Brother Wang. We can handle it ourselves, seeing their reactions. Yi Fan smiled and explained, all these provisions are under Zhou Zheng's management and are typically off-limits. Accessible only to specific personnel within the base. As it stands, approximately 200 pounds are transported daily to feed the inhabitants. That if you have special requests, you may submit an application, he added. Zhao Kai quickly waved his hands, expressing his reluctance to trouble the base despite his intense desire for food. Then, with curiosity, he inquired, Captain, when will we venture out to continue our search for supplies? Let's set that aside for now. We must first establish the foundation, Yi Fan replied, patting Zhao Kai on the shoulder. Once the base is fortified, I promise you will feast daily, with everything your heart desires. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai and his companions felt a surge of hope. They had indeed aligned themselves with the right person, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry. You are now a team of 6, and I will assign each of you 3 days of basic training to familiarize yourselves with the base. Yi Fan declared, you will need to train at least 4 times a day for a total of 3 days. He picked up a pen and paper, compiling a list of training tasks. These training exercises begin from the fundamentals. And I hope you will not disappoint me, in unison, Zhao Kai and the others exclaimed. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. We will not betray your trust. Yi Fan chuckled lightly. I believe you can excel. Now, I must go discuss matters with Zhou Zheng. With that, he departed, leaving Zhao Kai and the 5 others to study the list he had provided. Half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived at the entrance of the main elevator of the base, where a dozen soldiers and a few doctors had gathered. Upon seeing Yi Fan, they stood at attention and greeted him respectfully. Good day, Captain. Clearly they recognized him. Where is Captain Zhou? Yi Fan inquired, surveying the crowd with a casual smile. He just stepped out to handle some commotion outside. One soldier replied, Did I see? You must be Wang Lin, Yi Fan remarked, nodding slightly and displaying a hint of appreciation. Well done. You are far superior to those who were here earlier. Maintaining your composure. Your praise is too much, Captain, Wang Lin responded, feeling unworthy. I admire diligent individuals, Yi Fan replied. Just then, Zhou Zheng rushed in, flustered at Yi Fan. We have a problem. Our base is out of water. The water source must have been compromised. Our drainage system has also failed, and the storage tanks are unusable. All the drinkable water has been depleted, and we might not last until tomorrow morning. Zhou Zheng panted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly having hurried back, Yi Fan's brow furrowed at this news as he turned to the surrounding soldiers, who was responsible for managing the drinking water. A lieutenant approached with his head bowed. Reporting, it's Deputy Huang. Wang Lin offered an awkward smile. Captain, it's not my fault. I was on duty last night and never left the base. The others nodded in agreement, shaking their heads. Bastards, Yi Fan shouted, his voice filled with fury. All you do is shift blame when problems arise. What use are you to me? Do you have any idea how many lives are at stake if our base runs out of water? If accountability comes down, you will be the first to face execution. Wang Lin and the others lowered their heads, fully aware of the catastrophic implications. Captain, it's not our fault. I truly did not leave last night. I just dozed off during my shift. Wang Lin suddenly looked up at Yi Fan. I genuinely had no idea we were out of water. Had I known, I would have notified you immediately. Captain, it's not just us. The others didn't leave either. They were simply resting and hiding. Should we notify Brother Wang? Zhou Zheng also raised his head, his face etched with concern. He is our leader now. He has the authority to make decisions, and only he can save us. That he urged earnestly. The lack of water is a grave matter. Yi Fan remained silent for a moment. Deep in thought, he felt it was inappropriate to trouble Wang Lin with every little issue. Especially since he now wielded a weapon and had brothers by his side, it seemed unnecessary to seek Wang Lin's help for everything. However, if he ignored the situation, it could escalate further, and his conscience weighed heavily. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Wang Lin and said, Wang Lin, take me to the water source. I need to see it for myself. Understood, Captain. Zhou Zheng interjected. I'll accompany you. No need. It's not far. I can take a few brothers with me, Yi Fan replied, placing a reassuring hand on Zhou Zheng's arm. Besides, I'm not accustomed to having too many people around. You all stay at the base and wait for news. Zhou Zheng hesitated. Just be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Yi Fan smiled. Rest assured, I won't act without certainty. With a sigh, Zhou Zheng ultimately relented. Soon, Yi Fan set out from the base with a dozen brothers. heading towards the water source located a kilometer behind the base. Although they faced a few zombies along the way, it posed little challenge for Yi Fan and his companions. They arrived at their destination in just half an hour. The site was a small hill with moist soil and lush trees, appearing completely normal. Just as Yi Fan was about to approach for a closer inspection, he heard a shrill howl nearby. Suddenly, 5 or 6 zombie dogs emerged from the thicket, lunging at Yi Fan like ravenous wolves, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty gleam. In the blink of an eye, a pack of zombie dogs burst forth from the grass. Their vibrant coats and massive frames propelling them forward with astonishing speed, akin to arrows aimed at Yi Fan and his companions. They reached them in an instant. Instinctively, Yi Fan swung his machete, slicing down 2 of the charging zombie dogs. The others drew their daggers and plunged them into the creatures. Yet these beasts continued their relentless assault, undeterred by the bloodshed, creating a horrifying scene. What in the world are these monsters? Wang Lin gasped, terror-stricken. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, he turned to flee, but before he could take a step, more zombie dogs leapt from the sides of the woods. They howled fiercely and charged without hesitation. Fire! Yi Fan shouted, immediately positioning himself to shield Wang Lin as they retreated. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Fan's wrist flicked, and in an instant, he dispatched 3 zombie dogs. The remaining creatures hesitated momentarily before retreating. But soon they roared and charged again, seemingly determined to tear Yi Fan and his companions apart. Run! Yi Fan yelled, continuing to retreat while urging Wang Lin. Chapter 30. A Way to Survive. Do you dare to try? Wang Lin scrambled in the opposite direction, but 2 zombie dogs were hot on his heels. With a swift thrust, Yi Fan drove his machete into one, pinning it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lin managed to escape, but as he attempted to flee, he felt a sharp pain in his calf that a zombie dog had bitten down on his pant leg, its jaws snapping shut. Crack! Wang Lin's calf was crushed, the excruciating pain eliciting a scream. Watch out, Wang Lin! Yi Fan shouted, instinctively lunging towards him and tackling him to the ground. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 more zombie dogs lunged at Wang Lin's back. Yi Fan reacted swiftly, kicking one away, but Wang Lin was already injured and unable to defend himself as another clawed at his clothing. This is the end. Wang Lin lamented. Don't move. Yi Fan barked. Wang Lin blinked in surprise. Get down, Yi Fan commanded. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Yi Fan's expression, complied and dropped to the ground, covering his head with his hands. Then he heard the sickening sound of the zombie dog being violently torn apart, warm blood splattering onto his face. After ensuring Wang Lin was protected, Yi Fan raised his head only to find that several brothers who had accompanied them were already lifeless, their throats torn by the zombie dogs. A pang of dread gripped Yi Fan's heart. He hadn't anticipated the ferocity of these creatures. Wang Lin trembled in fear, on the verge of fainting. Captain Yi, let us call Brother Wang. A soldier trembled as he spoke. He will surely protect us. The rest wore expressions of utter despair, convinced that today an 80% chance loomed over their heads. Clap! Whoosh! Several soldiers instinctively shouted. Captain Yi, do not throw your life away. They attempted to restrain Yi Fan, but were scattered by the assault of the zombie hounds. They witnessed Yi Fan advancing with an air of deadly intent. 12 zombie hounds howled in unison, baring their sharp fangs, ready to launch an attack. Yet after just a few cries, they were all cleaved down by Yi Fan's sweeping military blade. Bang! Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick, crushing the skull of one zombie hound. Woof, woof, upon seeing their companion fall. The remaining hounds went into a frenzy, howling as they charged forward, their bodies low to the ground, tails wagging, akin to leopards in pursuit. Clang, clang, clang. After firing a magazine that felled several hounds, Yi Fan unleashed 4 successive shots at the remaining oncoming beasts. 4 bullets pierced through their necks and skulls, splattering brain matter in the process. Yet there were simply too many zombie hounds, a relentless tide of madness that Yi Fan struggled to hold the line, protecting his comrades. But as a mere mortal, he began to tire. In a moment of negligence, a zombie hound lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his arm. With a bone-chilling crunch, Yi Fan let out a muffled groan, retaliating with a knife thrust into the hound's chest. Woof! The hound yelped in pain, releasing its grip, but before it could flee, Yi Fan plunged his blade into its abdomen, but he then kicked the hound away. Boom! The creature collided with a tree, slowly sliding down to the ground. Both its belly and head were grotesquely distorted, clearly crushed by Yi Fan. Its innards ruptured. Woof! Woof woof! The remaining dozen hounds, now even more frenzied, bared their bloodied maws and charged at Yi Fan. Yet he remained unfazed, brandishing his machete, ready to confront the onslaught. Today, it seemed, could mark his end. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Fan's mind. A sudden pang of guilt washed over him. Realizing he had let down Wang Lin's nurturing, that he felt he had squandered the other's earnest efforts. Woof! 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 Just as the zombie hounds were about to launch their next assault, a figure suddenly materialized. This figure, dagger in hand, swiftly severed the necks of the two foremost hounds. Thud! Thud! Two heads flew off, spraying a foul torrent of blood, and the hounds swayed before collapsing lifelessly. Their necks bore two clear wounds, as if sliced by piano wire. The remaining three hounds paused, detecting the strong scent of blood, and immediately halted their attack. Enraged, they lunged toward the newcomer, eager to demonstrate their ferocity. Seeking death, the newcomer was none other than Wang Lin, who scoffed, wielding his blades with a fierce slash. At a gleam of cold light flashed. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged forth, and the three hounds froze in place, their heads drooping. Utterly dazed, crash, a spray of blood erupted, and the massive corpses collapsed, their heads cleaved in two. Woof! Seeing this, the remaining hounds retreated, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Yi Fan. Wang Lin, noticing Yi Fan's safety, furrowed his brow slightly. Do you think you are invincible? Are you unaware of the formidable nature of those zombie hounds? Your reckless actions could endanger all our brothers. Wang Lin scolded. Truly reckless bravado. Yi Fan felt a twinge of shame, responding, Brother Wang, I was truly in the wrong this time. Had I not acted so stubbornly, Huang Lei and the others would not have faced peril. It is too late to speak of it now. You cannot save them, nor alter the situation. Wang Lin cast a cold glance at Yi Fan. There exists a method that can ensure you do not turn into a zombie. Are you willing to try? Yi Fan felt a surge of hope. What method? The specifics are of no concern to you. I only ask if you dare. Wang Lin stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan. How you choose is up to you. His eyes held mockery, disdain, amusement, and a hint of a challenging thrill. Yi Fan's expression darkened. Brother Wang, as long as I can continue to serve the base, I would face fire and water without hesitation. Now that is a display of true manhood. Wang Lin nodded in appreciation, patting Yi Fan on the shoulder. Fear not. As long as you are willing to strive, your future will not only match mine, but may even surpass it. For you are the only brother I find agreeable at present. A hint of playful intrigue colored his smile, for he had already devised the next steps. This lad, Yi Fan, would inevitably take this path. Yi Fan paused, seemingly grasping Wang Lin's intent, and then replied coolly, Brother Wang, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will diligently protect everyone. He added. Unless you were to dismiss me. Ha ha ha! With those words, I am reassured. Then his expression shifted. Now, close your eyes. Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, then complied. Chapter 31. Do not blame your brother. Savor the taste of the crystal core. Wang Lin proceeded to extract a crystal core from within a zombie hound's head. Without hesitation, he shoved it into Yi Fan's mouth. Before Yi Fan could react, the crystal core was swallowed. Gulp! The core was scalding hot. And as soon as it entered his mouth, Yi Fan felt a torrent of heat surging within him. Soon, his internal organs began to ache as if boiling water was seething within. Unable to bear it, Yi Fan let out a cry, his entire body arching in agony. This was no ordinary crystal core. It contained an immense quantity of pure elements. Wang Lin gently patted Yi Fan's back. It will gradually transform your body. Until you fully absorb this core, you will feel an overwhelming heat, your meridian swelling. You will need to channel your physical energy to quell this restlessness. If you cannot endure, you will explode and perish. Should you withstand it, you will grow stronger and gain immunity to viral corruption. If fortune favors you, upon absorbing this core, you may ascend to the rank of a level 1 superhuman. However, I advise against rushing to elevate your status. First, solidify your foundation, as it will aid future breakthroughs. For the moment, Yi Fan could not fully comprehend Wang Lin's words, yet the prospect of becoming a level 1 superhuman filled him with exuberance. This realization assured him that Wang Lin truly sought to ally with him. Otherwise, Wang Lin would not have offered him the zombie crystal core. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Fan stood up. Tilting his head, he noticed that the wound, previously torn open, had ceased bleeding black blood. In fact, the wound appeared to have regained a hint of redness, with only faint, ghastly marks remaining. Yi Fan gazed at this scene in astonishment. Not only due to the healing properties of the core, but also his own recovery. Bang! Just as Yi Fan was taken aback, Wang Lin struck open another zombie hound's head, extracting yet another crystal core. Here, take it while it's warm. Have another one. He presented it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan hastily waved his hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Wang, but this core is far too precious. Wang Lin sighed softly. Do you still not trust me? In the midst of their conversation, Wang Lin, taking advantage of Yi Fan's moment of distraction, forced the core into his mouth. That a good brother must be treated as such. Yi Fan's expression turned pained, instinctively wanting to spit it out, but then he realized that his mouth was making crunching noises, losing all sensation. The core dissolved upon entry. All right, we must evacuate now, this moment. Wang Lin had already turned to lead the survivors into the vehicle, hitting the gas and departing from the ruins. Meanwhile, Gu Weiming had arranged a small reconnaissance team to head toward Wang Lin's survivor base. Reliable sources indicated that prior to the apocalypse, the base leader had completely emptied the grain storage of Chonglin City. Not only that, but he had also relocated most food resources within a radius of several dozen kilometers around the base. And many survivors had been assigned to work there. Though the news had circulated for several days, the scale of such a massive operation left many bewildered. After all, there had been no prior mention of any superior making such moves. Food is the foundation of the nation. Even if one wished to relocate it, a formal report and application would be required. Furthermore, the entire country was currently embroiled in a severe crisis, with various monsters and zombies emerging in droves. Did one dare to secretly hoard resources? Were they not afraid of retribution? Naturally, these thoughts were only whispered among the masses. None dared confront the influential base leader. After all, everyone knew of the immense power wielded by that individual within the survivor base. There were even rumors suggesting a close relationship with those in higher echelons. In these times, what is most formidable? Power is paramount, especially for someone like the survivor base leader, whose authority is terrifyingly potent. Capable of mobilizing massive forces. Under the command of Captain Chen Ming, the reconnaissance team gradually approached the vicinity of the survivor base, stealthily lying in wait for Chen Ming's orders. Captain Chen, are you certain that fellow is indeed hoarding supplies? Zhang Hao could not help but inquire. To me, it seems like we're engaging in arms dealing. Of course. You're not suggesting that I'm fabricating this, are you? Chen Ming shot Zhang Hao a fierce glare and added. Moreover, this matter is not solely known to the two of us. Indeed, we are not a feeble team. Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Chen Ming cleared his throat and said, All right, enough complaining. Let us swiftly observe our surroundings and document the situation. Also, send a message to Old Gu to report. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement and promptly picked up the binoculars for a thorough observation. Captain Chen, this place is rather remote. I doubt there is anything of significance here. Perhaps we should relocate. I have an unsettling premonition. There's no need for that. Since we are here, let us complete this task diligently. Chen Ming shook his head. Although he spoke with such conviction, his heart harbored a different anxiety. All right, I'll heed your guidance, Captain. Zhang Hao nodded. Chen Ming then peered through the binoculars toward the interior of the base. He observed numerous women washing vegetables and cooking, while children frolicked merrily. Continue monitoring, Chen Ming instructed, then resumed his scrutiny through the binoculars. The ensuing observations confirmed their previous suspicions. Suddenly, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage and wielding submachine guns emerged. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Hao whispered. They seem poised to commence a patrol. Should we withdraw? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ming replied, Let us hold off for now. He was keen to ascertain the soldiers' intentions, pondering whether he might leverage their presence to infiltrate the survivor base. Just then, the tallest commander among the group produced a grenade. Bang! The deafening sound immediately drew the attention of all nearby zombies. In quick succession, a flurry of gunfire erupted. The commander aimed his weapon at a zombie that had just revealed itself and pulled the trigger. With a sickening sound, the zombie collapsed, black blood pooling on the concrete floor. Chapter 32. This base is not simple. Mom, help! A boy of 5 or 6 suddenly screamed, collapsing into his mother's arms, trembling. There are zombies outside. The zombies want to eat me. Nearby, another girl rushed over and clung to her mother's neck. Crying, Mom, I don't want to stay here. Why? Sweetheart, don't be afraid. There are uncles here. No one dares to harm us. The mother gently stroked her child's head, speaking softly. Living in this base, they felt utterly secure. The soldiers were executing indiscriminate attacks on the zombies outside, swiftly eliminating the majority. However, the remaining zombies continued to gather, clearly having caught the scent of fresh flesh and becoming increasingly frenzied. Damn it. The captain muttered through clenched teeth, watching the encroaching horde of zombies. Their combat capability was not particularly strong, even weak, but they compensated with overwhelming numbers. With wave after wave of assault, their small group would soon be exhausted. Captain, should we provide support? One of the soldiers inquired. Not yet. Chunming shook his head. Let us wait a moment. If there is truly something amiss here, we can intervene later. All right, the soldier nodded in understanding. Time passed gradually. The soldiers continued their barrage, ultimately clearing all the zombies and conducting a search before departing to AT that moment. Chunming and his team rushed over to assess the situation. These zombies. It seems their brains have been extracted, Chunming murmured. Extracted brains? Zhang Hao was taken aback, then countered, it must be the work of humans. Only humans could possess such malevolent inclinations. Chunming shot him a knowing glance. Are you truly that Navi? The methods employed by these individuals are clearly intentional. There must be something valuable within the zombies' brains. Zhang Hao scratched his head. Captain Chun, how did you deduce that? Chunming snorted. I've seen a similar scene in a movie. There are crystal cores within the zombies' brains. Wow, Captain, you're impressive. Zhang Hao exclaimed, astonished. You could deduce that? Of course, Chunming replied nonchalantly that he had perused related articles in a sci-fi magazine and was not unfamiliar with the concept. Whatever the case, Zhang Hao shrugged, they are merely trying to eliminate zombies. So why concern ourselves with them? True, Chunming sighed, then turned to Zhang Hao and said, let us continue observing the survivor base and see if we can uncover anything. Absolutely. For the next 2 days, individuals emerged daily to eliminate zombies and retrieve crystal cores. Despite the high frequency of these operations, the base's leader remained elusive. Chunming felt a tinge of disappointment, but recognized that his deductions were correct. This survivor base undoubtedly harbored secrets. However, the specifics remained elusive. A few individuals succumbed to the toxins of the zombies and perished on the spot, while the majority regained consciousness. Albeit still weak, they were significantly improved. Brother Wang, thank you for saving our lives. We truly don't know how to repay you, Lu Yong exclaimed, gripping Wang Lin's hand excitedly. You owe your lives to Xiao Fan. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Lin replied with a smile. Del, I Hu and Zhao Taiju, supporting each other, stood up with expressions of gratitude. Bowing to Wang Lin, Brother Wang, we truly don't know how to express our gratitude. If it weren't for you, we might have perished long, its nothing. Wang Lin waved his hand. We are now comrades in life and death. It is only right to assist each other. Indeed, Li Hu and Zhao Taiju nodded in agreement. All right, enough with the sentimentality, Yefan interjected, patting Li Hu's arm. Now that we have escaped the danger, we vow to follow Brother Wang to the death and protect the safety of our base as people. Protect the safety of the base, Li Hu and Zhao Taiju echoed in unison. Exactly. Wang Lin laughed heartily, lightly tapping the chests of the three with his fist. The four then sat together, conversing for an extended period. Wang Lin urged everyone not to disclose the matter of consuming the zombie crystal cores for the time being to avoid attracting trouble. Yet, in his heart, Yefan resolved that once this matter was resolved, he would certainly reveal his secret of consuming the crystal cores to everyone that I end the apocalypse. Crystal cores would be an exceedingly vital resource. Consuming a single crystal core could enhance one's abilities. Even one would suffice to transform an ordinary person into an ability user, let alone the numerous cores combined that if word got out, many would undoubtedly take risks to seize such bountiful gains. Half a month swiftly passed, and it must be acknowledged that after enduring numerous arduous battles, this small team had developed a remarkable synergy. One evening, Yefan led the team on a patrol. Suddenly, he heard someone nearby calling for help. Who is it? Ye Fan barked. The surrounding soldiers immediately grew vigilant, while others drew their weapons, prepared for potential threats. Moments later, a disheveled figure rushed toward Ye Fan and his team. It's you? Upon recognizing the figure, Ye Fan couldn't help but pause in surprise. Please, please help me. The figure collapsed at Ye Fan's feet. Who are you? Ye Fan scrutinized him closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are Sun Wei, brother Ye Fan, it's me. Sun Wei exclaimed urgently. Please save us. Ye Fan pondered for a moment and then instructed the soldiers. Lower your weapons. He is one of our own. The soldiers complied, sheathing their weapons. Ye Fan knelt to assist Sun Wei up, asking, What on earth happened? Why did you come here? Sun Wei sighed, then slowly recounted the events to Ye Fan. His parents had perished in the early outbreak of the zombie virus, leaving him to wander the streets alone. Recently, he had inadvertently entered a survivor base, which was modest in size and comprised dilapidated structures. But in a bid to survive, he took on a job there. Unfortunately, not long after, the base was overrun by a band of scoundrels who wreaked havoc, committing heinous acts, particularly against the women, who found it nearly impossible to escape the clutches of depraved men. Sun Wei had seized an opportunity to flee, narrowly escaping death. Chapter 33. Reclaiming the survivor base at the earliest opportunity, that do not fear. This will be your sanctuary, Ye Fan assured him, patting Sun Wei on the shoulder with a resolute tone. Brother Ye Fan, but my companions at the survivor base, they might already. Sun Wei expressed his concern for the vulnerable individuals still trapped there. Ye Fan shook his head, reassuring him, Do not worry. I will devise a plan to rescue them. For now, focus on resting and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei's eyes brightened with hope as he nodded. All right, I entrust this to you. Ye Fan nodded slightly, and then made his way to Wang Lin's office. Having learned from his previous experience, he understood the necessity of seeking Wang Lin's approval beforehand this time. Report. Soon, he pushed the door open and entered. Oh, Ye Fan, what brings you here? Wang Lin looked up at him with a smile. Brother Wang, the situation is as follows. I need to borrow a contingent of personnel to rescue survivors from a small survivor base, Ye Fan stated directly, determined to request permission this time after his impulsive action last time. Are you certain? A look of surprise flickered across Wang Lin's face, quickly followed by a frown. Although the conditions within the survivor bases outside were far from optimistic, it hardly warranted Ye Fan leading a team for assistance. Moreover, Ye Fan had only recently recovered from his injuries. The residual effects of the zombie virus were still dissipating, leaving him considerably weakened, in the event of trouble, it might be a challenge for him to protect himself. Yes, I kindly ask for your approval, Ye Fan replied earnestly. Very well, since you are resolute in this matter, I shall accompany you. However, under no circumstances will I intervene unless absolutely necessary. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. In truth, he greatly admired Ye Fan's selfless spirit, but he also recognized that Ye Fan had not fully regained his strength, so he felt compelled to accompany him. Should Ye Fan encounter danger, he would be able to respond promptly and offer assistance. Thank you, Brother Wang. With Wang Lin's consent, Ye Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. All right then, farewell for now, Brother Wang. After speaking, Ye Fan turned and departed. Upon returning to his tent, Ye Fan quickly refreshed himself, lay down on his bed, and began to meditate to regain his strength. Over the past 2 days of training, Ye Fan sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet he could not quite grasp the opportunity. The following morning, Wang Lin surveyed the soldiers who were ready for action and nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, we shall set off immediately towards the survivor base in the northwest to rescue those unfortunate women and children within. The soldiers responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Let us move out. Wang Lin laughed heartily and then drove towards the northwest. Ye Fan shared a vehicle with him, while the others closely followed behind. Brother, were you on the verge of a breakthrough yesterday? Wang Lin inquired, glancing over at Ye Fan during the journey. Ye Fan nodded, replying yes. Congratulations. Wang Lin smiled. It was merely luck. Ye Fan replied modestly. Wang Lin chuckled, saying, regardless, your strength has indeed grown. All credit goes to Brother Wang's guidance, Ye Fan acknowledged. Nonsense. If it weren't for your efforts, we wouldn't have achieved our current scale. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Wang Lin had endeavored to nurture his soldiers to achieve personal breakthroughs, and now Ye Fan had managed to do so by consuming a zombie crystal core, which filled him with pride. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered a desolate suburban area. Scattered throughout this expanse were a few dilapidated houses, which presumably marked the location of the survivor base. Wang Lin pointed towards the cluster of houses and said to Yi Fan, "There it is." "Indeed," Yi Fan nodded. "Let us get out of the vehicle." With that, the two men jumped from the car and rushed towards the nearest high ground. Wang Lin set up his binoculars to survey the base. Before long, he located the survivor base. At that moment, several hundred people were gathered at the base's entrance, most of whom were women and children. Huddled together on the ground, weeping. Approximately 10 meters away, a group of 40 to 50 men leered at the women, brazenly taunting them. Not far in front of them stood a makeshift guard post, armed with guns, appearing to be on high alert. Clearly, these individuals were the soldiers guarding the base. Further in the distance, a light tank was visible, equipped with a heavy machine gun. Such formidable artillery could undoubtedly withstand an onslaught from a horde of zombies. Yi Fan, what do you think? Should we launch a direct assault on this survivor base? Wang Lin asked, his gaze sharp and imbued with a hint of coldness. Brother Wang, I believe we could attempt it. Yi Fan pondered. Wang Lin struck a nearby boulder with his fist, causing a resounding thud that startled the surrounding soldiers, that he then gestured for the troops, commanding, "Brothers, grab your weapons." In an instant, trucks began to unload firearms and crates of ammunition. The supplies were sufficient to arm hundreds, establishing dominance in the area. Before long, the soldiers equipped themselves adequately, and Wang Lin took a deep breath, stating, "Brothers, follow me into the fray and seize this base." A chorus of roars erupted from the soldiers, their morale soaring. Wang Lin led the charge, with Yi Fan close behind. "Kill!" they shouted, surging forward toward the survivor base. The moment they clashed, gunfire erupted ferociously. Yi Fan and his comrades immediately entered combat mode, raising their rifles and firing with precision. In an instant, numerous bodies collapsed into pools of blood, the scene utterly harrowing. Chaos reigned as men, women, and children engaged in a deadly struggle, with life and death hanging in the balance every second. The sounds of gunfire attracted a horde of zombies, who rushed in with a relentless assault on both the base's inhabitants and those outside. "Kill them all!" As a soldier was overwhelmed by a zombie, Wang Lin swiftly kicked it away, then picked up a submachine gun from the ground and resumed firing, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour, swiftly clearing the surrounding zombies. Yi Fan closely followed Wang Lin's lead, continuously eliminating the undead. Within the base, several thugs were harassing women when they suddenly heard the distant gunfire. "Boss, trouble. We are under attack." "What?" This news caused the base's leader to change countenance. "Damn it. These bastards dare to encroach upon our territory. They must be tired of living." Furious, the leader wasted no time rallying his subordinates and dashed toward the base's entrance. With a resounding crash, the gates of the base exploded open, kill like a piercing arrow. Wang Lin led his men into the heart of the base. The unruly thugs, unaccustomed to any proper combat, quickly descended into chaos. Some didn't even have time to fire their weapons. A series of chilling screams echoed throughout the base. Wang Lin and his men ruthlessly slaughtered the ruffians, swiftly transforming the base into a veritable hell on Earth. One by one, the thugs fled from the base, only to be cut down before they could reach the exit. In mere minutes, the entire defensive system of the survivor base lay in ruins. Report, Brother Wang, we have taken control of the entire base. Yi Fan excitedly communicated over the radio. Good. You are all doing exceptionally well. However, do not rush to celebrate. Get the brothers to clean up the battlefield swiftly, that I suspect the zombies will be here shortly. Understood. Yi Fan disconnected the radio and instructed everyone to commence the cleanup. Soon, the soldiers began collecting weapons and supplies while dragging the corpses together in preparation for burning and burial. Wang Lin did not partake in the cleanup but stood at a distance, observing the situation, that he understood the necessity of remaining calm and cautious at such a moment. Indeed, it wasn't long before numerous figures began to materialize from the distant darkness. They surged forth in swarms, reminiscent of a locust plague, creating a horrifying spectacle. This dark tide resembled an unstoppable flood, obliterating everything in its path. Not good, Brother Wang. A horde of zombies is approaching. Boss, zombies are coming. Soldiers shouted in panic. What is there to fear? We have over 100 men here. Surely we can overpower them. Besides, with me, Wang Lin, who dares to harm my brothers? Wang Lin's excitement stemmed from his eagerness to test the newly acquired light tank. With a thunderous roar, the tank gradually revved to life and advanced toward the oncoming horde. Soon, the two forces collided. The sound of relentless impacts echoed as the tank crashed into the zombies. Splattering copious amounts of crimson liquid, zombies fell lifelessly, some even cleaved in half, their entrails spilling across the ground, a nauseating sight. Yet the zombies continued to surge forward, as if they would never cease. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and a cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept across his face that, "Ha ha! Come on, come on! Let me see if I can crush you worthless scum today." Wang Lin maneuvered the tank with reckless abandon. Trampling through the hordes, and no matter how ferocious the zombies were, they could not impede the tank's advance. They could only futilely meet their demise. This is incredible. What a thrill. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers were filled with exhilaration, their faces alight with fervor. The despair they had felt moments ago transformed into renewed hope for victory. Under Wang Lin's leadership, the soldiers followed closely behind the tank, pushing forward with unstoppable momentum, leaving no one in their path. Ultimately, one by one, the zombies fell beneath the tank's treads. At that moment, Wang Lin realized that crushing zombies with a tank was truly exhilarating. His confidence surged, and his ferocity only intensified. Damn it! Today presents an excellent opportunity to amass crystal cores. I shall not rest until every last one of these vile creatures is eradicated. The soldiers, fueled by fervor, roared like beasts, all the while collecting the crystal cores scattered upon the ground. Yet, as they reveled in their bountiful harvest, a sudden illumination flickered ahead on the street. Bathed in the dim, yellow light, Yi Fan and his companions discerned the ominous approach of dozens of tanks and armored vehicles. This is bad. It's a military convoy. Upon sighting the tanks, the soldiers' expressions changed drastically. Run! The military is coming! In that moment, the soldiers abandoned their pursuit of crystal cores, turning to flee in a panic. Wang Lin's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the military dispatching tanks. Aware of the army's formidable firepower, he bellowed, "Everyone, retreat immediately to the hills in the south." Understood. The soldiers hastily stowed their weapons and dashed toward the hills, knowing full well that the military would pursue them. Indeed, two tanks barreled forward, effectively sealing off their escape route. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lin gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it, how did these bastards arrive so promptly? It seems they had this planned all along." "Brother Wang, should I take care of them?" Yi Fan proposed. "With my current speed, eliminating the operators of these tanks would be a trivial task. Forget it. It's not worth the risk." Wang Lin shook his head in refusal. After all, they were the military, and recklessly killing them would lead to dire consequences. That he then produced a communicator and called out, "To the gentleman up ahead, we are merely an ordinary survivor team with no ill intent. I beseech you to let us go." Wang Lin's tone was exceedingly respectful, almost subservient to an ordinary survivor team? Since when does an ordinary team possess armored vehicles? The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Lin heard a cold voice emanating from the communicator. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly denied. "No, no, no. We truly are just an ordinary survivor team." "Ordinary survivors? Do you think you can fool me?" The voice continued to interrogate, clearly unwilling to accept Wang Lin's claims. "Brother, we genuinely are an ordinary survivor team. My name is Wang Lin, and we just rescued a large number of women and children. If we were villains, would we show such kindness? We would have taken advantage of the chaos to exploit these women." Wang Lin patiently explained. "Humph. Do not waste my time with your nonsense that I can surrender my weapons. But will you spare my teammates, children, and women?" Wang Lin hesitated for a moment before inquiring that no, you have already defied orders and must face military sanctions. The voice coldly retorted that if you disagree, we shall proceed with justice. "You." Wang Lin frowned and replied, "What you are doing will incur public wrath." "Humph. I am ordered to capture criminals. Where is there any public grievance? I advise you not to provoke our military, or the consequences will be severe." With that, the communicator emitted a series of beeps, signifying the other party's intent to cease further dialogue. Damn it, faced with their obstinate stance, Wang Lin could only curse angrily before issuing an order. "Everyone, drop your weapons and surrender." Chapter 35. The Crystal Core Within. Time to erupt. Though Wang Lin believed his men had committed no wrongdoing and could justifiably resist, He understood that now was not the time for confrontation. Preserving their lives was paramount. He discarded his sniper rifle and assault rifle, instructing several brothers to abandon their backpacks, then raised both hands high, slowly advancing forward. The other soldiers followed suit, none choosing to resist. Unless they were seeking death that in their view, resistance only led to a dead end, so compliance with the enemy was preferable. Upon reaching a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the enemy, they were subdued and forced to kneel on the ground. "Hey, brothers, look, we've gathered quite a haul this time. We're about to hit the jackpot. Who would have thought these fellows would be so plump?" The soldiers encircled the women, hands clasped behind their heads, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire. "You scoundrels, do not lay a finger on those girls," Yi Fan shouted. "These girls are the future pillars of humanity, not something you ruffians can tarnish." Unfortunately, before he could finish his admonition, a soldier kicked him down, sneering, "If I like it, I'll tease them, and what can you do about it?" The other soldiers erupted into laughter at the sight. "Do you seek death?" Yi Fan struggled to rise. Bang. A soldier ruthlessly kicked Yi Fan again, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to get up. The other soldiers surged forward, binding Wang Lin and his companions tightly and dragging them near the tanks. The occupants of the tanks also disembarked, led by a young man clad in military garb, adorned with 2 stripes and 4 stars on his shoulder. "Are you their leader?" the young officer said indifferently. "Hand over your weapons." Wang Lin sighed bitterly and handed over his AK-47 from his waist. The young officer accepted the weapon, inspecting it closely, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. The caliber of this AK-47 was notably large. Its power formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary model. "Good stuff? What model is this?" The young officer couldn't help but praise. "Where did you procure such an excellent weapon?" "Brother, please do not concern yourself with the model." Wang Lin said gravely that if there is nothing else, we ought to leave this place. "A horde of zombies will soon arrive." The young officer feigned ignorance, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the gun in his hand. "No wonder you could lead so many people here. It turns out you possess a secret weapon. Tell me, what is this weapon, and how did you acquire it?" The young officer's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it on Wang Lin and his group. "You should understand, if you cooperate with us, I might consider sparing your lives. I'm sorry, we truly do not know anything about the weapon, nor where it came from." Wang Lin managed a strained smile. "This gun was an accidental find. Do you take me for a fool?" The young officer sneered, then kicked Wang Lin. "I offered you a chance because you are a man, yet you dare to deceive me. Do you truly believe I will let you go? Now I declare, kill without mercy." With his command, Yi Fan's crystal core within him surged violently. A torrent of energy erupted forth that Yi Fan shot upward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, aiming directly for a soldier's throat. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Yi Fan shattered the soldier's sternum, directly rupturing his heart, blood splattering everywhere. Da-da! The nearby soldiers' faces paled, instinctively shouting, "Watch out!" But it was already too late. Yi Fan's right fist swung out with lightning speed. Crack! A head flew off, brain matter splattering. Whoosh! Yi Fan leapt over the corpse, charging towards another soldier. His speed was terrifying, his movements ghostly, evading enemy attacks with agility. Then closing in on an enemy soldier, a punch landed, sending another soldier sprawling, blood gushing forth. Subsequently, Yi Fan's right leg swept out. Crack! A soldier's ribs shattered upon impact. Yi Fan seized him and hurled him at the remaining enemies. He was like a tiger unleashed among a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc. The air was filled with wails of despair and cries of agony. Damn it! The young officer's eyelids twitched. He felt he was confronting a monster. This fellow's speed was astonishing, surpassing any creature he had ever encountered. That moment, Wang Lin wore a gratified smile, for this was precisely what he had hoped for, his brother unleashing extraordinary potential in a critical moment. His power soaring, Yi Fan showed no signs of slowing, continuing his rampage like a ravenous wolf. That a soldier, caught off guard, was sent flying by Yi Fan's palm, only to be seized by the throat. With a swift motion, a sharp dagger pierced through the soldier's neck, and Yi Fan flung the body aside. Bang! Bang bang! With several dull gunshots, the remaining soldiers were all felled to the ground. Each clutched their throats. Convulsing, their eyes filled with profound agony and despair, as if they had never anticipated falling victim to an ambush. The young officer was seething with rage, charging forward to stab Yi Fan in the abdomen. Yi Fan's body swayed but did not collapse. The young officer sneered. "Interesting. I shall see how formidable you truly are." He gripped the knife tightly, continuing to stab at Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the officer's face, causing him to stagger backward, a spray of blood escaping his lips. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan lunged, pinning the young officer down, wresting the knife from his grasp, and plunging it into the officer's knee. Crack! Bones shattered, blood flowed, and the young officer let out a scream before crashing to the ground. "You!" He glared at Yi Fan, his expression one of fury. The young officer could no longer breathe. His mouth agape, tongue protruding, his face contorted grotesquely. Soon, his pupils dilated, and he succumbed to the void of breath. Yi Fan discarded the officer's lifeless body and promptly retrieved a firearm. Wang Lin and his companions continued to pick up their weapons, harvesting the remaining soldiers with ruthless efficiency. Soon, tranquility enveloped the battlefield once more. Yi Fan, splendid work, Wang Lin exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder before addressing the group. "This is an armored vehicle, equipped with 6-pound artillery. How on earth did you manage to transport it here?" Zhou Zheng, on the verge of tears, gazed at the mountain of supplies, unable to contain his emotions. Wang Lin softly explained, "This was acquired through Yi Fan's elimination of 18 audacious individuals who attempted to seize the armored vehicle." Yi Fan, at this revelation, Zhou Zheng and the others shuddered. They had presumed Yi Fan was still recovering from his illness, yet here he was, vibrant and ready to embark on perilous missions alongside Wang Lin. This realization left them both astonished and reflective. The man truly had a remarkable resilience. Zhou Zheng felt a wave of relief, knowing the safety of their base was now reinforced. Yi Fan, you are incredible," he proclaimed, wiping the blood from his face. "And on behalf of the base, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." "Brother Zhou, you flatter me," Yi Fan replied with a radiant smile. "It is all thanks to Brother Wang's guidance." Meanwhile, General Li Wenyuan received alarming news at the base. A battalion of armored personnel under his command had been annihilated during a mission, and several armored vehicles had been stolen. This was undeniably a significant dereliction of duty. He broke into a cold sweat at the thought of reprimands from his superiors. Immediately contact witnesses to ascertain the truth behind this incident. Before long, Li Wenyuan learned the details. It appeared that a group of survivors was responsible, seemingly hired by a certain faction, with intentions to attack a military camp. After hearing his soldiers' reports, he fell into deep contemplation, his brow furrowed. It felt eerily like the calm before a storm. Li Wenyuan suspected that this situation was more complex than it appeared. Although the enemy had effortlessly commandeered an entire squad's armored vehicles and escaped, they were certainly not innocent, especially during such a critical juncture. Suddenly, another possibility struck him. Could their motives be related to the base's classified research materials? It was widely known that the base was preparing to upgrade its various facilities. Was this an attempt to sabotage the establishment of the research institute? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. How else could one explain the current events? Retrieve the surveillance footage immediately. Gather all available recordings, he commanded, determined to uncover who dared to provoke the powers that be. Simultaneously, in an office within the base, Captain Zhao Tianqing sat in his chair, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the surveillance footage. The screen displayed several brawny men fiercely attacking the guards and the heavily fortified armored tanks. Boom! The fierce flashes of fire illuminated the screen as the armored tank was reduced to scrap metal. Scoundrels! How dare they destroy military supplies? Captain Zhao fumed, his face a mask of fury that he had not anticipated that the adversaries would provoke him before he could confront them. What infuriated him further was the realization that their strength far exceeded his expectations. Communications officer, immediately contact headquarters and request assistance. Zhao inhaled deeply before instructing his aide. The communications officer promptly relayed the situation to headquarters. Upon learning of the events, headquarters dispatched 2 armed transport aircraft to the scene for reconnaissance. Half an hour later, the aircraft landed in a designated area, fully armed. Disembark. Move out. With the command issued, over 20 men clad in camouflage leapt from the planes, swiftly boarding the waiting trucks and heading towards the battlefield. Report, Commander. The target is 500 meters away, and we have located a substantial number of zombie remains. Maintain vigilance. Captain Zhao squinted as they soon spotted a figure in the distance. It was a young man, wearing a black baseball cap and carrying a travel bag, rummaging through the corpses of the zombies, seemingly stowing away a green object that a dangerous aura radiated from him. His piercing gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. "Stop! Everyone, fall back!" Captain Zhao commanded urgently. The driver pulled the vehicle to the side. "Remain here on standby. The rest of you follow me to pursue the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers jumped from the vehicle, armed with various firearms, encircling the figure ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of bullets slicing through the air erupted. The young man seemed to sense something amiss. As he turned to evade, a silver-white dagger appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Thud, thud. 3 or 4 soldiers fell, shrieking as they clutched their throats, blood gushing between their fingers. "Fire!" Captain Zhao bellowed. Instantly, a chorus of gunfire exploded. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the young man. "Humph!" The young man smirked coldly, clutching the dagger. He adeptly dodged the incoming bullets. Whoosh! A bullet struck the concrete at his feet. Sending dust swirling, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick in the direction from which the bullet had come. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward. Boom! A massive rock shattered, debris scattering. Damn it. What a formidable opponent. Captain Zhao gritted his teeth in frustration, refocusing his aim and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed through the air. The young man remained nonchalant, skillfully wielding his dagger to deflect the shots. Yet, he did not halt his advance. In a flash, he dashed forward, leaping onto the roof of a vehicle, using the rebound to propel himself forward. "Stop him!" Captain Zhao shouted. Instantly, a dozen Special Forces soldiers lunged at him. However, the young man's movements were ghostly swift. Swish, swish, swish. The glint of the dagger flashed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 soldiers collapsed. "Open fire! Open fire!" Captain Zhao roared. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted again. The young man's figure faltered momentarily. Then he rolled to the side, evading the bullets while flicking his wrist, sending the dagger flying. Thud! A soldier fell, the dagger embedded in his chest. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the enemy could navigate through gunfire unscathed. It was clear that the adversary possessed extraordinary agility and speed. "Continue firing." With Captain Zhao's roar, the gunfire intensified once more. The young man bore a few new wounds, yet he merely smiled, his dagger flickering like a phantom among the soldiers, incapacitating one after another. Captain Zhao's pupils constricted, his heart racing in panic that he realized he had provoked a force he should not have trifled with. "Are you human or a ghost?" Zhao Tianxing stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Da." The young man smiled broadly. "Of course, I am human. What do we do now? What are our options?" The lieutenant was left in stunned silence, utterly bereft of ideas. "What else can we do?" "Retreat," Captain Zhao shouted, ready to flee. However, just as he turned, he felt a searing pain in his back. Thud! A dagger pierced his throat from behind. Blood gushed from Captain Zhao's neck, his complexion turning a deep purple as he clutched his throat. Gasping for breath, but unable to make a sound. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued, but it was merely the soldiers fighting for their lives. Before long, the area was left with only the young man and the fallen captain. In the distance, Wang Lin stood on a hill, closely observing the unfolding events. Earlier, he had sensed a surge of energy in his mind, as if warning him of the approach of a kindred spirit, prompting him to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered an elite unit lying in ambush. Even more surprising was witnessing a remarkably powerful individual dispatching the elite soldiers with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Wang Lin was left utterly astounded. Who was this person? Could they also be a supernatural being of the apocalypse? Moreover, it appeared their powers surpassed his own. His heart raced with shock. This was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Just as Wang Lin was lost in thought, an acute sense of danger surged within him. Boom! He felt the air on his right side suddenly coalesce, followed by an onslaught akin to a cannonball hurtling toward him. He hurriedly swung his fists, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows for several rounds. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Both figures staggered backward. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Although his opponent was formidable, they were clearly not the type of supernatural being he was accustomed to. His fists tingled slightly, a faint sense of pain lingering. This thought barely crossed his mind when the sound of slicing wind reached his ears. Whoosh! Another attack came at him with blinding speed, leaving him no choice but to raise his arm in defense. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his arm, causing his right leg to buckle, nearly bringing him to his knees. Such terrifying power! Wang Lin's heart raced uncontrollably as he lifted his gaze. Before him, the man's fist glimmered with a chilling light, accompanied by a whistling wind, resembling a meteor plummeting from the sky. As it struck again, "Stop, stop, stop!" Wang Lin couldn't help but cry out. The man halted. At that moment, Wang Lin was already smeared with dust and blood. He gasped for breath, locking his gaze onto the other man and said, "Buddy, we have no grudges, right? What on earth are you doing?" "No grudges? Huh, don't attempt to deceive me. I've sensed that you're no ordinary person." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Wang Lin, brimming with wariness, but he could indeed perceive a unique energy within Wang Lin. Gradually recovering, he was all too familiar with the effects of this energy. Supernatural abilities. The other party was undoubtedly a supernatural being. "You figured that out?" Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, since they were of the same kind. There was no need for pretense that if such a formidable young man could be recruited into his team, they would be unstoppable in the future. With that thought in mind, Wang Lin promptly retrieved a large piece of fresh beef from his space. "Brother, it must have been ages since you had something this fresh, but if you don't mind, I have plenty here." As he spoke, Wang Lin offered it directly to the other man. However, barely had he finished speaking when the young man's eyes lit up with a fiery gleam. Fresh beef. It had been far too long since he had tasted fresh meat. In a flash, the young man snatched the beef, tearing off a piece and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing eagerly. "Delicious! Absolutely exquisite!" he exclaimed, relishing every bite. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Is he that hungry? There is certainly more good food available. No, I must win him over to join my team. With this in mind, Wang Lin chuckled. "How about you join my team?" Are you suggesting I follow you?" The young man paused, bewildered. "Indeed, our base could greatly benefit from someone like you that if you're willing, you'll have all the beef you desire in the future." Wang Lin nodded. Then he produced another large chunk of fresh beef. Without a second thought, the young man seized it and began devouring it like a ravenous beast, observing the young man's voracious appetite. Wang Lin secretly clicked his tongue. "It seems I've stumbled upon a rather simple, yet valuable asset." The young man's combat prowess was extraordinary, and now that he was famished, he would be the best ally. Moreover, Wang Lin could distinctly sense an inexplicable aura emanating from him, one even denser than his own. This indicated that the young man might be even more suitable as his assistant than Yifan. With this thought in mind, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with determination as he began his pitch. "Brother, our team is formidable, well-equipped, and stocked with abundant resources. Furthermore, as your captain, I assure you I can guide you to the pinnacle of life." "Oh, what does this pinnacle of life entail?" The young man wiped his mouth, asking with keen interest. "Hey, it means dominating a territory. Currently, we possess a resource-rich base and a powerful team, where we feast on meat and drink every day. Such treatment is hard to come by," Wang Lin tempted him. "Indeed." The young man nodded slightly. "However, my friends have warned me that our enemies are the military. Then we shall defeat them." Wang Lin thumped his chest in assurance. "The brothers will help you take them down." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes narrowed, flames flickering deep within. He recalled the harsh conditions at the safe base. His elderly parents had been confined by the military to a barren base, provided with only one meal a day, and soon after, they both passed away. Thus, those individuals were truly wretched creatures. "Brother, how about this? Let me take you to our base to have a look, and we can discuss further. If you agree, I can take you there right now. What do you say?" Wang Lin continued to entice him down. The young man nodded slightly. "I haven't asked your name yet. Lo Chung. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wang Lin. From now on, we are brothers." Wang Lin grasped his hand firmly. Lo Cheng's expression was stern and aloof as he replied, "I will temporarily join your team, but I hope you will remember your promise." "Rest assured, I, Wang Lin, am a man of my word. I will never betray your trust. Come with me, and I will arrange a place for you to stay," Wang Lin assured him. Chapter 38, A Game of Tug-of-War at the Entrance of the Base. In the dog cage, Xiao Hui and Zhao Yong remained imprisoned. Upon seeing Wang Lin approach, Xiao Hui couldn't help but cry out. After enduring torment for days, she was determined to plead for mercy when she saw Wang Lin again. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong glared at Wang Lin with venomous hatred, wishing he could dash forward and strangle him. But alas, his limbs were tightly bound by iron chains. Wang Lin ignored Zhao Yong and glanced at Xiao Hui. "What's wrong? Do you regret your actions now? How does it feel to be in this cage?" Hearing this, tears instantly welled up in Xiao Hui's eyes. "Darling, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. It's good that you know your errors. But that does not warrant your release. You still need to reflect on your actions," Wang Lin said coldly. Xiao Hui was taken aback by his words. "Darling, have I not suffered enough?" she questioned, bewildered. Wang Lin grinned, gesturing toward Zhao Yong in the cage, and said, "Whenever you manage to tear that Zhao Yong to shreds, I'll grant you your freedom." Xiao Hui was stunned by his words. She turned to see her paramour, Zhao Yong, glaring at Wang Lin with deep resentment. "Darling, you must be out of your mind. Murder is wrong," Xiao Hui exclaimed in shock. Wang Lin chuckled coldly. "Wrong? Huh. Do you still possess a shred of conscience?" With that, Wang Lin turned his gaze to Zhao Yong. "My promise to you is the same. If you manage to butcher that wretch, you will also earn your freedom. Darling, I beg you," Xiao Hui hurriedly pleaded. "I'll do anything, even be your servant." Wang Lin shook his head. "You two are not good company. Regardless of who survives, that my advice to you is to act early for your own liberation." Xiao Hui wanted to plead further, but Wang Lin simply turned and walked away. Beside him, Lo Qing looked on in confusion. "Brother Wang, what did these two do wrong?" In his understanding, unless one committed an unforgivable sin, they would not be locked up like this. Wang Lin shook his head slightly. That's a secret. It's best not to pry into what doesn't concern you." Though Wang Lin spoke this way, he felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Lo Qing's perceptiveness was quite remarkable. With some careful nurturing, he should prove to be a valuable ally. Today, Lo Qing's strength had struck a considerable blow to Wang Lin's confidence. If he did not enhance his own abilities soon, he might not be able to contend with other supernatural beings in the future. Currently, the best method to strengthen himself was to eat. Voraciously, as night fell, Wang Lin stealthily exited the base, that he needed to utilize the darkness to search for more zombie crystal nuclei. Therefore, instead of scouring the vicinity of the base, he ventured into the city. Surprisingly, glimmers of light could be seen in the city at night, likely produced by some survivors unafraid of danger. The streets were desolate, with countless zombies wandering about that moment. Outside a luxurious mall, Wang Lin stood by the roadside, observing the situation inside. Looking up, he could see zombies roaming on every floor. All right, time for a hearty meal. Wang Lin licked his lips and dashed into the mall. Inside the mall, the occupants had entirely transformed into zombies, scattered and meandering through the stairwells. As soon as Wang Lin entered, he began a ruthless slaughter of the zombies, absorbing crystal nuclei at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, every zombie on that floor was dispatched. Wang Lin's energy surged rapidly as well. That should do it, Wang Lin murmured to himself, preparing to leave the mall. After all, lingering too long could expose him to danger. However, just as he was about to exit, a sudden sound of footsteps reached his ears, followed by the entrance of 7 or 8 young individuals into the mall. To his astonishment, this group consisted entirely of well-equipped young women. A survivor team composed of girls. Upon seeing them, Wang Lin's brows furrowed, and he refrained from acting recklessly. In this post-apocalyptic world, the status of most women was extreme. They either occupied lofty heights or had sunk into the depths of despair. Clearly, this group belonged to the former category, that if they were indeed affiliated with a certain faction, provoking them could spell trouble for him. At that moment, the girls noticed Wang Lin and took several cautious steps back, creating distance between them. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The leader, a girl with short hair, demanded sharply, exuding authority. As he gazed at her, Wang Lin's pupils constricted. This girl was slender and delicate, with exquisite features and skin as pale as snow, radiating elegance and allure. She was even more beautiful than a movie star, especially that innocent and charming face, which evoked a myriad of thoughts. Wang Lin swallowed hard. "I was merely passing through, looking to grab a bite." As he spoke, he attempted to divert his gaze, but the girl seemed to sense his intention. her expression turning icy as she commanded, "Stop, you are not allowed to leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, then turned his head and awkwardly smiled, saying, "I truly was just passing by. How about I assist you in eliminating the zombies?" The young girl frowned slightly and replied, "That's unnecessary. You are not here to exterminate zombies, are you? Instead, you are in search of supplies, since that is the case. Shall we collaborate? I can guarantee that no harm will come to any of you." Wang Lin chuckled softly. The girl curled her lips in skepticism. "Are you certain you won't harm us?" Wang Lin waved his hands insistently. "Absolutely," gazing at her. After a moment of hesitation, the girl finally spoke. "Very well, follow us." Wang Lin nodded eagerly and trotted ahead, but in the next instant a sturdy wooden stick came crashing down upon his head. Ordinarily, such a blow would have no effect on him. Yet at this moment, Wang Lin wished to play along and see what tricks these girls had up their sleeves that Lig. This brat is knocked out. "What should we do next?" As they spoke, several girls bound Wang Lin tightly and shoved him into the underground passage of the mall. The passage was narrow, instantly restricting Wang Lin's movement. Blinded and gagged with lace cloth, he awaited their next move. Soon, he felt himself being shoved into a vehicle. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Lin sensed the vehicle coming to a gradual halt, followed by a soft touch. "Bring him inside," a girl's voice commanded. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, stifling his excitement, and felt a surge of exhilaration within that he had infiltrated their ranks so effortlessly. What a stroke of luck. As he pondered, his head was roughly pushed inside. Chapter 39. The Women's Legion of the Apocalypse. As the bindings around his eyes were removed, Wang Lin rubbed his eyelids open to reveal dim lighting. This must be their base. Wang Lin squinted and surveyed the surroundings, noticing that everything was decorated in a distinctly feminine manner, with many adorable items adorning the space. Posters of trendy male idols adorned the walls, flaunting their charming poses. Moreover, the room was thick with the scent of cosmetics. Wang Lin's nose twitched, and he couldn't help but swallow hard before turning to the girl beside him, asking, "Did you all decorate this place?" The girl cast him a sidelong glance but chose to ignore him. "Hey, little sister, you're quite the beauty. What's your name?" Wang Lin continued. Yet the girl remained frosty and unresponsive to such a fiery temper. Truly a woman of the apocalypse. Wang Lin laughed heartily. The girl shot him a disdainful look before picking up a cup from the table and splashing its contents onto him. "Ouch! What is this? It's scalding," Wang Lin yelped in agony. Observing his disheveled state, the girl merely snorted, paying him no mind. "Hey, so haughty. Just you wait." Wang Lin shook the water off his forehead, grumbling inwardly, "Are all these women this difficult to deal with? Had I known, I wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. I would have just taken my brothers and raided them instead." As he was lost in thought, the door swung open, and 3 women in uniforms entered. Sister Zhu. Upon seeing them, the girl quickly nodded in acknowledgement. The woman referred to as Sister Zhu nodded and then circled Wang Lin, assessing him that he doesn't seem like a good person. "Take him out and execute him." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin shivered in fright and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, I was wrong. I assure you, I'm not a scout. You've misunderstood." However, the women paid no heed to his pleas and gestured for 2 of them to restrain Wang Lin while the 3rd brandished a blade. Seeing this, Wang Lin's heart raced with dread, and a surge of energy coursed through him. In an instant, he dodged the lethal strike, breaking free from his restraints. With a swift motion, he struck out with his right hand. Bang! His palm collided forcefully with the woman's arm, causing blood to flow freely. In response, the other 2 women rushed at Wang Lin, weapons drawn. "Humph!" Wang Lin scoffed and swiftly evaded their attacks, leaping forward to confront them. Thud thud! 2 precise strikes rendered the women incapacitated. Witnessing this, Sister Zhu's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that this unfamiliar man possessed such martial prowess, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. "I warn you, if you act recklessly, my sisters will not spare you," Sister Zhu stammered, a hint of panic in her voice, yet she still managed to speak defiantly. It has been quite some time since I have been in the company of a woman." "Sister Zhu, is it?" Wang Lin chuckled mischievously, leaning closer. "Perverted scoundrel." Sister Zhu retorted, lifting her leg to kick him. Wang Lin sidestepped, seizing her ankle and bringing her crashing to the ground. "I have a particular fondness for women, especially those with such fiery spirits. Wang Lin licked his dry lips, revealing a wicked grin. Seeing Wang Lin's lewd expression, Sister Zhu's cheeks flushed red as she shouted, "Scoundrel, get lost. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." With that, Sister Zhu struggled to draw a dagger from her ankle and lunged at Wang Lin. With a swift flick of his wrist, Wang Lin caught the dagger, tossing it aside, and then delivered a punch to Sister Zhu's face. Thud! Accompanied by a sharp pain, Sister Zhu let out a muffled groan and lost consciousness. "Oh no, I've gone too far." Wang Lin chuckled, glancing around before quietly opening the door and stepping outside. It was evident that this had once been an office building, repurposed as a survivor's base. Clearly, this group of women had a formidable background. While they seemed fierce, they were not as reckless as other survivors in this apocalyptic world. They simply exhibited a touch of arrogance, which suited Wang Lin just fine. Stealthily making his way downstairs, he found the entire hall eerily empty, with all the women resting, leaving only a few on patrol. Wang Lin felt he could not leave empty-handed and resolved to strip their base of its supplies. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the patrol team changed shifts, he slipped into the storage room. Upon discovering mountains of food, grains, and various medicines, Wang Lin was overjoyed. These provisions would suffice to sustain his own survivors for half a year, if not an entire year. Moreover, he found an ample supply of weapons and ammunition. Thoroughly scouring the warehouse, he collected all the valuable items into his space. Just as he was about to leave, Sister Zhu, who had been knocked unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes and activated the base's alarm. In an instant, several statuesque women rushed to the scene. "Look, over there!" One woman pointed in terror at the now empty warehouse. The others turned in unison, their expressions shifting to disbelief. "How is this possible? The supplies are gone," Sister Zhu gasped, utterly stunned. She had never expected this man to possess such skills. "Sister Zhu, what do we do now?" One of the women asked anxiously. "Do not fear. He cannot have gone far. We must pursue him, and if he dares to harm even one of my sisters, I will make him wish he had never been born," Sister Zhu declared coldly. Hearing Sister Zhu's words, the others nodded in agreement. Soon, they set off in pursuit. Chapter 40. No free lunch. Sister Zhu sat in the driver's seat, her expression darkening. Having invested considerable effort and substantial funds to establish a survivor's base solely comprised of women, she could not swallow the humiliation of having supplies stolen and the perpetrator slip away. Indeed, no man could be trusted. Sister Zhu recalled her experiences before the apocalypse. Her husband had abandoned her without a second thought in his panic over the zombies. Once, they had appeared to be a loving couple, but after marriage, he had transformed into a different person, spending his days gambling and drinking, neglecting household duties. Had it not been for their years of companionship, Sister Zhu would never have tolerated such a worthless man. The most infuriating part was that during her pregnancy, he had cheated on her, and after she caught him in the act, he had the audacity to leave her. "You better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you wish you were never born," Sister Zhu cursed venomously, pressing the accelerator and speeding forward in pursuit, continuing to rant about how all men were no good. After a night of searching, her sisters discovered an abandoned prison on the outskirts of the city. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the prison was no longer abandoned. It had become a fortress. Sister Zhu was convinced that the man who had escaped yesterday, Wang Lin, was holed up inside, for he was nothing more than a sycophant. "Damn it, daring to snatch food from me. Today, I shall show you my might." Sister Zhu gritted her teeth and pulled out her binoculars to survey the situation within. She clearly saw the entire prison, which housed numerous survivors, among whom the most striking figures were the doctors and nurses clad in white coats atop a distant platform. Those worthless men. Let me see how capable they truly are. Yes, Sister Zhu. A few of her sisters responded in unison, then brandished their submachine guns, pushing open the car door to leap out. They were brimming with confidence. Since the apocalypse began, the Women's Legion had never tasted defeat, whether in slaying zombies or battling other survivor squads. That moment, the prison's interior erupted with the sound of alarms. The sisters exchanged glances, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of their lips, and then, guns raised, they advanced fearlessly. Observing this, Sister Zhu narrowed her eyes slightly and took out her phone to report to her sisters on the other end. "I have located the prison's whereabouts. It is rich in supplies and holds many doctors and nurses captive that I intend to seize it directly." What about you? There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a chilling laughter. Since we have found our target, let us join forces. I will send people to assist you in conquering the prison. Just wait and see, Sister Zhu. Ha-ha-dum. Sister Zhu hung up the phone, snorting coldly as she tucked her phone away. Meanwhile, atop the prison platform, Yi Fan flashed a devilish smile and turned to Wang Lin. Brother Wang, so many women-s soldiers have come. How shall we respond? What is there to fear? They won't stir up much trouble. Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, so we just wait like this. Yi Fan frowned. Wang Lin chuckled. Didn't you just say you wanted to send some gifts to the beauties? Yi Fan, let us go greet them. Wang Lin grinned, leading Yi Fan down from the platform, the prison entrance. Sister Zhu's gaze was fixed intently on the imposing iron gate that moment. The massive gate slowly creaked open, revealing an armored vehicle rolling out. Inside the vehicle sat Wang Lin at the driver's seat. Upon seeing the armored vehicle, Sister Zhu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She realized the opponent possessed considerable strength, but she never expected them to be so powerful as to have an armored vehicle. What is this? Sister Zhu was filled with terror. This is the gift I prepared for all you beauties, Wang Lin said, pulling open the vehicle's door and leaping out. You. Sister Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend what trick Wang Lin was playing. You little brat, what do you mean? Sister Zhu glared at Wang Lin angrily. At this moment, from Sister Zhu's transport vehicle, over a dozen female soldiers emerged, guns raised and aimed at the opponent. Beside them, Yi Fan's pupils constricted. Sisters, are you really going to do this? Wang Lin chuckled. So, sisters, will you accept my terms? If you refuse, I won't mind taking you all down. After all, you staying here is a disaster. You dare? Sister Zhu's eyes widened and raged. I tell you, if you harm them, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Oh dear, Sister Zhu, you are still too naive. With that, he turned to Yi Fan. Brother, show them a little color. To why Yi Fan was instantly speechless. Although he possessed abilities, he did not wish to use them recklessly. Moreover, this was the apocalypse. Who knew what strange skills this woman had? Carelessly exposing his trump card was not wise. Seeing Yi Fan hesitate, Wang Lin grew displeased, directly grabbing Yi Fan by the collar and forcefully throwing him towards Sister Zhu. You. The women looked at Yi Fan in shock, then bashfully covered their chests. Sister Zhu, do you have any thoughts? Wang Lin asked with a smile. Seeing this scene, Sister Zhu trembled all over. She could not fathom how an ordinary person could possess such speed. Could it be that, after the apocalypse, he had gained superpowers? With this thought, Sister Zhu's expression shifted several times before she bit her lip and said, We're leaving. With a wave of her hand, she led the remaining female soldiers away. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Wang Lin called cheerfully. We just agreed that the armored vehicle is yours. It's a promise. Just drive it away. Don't forget. Watching Sister Zhu and her companions retreat in disarray, Wang Lin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had initially contemplated annihilating them, but was concerned about attracting other forces and causing unnecessary trouble. Hence he had pretended to negotiate for so long. Brother Wang, where did these women come from? I've never seen them before, Yi Fan asked, puzzled. They're a bunch of feminists. You definitely haven't seen them. Wang Lin replied, that why Yi Fan suddenly understood. No wonder he had never encountered them. They were all independent women. Truly, the boss knows so much. Yi Fan marveled. Chapter 41. Zombie Elimination Plan. In the days that followed, Wang Lin managed the daily affairs of the survivor base during the day while covertly venturing out at night to slay zombies and acquire crystal cores. His spatial abilities had become increasingly refined with the continuous absorption of crystal cores. However, due to the absence of high-level zombies as opponents, he had only progressed to the mid-stage thus far, and would require a substantial amount of crystal cores to upgrade further. Wang Lin did not slack off. Instead, he worked even harder. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and a few others who had consumed zombie crystal cores had all reached the initial stage of innate abilities. Although they still lagged behind Wang Lin significantly, they were now capable of protecting themselves from harm. All of this indicated that the zombie crystal cores indeed possessed formidable effects. However, to rapidly enhance their cultivation levels, relying solely on 1 or 2 zombie crystal cores was utterly futile. They needed to eliminate more higher-tier zombies. The most direct and efficient method was to slay the zombie leaders. Only by taking them down could they obtain their crystal cores to supply the soldiers for their training. Wang Lin planned to take advantage of the thickening night to stealthily seek out the traces of high-level zombies, and this time, he chose to bring Luo Chung along. After all, both of them were powerful, and they could cover each other. Should danger arise, they could promptly escape. After parking the vehicle, Wang Lin instructed Luo Chung to conceal himself in the nearby bushes while he ventured alone toward the northwest. This place was a newly established technology company in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Their main service was to assist survivors in eliminating zombies, charging a fee for anything they deemed valuable, such as medicines, weapons, food, and so forth. Moreover, due to the development of a certain potion that effectively countered the zombie virus, even rendering zombies incapable of combat, the safety of survivors was significantly enhanced. Thus, there might be preserved information related to high-level zombies within. Wang Lin circled around the exterior of the technology company building and discovered that it was heavily fortified, with sentries and surveillance cameras scattered all around, providing tight security. Nevertheless, Wang Lin, being skilled and audacious, paid no mind to these minor guards that he effortlessly evaded the sentries and monitoring devices, scaling the wall to enter the building. Luck was on Wang Lin's side as he made his way unobstructed to the conference room on the third floor. As he approached the door, he overheard a conversation between a man and a woman inside. Where, Chairman Zhao, you are too modest. This is what we ought to do. Chairman Zhao laughed. We just happened to stumble upon this by chance. Having managed to develop it, President Li humbly replied. Chairman Zhao nodded, continuing to inquire. So I would like to know, is this potion effective? At that time, the entire city had been turned into ruins. Some survivors, being quite clever, hid in the remaining structures after the explosion, and later we found them and extracted their blood samples that we discovered that some of them, while infected with the virus, also secreted substances that resisted the virus, even enhancing the function of certain organs. Oh, doesn't T that mean gene mutation? Yes, President Lee exclaimed, then continued. At that time, one survivor was infected with the virus, and as he contracted the virus, his body underwent a genetic mutation, rapidly transforming from an ordinary human into a powerful mutated zombie. Moreover, this mutated zombie possessed terrifying combat capabilities, having wiped out over 10 squads before we finally subdued him. This mutated zombie is simply perfect. Chairman Zhao inhaled sharply, his heart racing. If that's the case, do you have any ideas? President Lee was slightly taken aback. Chairman Zhao smiled. I hope you can quickly mass-produce this antiviral potion and prioritize supplying it to our group. President Lee frowned. That might not be easy. Although we are researching it, we have only just managed to develop a prototype. You need not worry about that. I have a large number of volunteers ready to participate in the experiments. The potions developed can be directly tested on them. Really? Very well. I will contact the experts in the company immediately. President Lee nodded. Then I will await good news. Chairman Zhao stood up, satisfied. All of this was overheard by Wang Lin, who stood in the corridor as he recalled the latter stages of the apocalypse in his previous life, where abilities flourished and even super soldier squads emerged that he had thought these were natural evolutions. But it turned out they were driven by capitalist interests. Wang Lin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare they use human lives as mere experiments? Do they truly believe the common folk are soft and malleable? Cursing under his breath, he turned and strode forward, intent on finding the laboratory to retrieve the potion. Soon enough, Wang Lin arrived at the laboratory situated on the top floor of the building. The door stood ajar, and he entered without hesitation. Inside, an array of instruments filled the room, and a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat busily recorded data with her back to the entrance. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? Upon sensing movement behind her, the woman turned and politely inquired. Good day, Wang Lin replied with a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that I came to collect a sample of the reagent. Oh, did President Lee send you? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. Please hold on. I'll verify that with a phone call. The woman turned to retrieve her mobile device. At that moment, Wang Lin suddenly reached out, pressing his palm against her head. Crack! Before she could react, her skull shattered, red and white matter splattering across the floor. Wang Lin cast a cold glance at her lifeless body before stepping toward a nearby cabinet. But he opened a drawer and extracted a bottle of transparent liquid. Excellent, he mused, examining the vial before closing the cabinet and turning to leave. Outside the building, Luo Chung remained vigilant, keeping watch for Wang Lin. Having awakened his night vision capabilities, everything in the distance appeared strikingly clear to him. Chapter 42, Advanced Zombie. Not easy to deal with at that moment. Several cars approached from a distance, and a group of individuals disembarked, hastily making their way toward the technology building, seemingly in response to some urgent matter. "What should we do?" Luo Chung murmured. "Should I alert the boss?" However, the newcomer showed no signs of hesitation. One by one, they drew handguns, preparing for combat as they readied to storm inside. Luo Chung understood that they could no longer afford to remain passive. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the side, striking the lead man and sending him flying. Thud! The man stumbled back 2 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he collapsed to the ground. "Who are you?" The group immediately raised their weapons, warily eyeing the shadow in a flash. The shadow lunged at one of the armed men, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away a chunk of flesh with a sickening crunch. Swallowing it whole, there's a monster. The man screamed in panic. "Open fire!" The remaining 7 or 8 individuals, disregarding everything else, frantically pulled their triggers in a cacophony of gunfire. All the bullets rained down upon the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the shadow, yet it remained unscathed, leaving only a shower of dazzling sparks in their wake. "What the hell is that?" "Run, run!" The survivors, terrified, scattered in all directions, unwilling to sacrifice their lives there. But alas, their speed could not match that of the shadow. With a predatory gaze, the shadow targeted one slower man, lunging at him with ferocity, its jaws wide open for a vicious bite before he could react. The shadow's claws pierced through his chest, pulling out a still-beating heart. The heart pulsated with life. Incredibly fresh, it devoured the organ, chewing a few times before swallowing it with a satisfying gulp. Then licked its lips, greedily eyeing the remaining few. "Help! Monster!" The piercing screams echoed across the area, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones snapping and hearts bursting. In less than 3 minutes, several dismembered corpses lay strewn about. Their deaths gruesome, blood pooling on the ground. The shadow licked its lips in satisfaction, its crimson eyes reflecting a sense of enjoyment. Such a gruesome sight sent chills down Luo Cheng's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. Desperately wishing to flee, yet he found himself rooted to the spot, a mix of fear and astonishment swelling within him. This was undeniably a zombie, yet it was more vicious than any ability user and possessed tremendous strength. Could this be what Wang Lin referred to as a zombie awakener? Suddenly, the shadow let out a low, raspy howl, a wave of intense pressure radiating outward, enveloping the entire building. The corridor lights flickered twice before extinguishing, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Damn! The power's out! There's a monster! Help someone in an instant!" The building erupted with various shrill and piercing sounds, chaos reigning supreme. The guards swiftly shut the doors, and security barriers descended, isolating those inside from the outside. Luo Chung stared blankly into the impenetrable darkness ahead, a chill creeping into his heart. "Boss, what on earth is that thing?" He couldn't help but ask. It seems you've encountered an advanced zombie." A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he slowly raised his right hand. Pointing ahead, he had witnessed such a creature in his previous life, brutal beyond measure. "Luo Chung, we must capture it today and consume its core. Our strength will undoubtedly surge." Upon hearing these words, Luo Chung felt his throat tighten. He glanced at Wang Lin's profile and suddenly realized that he had changed, becoming unfamiliar and terrifying to that moment. 2 glowing green eyes emerged from the depths of the darkness. The shadow's size appeared to have doubled. Standing over 2 meters tall, its body was covered in scales, with a humanoid head and a grotesque visage, fangs jutting outward. Its green, ghostly eyes were chillingly terrifying, striking fear into one's very soul. "Roar!" The shadow let out a deafening roar, charging towards the 2, its sharp arms swinging menacingly. "Dodge!" Wang Lin shouted, swiftly moving aside to evade the shadow's onslaught, while Luo Chung was caught directly in its path. Boom! With a muffled thud, Luo Chung was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A searing pain erupting in his chest as if his organs had shifted. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, struggling to catch his breath. Luo Chung stood up, clutching his abdomen in pain, his eyes wide with terror that he had failed to evade. The shadow was far too swift. At that moment, the shadow lunged closer, swinging its arms toward the two. That Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bent slightly, leaping into the air to avoid the shadow's attack, simultaneously raising his right leg and delivering a powerful kick to the shadow's waist. Bang! The shadow staggered back several steps, nearly toppling over, but quickly regained its balance, roaring furiously as it charged at Wang Lin. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng had drawn a dagger from his pocket, striking fiercely at the shadow's shoulder. Clang! Sparks flew as the shadow remained utterly unmoved. In contrast, Luo Cheng stumbled back a few steps, the grip on his knife causing his palm to split, crimson droplets dripping to the ground. Roar! The shadow issued an enraged growl, extending its sharp claws once more toward the two that they hurriedly dodged to the sides. With a resounding thud, the hard floor was etched with deep grooves from the shadow's claws, showcasing its devastating power. The two exchanged glances, both filled with apprehension. This level of combat prowess was truly formidable. Wang Ge, do we have to eliminate this zombie today? Luo Cheng couldn't help but inquire. Yes, Wang Lin replied nonchalantly. Although he was uncertain of the zombie's full strength, he could confirm that it was undoubtedly of a higher tier. If they did not deal with it now, it would inevitably become a disaster in the future. Furthermore, this zombie belonged to an evolved category, meaning the higher its power, the more energy its core would contain. Thus, Wang Lin had taken the risk to come here, as the temptation of the core was simply too great. Damn it, let's go for it. Luo Cheng gritted his teeth, proposing, agreed. Wang Lin nodded. Whoosh! The two simultaneously darted in opposite directions. Circling around behind the shadow, seizing the opportunity before it could turn, they struck with all their might at the back of its head. Thud! The shadow swayed slightly, but remained unfazed. Is it really that tough? Luo Cheng forced a wry smile. You fall back. Let me handle this. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, gathering energy into his right hand before delivering a powerful punch to the shadow's neck. Bang this time. The shadow finally swayed twice before crashing down. Phew, surely this time it's dead. Luo Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the shadow collapse lifelessly to the ground, a sense of trepidation lingering. Chapter 43. Good stuff, one bite to the soul, it should be dead. Wang Lin nodded. After saying this, he slowly approached, preparing to retrieve the core. However, at that moment, his pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the zombie's head. To his astonishment, the zombie, which had initially hung its head low, suddenly opened its eyes, the crimson orbs glimmering with a cold, merciless light. Then, it swiftly raised its claw and lunged at Wang Lin with ferocity. Damn it! Wang Lin cursed, swiftly retreating to narrowly avoid the strike. This is a resurrection. Wang Lin swallowed hard, utterly caught off guard. The shadow was not dead, merely unconscious. Fortunately, he had managed to withdraw in time. Otherwise, that claw would have guaranteed his doom. Luo Cheng was equally stunned, watching the shadow slowly rise, his heart racing with anxiety. That he had faced zombies before, but never one with such formidable strength that if he encountered more of these, his own life would surely be at stake. Does this thing fear fire? Let's burn it. In a moment of urgency, Luo Cheng shouted, for it was the only solution that came to his mind. He swiftly produced a Molotov cocktail, igniting it before hurling it towards the shadowy figure. Startled by the searing flames, the shadow recoiled, instinctively releasing its grip and retreating. Its body remained rigid, unable to comprehend the need for evasion. Luo Cheng's assault proved effective as the flammable liquid began to consume it, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries from the shadow that, what a fool! Luo Cheng scoffed, then retrieved a compact grenade he had found by the roadside. A device of considerable power. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin, aimed at the shadow, and threw it at a faint hiss was followed by the explosion, sending a cloud of smoke billowing forth and obscuring their view. Damn it! Wang Lin cursed as both of them succumbed to a fit of coughing from the acrid smoke, rendering them unable to approach. Brother Wang, Luo Cheng called anxiously. Forget about me, just run, Wang Lin shouted back, plunging into the smoke to extract the crystal core from the creature's head, stowing it away, and severing its 4 robust arms in one swift motion. The shadow writhed in agony, emitting a mournful howl. Wang Lin paid it no mind, shouldering the pack and fleeing. With a final, despairing cry, the shadow fell to the ground. Within the confines of the technology tower, Li Xiaoting observed the unfolding chaos through binoculars. He was certain that the two young men and the monstrous creature were anything but ordinary. They were undoubtedly awakened superhumans or fortunate individuals with extraordinary opportunities. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Li Xiaoting. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "They must be eliminated. Otherwise, they will pose a threat." With that, he picked up the phone from his desk and dialed out. "Hello, Captain Zhao. Please investigate the two young men as swiftly as possible. Remember, speed is of the essence." After hanging up, Li Xiaoting continued to monitor the scene, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. I relish collaborating with intelligent individuals. The crystal core before him was notably larger than its predecessors. At least the size of a baseball, it would surely enhance his strength significantly. Moreover, it might even unlock latent potential. Contemplating this, Wang Lin could not help but grin, his heart brimming with anticipation that he opened his mouth. Absorbing the energy from the crystal core, that a faint crackling sound accompanied the emergence of a white mist enveloping the core, which steadily infiltrated Wang Lin's body. This state persisted for approximately 5 minutes, until the core completely lost its color, turning a dull brown. With a deep breath, Wang Lin's face lit up with excitement, for he sensed that the energy contained within the core was exceedingly potent and pure, at least tenfold that of the previous zombie cores. He marveled inwardly. What a treasure this is! He unleashed a punch into the air, producing a muffled thud as the atmosphere seemed to tear, creating a faint blue ripple that spread outward. What immense power! Wang Lin was filled with delight, acutely aware that he was now far stronger than when he first entered the apocalypse, though he yearned to test his limits. He refrained, recognizing that this was not the time. "That I wonder how Luo Cheng is faring," Wang Lin murmured, retrieving his phone from his pocket to dial Luo Cheng's number. After several rings, there was no answer. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with concern. After all, Luo Cheng had sustained injuries during their recent encounter with the zombies, that I must go check on him. After a moment's thought, Wang Lin rose to depart. Despite Luo Cheng's strong-willed nature, they were family now, and Wang Lin could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. In Dr. Lu's office, Luo Cheng was examining the gash on his chest, inflicted by the zombie's claws, blood flowing profusely and presenting a rather gruesome sight. "Damn it, this creature is unlike any zombie I've encountered. Its skin is resilient, impervious to blades and bullets." Luo Cheng gritted his teeth, lowly cursing as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Your wound is serious. It requires immediate treatment, or it could lead to complications." Dr. Lu's voice broke through as he entered the room, presenting a medical kit to Luo Cheng. "Remove your shirt." "Okay," Luo Cheng replied, not hesitating as he began to unbutton his shirt. "Wait," Dr. Lu suddenly exclaimed. "What is it?" Luo Cheng asked, puzzled that at that moment, green fluid began to seep from the wound, the muscle tissue appearing necrotic. "How on earth did this happen? Were you bitten by a zombie?" Dr. Lu's eyes widened in shock. That it was well known that ordinary individuals bitten by zombies would soon succumb to the infection. Yet here was Luo Cheng, astonishingly alive with no signs of impending transformation. If it turned out that he had indeed contracted the zombie virus, it could spell disaster for the entire base. I'm fine that I was just with Brother Wang, trying to collect zombie crystal cores, and I accidentally scraped myself," Luo Cheng explained awkwardly, unsure if he should reveal the truth. After all, he was an ability user, and only Wang Lin was privy to that information within the base. Should others discover his abilities, it could incite envy and greed. Ditto, Dr. Lu nodded, feigning indifference. First, he needed to save this individual. As for the rest, it would be up to Wang Lin, the base leader, to decide. Chapter 44. Something seems off. "First, we need to staunch the bleeding. That I will tend to your injury," Dr. Lu instructed, opening the medical kit to retrieve anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medications he had personally prepared for wound healing. Before long, Dr. Lu had treated Luo Cheng's wounds and advised him to rest for 3 days, avoiding contact with water. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. I must return to work now." Dr. Lu waved his hand dismissively. Turning to leave, he did not seek rest. Instead, he intercepted Wang Lin along the way to ask the head of the base's medical facility. Dr. Lu had a plethora of concerns to discuss with Wang Lin. "Mr. Wang, I believe things are becoming increasingly suspicious. It seems that many individuals are no longer ordinary. Take that young man who was injured today. For instance, He was bitten by a zombie, yet did not mutate, and he seems to be recovering. Dr. Liu spoke gravely. This defies scientific principles, and I fear we may be on the brink of a catastrophe. Wang Lin nodded slowly in response, then smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will keep an eye on things that he certainly could not disclose the existence of ability users within the base to Dr. Liu. After speaking, Wang Lin turned to leave. Mr. Wang. Dr. Liu called out urgently that I think it is necessary for you to check on Luo Chung. Something is amiss with him. Dr. Liu leaned in close, whispering a few words into Wang Lin's ear. Oh, is that true? Wang Lin asked suspiciously, scanning the surroundings. Dr. Liu. Keep this matter quiet. Dr. Liu shrugged. I understand. I am merely concerned for you. After all, we share a good relationship, that if you were to perish, who would protect the members of the base? Wang Lin forced a bitter smile. All right, I understand. It's nothing serious. A month after the outbreak of the zombie crisis, developments unfolded at a pace far swifter than anticipated. General Li Wenyu listened to the reports below, his head throbbing. First, there was the issue of the island nation's nuclear wastewater discharge. Though they publicly claimed to have closed the valves in secret, they were clandestinely transporting it to a remote island deep in the South China Sea, which harbored a vast number of zombies. General Li furrowed his brow, glancing at his associates. What else? Several reconnaissance teams had encountered attacks at sea. Thus far, 3 teams had been confirmed lost, and the enemy was exceedingly brutal, resulting in significant losses on their side. Other details remained unknown for the time being. Hearing this, General Li's expression darkened further. The primary concern lay with that enigmatic island in the South China Sea. Most shocking was that those who had been scratched or bitten by zombies underwent rapid mutation, experiencing drastic increases in strength, while some exhibited formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Even more terrifying was that the infected individuals no longer recognized anyone. Driven solely by bloodlust and a primal urge to kill, the island appeared utterly isolated, with no apparent breach to exploit. Therefore, over the past month, various international research teams have been seeking solutions, yet the island's mystery thwarted their efforts, leaving them without even a shred of a lead. Continue your reconnaissance. We must urgently find a solution. General Li rubbed his temples. The soldier nodded in acknowledgement. General, our current defensive measures are solid. I suggest we bide our time and wait for the right moment. Upon hearing this, General Li shook his head. That approach is too slow. We are running out of time. General, the soldier exclaimed, alarmed. Those beings are terrifying. I believe we should not provoke them. General Li waved his hand dismissively. My decision is made. You may leave now. Additionally, maintain confidentiality. Do not let this information leak. With that, the soldier had no choice but to depart in resignation. After the soldier left, General Li picked up the phone to call the commander in Chonglin City. Xin Yuchen, what is the status of that arrogant survivor team from Chonglin? Have they gone silent after stealing our armored vehicle? General, they have been inactive, but I have made some new discoveries upon hearing this. Li Wenyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he promptly sat up straight. Ditto. You've made a discovery? Pray, tell me what it is. Xin Yuchen spoke with a grave tone. I have uncovered that their leader appears to possess abilities beyond those of an ordinary person. Abilities beyond those of an ordinary person? Li Wenyuan narrowed his eyes. What sort of abilities? I am uncertain. IT is rumored that he possesses a unique power and shows no fear of zombie attacks. In fact, he actively hunts them down. Xin Yuchen paused briefly before continuing. If we could recruit these individuals into our ranks, our chances of success would increase significantly. Li Wenyuan fell into deep contemplation. And after a long silence, he inquired, what is his name? Wang Lin, Xin Yuchen replied. General, shall I assist you in bringing him to the capital? Wang Lin, Li Wenyuan murmured to himself, a flicker of familiarity washing over him. The name seemed to linger in his memory, yet he could not quite grasp where he had heard it before. With a sigh, Li Wenyuan acquiesced. Very well. Since you have done your due diligence, invite him to our fold, but do not disclose our existence to Do you understand? Yes, General. After ending the call, Li Wenyuan was lost in thought. The name Wang Lin seemed etched deep within his soul, impossible to erase. Meanwhile, Zhu Li, having witnessed Wang Lin's prowess, felt a profound sense of defeat. She had never anticipated the existence of supernatural beings in this apocalypse. That moment, a message from a tech company flashed across her phone screen. Apocalypse Gene Modification Program. Join us, and you shall become the mightiest warrior. Join us, and you shall attain eternal life. That a few brief lines captivated her attention, and she recalled Wang Lin's extraordinary skills, effortlessly subduing her, without a second thought. She knew he must have surpassed his limits. The gene modification program mentioned in the advertisement likely paralleled Wang Lin's abilities. Perhaps this company could create super soldiers tailored for this society. With that thought, Zhu Li wasted no time in opening her computer, logging onto the website, entering her information, and registering. She smiled at her phone screen, convinced of her own potential. Turning her gaze to the frozen man in the room, she noted his strikingly handsome features, particularly the subtle curve of his lips, which appeared irresistibly tempting. Alas, he was unable to move now, no longer able to utter those sweet nothings. Wang Lin, just you wait. Chapter 45. Supplies for you. But with conditions, ever since Gu Weimin exhibited defiance against superior authority, his survivor base had faced a dire shortage of resources. Even the simplest salted fish had become a rare commodity. Ordinary survivors were beginning to experience hunger, often going without meals. This predicament left everyone feeling stifled, prompting thoughts of venturing out to seek alternatives to make matters worse. The lack of higher-level support meant that when illness struck, there were no medications available. Although some harbored discontent, they felt utterly helpless, as they were merely ordinary members of the survivor base. Lacking any significant standing, Gu Weimin understood that if this situation persisted, only death awaited them. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to call Xin Yuchen, the current head of Changlin City. "Hello, Xingu. It's Gu Weimin." However, the voice on the other end was low and harsh, emanating an air of formality. "Oh. Hello." The cool demeanor of the other party was evident. That Gu Weimin frowned slightly, but maintained a cordial tone as he continued. "Xingu, I wanted to report something to you." "Yes, if you have something to say. Please be quick." The voice on the other end remained curt. "Well, Xingu, I would like to request a batch of supplies for living and medical purposes. What do you think?" Gu Weimin had approached this conversation with a tentative attitude. Knowing Xin Yuchen was likely reluctant to distribute such resources to his surprise, the response was direct. "All right, come to my location at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will arrange for some supplies to be allocated." Normally, Xin Yuchen was not so generous, often ignoring those in lower positions. After a brief hesitation, Gu Weimin ventured, "So, Xingu, does that mean you agree to my request?" "Thank you very much." The other end seemed taken aback momentarily before responding. "Since you brought it up, of course, I can agree." Shortly thereafter, the call ended. Gu Weimin felt a mix of emotions as he set down his phone, that he had not anticipated that, at such a crucial moment, Xin Yuchen would extend a helping hand. Unbeknownst to him, Xin Yuchen had ulterior motives for his actions. The following morning, Gu Weimin, accompanied by his subordinates, drove straight to Xin Yuchen's residence. This was the largest and safest base in Changlin, with an impressive defense system in place. Key locations were fortified with heavy weaponry, and even the lowest-ranking guards were armed with firearms. After parking outside, Gu Weimin stepped out of the car, marveling at the imposing structure before him. "If only our base possessed such defensive capabilities." The nearby guard chuckled. "Captain, rest assured, after this mission, our base will reach General Shun's level." Gu Weimin chuckled lightly in response, not disputing the claim, and proceeded directly to Xin Yuchen's office. "Come in." With a click, the door opened, and a slightly nervous Gu Weimin stood at the threshold. He glanced up to see Xin Yuchen seated behind his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Without looking up, Xin Yuchen casually instructed, "Close the door. Speak at your leisure." "All right." Gu Weimin nodded, closed the door, and approached Xin Yuchen's desk, finally saying, "Xingu, I apologize for interrupting you. I wanted to provide you with an update on the current situation at our survivor base." After listening to Gu Weimin's report, Xin Yuchen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "I recall you previously mentioned a desire to expand the base's size and accommodate more individuals. Have you forgotten so soon, just 3 months later?" Gu Weimin's expression shifted, and he quickly clarified, "No, I remember. It's just that we are currently lacking resources, and I hope Xingu can allocate a portion of medical supplies for our use." Upon hearing Gu Weimin's request, Xin Yuchen suddenly scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ah, now you realize survival is difficult. Where was this urgency earlier?" Xin Yuchen's words left Gu Weimin feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, in order to secure some medical supplies for the injured, he steeled himself and replied, "Xingu, we are indeed facing a predicament. Enough, I understand your plight. However, I must inform you that your previous behavior displeased Commander Ding, which has led to the current situation. Fortunately, an opportunity to redeem yourself has presented itself. Do not let it slip away." Shin Yechen's tone was laden with implications, almost threatening Gu Weimin upon hearing this. Gu Weimin's eyes widened in alarm. "Shingu, what do you mean?" he asked, his expression grave. "This afternoon, our transport vehicle will deliver a substantial quantity of food, clothing, and medical supplies to your base that I will dispatch 2 platoons of soldiers to accompany the shipment. However, you must assist me in completing a task. Deal with a certain individual named Wang Lin that I trust you are familiar with his profile. This task should be a mere trifle for you." Shin Yechen paused momentarily before continuing. "Do not fret. You will have assistance for this operation that if you manage to capture him, I assure you that your contributions will not go unnoticed." "What sort of background does this person have? Why has he attracted Commander Ding's attention?" Gu Weimin could not help but inquire that if he were merely a small fry, it would not warrant such a stir that even Ding Ling would become involved. Shin Yechen snorted derisively. "From what I gather, this fellow has substantial connections. Not only that, but he has also murdered several officers and even stolen our armored vehicle. Commander Ding is furious and determined to bring him to justice. However, this individual possesses considerable strength at present, so I recommend against a direct assault. It would be wiser to employ cunning tactics. Once you secure him, the resources within his base will also belong to you. What say you?" Chapter 46. Control over electricity. Shin Yechen's secret weapon. After hearing all this, Gu Weimin's face flickered with a hint of struggle. Gu Weimin, do not blame me for not warning you. This is your only chance," Shin Yechen stated sternly. "Very well. I shall comply with your instructions." Gu Weimin gritted his teeth and agreed. Shin Yechen nodded slightly, patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee the operation, ensuring that you accomplish your task successfully." "Thank you, Brother Shin," Gu Weimin replied with palpable excitement. Shin Yechen waved his hand, signaling Gu Weimin that he could take his leave. After Gu Weimin departed, Shin Yechen lingered in his chair for a moment before exiting the office and taking the elevator to the dining hall on the second floor for a brief respite. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a military green jeep slowly entered the base. Once the vehicle came to a halt, a man in his early 30s emerged, flanked by 4 armed soldiers. The man was shackled with heavy iron chains, which hindered his movements, making it difficult for him to walk freely. Despite the evident scent of blood surrounding him, it did little to obscure his handsome features as he strode forward with his head held high, seemingly indifferent to the soldiers surrounding him. However, upon catching sight of Shin Yechen not far ahead, a broad smile broke across his face. "Commander Shin, I have come to see you," he exclaimed as he hurried toward Shin Yechen. Unfortunately, the tug of the chains caused him to limp awkwardly, making his progress painfully slow over a mere few meters. Upon seeing the man, Shin Yechen's brow furrowed momentarily before a radiant smile spread across his face. He extended his right hand toward the man, saying, "Long time no see, Lao Zhao. The brothers have been searching high and low for you." The man before him, Lao Zhao, had once been Shin Yechen's subordinate. After making a mistake during a mission, he had evaded capture and hidden himself away. Fortunately, Shin Yechen had managed to apprehend him again, much to his delight, for it seemed that this young man had developed extraordinary abilities. This time, Shin Yechen had dispatched 2 platoons to capture him, primarily to test his supernatural powers. "You saved my life, Commander. If it weren't for your selfless act, I would have long since perished. That I owe you everything. You are the only commander I will ever acknowledge," the man said, grasping Shin Yechen's arm with heartfelt emotion. Shin Yechen chuckled softly, gesturing toward a nearby training room. "Now that you've decided to follow me, let's dispense with the pleasantries that go inside and demonstrate your abilities." "Understood," the man replied, pushing open the door to the training room. Shin Yechen watched the door close behind him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He knew that through this testing, the young man would undoubtedly join his ranks, paving the way for his future control over Changlin. After all, he currently had too few capable individuals under his command, particularly those as honest as Gu Weimin, who were exceedingly rare. With this young man by his side, tasks would surely become much more manageable. The thought left Shin Yechen eagerly anticipating the young man's performance in the test. Soon, a soldier entered the room carrying a device, which he handed to Shin Yechen. "Are you ready?" Shin Yechen inquired. "Yes," the man affirmed with determination. Shin Yechen nodded. "Good. Let us begin." With that, he stepped back toward the door. While the man grasped the device's connectors that in an instant, two arcs of electricity surged toward him. Yet he remained utterly still, as if nothing had occurred. Shin Yuchen, positioned at the doorway, was momentarily taken aback. Though he had encountered supernatural beings before, he had never witnessed one withstand such powerful electric arcs, sufficient to incapacitate a normal person on the spot. Astonishingly, this man stood like a statue, an unbelievable sight. However, Shin Yuchen, being a seasoned strategist, quickly regained his composure. He called out to the motionless man, "Lao Zhao, increase the voltage." Upon hearing the command, the man immediately adjusted the device's dial. Suddenly, the current intensified, bathing him in a brilliant beam of energy. The electricity crackled, yet he remained unyielding, his facial muscles betraying no sign of strain. With a resounding boom, two loud explosions echoed, causing Shin Yuchen to instinctively cover his ears. Despite his efforts, a ringing in his ears persisted, sending jolts of pain through him. Good heavens! At that moment, a soldier standing nearby could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shin Yuchen gazed at the fallen soldier, who had lost consciousness. Shaking his head with a sigh, "It appears your strength has indeed increased significantly. You managed to knock someone out with a single jolt." He looked at the man in amazement. Lao Zhao chuckled and replied, "Commander, you flatter me that my abilities are still rudimentary. I can only absorb a certain amount of electricity and then release it. Other potentials remain untapped. Thank you for the guidance." He relayed this information to his subordinate. Zhou Mingliang. Wang Lin. That name sounds familiar. Zhou Mingliang murmured. He narrowed his eyes in contemplation for a few moments before exclaiming, I remember, during the investigation of base members, there was a girl who asked me to look into this person." "Oh, why?" Gu Weimin inquired eagerly. "Boyfriend? Could it be?" A sudden possibility struck Gu Weimin's mind. "You must bring that girl to me immediately. I want to meet her face to face." Chapter 47. Parting for 3 days. A new perspective, yes. Not long after, Zhou Mingliang brought Xia Xiaoming into the office. "Reporting." The duo stood at attention, saluting. "Take a seat." Gu Weimin gestured for them to sit down. "Thank you, Commander." Once seated, Gu Weimin turned to Xia Xiaoming with a smile. "My subordinate just mentioned that Wang Lin is your former boyfriend. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's right." Xia Xiaoming nodded in affirmation that it was all right. She added vaguely to that moment. She could hardly articulate her feelings, given that her relationship with Wang Lin was a relic of the past. "What? You found Wang Lin?" Xia Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Gu Weimin replied cheerfully. "Moreover, he is now the head of a base." Xia Xiaoming paused in disbelief. "Then why bring him here?" "You need not worry, as long as you bring Wang Lin to our base. I will ensure that he is well taken care of and remains safe," Gu Weimin explained. But Xia Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before finally conceding, "All right, I agree." "Very good. Wait here. I will immediately instruct my team to prepare a convoy for you." Gu Weimin said, his excitement palpable, that he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Xiao Zhang? Please prepare 2 transport vehicles to take someone to Wang Lin's base." After hanging up, Gu Weimin turned back to Xia Xiaoming with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiaoming, take a moment to rest. We will set off shortly." Xia Xiaoming nodded. "Thank you, Commander." Half an hour later, an impressive convoy departed the military camp, heading southwest at a swift pace. Along the way, Gu Weimin and Xia Xiaoming engaged in conversation. That Gu Weimin inquired about Xia Xiaoming's family background, and she recounted her life story, revealing that her father had passed away early, and her mother had succumbed to illness shortly after giving birth to her. Due to their impoverished circumstances, Xia Xiaoming had often faced hunger and hardship, even struggling to attend school. Nevertheless, she persevered in her education and eventually enrolled in a reputable local school. At that institution, she met Wang Lin, and due to their differing family backgrounds, Xia Xiaoming developed a unique affection for him. Gradually, she found herself falling for Wang Lin. However, her insecurities and the disparities between them prevented her from mustering the courage to pursue him. It wasn't until one day, when Wang Lin unexpectedly confessed his feelings, that she realized he cared for her too. Although she harbored feelings for him, she feared her academic shortcomings would hinder his progress. Thus, she gently declined his advances. Yet upon learning of Xia Xiaoming's thoughts, Wang Lin bore no resentment. Instead, he grew even more considerate and caring towards her, and he even suggested they commit to each other for life, which terrified Xia Xiaoming. as she was acutely aware that she felt unworthy of him. Consequently, she resolutely refused. However, Wang Lin's determination was unwavering, and he even threatened to drop out of school if she insisted on rejecting him. Vowing to marry her regardless, by the time she finished recounting her story, they had arrived at their destination. The vehicle halted in front of Wang Lin's base, where two armed guards quickly approached. After a brief exchange, they reported to their superiors, who instructed them to allow entry. The Gu Weiman alighted from the vehicle and, with Xia Xiaoming, made their way toward the gates of Wang Lin's base. Along the way, Xia Xiaoming couldn't help but ask Gu Weiman, "Commander, are you truly certain that this Wang Lin is the one we are searching for? Do you doubt my intelligence network?" Gu Weiman arched an eyebrow. His tone serious. Xia Xiaoming lowered her head, unable to voice her concerns any further. "I have thoroughly investigated Wang Lin's background. Aside from him, no one else fits the criteria you mentioned," Gu Weiman continued. I didn't mean it that way." Xia Xiaoming's face flushed with embarrassment. "Enough of this. Let us proceed inside," Gu Weiman encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. With a faint nod, Xia Xiaoming followed Gu Weiman into the depths of Wang Lin's base. Upon entering, she began to survey her surroundings, astonished to discover that Wang Lin's base was, in fact, constructed within a prison and had undergone significant fortification. Recalling the day before the apocalypse when Wang Lin had sought her out, she remembered her skepticism, even going so far as to eject him from her premises. The thought now filled her with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Gu Weiman seemed to notice the shift in Xia Xiaoming's demeanor and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Xiaoming, how do you find Wang Lin's base? Is that so?" Gu Weiman's lips curled into a slight smile. "It is said that his resources are even more abundant than ours." I am not certain about that," Xia Xiaoming replied, shaking her head. Gu Weiman chuckled softly, remarking, "That is indeed rare, that I have heard that after the apocalypse, survivors were scrambling for their lives, leaving little time to construct their own bases. Bases like Wang Lin's are exceedingly few." With that, he shifted the topic, delving into the various facilities of the base. "Xiaoming, let me share something with you. This base houses our most elite forces, with teams of 100 composed of the finest survivors who fought their way through hordes of the undead." Gu Weiman raised an eyebrow, surveying the area as he continued. "If Wang Lin is willing to merge with our base, I could make an exception and allow him to join our core team." Upon hearing Gu Weiman's words, Xia Xiaoming felt a rush of astonishment. The notion of a civilian base housing 100 soldiers seemed utterly extravagant. Furthermore, this base boasted an arsenal, a medical supply depot, a food storage facility, a hospital, a training ground for combat personnel, and both a large bus station and airport. In summary, the base's resource reserves were impressively abundant. Gu Weiman continued to speak animatedly, while Xia Xiaoming listened intently. Still puzzled about Wang Lin's connection to all of this, on the top floor of the base, Wang Lin observed the approaching Xia Xiaoming and the distant military vehicles, a pang of pain gripping his heart. He realized that Xia Xiaoming had been exploited, not merely as a pawn, but as leverage against him. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Lin was resolute in his determination to protect Xia Xiaoming from harm. Just then, Gu Weiman arrived at the office door with Xia Xiaoming and knocked lightly. "Come in," came a slightly hoarse male voice from within. Upon hearing that voice, Xia Xiaoming trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. Gu Weiman, noticing her emotional state, sighed softly and stepped inside. Upon entering, Gu Weiman called out to Wang Lin, who was seated on the sofa smoking. "Wang Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Gu Weiman, the commander of the Changlin base." Wang Lin turned his head, casting a glance at Gu Weiman before replying, "Hello, please take a seat." After saying this, he approached Gu Weiman and Xia Xiaoming, his gaze landing on Xia Xiaoming's delicate face, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoming, it has been a long time." Xia Xiaoming gritted her teeth and remained silent, unable to suppress her tears. Wang Lin chuckled upon seeing her distress, then produced a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away her tears. "Xiaoming, you've lost weight." With tears streaming down her face, Xia Xiaoming suddenly threw herself into Wang Lin's embrace, sobbing, "Foolish girl, why are you crying? Am I not standing here perfectly fine?" Wang Lin gently rubbed her head. "You're lying." Xia Xiaoming wiped her tears away and declared, "I have been frantic without any news of you. How could I ever deceive you?" Wang Lin reassured her, holding her close. "Wang Lin." Just then, Gu Weiman's voice interrupted from the side. "Have you two had enough of your reunion? It's time to discuss business that, oh dear, I almost forgot, Wang Lin exclaimed, quickly releasing Xia Xiaoming and taking her hand as they sat down across from Gu Weimin. Commander, I am curious about your purpose in coming here. Wang Lin, you must realize that I wouldn't come without reason. Especially not after helping you find your girlfriend, Gu Weimin stated directly. Indeed, that is certain. Wang Lin nodded calmly to Gu Weimin smiled broadly, continuing, in that case, I will not beat around the bush. Would you consider merging with my base and joining my organization? Wang Lin hesitated that I understand that this might feel like a compromise for you, given your independence, but I assure you, your treatment will be exceptionally favorable. Gu Weimin promised earnestly. Wang Lin inhaled deeply and slowly shook his head. I am sorry, Commander Gu, but I must decline your offer. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoming panicked and tugged at Wang Lin's sleeve, exclaiming, Wang Lin, how can you refuse? Xiaoming, do not worry, I am here, Wang Lin assured her. Stroking her hair before turning back to Gu Weimin, that I recognize that your proposal is enticing, but my current circumstances are satisfactory, and I see no need to align myself with any faction. Therefore, I must regrettably decline your generous offer. The Gu Weimin furrowed his brow. Scrutinizing Wang Lin, he had expected a jubilant reception, but was taken aback by Wang Lin's firm rejection. Wang Lin, though I am unclear on your reasons for refusal, you must understand that by rejecting my offer, you are forfeiting the opportunity to join the Changlin base. Are you truly certain you do not wish to reconsider? Gu Weimin urged once more. Thank you for the reminder, but I truly do not require it, Wang Lin reiterated steadfastly. Seeing Wang Lin's unwavering stance, Gu Weimin sighed and said, Very well, since you are adamant, I respect your choice, but I hope we may have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Indeed, I hope so, Wang Lin replied coolly. Then it's settled that we shall reconvene at another time. Until next time, farewell, Gu Weimin concluded, turning to leave with Xia Xiaoming, only to be halted by Wang Lin's grip. Commander, I believe this is rather inappropriate. Xia Xiaoming is my girlfriend. Having brought her here, it would be unreasonable to take her back. Wang Lin remarked with a scoff that, oh, are you suggesting? Gu Weimin pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. You wish to keep her here with you? Indeed. Wang Lin affirmed decisively, revealing no hesitation. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Gu Weimin's eyes flickered momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter. Brother, your words suggest a lack of understanding of the rules. First and foremost, Xia Xiaoming currently belongs to our base, and her departure is at my discretion, not yours. Is that so? Wang Lin retorted with a cold sneer. Then I shall break your legs and throw you to the zombies. And perhaps then my words will carry weight. Xia Xiaoming's body shuddered violently at Wang Lin's words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at him, as if seeing a stranger. Haha, Gu Weimin laughed in fury. Young man, you have quite the audacity. Likewise, I am only responding to your provocations, Wang Lin replied, standing up and stepping closer to Gu Weimin, gripping his shoulder. The sudden surge of pain caused Gu Weimin to raise an eyebrow, a hint of a playful smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Young man, you are quite brave for your age. I call it courage. Wang Lin scoffed at in that moment. He exerted force, squeezing Gu Weimin's shoulder with all his might. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the room, accompanied by Gu Weimin's agonized cry. Gu Weimin groaned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You Wang Lin, stop. You cannot harm people indiscriminately. Xia Xiaoming cried out in terror, utterly shocked by Wang Lin's sudden aggression. Xia Xiaoming, do not interfere, Wang Lin instructed her, continuing to grip Gu Weimin's shoulder with all his strength. Glimpsing the pain etched on Gu Weimin's face, Xia Xiaoming bit her lip, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Wang Lin, let us discuss this calmly, Gu Weimin managed to say through gritted teeth, his face flushed from the pain. I now present you with two options. Either allow Xia Xiaoming to stay here, or I will sever your limbs, Wang Lin declared coldly. That is enough, Xia Xiaoming suddenly shouted. With a resounding slap, Xia Xiaoming struck Wang Lin across the face. Xia Xiaoming, Wang Lin glared at her in anger. How could you hit me? Wang Lin, you have changed. You are no longer the person I knew. Xia Xiaoming gasped, panting that I detest this violent, bloodthirsty side of you, and I loathe your current malicious demeanor. What do you mean? Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Xia Xiaoming pointed toward the door. I am leaving now. I do not wish to see you again. Chapter 49. Training targeting Wang Lin, disregarding Wang Lin's objections. Xia Xiaoming followed Gu Weimin downstairs. The guard at the entrance attempted to intervene, but was halted by Wang Lin's raised hand, leaving him to watch as the group departed. Brother Wang, this visitor seems to have ill intentions. Yi Fan approached, knowing that Gu Weimin's visit was likely related to the issue of supplies. Since the onset of the apocalypse 3 months ago, many smaller survivor bases had begun to experience shortages of resources. Major bases were keen to secure replenishments, but the threat of zombies rendered transportation nearly impossible, forcing them to seek alternative avenues for acquisition. Gu Weimin's base was among the most powerful survivor enclaves in Changlin City, initially boasting an abundance of supplies. However, with the growing population and escalating consumption, coupled with internal discord, resources had become scarce, prompting Gu Weimin to personally seek collaboration here. Naturally, this quest for cooperation was only temporary, with both parties fully aware of the underlying implications. Should an agreement be reached, all would be well, but failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. The Yi Fan had heard of Gu Weimin in earlier years and was well aware of his ruthless temperament. He was decisive in action, unwavering, and would not easily relent. Moreover, he surely had directives from above that Yi Fan's side. We must prepare for this matter swiftly. Xiaoming, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Xia Xiaoming remained lost in thought, unable to comprehend how Wang Lin had transformed into such a violent and greedy individual. She had expected him to agree to the collaboration, but instead, he had exhibited such an attitude. Still processing her thoughts, she stammered, I went to find Wang Lin. What is the matter? Li Jianjun's expression shifted. You saw him? Is still alive. Xia Xiaoming shook her head and recounted the events that had just transpired. She failed to notice Li Jianjun's subtle change in demeanor, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes upon hearing Wang Lin's name. Wonderful, truly wonderful. After hearing her words, Li Jianjun burst into laughter. He actually refused Commander Gu's proposal. That is practically asking for death. His voice brimmed with surprise and excitement. That HM? Xia Xiaoming frowned at him. What do you mean by that? Asking for death? Xiaoming, I know you still have feelings for that guy, but you need to realize that his refusal of Commander Gu's proposal is tantamount to courting disaster. I advise you to forget about that scoundrel's fate, Li Jianjun said in a hushed tone. Although it was the apocalypse, Xia Xiaoming's demeanor still irked him, especially since she continued to think of Wang Lin, a notion he found utterly intolerable. That Li Jianjun, what nonsense are you spouting? Xia Xiaoming snapped, her brows furrowing. Wang Lin tried to save us. How could I stand by and watch him die? I think you're simply bewitched. Let me tell you, he is nothing but a pig riding the wind up a tree. On what grounds does he think he can save you? He didn't have a penny to his name back then. How could he possibly protect you? I wager that even if he survives, he will bring you nothing but misfortune and ultimately lead to your demise. Li Jianjun gritted his teeth. That I won't allow you to contact him anymore. You need to stay here obediently. Or else. What do you intend to do? Seeing Li Jianjun's demeanor, Xia Xiaoming felt a twinge of fear. Nothing, just stay put until Commander Gu's negotiations are settled, and then I will deal with that scoundrel. Li Jianjun declared fiercely. That Li Jianjun, don't act recklessly. Xia Xiaoming voiced her concerns. You're just one of countless ordinary survivors now, and Wang Lin, I said, he a mere commoner. That if you provoke him, he surely won't let you off easily. You need not worry about that. I have my own ways. That Li Jianjun scoffed, turning to stride towards his room. Xia Xiaoming stood there, her brows knitted together in worry. Meanwhile, Gu Weimin had arrived at Xin Yuchen's quarters to report back and was waiting in the reception room of the base. Inside sat a man and a woman. The man was tall and robust, with an attractive visage and sun-kissed skin, exuding a strong masculine charm. The woman donned a sleek black outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her features were striking, with a hint of coldness and seriousness in her expression. Her long, dark hair flowing gracefully in the wind, presenting an image of efficiency and poise. These two were the newly recruited ability users under Xin Yuchen. Zhao Haiyang, the male, and Dong Qian, the female, both peaked Tier 3 warriors. Just a step away from Tier 4, seated at the head of the table, Xin Yuchen surveyed the group and spoke slowly. Everyone, Commander Gu has visited Wang Lin's base, but was met with refusal. He has repeatedly insulted us, and we cannot simply let this slide. Captain Xin is right. We must teach that guy a lesson. We can't let this go unpunished. How will we maintain authority in the future? Indeed, I concur. Me too. The others chimed in, all agreeing that Wang Lin should not be let off lightly. Gu Wayman frowned. So what do you all propose we do, since he refuses to join our base? We should send people to capture him and force him to comply. Xin Yuchen contemplated before speaking slowly. But that guy is well-equipped and has a team. Can we really take him down with so few of us? Gu Wayman shook his head. His men are elite fighters, and we must avoid direct conflict. Enough, old Gu. Xin Yuchen retorted sharply. Who are we? We are the commanders of the base, the finest warriors of Changlin Base. The guardians of the Huaxi region. A mere Wang Lin is not worth our concern. He is nothing but a scum. Our objective is to eliminate them and seize control of the base. Any so-called reservations are utterly unnecessary. Chapter 50. Brazen and reckless. Intruding boldly, Xin Yuchen asserted firmly. As the saying goes, a bear leads a pack of bears. That if we cannot handle a character like Wang Lin, how shall we intimidate our subordinates in the future? Indeed, I support Captain Shun's viewpoint. A piece of trash like Wang Lin poses no threat to us. We shall eliminate him, destroy his influence, and take over his base. Others echoed, voicing their agreement. As night fell, Zhao Haiyang and Dong Qian led a small team toward Wang Lin's encampment. Unbeknownst to Wang Lin, danger was looming. He lay sound asleep in his bed. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Wang Lin abruptly opened his eyes, grasped a dagger from beneath his pillow, and sprang to his feet, rushing toward the door. The door swung open. Brother Wang, it's me, Luo Cheng. There seems to be some movement outside the base. Hearing his voice, Wang Lin squinted. Commandant, he opened the door, gesturing for Luo Cheng to enter. Once inside, Luo Cheng began his report. Brother Wang. From my observations, a considerable number of people have gathered outside the base, stealthily approaching. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It seems they can no longer contain themselves and are preparing to strike. What did you say? Luo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, not grasping his meaning. Then aren't you still healing? How's that going? Wang Lin countered. That. Luo Cheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I was fine on the first day. I just didn't dare to tell you at the time. That I'm all good now. All right, you rest for now. That I'll go take a look. Wang Lin waved his hand and left. Luo Cheng hurriedly called out, Brother Wang, I am coming with you. At that moment, a large number of soldiers had congregated around Wang Lin's base. Armed and vigilant, they patrolled with serious expressions. Damn it, these bastards are really bold to come rampaging onto our territory. Wang Lin observed this scene, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he arrived at the top-floor monitoring room, noticing the lights were still on, indicating that Yi Fan and the others were deep in discussion. He pushed open the door and walked in. Brother Wang, what brings you up here? Did you hear the commotion? Upon seeing Wang Lin, everyone quickly inquired. Wang Lin grinned. I'm fine. That bunch of bastards thinks they can sneak attack the base. We'll serve them with a tank shortly. These bastards are practically asking for punishment. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with them. Let us continue discussing our battle plans. Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them and resumed their conversation. Wang Lin, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Did they truly take my jest seriously? This group of individuals seems surprisingly cheerful in the face of such circumstances. Have they no sense of impending danger? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sudden explosion reverberated, and a shell struck the interior of Wang Lin's base. The deafening blast jolted everyone awake. Enemy attack defensive positions. Holy crap, we are under siege. Quickly eliminate them. Panic ensued among the crowd, particularly among the soldiers on patrol, who trembled in fear and fled at once. Boom. A shell obliterated the entrance and gunfire erupted, causing several guard soldiers to collapse in an instant. The remaining personnel hastily sought refuge. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside the base, followed by dozens of armed soldiers storming in. Who are you? Get the hell out, the soldiers shouted angrily. However, their adversaries disregarded them completely, pulling the triggers without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere as cries of agony filled the air. Many were shot. Wang Lin could no longer bear the sight. He unleashed the energy within him and charged at the soldiers wielding a dagger. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen soldiers fell down. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. One man, armed with a single blade, had just taken down so many of them. Damn it, open fire, kill him, one of the officers bellowed. Instantly, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bullets flew but found only empty air. Wang Lin darted through the crowd like a wraith, each strike resulting in a life extinguished. In no time, another 10 soldiers lay dead. The remaining troops, now thoroughly terrified, discarded their weapons and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Wang Lin scoffed, relentlessly pursuing them. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the chaos. The crowd turned to see Zhao Haiyang and Dong Qian. 2 supernatural beings appear ahead, each holding the slain body of one of Wang Lin's men. Zhao Haiyang scoffed disdainfully. Before Wang Lin could react, he swung his arm, unleashing 2 arcs of electricity. His ability allowed him to control electric arcs to attack foes. Meanwhile, Dong Qian brandished her fists, pulverizing any enemy that approached her into a bloody pulp. Bastard! Wang Lin roared, hurling a dagger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Wang Lin's heart sank. His dagger had been blocked, and the enemy possessed the power to resist. Just then, Zhao Haiyang and Dong Qian charged forward, their coordination impeccable. Wang Lin faced them alone, leaving the other foes for Luo Cheng to handle. Zhao Haiyang unleashed a surge of electricity that struck Wang Lin, causing his body to go numb. Taking advantage of this, Dong Qian lunged in, landing a powerful punch to Wang Lin's chest. Wow! Wang Lin spat blood and staggered back. That moment, Zhao Haiyang lunged again, aiming to grab Wang Lin by the neck. Damn it! Wang Lin gritted his teeth and kicked Zhao Haiyang in the chest, forcing him to stumble back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lin created distance, warily eyeing Zhao Haiyang. Zhao Haiyang wiped the blood from his mouth. No wonder you managed to kill so many of us. You do possess some skill. It's a pity, however, that you encountered us today. Your grave awaits. With that, he charged once more. Wang Lin's gaze darkened. Do you think you have me cornered? Don't forget, I too am a supernatural being. Haha, you may indeed be superior to ordinary individuals. But did you think we would be unprepared? As he spoke, he patted his waist. Wang Lin's brow furrowed. He realized Zhao Haiyang was correct, that if they dared to infiltrate here, they must have been thoroughly prepared. Not just you, but this entire base shall be reduced to ruins. Zhao Haiyang cackled ominously. Yes, that's so. Suddenly, Wang Lin smiled mysteriously, producing a small crystal core. This is... Zhao Haiyang's pupils constricted, and he sensed the potent thunderous energy emanating from the crystal core. This is undoubtedly a high-grade crystal core. This guy possesses a high-grade crystal core? His eyes reddened with greed. Seize it, kill him. Zhao Haiyang roared. Chapter 51. In a critical moment, the crystal core erupts at that moment. The group behind him surged forward. Although Wang Lin had a high-grade crystal core, he possessed only 7 in total, insufficient to sustain him for long. Yet there was no time to waste. Using the energy from the crystal core was his only chance to overcome the enemy. He took a deep breath, raised the crystal core to his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from Wang Lin's dantian, and a torrent of wild, electrifying energy surged through his limbs and bones. Splendid! Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. He felt the energy contained within the crystal core far exceeded any he had encountered before. This filled him with confidence. Gripping his dagger, he swung it fiercely. Swish! A sharp silver arc sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing hum. Damn it, help! In an instant, another 3 or 4 foes collapsed. Zhao Haiyang's eyelids twitched as he glared at Wang Lin, filled with rage, as if he wished to tear him apart. Yet, he quickly realized that Wang Lin, empowered by the crystal core, was no longer the easy target he once was. Wang Lin licked his lips. My abilities thrive on vast amounts of crystal core energy. It seems fortune has favored me. You have delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. How could I let this opportunity slip away? Prepare to die. With those words, Wang Lin's figure flickered as he charged once more. Soon, he took down another 5 or 6 enemies, closing in on Zhao Haiyang and Dong Qian. You two will stay here as company for the dead. Wang Lin grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Seeking death. Boom! Just then, a deafening clap of thunder roared from the heavens, as if heralding something, seemingly infusing Wang Lin with energy. In that moment, Wang Lin had reached the two. Die, he leaped into the air, swinging his dagger down at Zhao Haiyang. Clang! Zhao Haiyang raised his palm to block, but Wang Lin's speed was too great. He still caught a slice, tearing his shoulder and spilling blood. How could you have grown so strong? Zhao Haiyang's face turned pale. My secret shall remain forever hidden from you. Wang Lin sneered, charging forward once more. Bastard! Zhao Haiyang roared, channeling all his energy to withstand a strike. Boom! A tremendous tremor shook the area. Zhao Haiyang's complexion turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he stood firm, showing no signs of retreat. Impressive. Your willpower is indeed formidable. Wang Lin squinted. Zhao Haiyang gritted his teeth. You are quite remarkable yourself. Today I concede defeat, but I believe it won't be long before I personally take your life. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Haiyang kicked Dong Qian towards him, then turned to flee. What the hell? Wang Lin's face darkened. What kind of cowardice is this, abandoning a comrade in the heat of battle? Dong Qian was left in disbelief, questioning how Zhao Haiyang could so easily betray her. Is there no humanity left? You won't escape. Wang Lin shouted, disregarding Dong Qian, and swiftly pursued Zhao Haiyang, dagger raised. Pfft. Zhao Haiyang's body went rigid as he struggled to turn around, a grim smile on his face. I have lost it. He then conjured a sphere of electricity, smashing it to the ground, using the dust to conceal his escape. Wang Lin quickly withdrew to evade, scanning the surroundings. Soon he spotted a pool of blood on the ground not far away. Yet the person had long vanished. Clearly, Zhao Haiyang had employed some form of life-saving technique. Quite the swift escape. No wonder he is a supernatural being. Wang Lin shook his head before approaching Dong Qian. Are you all right? He casually inquired. That I'm fine. Dong Qian's face had paled, clearly shaken, for without the support of her team, she was left with only a dead end. Wang Lin shot her a glance. Your teammate abandoned you. But I won't take you in. Consider yourself fortunate to escape today. Now leave. However, you better ensure that you do not come causing trouble again. Otherwise, at this, a glint of coldness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. I will certainly kill you. Hearing Wang Lin's words, Dong Qian shivered and quickly nodded. Thank you. Enough, hurry and leave. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Dong Qian hesitated, biting her lip. Thank you for avenging me earlier. I hope we can be friends in the future. With that, she turned and hurried away, clearly afraid Wang Lin would change his mind. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Lin scoffed. Teacher would want to be friends with a woman like you. Yi Fan, accompanied by his soldiers, busily cleared the battlefield, having just suffered significant losses among his brothers, which left him profoundly disheartened. That in his heart, he silently vowed to rapidly enhance his abilities and seek vengeance at the earliest opportunity. This encounter had drained much of his vitality. Had it not been for that crystal core sustaining him, he might not have been able to rival those two adversaries. With this thought, Wang Lin opened his spatial compartment and pulled out fresh beef. Devouring it hungrily, that he was in urgent need of replenishment of energy and stamina. Suddenly, as he had just consumed a few pieces of beef, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the dwelling, followed by a violent tremor that nearly toppled Wang Lin. What is happening? Could it be another enemy attack? As he spoke, he quickly regained his footing, seized his weapon, and prepared for combat. Just then, the main door was violently smashed open, and an armored vehicle crashed through the courtyard wall. Barreling inside, that on its roof, a heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, sending countless bullets whizzing towards the interior. That moment, Wang Lin, caught off guard, let out a pained scream as a bloodied hole appeared in his chest. Life and death hung in the balance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dozen figures clad in black leapt from the armored vehicle, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire into the house. The downpour of bullets transformed the entire structure into a ruin within moments. Doors and windows shattered, and furniture lay strewn across the floor in disarray. Instinctively, Wang Lin attempted to retreat, but was caught off guard. Pain shot through his left knee, and he collapsed to the ground. That a spent shell clattered onto the floor, sparking dangerously. Realizing the peril he was in, Wang Lin roared in fury, propelling himself upward with a powerful push of his legs. Soaring 3 meters high, he shot forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, launching a short knife with precision. Amidst a series of metallic clashes, Wang Lin stabilized himself, his complexion pale and breath rapid. His right arm trembling violently from the exertion. Clearly, the earlier struggle had drained him significantly. Yet, more than his own injuries, he was deeply concerned for the safety of his comrades outside. Chapter 52. One crisis averted. Another emerges moved quickly. Upon witnessing the black-clad assailants continue their assault, Wang Lin bellowed an order for the base personnel to flee. "You cannot escape." The attackers sneered, pulling their triggers in unison. The hail of bullets descended upon Wang Lin like a swarm of locusts. His expression shifted as he hurriedly swung his long knife to defend himself. The sounds of clashing metal rang out, sparks igniting around him, yet he steadfastly held his ground. "Luocheng, Yi Fan, kill," Wang Lin shouted. "Defend the base." Almost as soon as he finished his command, he dashed out of the hall and into the open, hoping to shake off his pursuers and provide his brothers with an opportunity to counterattack. Wang Lin understood all too well that if their defenses faltered tonight, everyone in the base would perish. Moreover, only if they survived could they have the chance to rise again. Upon hearing Wang Lin's warning, Yi Fan, who had been engaged in battle outside, immediately halted his movements. He cast aside the steel rod he had been wielding and drew a military dagger, charging towards the black-clad figures like a swift arrow. As Yi Fan's silhouette faded from view, a group of black-clad men zeroed in on him, simultaneously unleashing a volley of gunfire. The bullets sliced through the air with a chilling whistle directed at Yi Fan. A smirk graced his lips as he unhesitatingly raised his military dagger, striking with lethal precision. With a series of sharp sounds, several bullets fell to the ground. The Yi Fan, undeterred, accelerated towards the lead black-clad man, who, startled by Yi Fan's prowess, barely had time to react. He hastily pulled the trigger while attempting to duck behind a companion for cover. The comrades reacted swiftly, drawing their knives to intercept. The sounds of clashing blades echoed as the knives shattered, and gloves ripped apart. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan closed in, driving the military dagger deep into the throat of one of the black-clad men. Blood gushed forth, and with a cry, he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his neck, "Scoundrel!" The remaining black-clad figures reacted with fury, spreading out and brandishing their daggers to surround Yi Fan. Among them, two women rolled towards him with ferocity, but Luocheng suddenly appeared behind them, swinging a massive cleaver. With a swift motion, the cleaver severed the heads of the two black-clad women, spraying warm blood onto the face of another comrade. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, Luocheng stomped down, shattering the tiles beneath him, and leapt into the AIRDIN the next instant. He brought his blade crashing down point one of the assailants, unable to evade, let out a scream as he clutched his abdomen and fell sideways. Luocheng did not relent. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. With a muffled groan, a footprint marked his abdomen as he was sent sprawling. "You little fool," seeking death at that moment. The remaining two black-clad men charged at Luocheng in a fit of rage. Luocheng smirked, shaking his cleaver, a glimmer of cold light emanating from it. The two men's expressions changed drastically as they instinctively turned to evade. But it was too late. The sharp blade sliced effortlessly into their shoulder blades. With cries of anguish, they fell to one knee before being flung away. Without pausing, Luocheng picked up a firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the remaining two, striking their thighs and arms, rendering them incapable of further resistance. With a swift kick, he retrieved two cleavers and tucked the gun into his clothing, stepping over the fallen bodies. "Now, who sent you here?" He glared down at the black-clad man with icy disdain. "Otherwise, I will end you," the black-clad man, furious yet mocking, retorted. "We are the elite of Changlin that I am." Before he could finish, Luocheng's fist struck his mouth with a sharp crack. Shattering his teeth, he collapsed, dazed. "And you?" Luocheng's gaze shifted to the last remaining black-clad figure. With gritted teeth, the man spat. "Just kill me. Go ahead." "Oh, so loyal are we." "Very well, since you are willing to be a martyr. I shall send you on your way." Luocheng laughed heartily, raising his cleaver. Without mercy, he swung it towards the man's neck. The black-clad figure's pupils constricted, instinctively twisting his neck to avoid the fatal blow. However, the blade still grazed his throat, slicing a deep gash from which blood began to flow profusely. Luocheng pressed on, delivering another strike. The man let out a pained scream, clutching his wound as he staggered sideways. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Fan emerged from the shadows, delivering a kick to his chest. The man cried out, soaring backwards before crashing heavily onto the cement floor. Luocheng did not hesitate. He took another step forward, deftly driving his cleaver into the man's throat. The figure stiffened, eyes wide in disbelief, before collapsing lifelessly, unable to comprehend his fate. Wang Lin approached the armored vehicle, rummaging through it for documents and credentials. To his astonishment, he discovered that these assailants were from a different organization, not affiliated with Gu Weimin. That he pondered which faction Gu Weimin had allied with to dare orchestrate these two waves of ambushes. Yi Fan's splendid work. Dispose of the bodies, Wang Lin commanded, brushing the dust off his hands. Luocheng, accompany me outside for reconnaissance. Luocheng, carrying a weapon, followed Wang Lin out of the base. Her left hand and right arm were wrapped in bandages, still bearing a medicine bottle, but her legs were also bound in gauze, clearly wounded from the explosion. That I nearly sacrificed my life for you. And yet in the critical moment, you betrayed me. Her eyes were swollen and red, reminiscent of a rabbit, her face a picture of grievance. Dong Qian, this has nothing to do with me. Zhao Haiyang quickly defended himself. That was truly unavoidable. Silence. Before he could finish, Dong Qian interrupted, raising her right foot to deliver a fierce kick. A stone shot forth, striking Zhao Haiyang with force. Ouch! What are you doing? Zhao Haiyang yelped in pain, clutching his head. That I told you, that was truly unavoidable. I was acting for the success of the mission. Still making excuses? I swear I will kill you. Stop. At the entrance, Xin Yuchen stood with a grim expression. Chapter 53. Away from civilization. Unexpected gains, another disturbance, and I'll have you all thrown out. Xin Yuchen glared angrily at Dong Qian. You need to behave yourself. Dong Qian ceased her actions but continued to glare resentfully at Zhao Haiyang. Commander Xin, tonight is truly not my fault. I was forced. Wang Lin is just too formidable. Zhao Haiyang rubbed his aching head, complaining, we are simply no match for him. Smack. Before he could finish, Xin Yuchen stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. Useless. I intended to leverage your unique abilities in this operation to achieve great success within the team. Yet, not only did you prove useless, but you also nearly compromised the entire group, leading us to near annihilation. That if it weren't for Dong Qian's cleverness in escaping, we would likely be dead by now. He turned to Zhao Haiyang and exclaimed, how can you be so foolish? Zhao Haiyang lowered his head, murmuring, I'm sorry, forget it. I won't punish you this time. But in the future, when you encounter danger, you must not act recklessly, he said. Xin Yuchen sighed, adding, otherwise, I won't spare you next time. Upon hearing that he would not face any punishment, Zhao Haiyang was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you, Commander Xin. However, I can share a secret with you. He suddenly lowered his voice, saying, I saw Wang Lin. The energy he unleashed came after he consumed the zombie crystal core. Moreover, it seems he possesses a unique power within him, far exceeding that of ordinary humans by at least tenfold. Xin Yuchen's eyes lit up as he pressed for more details. What kind of power? What? Are you saying Wang Lin absorbed the strength of a high-level zombie? Xin Yuchen's expression shifted slightly. No wonder he is so ferocious. Even someone like you, an ability user, cannot withstand him. That I understand now. His gaze intensified with fervor. This fellow must have acquired research data from a certain base or laboratory. Otherwise, how could he wield such terrifying strength and speed? The energy emanating from him is akin to that of a high-level zombie. This explains why he kills without hesitation. That kid is hiding quite a bit. A radiant smile emerged on his face. In that case, we must ensure he is retained. Bring me his location and then lock it down. Xin Yuchen gestured to stop Dong Qian from leaving and subsequently made a phone call. Soon, 3 vehicles roared out of the barracks, speeding northward. Having already left Chonglin, the area had become desolate. Wang Lin pondered, realizing that the choice of this location as a base was likely for its concealment. Moreover, judging by their actions, they appeared to be rigorously trained. That if that were the case, then this operation was evidently fraught with peril. Although he was uncertain of who the adversaries might be, Wang Lin felt no despondency. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. Such a scenario resembled an exhilarating game. The more challenging it was, the more it piqued Wang Lin's interest. The vehicle continued onward. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated ahead. At the sound, both Wang Lin and Luo Cheng involuntarily shuddered, their gazes sharpening. Explosions in urban areas typically indicated military action demolishing something, while one occurring in the wilderness suggested a significant conflict. Could it be that the enemy has discovered our trail? Luo Chung inquired darkly, still immersed in the recent battle. Wang Lin shook his head, uncertain, but let us hurry over and take a look. With that, the vehicle accelerated even faster. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived near the explosion site. Wang Lin and Luo Chung exited the vehicle, observing for a moment before confirming there was no immediate danger. Then began a meticulous search. What's that smell of blood? Wang Lin suddenly furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Luo Chung was taken aback. I smell it too. Let us go check it out. With that, the two hurried forward. Soon, they reached the explosion site, which was littered with corpses and dismembered zombies, blood pooling on the ground, and the air thick with the stench of death. Witnessing this scene, both Wang Lin and Luo Cheng's expressions darkened. Damn it, Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know who was responsible, he was certain it was connected to tonight's attack. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Wang Lin turned to Luo Chung, instructing, "You stay here and watch for anyone else approaching. I will scout the surroundings, but be careful." Luo Chung hesitated, cautioning him. Wang Lin nodded with a smile before turning and vanishing silently into the night. Wang Lin searched for traces along the way. Soon, he discovered several footprints and easily followed them. However, as he pressed forward, he suddenly felt a discomfort in his throat, and his movements became stiff that a jolt of concern shot through Wang Lin. Did he feel like he was on the verge of turning into a zombie? Was it due to consuming too many crystal cores, or some other reason? Cursing under his breath, he endured the discomfort and continued to explore ahead. Gradually, his legs began to ache more intensely, his head grew heavy, and his breathing became labored. His vision started to blur, and he became acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. Damn it. Finally, Wang Lin could no longer bear it. He crouched down, clutching his head and letting out a low growl. Hiss, hiss. As Wang Lin's growl echoed, his figure began to swell. His body started to expand, initially just his skin puffing up. Then, veins began to surface, and his face morphed into a grotesque visage. Hiss, hiss. Moreover, as his body inflated, his mouth cracked open, revealing sharp fangs. Wang Lin was horrified. Was he still human? He seemed more terrifying than a zombie. Wang Lin roared to the sky, then extended his hand to grasp a nearby tree. Crack! With a mighty tug, he snapped the tree in half. Yet that was not the end. He seized another trunk, rampaging wildly, quickly tearing off a piece of resilient bark that fell to the ground. At that moment, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, a vivid crimson that appeared utterly fearsome. Chapter 54. Am I a zombie or a human? The commotion in the woods immediately attracted a horde of zombies from afar, rushing toward Wang Lin's direction. Roar! At this point, Wang Lin's consciousness had completely faded. All that remained in his mind was a singular thought. Eat, slaughter, devour, gorge, like a zombie. Boom! Wang Lin leaped into the air, stomping on a stone by the roadside, using the tremendous rebound force to propel himself skyward. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Lin swung his fists, smashing into the surrounding zombies. With each zombie's skull he shattered, he would seize their flesh and crystal cores, voraciously chewing them, while his skin began to rot rapidly, emitting a foul stench and oozing copious amounts of pus and blood. Soon, Wang Lin had obliterated all the zombies around him. However, at that moment, his body was covered in festering sores, exuding a nauseating odor that would make even his brothers retch if they saw him. Did I ask this what it means to evolve into a zombie? Wang Lin muttered to himself, observing his bodily transformation, that he had become significantly stronger, with a remarkable increase in power. Both his speed and agility had improved considerably. Most importantly, he appeared much more muscular, with bulging muscles that gave him an imposing presence. Now, this is what I call impressive. A smile crept onto Wang Lin's face, that he then turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover that in this forest, apart from him and the horde of zombies, there were no other living beings. Wang Lin suddenly understood. Only by distancing himself from human activities had he activated his zombie attributes. Moreover, once activated, it was all about slaughter and devouring. Damn it, if that's the case. I shall indulge tonight, first dealing with these zombies. With that thought, a bloodthirsty cruelty flickered across Wang Lin's face as he strode toward the horde of zombies. Under the cover of night, the mountains were tranquil and serene. However, amidst this calm evening, piercing screams erupted within the forest. Bang, bang, bang. One zombie after another was sent flying, collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, Wang Lin remained unscathed at that moment. He stood amidst the corpses, panting heavily, a sinister grin plastered on his face. This feels exhilarating. Ha! Soon after, Wang Lin's mind regained clarity, and he noticed that his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see the surroundings more clearly. Furthermore, his skin had changed as his gaze shifted. He quickly observed that his scars had healed. No longer appearing in tatters that in his line of sight, a group of young men were gathering something nearby. They were searching through the blast-ridden ground, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, showing no signs of panic as they orderly carried out their tasks. Heh. Seeing their demeanor, Wang Lin deduced that the chaos at his base had been orchestrated by them. With a cold smirk, he slowly stepped forward toward the group. Hearing the commotion, the group halted their activities and turned to look. "Who are you?" they asked, frowning. "Get lost." At that moment, a fierce glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he bellowed. "What the hell? Who do you think you are?" Infuriated by Wang Lin's demeanor, the group prepared to charge at him. However, at that moment, Wang Lin suddenly lunged forward, his claw piercing into a man's neck. Splat! Blood gushed forth as Wang Lin crushed the man's throat with a single squeeze, without even casting a glance. He continued to attack others. Soon, anguish cries echoed as Wang Lin swiftly eradicated several men. Da-da! It was only then that the remaining survivors reacted, screaming in terror as they desperately fled. "Run!" Wang Lin licked his lips, his figure flickering as he pursued the fleeing men. Simultaneously, numerous zombies were drawn to the commotion. "Help! Help!" At this moment, these few individuals shouted loudly, hoping to seek assistance from others. After all, they understood they were facing an insurmountable peril. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure swiftly appeared, reaching the group in an instant. In the next moment, streams of blood erupted from the chests of several individuals, their eyes widening in disbelief as their bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. So fast. At this time, the surviving individuals felt their pupils constrict, their hearts racing. This speed is utterly terrifying. Wang Lin cast a dispassionate glance at these people before walking away. The following morning, as sunlight streamed into the forest, a car slowly entered a small village. This was a remote rural area, yet it housed a mercenary squad. The previous night, they had lost over 30 brothers, a significant number. "Damn it, which bastard ambushed our men?" At this moment, a burly man cursed furiously that I don't know, but the opponent doesn't seem to be an ordinary person, came the reply to AT this time. A young man furrowed his brow and remarked, "His strength far surpasses ours. Even exceeds mine what? How is that possible?" The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief that I witnessed it with my own eyes. The young man pondered before responding. The burly man took a deep breath, realizing that while the young man was slightly weaker, the gap was not vast. If it weren't for his current strength, he would have likely already become an officer. Now, with the young man stating that his strength was inferior to the opponent's, it confirmed that the adversary was indeed much stronger. With this thought, the burly man inhaled deeply. "Investigate. Find out who did this. We must take revenge." "Agreed." The others nodded in assent. "Wait, do not inform Uncle Lee about this, to spare him undue worry." Just then, the young man suddenly declared, "For now, we can only investigate in secret. Moreover, given how far we are from Benhai City, Uncle Lee may not even learn of this matter." Upon hearing this, the others contemplated for a moment and nodded. Chapter 55. Gene Warrior Experiment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, before a technological building, Julie took a deep breath and approached the guards. 3 days prior, she had come across a volunteer recruitment program for this tech company online. The advertisement proclaimed that anyone selected as a qualified gene experiment volunteer could enhance and improve their genes, transforming into a powerful gene warrior in no time. Julie bid farewell to her sisters at the base, deciding to come alone to test herself, hoping to empower herself so that she could not only protect herself, but also avenge the humiliation she suffered at the hands of Wang Lin. "Hello, I am here to register for the gene program," Julie began politely. Though she was the leader of the base, she did not exhibit arrogance before the soldiers. Instead, she made an effort to appear gentle, aiming to conceal her identity, that I'm sorry, but you cannot enter right now. The two soldiers shook their heads in response to Julie's words. Why? Taken aback by their reply, Julie asked in confusion. Wasn't there a recruitment for volunteers? I said no. Hurry and leave, or we want to be polite. One soldier barked menacingly. Seeing the soldier's attitude, anger flared on Julie's face. These men were utterly intolerable. However, just as she was about to inquire further, a loud roar approached, followed by several cars speeding towards them. Screech! The vehicles halted abruptly, and a man with a full beard stepped out. Commander. Upon his exit, the guards hurriedly spoke with respect. This man was their leader, Zhao Feng. What are you doing? What is the situation? Why are you blocking someone outside? Zhao Feng frowned. Boss, this woman lacks an introduction letter and insists on entering our base. One soldier exclaimed urgently. Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the soldier. Yes, boss, this woman is beautiful, and the soldier hesitated before continuing. Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes. Go on. This woman's stature and gait are not ordinary. I sense she is not just an average woman. Another soldier interjected. Zhao Feng's eyes gleamed with interest. He despised interacting with ordinary people. And right now, the company's gene program required warriors, especially female warriors. Zhao Feng scanned Julie quickly. Are you certain? Boss, it's true. This woman is definitely a fighter. The soldier replied hastily. Zhao Feng chuckled and waved his hand. Fine, since she is a fighter, let us keep her. With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, the two soldiers sighed in relief, casting a cold glance at Julie before opening the gate. Bastards, Julie was infuriated. As the leader of a women's survivor base, when had she ever been subjected to such indignities? Yet, recalling the humiliation she endured, she suppressed her anger and followed inside with her bag. Upon entering the hall, staff members approached her, beginning to explain the company's gene program, and Julie gradually understood that it turned out that this company had successfully developed a new type of gene drug. Once injected, the recipient's genes could change, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Furthermore, they had even figured out how to create special human warriors. However, there were certain risks involved, and a minor error could lead to the collapse of the experimenter's genes. Regardless, I must give it a try. Julie clenched her fists, silently urging herself. This is my only opportunity. Very well, you should rest for now. Today, take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment and await further instructions, said the staff as they handed Julie some materials. Thank you. Subsequently, Julie took the materials to her designated room. This woman should pose no problems, right? At that moment, a man leered. But her physique is truly impressive. Yes, I've never seen such a robust girl before. Another man remarked enviously. Haha. Why don't we go have a chat with her about life goals? Get lost if you dare to act recklessly. The commander will have your skin. The two men chuckled lewdly before returning to their tasks. Meanwhile, within a villa, boss, a black-clad bodyguard reported respectfully. As per your instructions, I've dispatched personnel to monitor Julie. Her every move is under our surveillance, Has anything unusual occurred with that beauty? Zhao Feng replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips. I wonder which man would willingly become cannon fodder for such a gem. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. However, she has been inquiring about our gene program. The bodyguard paused before continuing. She surely wishes to join our gene warrior organization. After all, it is a shortcut to enhancing one's strength. Zhao Feng scoffed, coldly laughing. However, joining our gene warrior organization takes more than just looks and physique. In this world, beyond myself, no one has the right to decide how much genetic modification she can possess. Yes, at this moment, the bodyguard replied softly. By the way, that night, did you notice anything unusual? Zhao Feng suddenly asked. This, boss, I'm not certain about the specifics, but I suspect the enemy that night was peculiar. Because I noticed that the speed at which they killed those 5 guards seemed unusually rapid, and each was at close range. The bodyguard contemplated before speaking solemnly. What are your speculations? Zhao Feng frowned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng fell into silence. He knew his bodyguard was speaking the truth. Although he loathed those ambushers, if the opponent was exceedingly powerful, what could he do? He couldn't simply lead people to besiege them. Could he? Moreover, if they were supernatural beings, this matter must be handled with caution. After all, supernatural beings were crucial to their current experiments. Losing one would be detrimental. The impact on the entire organization above would indeed be monumental. However, one cannot simply allow such bullying to persist, can one? Chapter 56. Is it really as easy as you imagine? The following morning, Julie was awakened by the staff of the base. All right, today we will conduct the first physical assessment. At that moment, a staff member said, "Madam, please follow me." Subsequently, Julie was led to a training room, where hundreds of young men and women were already seated. Their expressions varied, some filled with excitement, others with eagerness. They had all seen advertisements from the tech company online, most of whom had suffered unfair treatment in the aftermath of the apocalypse, seeking to enhance their personal abilities through genetic modification. "Hello, madam. Here is a detailed report of the physical assessment." At this time, the staff placed a document on Julie's desk. All right, Julie nodded, glancing through it. Having prepared thoroughly beforehand, she was confident in passing the tech company's first round of evaluations. The staff then began organizing the first physical test. The initial assessment focused on speed and explosiveness, conducted on a treadmill. As Julie stepped onto the machine, her expression subtly shifted. She instinctively sensed that the load was excessively high. Such a burden would be nearly unbearable for an ordinary individual in modern society. Yet, recalling the suffering she had endured previously, she gritted her teeth and resolutely charged toward the treadmill. At that moment, Julie inhaled deeply, her feet pressing against the pedals, exerting all her strength on the treadmill's base. With a rumble, the machine trembled and the speed rapidly escalated. This caused those around her to cease their activities in astonishment. "What the hell?" someone exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Julie. "What is happening?" A nearby individual queried, puzzled. "This woman, has she actually reached 50 miles per hour? The speaker swallowed hard, his expression one of incredulity. It is worth noting that even typical athletes seldom attain such speeds. Only elite athletes can achieve that 50 miles per hour. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" another person exclaimed, their eyes widening. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must be in her 20s. How could her physical condition be so extraordinary?" At that moment, all were left dumbfounded, and the staff quickly gathered around. This kind of exceptional talent was precisely what they sought. Meanwhile, Julie, undeterred, continued her relentless sprint on the treadmill, her feet pounding away as she chased after the highest record point: 50 miles, 60 miles, 70 miles. In no time, she surpassed that record, and her speed continued to soar. "No way. Am I seeing things? My God, this woman is incredible. She has surpassed 80 miles. Even Julie herself was taken aback by her own performance. At this moment, exclamations filled the air as people buzzed with excitement. The staff member responsible for the testing was equally stunned, watching Julie as she approached the highest record. After a moment, he muttered in disbelief, "Goodness." The staff member then hurriedly turned and dashed to report to their supervisor. Zhao Feng. "What? You say she reached the highest record, surpassing 80 miles?" At this, Zhao Feng, upon hearing the staff member's account, was momentarily taken aback, his face soon reflecting a look of astonishment. "Indeed," the staff member affirmed. "I witnessed it myself." Zhao Feng rubbed his nose, pondering for a moment before commanding, "Bring that woman to me." "Understood." The staff member promptly exited the office, while Zhao Feng, after a moment of contemplation, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips. Shortly thereafter, the staff returned, escorting Julie to Zhao Feng's office. "Hello, leader." Upon entering the office, Julie immediately offered a respectful greeting. "Julie, is it? Please have a seat. You mentioned wanting to join the Dark Blade?" Zhao Feng squinted at Julie and inquired. "Yes, sir. I seek greater strength," Julie replied. In response, Zhao Feng nodded and gestured, "Come, let us have some tea." He chuckled lightly. "Tea this." Julie hesitantly lifted the cup from the table, taking a small sip. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her body growing weak. Blushing, Julie looked at Zhao Feng and said, "Sir, I feel a bit faint." Feeling dizzy, are we?" Zhao Feng chuckled. "What have you done?" Julie eyed Zhao Feng warily. "Nothing much. I merely slipped something into your drink." Zhao Feng replied with a smirk. This revelation, Julie's body trembled. In that moment, she realized the extent of the calculations that had been made against her since the previous evening. Julie, right? Rest assured, I will assist you. "Ha, as long as you obediently submit to me." Zhao Feng leered at Julie, his gaze sinister. What do you intend to do?" Panic flickered in Julie's eyes. "What do you think? I intend to possess you. Zhao Feng sneered. As long as you become my mistress, I will help you grow stronger. What do you say? You wish. I will never agree to that. Julie retorted with a cold huff that you believe that by rejecting me, you will have an easy life? Julie, you are mistaken. Right now, not only can you not resist me, but you must also willingly comply, for only by cooperating with me can I help you become powerful. Understand? Zhao Feng's smile was tainted with malice as he gazed at Julie. You scoundrel. Julie glared at Zhao Feng. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will regret it. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, I fear I might lose control and harm you. Zhao Feng's gaze was lecherous as he eyed Julie that moment. He could no longer contain himself, lunging at her, forcefully pinning her against the sofa. Get off me, beast, monster, Julie shouted in fury. Yet all her curses were in vain, as she gradually lost consciousness. Monster, I will not let you go. Chapter 57. The Reinforcement Serum, though late, arrives as time progressed day by day. Each night, Wang Lin would venture out of the base alone, seeking a desolate place devoid of human presence. There, he would awaken the instincts of the zombies within him, devouring every passing zombie and creature. The rationale behind this was to hasten his transformation into a zombie king. Survival in the apocalypse was no easy feat, especially now as various base factions grew increasingly powerful, with random appearances of individuals possessing supernatural abilities. Though these individuals did not harbor intentions of slaughtering ordinary survivors, they often hunted those endowed with powers that if Wang Lin did not quickly enhance his strength, he risked being hunted or devoured himself. Wang Lin could scarcely recall the last time he felt such fervor coursing through his veins. Roar. At that moment, he threw his head back and let out a furious roar, then lunged forward, lifting a 2-meter-high boulder and smashing it aside. The stone shattered into countless dust particles, dissipating into the air. This was the third boulder he had broken. According to Wang Lin's estimates, by tomorrow night at the latest, he would break through to the second tier. Observing the black, oozing claws on his hands and the bumps covering his skin, a smile crept across Wang Lin's face. Bam! Another punch launched forward, producing a thunderous impact as several large trees snapped under the force, scattering wood chips everywhere. Ha ha! Wang Lin cried out in exhilaration. He bellowed again, his veins bulging as a tremendous force surged from every part of his body, propelling him 10 meters into the air. Crack! A massive boulder, encircled by half a dozen zombies, was violently shattered by Wang Lin's charge. Panting heavily, Wang Lin struggled to catch his breath. Just then, he heard faint footsteps approaching, causing his expression to darken. Tap, tap! The footsteps grew louder, drawing nearer. Swish! Hearing the approaching sounds, Wang Lin quickly concealed himself behind a small tree trunk, his gaze fixed intently ahead that as the footsteps became clearer, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. Suddenly, a thick vine struck like a venomous snake, swiftly wrapping around Wang Lin's waist and pulling him to the ground. Bang! At the same time, a muscular man leaped out from the nearby mound of dirt, a dagger poised to stab Wang Lin's throat. Wang Lin's pupils constricted, and he swiftly pivoted, narrowly evading the man's attack. Bang! As Wang Lin firmly established his footing, the mound of earth on the opposite side erupted once more, and another man sprang forth, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed directly at Wang Lin's back. With a flicker of his gaze, Wang Lin's figure leapt suddenly, landing atop a nearby massive rock, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept from his left, prompting Wang Lin to swiftly turn his head, only to see an iron rod as thick as a bull hurtling towards him, accompanied by a whistling sound and remarkable speed. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and struck out with his palm against the incoming iron rod. Bang! With a thud, the man, wide-eyed in disbelief, slowly collapsed to the ground. Wang Lin exhaled a breath of foul air, casting not a glance at his fallen opponent, and leapt directly onto another colossal boulder. Turning around, he noticed that the culprits who had just attempted to ambush him were clad in identical training uniforms, armed with firearms, their faces darkened with ominous intent, clearly having witnessed Wang Lin's earlier prowess. You are Wang Lin? The leading man demanded, aiming his gun at Wang Lin with a fierce glare. As Wang Lin reached for his back, the leader scoffed, You have slain many of our comrades. Your sins are grievous. Today, You shall pay with your life." Before he could finish, the man pulled the trigger. Bang! With a dull thud, a bullet shot forth, aimed straight at Wang Lin's forehead. Did I end that critical moment? Wang Lin swiftly drew the dagger embedded in his clothing, positioning it defensively before him. Clang! Sparks flew. This was a specially crafted steel dagger, its sharpness and resilience exceeding that of an ordinary blade by a factor of 2, successfully deflecting the lethal strike. The man was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Wang Lin could withstand the blow. Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's surprise, Wang Lin's figure flickered, moving like a wraith, gracefully appearing beside the man, and then delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! With a resounding thud, the leading man was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, observing his fallen comrade. The remaining 3 men exchanged glances, their expressions turning steely as they raised their weapons, aiming at Wang Lin. With an expression of indifference, Wang Lin silently regarded the 3, aware that this group, emboldened by their audacity to pursue him, felt invincible. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed as a bullet, propelled by a fierce gust, shot towards Wang Lin's forehead. This bullet traveled with astonishing speed, leaving Wang Lin no time to evade. He could only extend his arm to shield his forehead. Ding! The bullet struck his arm, sending a jolt of numbness through it, causing him to stagger back several steps. Had quite a sharp reflex, a mocking voice rang out, followed by the arrival of 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers in his line of sight. Upon seeing them, Wang Lin furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "We are here under orders to capture you. Be sensible and surrender quietly," an older soldier sneered, addressing Wang Lin. "And what if I refuse?" Wang Lin replied, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Refuse?" The old soldier was taken aback, then burst into laughter. After his mirth subsided, he spoke with a chilling tone, "Whether you wish to or not, you must surrender. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless. If that is the case, then kill." Before Wang Lin could finish, the old soldier bellowed, issuing commands without hesitation, that in an instant, the soldiers retrieved vials of blue potion from their pockets and consumed them. Immediately, their muscles swelled, their already imposing physiques becoming even more formidable. The old soldier tore off his camouflage jacket, revealing a robust torso, marred by a grotesque scar. With his potent enhancement serum, strength, speed, and defense will triple. "Kill him!" The old soldier commanded harshly. "Roar, kill!" The soldiers bellowed as they charged towards Wang Lin. Chapter 58. You are strong. Thus we shall capture you for research. As the enemies surged forward, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he leapt down from the boulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he descended, the dagger in his hand sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound as it struck fiercely at the neck of the first soldier to charge. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Lin moved like lightning, each swing infused with terrifying power. Though the soldier was tough, he could not withstand the barrage of attacks from Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, 2 soldiers had already fallen to his blade. Bastard, kill! Seeing their comrade slain, the remaining soldiers were consumed by rage, once more launching themselves at Wang Lin. Bang! Wang Lin halted momentarily, then propelled himself off the ground, utilizing the inertia to shoot forward once again. In that moment, he transformed into a sharp dagger, tearing through the ranks of his foes. Wherever he passed, only lifeless bodies remained. In a mere breath, the ground around Wang Lin was littered with corpses, all having perished at his hands. Gazing at the fallen bodies, the old soldier's expression grew grave, and he hastily downed several vials from his bag. Wang Lin watched as the old soldier's body trembled violently, soon growing taller, the contours of his skin becoming more pronounced. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes at the old soldier, a glimmer of coldness evident in his gaze. This enhanced biological gene serum was something he had encountered before, a product of a certain clandestine organization within the country, capable of unlocking the potential of ordinary individuals, granting them tremendous explosive power and speed, and even possessing mutation properties that could bestow the user with remarkable regenerative abilities. However, the side effects were severe, necessitating prolonged periods of dormancy to gradually mitigate them, during which the user would lose their sanity, descending into a frenzy of bloodlust, indistinguishable from a beast. Clearly, the old soldier before him was experiencing such a transformation. As his eyes glowed crimson, resembling a beast fixated on Wang Lin, filled with cruelty and exhilaration. Witnessing this, Wang Lin cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth as he moved closer, thrusting his dagger toward the old soldier's throat, only to have it deflected by a powerful palm, dislodging the dagger from his grasp, and then a fist came crashing towards Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin slightly sidestepped to evade the attack, extending his left hand to strike the old soldier's head. Slap! A dull thud resonated, and Wang Lin felt a sharp pain in his palm, but he was taken aback, realizing that he had exerted considerable strength in that strike. Yet the old soldier's head felt as unyielding as iron. Boom! Just then, several other soldiers rushed in, encircling Wang Lin and aiming their firearms at him, faced with the dark barrels of their guns. A look of gravity crossed Wang Lin's features, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce glint. Did I end the next moment? He spun around, driving the dagger forcefully into one soldier's abdomen. However, this provided the old soldier with an opening. He launched a rapid punch that struck Wang Lin squarely in the back, delivering an overwhelming force that sent Wang Lin soaring through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The old soldier's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he strode toward Wang Lin. Struggling to rise, Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the old soldier with venomous intensity. Suddenly, Wang Lin felt a tearing sensation in his waist. Looking down, he saw a sharp blade piercing through his clothing, embedded deeply into his side. Damn it, why is this guy so troublesome? Wang Lin cursed, gripping the dagger, only to find it utterly immobile, as the old soldier's arm clamped down on it fiercely, preventing any escape. Crack! Suddenly, Wang Lin felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if bones were shattering. He let out a cry, and the dagger slipped from his grasp. At that moment, the old soldier delivered a brutal kick that landed squarely on Wang Lin's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling him backward once more. Wang Lin's face flushed, his mouth opened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, landing awkwardly on the ground. Capture him! Seeing Wang Lin down, the remaining soldiers surged forward, overwhelming him in their ranks. Surrounded by a sea of soldiers, Wang Lin gritted his teeth, biting his tongue to spur himself on, summoning every ounce of strength to rise once more. However, a steel rod struck him squarely on the head, and Wang Lin instantly lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself bound to an iron frame, which appeared to be connected to a high-voltage source. Surveying his surroundings, he could not discern whether he was in a prison or a laboratory. For apart from himself and the iron frame, there was not a single other object. He attempted to move the iron shackles binding him, but to no avail. That don't waste your effort. You cannot escape. A voice suddenly echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a man clad in a white lab coat, wearing black glasses, his lips curled into a faint smile, resembling a genteel professor. Yet, Wang Lin knew that this man was anything but benign. He was undoubtedly a psychologically twisted individual. What do you intend to do? Though confined within these walls, Wang Lin maintained an expression of tranquility, revealing not the slightest trace of fear or panic. Ah, indeed, a person of remarkable fortitude. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the other party chuckled and replied, I am Zhang Jihua, the director of the base laboratory, responsible for studying individuals like us, the gifted, Wang Lin inquired. That would be accurate. Zhang Jihua did not deny Wang Lin's supposition. Rather, he conceded it. What have you captured me for? Wang Lin pressed further, and no sooner had Zhang Jihua's words left his lips than he reached out and seized Wang Lin by the throat. Cough, cough! As the struggle for breath intensified, Wang Lin desperately attempted to pry away Zhang Jihua's right hand from his neck, but his efforts were in vain, and soon his mind became clouded in crimson, rendering him unable to think, while his cheeks flushed a deep HUET that moment. Zhang Jihua gradually released his grip, and Wang Lin collapsed onto the apparatus. Haha, who would have thought that such a powerful, gifted individual would nearly succumb to my grasp so effortlessly? Truly exhilarating, huh? Chapter 59. Do not speak thus. I am not a thankless wretch. Observing Wang Lin's disheveled state, Zhang Jihua erupted in a hearty laughter, his mirth brimming with delight, as if the mere act of slaying Wang Lin would render the entire world wondrous. Scoundrel! Wang Lin spat, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage, yearning to lunge forward and rend this man to pieces. What? Are you dissatisfied? And what of it? As you are now, you are but fish on the chopping block. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhang Jihua let out a boisterous laugh, then produced a syringe and plunged it mercilessly into Wang Lin's neck, plunging him once more into unconsciousness. Within the base office, Yi Fan paced anxiously, for Wang Lin had vanished for a day and a night without a trace. An anomaly indeed, that in his desperation, Yi Fan resolved to enlist Luo Cheng and venture forth in search of Wang Lin. The two hurried towards the northern woods, a locale frequented by Wang Lin, and upon arrival, they indeed discerned signs of a struggle, suggesting that a group had clashed with Wang Lin. Exchanging a glance, both Yi Fan and Luo Cheng were gripped by the same thought. Could it be that Wang Lin had been captured? Cautiously, they approached the battle area, scrutinizing their surroundings, yet yielding no results. However, just as they prepared to depart, one clue caught Yi Fan's attention. They exchanged knowing glances, convinced that this was undoubtedly linked to Wang Lin's disappearance. Following the marks on the ground, they pursued for about 5 minutes, only to suddenly behold a faint glimmer of light ahead. Quickening their pace, they dashed forward, discovering a river, its waters raging, and several corpses adrift upon the surface. Soldiers! Yi Fan and Luo Cheng exclaimed in shock, rushing to the banks to retrieve the bodies. Upon confirming their identities, they were rendered speechless, for these 10 or so soldiers were all under Gu Weimin's command, one of whom was an officer. Brother Wang must have been taken by Gu Weimin's men. Yi Fan's teeth clenched, his visage paling with fury, that we must rally our brothers and rescue brother Wang immediately. Yi Fan's fists tightened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Wait, ye brother, calm down, Luo Cheng interjected, halting him. Yi Fan turned, perplexed. Did you not mention that Gu Weimin is at Changlin base? If we charge in recklessly, we will undoubtedly become cannon fodder. But we cannot simply sit idly by. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Do not rush, ye brother. Luo Cheng contemplated for a moment before continuing. Since they have taken brother Wang, they surely would not dare to harm him outright, for they must have a use for him. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago. After hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, feeling it made sense, and gradually calmed down. That he then asked, how do we rescue brother Wang? That is simple. Luo Cheng revealed a cunning smile and produced an object from his pocket. Handing it to Yi Fan glanced down, astonished to find it was a signal receiver. What is this? Hold on to this. It will allow you to track my location within the base when I infiltrate Gu Weimin's stronghold and require your assistance. I will call for you to understood. Yi Fan nodded, stowing the device in his pocket. Once they were prepared, Luo Cheng leaped into the river and began swimming toward the southern woods. Following the current, he ultimately slipped into Gu Weimin's base via an underground river. Upon surfacing, he snapped the neck of a guard and donned his uniform. After successfully disguising himself, Luo Cheng planned to seek out one person, Xia Xiaoming. The last time Gu Weimin had brought Xia Xiaoming to the base, Luo Cheng had been nearby and was aware of her connection to Wang Lin. After a thorough search, Luo Cheng indeed found Xia Xiaoming in the base's laundry room and stealthily approached her. Shoo, do not make a sound. I am brother Wang Lin's comrade. He is currently imprisoned in this base. Do you know where he is? Luo Cheng whispered in her ear. Wang Lin has truly been captured. Xia Xiaoming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Absolutely. Luo Cheng nodded, then pressed. Where is he? Take me to save him at once. I do not know either. I am merely a laundry worker at the base, Xia Xiaoming replied anxiously, shaking her head. Although she worked in laundry, she was not entirely unaware of her surroundings. However, Gu Weimin's orders involved keeping her under surveillance, forbidding her from moving freely. Thus, she had no knowledge of such matters. Damn it, what are we to do now? Luo Cheng fretted. He had intended to infiltrate the base amidst the chaos to rescue Wang Lin, yet it appeared that Xia Xiaoming was also oblivious to Wang Lin's whereabouts. This was indeed awkward. I know where the base's laboratory is. I can help you. Just then, a crisp male voice rang out. Luo Cheng turned to see a young man clad in black and wearing glasses standing nearby. Who are you? Luo Cheng shot him a glare, demanding an explanation. I am Xia Xiaoming's boyfriend. The young man replied calmly, Li Jianjun. This is none of your business. Xia Xiaoming's cheeks flushed as she doubted that Li Jianjun, who had always loathed Wang Lin, could now possess such goodwill. Xiaoming, brother Wang's life hangs in the balance. How can you still doubt me? Li Jianjun said earnestly that I admit Wang Lin is a villain. But he has helped me in the past. I cannot be ungrateful. Brother, come with me. I will take you to the laboratory to rescue Brother Wang, Li Jianjun urged. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Cheng agreed. He understood Wang Lin's character. Even if captured by Gu Weimin, he would never betray that Li Jianjun led Luo Cheng northeast within the base, where dozens of elite soldiers loyal to Gu Weimin had gathered, including some of Li Jianjun's acquaintances. Chapter 60. Today, you have fallen into my grasp, Xiao Li. What brings you here? A burly man inquired, astonished that I came to see what you are all doing here. Li Jianjun replied, surveying the surroundings. Alas, we have only just arrived. Last night, we received orders from higher-ups to ensure the utmost vigilance here for an important figure. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng could not help but blurt out, "Where is Wang Lin?" The group turned in unison to stare at him. "Who are you?" The burly man frowned, questioning him. "I'm Wang Lin's brother. My name is Luo Cheng." After introducing himself, Luo Cheng raised his weapon, declaring, "Brothers, I apologize." Bang! As his words fell, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. In an instant, 4 or 5 bullets tore into the crowd, sending bodies crashing to the ground in pools of blood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers raised their weapons and began firing at Luo Cheng. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted violently, bullets raining down like a tempest. Luo Cheng swiftly evaded the onslaught, simultaneously tossing a grenade into the fray. Boom! The explosion sent several enemies sprawling and halted the incoming bullets. Seizing the moment, Luo Cheng bolted from the crowd. Just as he broke free from the encirclement, he noticed the laboratory door ajar and swiftly slipped inside. He had meticulously planned this course of action. With Wang Lin captured, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, and he felt along the wall until he reached a nearby room and crouched at the entrance to observe. Inside were 7 or 8 individuals, one of whom was an elderly man with a shock of silver hair, disheveled and shackled, a rag stuffed in his mouth, his eyes devoid of life. The rest were either slumped in chairs or huddled in corners. And after a thorough scan, he found no sign of Wang Lin. That he hurried to the next room, but still found nothing. How odd. Could Wang Lin be confined deeper within? Li Jianjun murmured to himself as he made his way to another chamber. As he approached the door, a sudden chill coursed through his ankle, followed by the sensation of being launched into the air, crashing to the ground. Raising his head, he discovered an iron frame before him, upon which stood Wang Lin, the very person he had longed to eliminate. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jianjun struck him with a resounding slap. "Ha ha, Wang Lin, it seems my skills surpass yours," he bellowed in triumphant laughter. "You despicable scoundrel, it's you?" Wang Lin roared, his swollen left cheek an emblem of his fury. "Despicable? This is a grand strategy," Li Jianjun replied with unabashed pride. "Your foolish brother has come to rescue you. But I've lured him right into the guard's clutches. He is likely dead by now. And you, my dear Wang Lin, are about to be subjected to unspeakable torment. But oh, if Xia Xiaoming finds out, she'll surely be heartbroken." Li Jianjun's voice dripped with malice. "Rest assured, I won't allow you to die so easily. After I've had my fun with your girlfriend, I'll share her with my friends." With that, he reached out to pat Wang Lin's face. "Oh, by the way, here is a secret. I've long grown tired of Xia Xiaoming. I've been keeping her as a mere pet." "Shut your mouth." Wang Lin interrupted furiously, his gaze I see wide at Li Jianjun. "You best release me immediately, or I guarantee you will regret it." "Regret it?" Li Jianjun scoffed, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Wang Lin, don't think your threats can intimidate me. Here, I am the master. You're nothing but a speck, and your brother is a brainless fool." "Huh. You're courting death," Wang Lin roared, summoning his strength to struggle against his bindings. Yet, the more he fought, the tighter the restraints became. Li Jianjun approached the electrical switch, flipping it on. High voltage surged through the wires to the iron frame, crackling ominously. Wang Lin convulsed as smoke rose from his skin. "Ha! How does it feel? I've yet to experience the thrill of electrocution. You could be my guinea pig. Remember, you've committed countless heinous acts. This is your retribution." Li Jianjun cackled wildly. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred, wishing he could devour Li Jianjun whole. But he struggled desperately, but to no avail, still daring to glare at me. "Soon, I'll strip your skin and hang you up for all to see. So the people of Changlin Base can witness your comeuppance." Li Jianjun spat maliciously before flipping the switch again. That AS electricity coursed through Wang Lin's body a second time. It seemed to awaken hidden potential within him. He suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy. With a powerful thrust, he bent the solid iron frame as if it were mere paper. Li Jianjun, just about to step away, was struck by a chilling sense of danger. And in the next moment, he saw the glint of fury in Wang Lin's eyes. Not good, he thought, turning to flee. Crack. Just as he had run a couple of meters away, the ground where he had stood shattered. In that instant, Wang Lin burst forth, launching a fist straight towards Li Jianjun. Boom. The blow struck Li Jianjun's ribs, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Wang Lin pursued, seizing Li Jianjun by the throat and delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Bang! Li Jianjun's body flew like a rag doll, crashing against the wall before rebounding and collapsing to the ground, curled up and howling in agony. Wang Lin did not relent. He closed in, yanking Li Jianjun's shirt with a violent pull. Rip! Li Jianjun's skin tore apart in an instant. He screamed in despair, but before he could recover, Wang Lin's knee struck his abdomen with relentless force. Bang! Ugh! Li Jianjun groaned, blood spilling from his lips as he lost consciousness. Wang Lin released him, stepping closer to the unconscious form. His expression tumultuous that he yearned to deliver a fatal blow, but the memory of Xia Xiaoming's anger over his violent tendencies held him back. Damn it, you've gotten lucky this time. He cursed under his breath, turning to leave that moment. A panicked shout pierced the air, followed by a man stumbling towards him. Brother Wang, thank goodness you're okay. Chapter 61. The Armored Vehicle Assault. A desperate escape. Luo Cheng reunited with Wang Lin as the guards rushed in. Quick! We must leave. Wang Lin panted, his voice low. Brother Wang, you're injured. Should we rest a moment? Luo Cheng offered, helping Wang Lin to a chair. Yet, Wang Lin gritted his teeth against the pain, unlocking the back door. Luo Cheng, you go first, he urged, and Luo Cheng nodded, hastily making his exit. Once Luo Cheng was gone, Wang Lin leaned against the iron rail, gasping heavily, feeling weak and drained. His injuries were not yet healed, and he desperately needed sustenance to restore his strength. He quickly retrieved a substantial amount of meat from his storage, retreating while voraciously consuming it. Meanwhile, Gu Weimin appeared ahead, gripping Xia Xiaoming by the neck, a sinister smile on his face. Wang Lin, don't struggle. See who I have here. Wang Lin's complexion drained of color, panic flooding his eyes. He had never anticipated Gu Weimin would target Xia Xiaoming. You beast! How dare you? He seethed, rage boiling within him. Yet he lacked the strength to confront Gu Weimin, having exhausted nearly all his energy in the previous struggle. Don't you think a diversion will save her? Gu Weimin snarled. Wang Lin staggered to his feet. You deserve death, Gu Weimin, death. Gu Weimin erupted in laughter, his face twisting with madness. Ha! Only someone like you living is the true agony. With that, Gu Weimin hurled Xia Xiaoming towards Wang Lin. No. Wang Lin's heart shattered as he summoned every ounce of strength to catch her. Thud, cough, cough, cough. Xia Xiaoming fell heavily to the ground, gasping violently. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Wang Lin, she whispered, Wang Lin, I'm so relieved you're okay. Foolish girl, I'm fine. Wang Lin replied, tenderly ruffling her hair and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. That we must go, he said, turning to face the crazed Gu Weimin. A sinister smile crept across Gu Weimin's face. He knew Wang Lin was on the brink of collapse and felt no fear of his escape. Yet, just as the guards were about to seize Wang Lin, a thunderous explosion shook the ground as the base's gates were blasted open. To Wang Lin's delight, armored vehicles appeared at the entrance. He realized Yi Fan had come to rescue him. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from within the armored vehicles, and several advancing guards fell, shrieking as they hit the ground. Soon, armed transport vehicles emerged from behind, with soldiers pouring out. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the base. Wang Lin stood frozen, astonished that Yi Fan had brought such a formidable force. Quickly, Gu Weimin recognized the severity of the situation, scrambling to evade capture while directing the guards to defend themselves. Boom! Wang Lin raised his gun, aiming at Gu Weimin, and pulled the trigger. Gu Weimin, sensing imminent danger, ducked just in time to evade the bullet. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire raged, bullets raining down upon Gu Weimin in a moment of panic. He grabbed a machine gun and began firing back at Wang Lin and his allies. Wang Lin, Don't worry about me. Get out of here, Xia Xiaoming insisted, pushing Wang Lin away, then scrambling to her feet to take up the machine gun. Unleashing a torrent of fire towards Gu Weimin to rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets fell like a storm, but Xia Xiaoming did not know how to dodge. Thud. Gu Weimin seized the opportunity to retaliate, a stray bullet piercing Xia Xiaoming's chest. No, Xiaoming. Wang Lin's vision blurred with rage as he leaped on his Xia Xiaoming, cradling her in his arms. Blood continued to flow, staining his clothes. Wang Lin, I'm sorry. Xia Xiaoming's face turned pale, her breath shallow. It's fine, don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Wang Lin, I'm sorry. I love you. Xia Xiaoming managed a faint smile, reaching out her trembling hand to caress Wang Lin's cheek before slowly closing her eyes. Xiaoming. Wang Lin howled in anguish, his heart shattered. Xiaoming, awaken. Wang Lin bellowed in anguish, swearing that he would spare no one, even at the cost of his own life. Bang! At that moment, another bullet whizzed past, piercing Wang Lin's right shoulder. Ugh! Wang Lin let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched the unconscious Xiaoming in his arms. Staggering to his feet. Wang Lin, you must die today. Gu Weimin's face contorted with malice as he raised his machine gun once more. Wang Lin's gaze turned frigid. He had lost all semblance of reason and was consumed with a singular desire to annihilate every foe before him. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as Yi Fan pivoted the cannon and blasted a hole in the base's edifice. After speaking, he drove the armored vehicle, swiftly ferrying soldiers into the compound, engaging in a fierce battle with the guards. Yi Fan's arrival shifted the tide of the conflict, and Wang Lin visibly relaxed, hastily carrying Xiaoming away in search of Dr. Lu. Wang Lin raced to Dr. Lu's location, cradling Xiaoming. Dr. Lu, please save her. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse, laden with urgency. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lu's expression turned grave as she assessed Xiaoming's condition, furrowing her brow. She has lost too much blood. I fear she may not survive. Dr. Lu, I implore you, you must save her. She is still so young. Wang Lin's voice quivered with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. I will do my best. Dr. Lu sighed, producing a syringe, injecting it into Xiaoming's body, and swiftly administering the serum. After approximately 3 minutes, Xiaoming's breathing steadied, a flush of color returning to her cheeks, indicating that she had stabilized. Wang Lin, to be frank, the serum I just administered was extracted from zombie blood. While it has temporarily preserved her life, she may very well become a zombie, condemned to eternal suffering. Dr. Lu sighed, her expression somber. You may have anticipated this outcome. You will need to explain it to her. Chapter 62. In critical moments, the zombie serum saves lives. Wang Lin gazed at the sleeping Xiaoming, his eyes reddening. And no matter what, I will not allow her to perish, even if it means she becomes a zombie. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. Dr. Lu, what must we do next? Dr. Lu regarded Wang Lin intently. She could see that he was genuinely smitten with the girl, that it was the first time she had witnessed the base leader so earnest. Therefore, she resolved to take a non-traditional approach, even if it meant she would become a hybrid zombie. Wang Lin, I will administer another injection shortly. Whether she can withstand it will depend on her own fortitude. Dr. Lu sighed. I hope she doesn't turn into a monster. After all, zombies lack any rationality. Furthermore, I advise you not to waste your energy on hatred. Wang Lin nodded, then stated, Thank you, Dr. Lu. I understand what I must do. Remember, do not take any actions that could harm humanity. Dr. Lu admonished before shaking her head and departing, unable to bear the sight of ordinary people perishing. Meanwhile, Yi Fan ordered his subordinates to bombard Gu Weimin's base. Fortunately, the civilians had evacuated in time. Otherwise, they would have been buried beneath the rubble. After venting his fury, Yi Fan led his men away. Among the ruins, Zhang Jihua had narrowly escaped by hiding beneath a laboratory table. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a grip on his pant leg. Looking down, he was startled to see Li Jianjun, barely clinging to life. Director Zhang, save me, Li Jianjun gasped, clutching Zhang Jihua's arm desperately. Zhang Jihua glanced at his own bloodied and muddy attire, sighed, I am powerless to help. He helped Li Jianjun to his feet, and together they stumbled outside the building, making their way to the parking lot. Get in my vehicle, Zhang Jihua instructed. He took Li Jianjun to a small, abandoned clinic. Director Zhang, thank you, Li Jianjun expressed heartfelt gratitude as he lay on the examination table. Zhang Jihua smiled, picking up a nearby laptop. Jianjun, I will now begin the process of enhancing your body. You must be mentally prepared and cooperate with the treatment. Li Jianjun nodded, inquiring, what kind of mental preparation? Zhang Jihua paused before replying. If the enhancement fails, please do not blame me. Recalling his humiliating experiences at Wang Lin's hands, Li Jianjun gritted his teeth, stating, I will never blame you. That's good. Zhang Jihua opened the computer and retrieved relevant data. He then began administering the treatment to Li Jianjun. After more than 10 minutes, Li Jianjun trembled and fell into a deep slumber. Zhang Jihua closed the laptop, patiently awaiting Li Jianjun's awakening. Approximately half an hour later, Li Jianjun finally opened his eyes. That you're awake. Zhang Jihua smiled, rising to approach him. Jianjun, how do you feel now? Li Jianjun stretched his limbs, responding, I feel incredibly comfortable. Zhang Jihua patted his shoulder, asking, can you describe the sensation? Li Jianjun contemplated for a moment before saying, I feel warm all over, especially in my heart. It feels as though I'm enveloped in a hot spring. Quite a peculiar sensation. Zhang Jihua's face lit up with delight. It seems your genetic compatibility is quite high, which accelerates your response time. Additionally, your muscle strength surpasses that of ordinary soldiers. Most importantly, you have just awakened your supernatural abilities. After speaking, Zhang Jihua retrieved several transparent vials and presented them to Li Jianjun. These serums will enhance your physical condition while granting you a unique talent. Supernatural abilities? Li Jianjun questioned, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Jihua affirmed earnestly, indeed, supernatural abilities. They will belong solely to you. Within your body, a second core has formed, known as supernatural energy. It is composed of your innate abilities and can be controlled with your will. However, your mental strength is currently too weak to manipulate it. You must learn how to harness these powers, or you will lack the ability to protect yourself, let alone seek revenge. I understand. Thank you, Director Zhang. Li Jianjun inhaled deeply, his expression turning serious, that I will teach you how to use it, but we currently lack one crucial material, a crystal core. Li Jianjun smirked, nodding in agreement. He was determined to strengthen himself, driven solely by the desire for revenge. Zhang Jihua retrieved his tools, assisting Li Jianjun with suturing his wounds and cleaning them thoroughly. It felt akin to completing a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Wang Lin stood anxiously by Xiaoming's bedside, eagerly awaiting her awakening. He had gone 3 days without sleep, his eyes feeling parched and his head heavy with fatigue. Yet, for the sake of seeing Xiaoming awaken, he fought against his drowsiness. Just moments ago, Dr. Liu had warned that if she fell into a coma again, she would lose consciousness entirely. When she awoke, it would be uncertain whether she would be a zombie or a human. Upon hearing this, he felt a profound sense of dread enveloping him. How is she? At that moment, a voice interrupted from the doorway, and Dr. Liu entered with a sigh. Rest assured, although her condition is unstable, her life is currently not in danger. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found relief. That he breathed a sigh of relief. After acknowledging her words, Wang Lin nodded and turned to leave. Exiting the ward, Wang Lin rubbed his temples, his mind in a heightened state of tension, and due to his worry for Xiaoming, he found it impossible to sleep soundly. Brother Wang, I have discovered the latest location of Gu Weimin and his cohorts. At that moment, an exclamation drew his attention. Wang Lin turned sharply to see Yi Fan approaching, excitement radiating from him as he held a map. Yesterday, I dispatched dozens of my brothers to surveil Gu Weimin's crew. And this morning I received intel that they plan to secretly convene for an important meeting today. The specifics remain unknown. However, this presents us with an opportunity. That an important meeting, a conference. Chapter 63, Rising Power. A new era. Wang Lin's eyebrows arched at this revelation, and his expression shifted as he recalled his previous confrontation with Gu Weimin, a sense of foreboding rising within him. That he promptly inquired, where will they be holding this meeting? According to the intelligence, it will take place at a villa in the suburbs. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's expression hardened as he comprehended why Gu Weimin had chosen such a remote location for the meeting. The dense woods and complex terrain would make it exceedingly easy for him to ambush Wang Lin if he intended to strike. Are you certain they will indeed be there? Wang Lin furrowed his brow and pressed further. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. This matter requires further investigation. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then stowed the map away, stating since it's a meeting, it must involve significant matters. Regrettably, our manpower is currently insufficient. If we spread our forces too thin, Gu Weimin could easily exploit the opening, which would be disastrous. You are absolutely right. The Yi Fan nodded in agreement and said, thus, this matter must be deliberated upon. Now is not the opportune moment to strike. Indeed, Wang Lin acknowledged, adding, let us remain on standby for the time being. Dispatch a few individuals to investigate the situation. Understood. After suffering a significant blow from Wang Lin, Gu Weimin had completely defected to Xin Yuchen's side. Currently, Xin Yuchen had assembled a formidable team of super soldiers comprised of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Among them, Zhao Feng could accumulate electrical energy and unleash thunder, a particularly lethal skill against foes. Additionally, Sun Xiaohong possessed the ability to wield flames, rendering her impervious to fire, thus enhancing their combat prowess. Beyond this, they had gathered a group of individuals who also exhibited the potential for awakening extraordinary powers. And most importantly, these individuals were fiercely loyal, possessing unwavering resolve. This amalgamation formed an immensely powerful force, one capable of influencing the entire northern landscape, that in the future, as they gradually expanded their influence, they might even dominate all of Huaxia. Simply controlling Chonglin City no longer sufficed for Sun Yuchen's ambitions. He harbored grander plans. Report, Commander, our goods and supplies have been completely delivered. Zhao Feng announced to Xin Yuchen, who stood before him. Very well. Xin Yuchen nodded. Their operations were conducted with utmost secrecy, utilizing military helicopters to covertly transport supplies to the outskirts of Chonglin City, where their stronghold lay. This time, they executed a clandestine strike, alerting no one. However, Xin Yuchen was aware that they would soon embark on another mission to their next target. Following their previous defeat, which cost them dozens of soldiers, they had to be thoroughly prepared this time. Zhao Feng nodded and turned to his vehicle. Just as he settled into his car and prepared to turn around and leave, a deafening rumble echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a few helicopters approached at high speed from the distance. Upon seeing these aircraft, Xin Yuchen's expression sharpened. Damn it, how did they catch up to us again? Have they truly been tracking me? Xin Yuchen's face darkened, his fists cracking with tension. Regardless of the reason, I shall no longer be at your mercy. A fierce intent for vengeance gleamed in Xin Yuchen's eyes. The occupants of the helicopter were none other than Ding Ling, the commander of the North China region. She had come to confront Xin Yuchen, furious over the previous defeat, and shortly thereafter received news of Xin Yuchen defying organizational orders. This infuriated her further, prompting her to dispatch personnel to pursue him. Yet, Xin Yuchen had proven exceedingly cunning, evading capture for a month or two, leaving no trace behind. Now that he had finally been cornered, she resolved to personally judge this traitor. Commander, I sense an energy fluctuation. An aide suddenly reported to Ding Ling. Pointing ahead, upon hearing this, Ding Ling's expression turned grave, as she understood the implications. Accelerate the descent. Prepare for confrontation, she commanded sternly. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the night sky. Following that, a shell hurtled through the air, crashing violently toward the helicopter. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and the helicopter was sent spiraling away by the shockwave. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and under the blaze of the explosion, hundreds of bullets rained down upon the helicopter's windows, which promptly belched black smoke and ignited into flames. Simultaneously, Ding Ling seized the opportunity to leap from the helicopter and sprint forward. Meanwhile, Xin Yuchen, having launched the shell, swiftly took cover, knowing full well that the occupants of the helicopter would retaliate. Thus, following the explosion, he made a hasty retreat, unwilling to confront them head-on. Bang! Just as Xin Yuchen had fled for less than 5 seconds, the spot he had occupied was pierced by gunfire. Damn it! Xin Yuchen cursed under his breath. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. At that moment, several bullets whizzed through the night, forcing Xin Yuchen to evade. He narrowly escaped. 3 deep holes marked the place he had just vacated. Each bullet had nearly claimed his life, and a cold sweat trickled down his back. He realized he was in serious trouble. Truly commendable marksmanship. Commander Ding. Xin Yuchen ground his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. His adversary was stronger, having already grasped his habits and various circumstances, leaving him with little hope of escape that in no time for lingering. I must flee, or I shall meet my end. Just then, to his astonishment, a dozen armed individuals suddenly materialized within his line of sight, each brandishing lethal weapons and exuding a fierce aura. The imposing figures, with stubbled faces and an unmistakable menacing presence, were clearly no ordinary foes. Xin Yuchen recognized them instantly. Ding Ling had played a cunning trap. However, he had not anticipated that she would enlist these formidable fighters to eliminate him. A wave of resentment surged within Xin Yuchen. Had he known they were involved, he should have struck first to eliminate them. Now he found himself ensnared in a tightening circle, with more and more individuals converging upon him. Chapter 64. The Silver Serpent emerges. I shall play along. Commander Ding, come forth. Xin Yuchen conceded defeat. Xin Yuchen sighed, calling out to the surroundings that Xin Yuchen, did you truly think you could escape now? With these words, a strikingly competent woman in a white blouse and ponytail stepped into Xin Yuchen's view. This woman was none other than Ding Ling with a mocking expression. She regarded Xin Yuchen and stated, Xin Yuchen, did you not foresee this? Your cleverness has backfired, and I have ensnared you. I anticipated that you would eventually come for me. Thus, I thought it prudent to be proactive, rather than waste our time. Xin Yuchen replied with a wry smile, seemingly resigned to his fate. You appear quite unperturbed, Ding Ling scoffed. However, even if I were to release you, do you believe the North China region would still trust you? In this world, from ancient times to the present, victors are kings while the vanquished are deemed traitors that I have lost. You may do as you wish. Xin Yuchen shook his head helplessly. I shall now pronounce your death sentence. Will you surrender, or will you resist to the bitter end? Ding Ling fixed her gaze on Xin Yuchen. After a moment of silence, Xin Yuchen raised his head and stared back at Ding Ling, asking, Are you certain? Ding Ling let out a cold snort, saying, Xin Yuchen, I admit your strength, but you are now surrounded. Even if you were made of iron, today you shall likely meet your demise. That I shall say this one last time. Cease resistance. Surrender, and seek leniency. That Xin Yuchen replied with a bitter laugh. Ding Ling, you are commendable in many respects, but rather naive that I offer you a chance. If you are willing to serve me in the future, I shall spare your life today. How does that sound? Ding Ling's expression darkened at his words, and she coldly retorted, It seems you prefer to drink the penalty rather than the toast at that moment. She had already entertained thoughts of killing him. Bring him here. I want to see how far he can run. Ding Ling commanded coldly. With her order, dozens of soldiers swiftly approached Xin Yuchen, guns drawn. Yet Xin Yuchen remained unfazed, gazing at the soldiers with an air of nonchalance, as if inviting them to take their shot. Shall we take him away? Ding Ling instructed, furrowing her brow. Understood, a soldier replied. However, in the next instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, reducing that soldier to cinders. The remaining soldiers were left in shock, their weapons raised but paralyzed by fear. Crack! Just then, another thunderous crack echoed through the sky, followed by another bolt striking down, incinerating another soldier, who fell lifeless to the ground. Gasping, the soldiers were now utterly terrified. Some trembled so violently that they could barely stand. Just moments ago, they had their guns trained on Xin Yuchen. Yet he remained unscathed while their comrades were mercilessly struck down. Suddenly, two soldiers collapsed in fear, crying out, It wasn't my intention to kill him. I didn't want to kill him. Please spare me. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, overwhelmed by terror. Just then, another bolt of lightning descended, prompting the two soldiers to cover their heads and drop to the ground, praying not to be struck. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing firmly on the shoulders of the two soldiers. That was Zhao Feng from Xin Yuchen's extraordinary team, demonstrating his thunderous ability to attack enemies with lightning, an attack no ordinary person could withstand. Bang, bang, two dull thuds resonated as the two soldiers fell, lifeless. Watching his comrades fall in an instant, the remaining soldiers stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that an ordinary individual could possess such extraordinary skills, which left them utterly incredulous. In that moment of astonishment, Zhao Feng's arms suddenly elongated, and with a powerful punch, he aimed directly at their heads. Although he did not wield a firearm, there was no need for such weapons to deal with this ragtag group of soldiers. Thus, his speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, delivering several ferocious kicks that sent them flying to poo. Zhao Feng's movements were so rapid that he dispatched them almost instantaneously. In a heartbeat, only Ding Ling remained, her gaze anxiously fixed on Zhao Feng. Just as Ding Ling was about to call out Xin Yuchen's name, Zhao Feng immediately gestured for silence and pointed into the distance, signaling her to follow him without delay. Understanding his intent, Ding Ling complied and slowly followed Xin Yuchen down the hill. Upon entering a room, Xin Yuchen settled onto the sofa, while Ding Ling, seated across from her, trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard. "Commander Ding, we have no grievances from the past nor enmity in recent days. Why must you drive me to my demise?" Xin Yuchen sighed and inquired. Ding Ling bit her lip. Hesitating before responding, "Xin Yuchen, this is not my fault. It is my superiors who seek to eliminate you. What concern is it of mine?" "Oh, at this point, I am unconcerned with that. I simply ask you, will you be willing to serve me in the future? I offer you a chance to live. Otherwise, I shall end your life right now." Ding Ling hesitated at his words, uncertain of Xin Yuchen's true strength and fearing the risk. However, at that moment, Xin Yuchen suddenly remarked, "What are you waiting for? Hesitation may cost you a golden opportunity." He then exchanged a knowing glance with those beside him, and they discreetly exited the room with ambiguous smiles. "Strip, let me see your sincerity," Xin Yuchen commanded with a smile. Observing Ding Ling's shyness, he exclaimed, "What are you pretending to be innocent for? Is it not merely a game?" Slap. Ding Ling finally succumbed, slowly removing her trousers. Upon witnessing her bare thighs, pale and inviting, Xin Yuchen was immediately stirred, excitement coursing through him. This was once the commanding officer who had exerted authority over him. Now she had fallen to such depths. "Xin Yuchen, do not take this too far." Ding Ling glared at him defiantly. "Ha! And I am precisely doing so. This is the effect I desired." Xin Yuchen cackled wildly. Chapter 65. Must not let others in the base know after 3 days of unconsciousness. Xia Xiaoming finally awoke. However, it seemed she had lost her ability to speak, baring her teeth and howling chaotically around the room. Wang Lin stared at her in a daze, realizing that Xia Xiaoming had been consumed by the zombie virus. With the only distinction from ordinary zombies being a faint glimmer of humanity, did Dr. Liu procure some plasma to test her. If she exhibits a thirst for blood, then she is likely completely infected, Wang Lin instructed Dr. Liu. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoming went into a frenzy, not only roaring loudly, but also banging her head against the wall. Wang Lin sighed helplessly. "Xiaoming, please do not do this." Even without any other intense reactions, it was clear she had been infected. Wang Lin understood that further attempts to dissuade her would be futile and would only provoke her into harming herself. That Dr. Liu, "Come quickly." Wang Lin urgently called for him. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Xiaoming has been infected by the zombie virus. For now, we can only confine her. I will look for other ways to awaken her." Dr. Liu's eyes widened in alarm. Wang Lin continued, "This matter must not be disclosed to others in the base, as it may incite chaos. Therefore, we must act in secrecy. You understand? I will devise a plan." As he spoke, Wang Lin began to contemplate. Just then, as Dr. Liu retrieved a syringe, Xia Xiaoming abruptly sat up in bed. Emitting a heart-wrenching scream, Wang Lin quickly covered Dr. Liu's mouth. "Shoo, what are you doing?" Dr. Liu was terror-stricken. He had never encountered such a ferocious zombie as Xia Xiaoming, whose mere presence seemed capable of tearing him apart. The poor doctor was unaware that he would have to face a zombie daily. "Woo!" Dr. Liu shook his head, signaling Wang Lin to release him. Wang Lin frowned, hesitating momentarily before letting him go. Dr. Liu promptly retreated to a safe distance. Xia Xiaoming's eyes were bloodshot, as though she had suffered immense provocation. She gritted her teeth, trembling, exuding an aura of menace. Her gaze landed on Wang Lin's face, and oddly enough, she revealed a hint of a smile. Suddenly, she lunged at Wang Lin, opening her mouth to bite his neck. Wang Lin gasped and quickly jumped aside. Xia Xiaoming missed her target, crashing to the ground. Yet, she quickly rose and charged at him once more. In a panic, Wang Lin kicked her, sending her sprawling. Xia Xiaoming fell but stubbornly got back up, continuing her pursuit of Wang Lin. That moment, A knocking sound echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Lin paused. Who is it? After a moment of hesitation, the voice from outside asked, Do you need assistance? Wang Lin furrowed his brow slightly before replying, No, you may leave. After a prolonged pause, the voice responded, Very well then. The sound of footsteps faded as they departed, and Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no one had intruded. Xia Xiaoming remained relentless in her pursuit, prompting Wang Lin to retreat a couple of steps and toss a large, bloodied piece of beef towards her. Eat this. Xia Xiaoming halted her chase, slowly approaching the beef and crouching down to gnaw at it. Watching her blood-stained face, Wang Lin felt a pang of sympathy. However, reality forced him to act decisively, for Xia Xiaoming's condition was dire. Seizing the moment while she was occupied with food, Wang Lin quickly contemplated ways to save her. Over the past few days, he had stealthily ventured out of the room to search for crystal cores. However, the area surrounding the base was permeated with a foul stench, leaving no trace of any cores. The only evidence remaining was the blood left by the soldiers, indicating that they too were searching for zombie crystal cores or human corpses for research material. Yet, this method was perilous. If caught, there would be no escape, and of course, there was no time to dwell on this now. Suddenly, Wang Lin heard Xia Xiaoming's anguished scream. His heart ached at the sound, and he sensed a shift within her. He rushed her aside and embraced her. Be good, do not cry. Wait for Dr. Lu to finish treating you, and I will find other methods that I will spare no expense. Xia Xiaoming, however, pushed him away and emitted a whimpering sound. Wang Lin quickly retrieved several pieces of fresh beef, offering them to her, but Xia Xiaoming refused, swatting the meat away in anger and glaring at him. But do not be angry. I am truly trying my best. Wang Lin murmured softly. Oh. Xia Xiaoming suddenly threw her head back and howled, her cries sharper and more terrifying than before. Bang! Xia Xiaoming's head struck the bed frame with force, and Wang Lin stared in shock. Xiaoming. Her head was injured, blood trickling from her forehead, yet she paid no mind to her wounds. Fiercely tugging at her collar and opening her mouth wide, Wang Lin understood that this was her way of expressing her pent-up frustration, blaming him for her transformation into a zombie. With a sigh, Wang Lin took her clenched fist in his hand, gently kneading it. Gradually, Xia Xiaoming calmed down, resting against Wang Lin as she sobbed quietly, refusing to utter a word. Wang Lin dared not provoke her further, lightly patting her back and soothingly assuring, Do not worry, I will definitely cure you. Meanwhile, Julie successfully passed the first round of tests at the technology company's training base, becoming one of the first female warriors eligible for genetic experimentation. Clad in a white combat suit and wielding a rifle, she appeared at the entrance of the training camp, causing quite a stir. Many male soldiers gazed at her with unabashed desire for this formidable and striking beauty. From a distance, a stunning young girl dressed in white athletic wear, wearing a cap and sunglasses, approached. Although her features were obscured, her exquisite and graceful silhouette was enough to captivate anyone. Qinshuo, Zhu Li exclaimed in delight, hastening towards her, and the two embraced tightly, reluctant to part. Chapter 66. A transformed woman is not to be underestimated. The two had initially met in the female survivor base, where Qinshuo was an ordinary nurse, while Zhu Li was the leader of the base. They shared a close bond, rarely apart from one another. Congratulations! After releasing each other, Qinshuo sincerely remarked, I never imagined that in just a few days you would achieve such prowess. Truly impressive. Do not mention it. Zhu Li replied with a wry smile, recounting the trials she had faced since leaving the base, while also briefly outlining the situation here to prevent Qinshuo from falling into danger. After hearing her words, Qinshuo could not help but frown, asking, Is it truly acceptable for such an important matter as genetic experimentation to be left to the whims of individuals? Zhu Li forced a bitter smile and remarked, Who grants them the authority? With a sigh, she continued, In truth, I am aware that the base will undoubtedly covertly assist those in higher positions with their research. Otherwise, how could they be allowed to behave so recklessly? Knowing this, one should not compromise. Qinshuo retorted coldly. What can we do? Zhu Li sighed helplessly. After all, we lack any foundational support and have just recently joined. Here, we hold no sway and cannot dictate terms. Even if we are aware of the deceit, we can only suffer in silence. Qinshuo remained silent for a moment before gently patting Zhu Li's shoulder in consolation. Rest assured, Sister Zhu Li, I will certainly assist you. After a pause, she added, once this assessment concludes, I will apply to join the inner circle and report this matter to the higher-ups. Julie was momentarily taken aback. Then her joy erupted as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sure, I am truly thankful. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been selected from a pool of over 10,000 to be among the first warriors participating in this experiment. Today, you will receive the first injection of the serum. As Julie and Qinshuo were conversing, a serious voice suddenly cut through the air. This serum has been specifically prepared for you. It possesses remarkable antiviral properties and can even resist the onslaught of the zombie virus. However, one crucial point you must remember. This liquid is solely for injection, and only one vial may be administered at a time. This is designed to assess the characteristics of your constitution. As each individual possesses a unique physique, that if you exceed the prescribed dosage, it will not only be ineffective, but may also lead to fatal consequences that I hope you all bear this in mind. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their expressions grave. Subsequently, over a dozen fully armed soldiers escorted more than 50 individuals to a massive warehouse deep within the training base. The perimeter of the warehouse was heavily guarded, with layers of soldiers standing in tight formation, roughly estimating to be at least 500 or 600 in total. As the warehouse doors opened, the crowd filed in, only to discover that it resembled a plaza, with a flat floor. The walls were lined with numerous glass chambers containing various instruments. At the forefront of the plaza stood a row of steel racks filled with glass jars, each sealed and containing an assortment of liquids, some solid, others transparent, emitting a range of peculiar odors that were nauseating to inhale. Even more bizarrely, the air in this place appeared to be a faint green. What on earth are these things? They look quite frightening. The crowd murmured in fear. Julie, however, remained relatively composed and whispered to Qinshuo, it is said that this serum can enhance human constitution and strength, that I have personally witnessed individuals who, after consuming it, became extraordinarily robust, capable of shattering hard rock with a single punch, and their speed and attack power surged. Qinshuo fell silent, a vivid image flashing through her mind of thousands of people battling one another in a frenzy after consuming the serum. The scene steeped in bloodshed and brutality, strikingly shocking. This sight was overwhelming. Qinshuo perceived this as a grand endeavor. If successful, humanity would undergo a profound transformation, no longer needing to fear zombies nor dread being devoured alive. Such thoughts flickered through her mind and then dissipated as she regained her focus, realizing that she should not delve deeper into such reflections. After all, she had a professional code of ethics and responsibilities, and she must not lose sight of her original intention to protect the women's base. Enough. Observing the growing trepidation on the faces of the crowd, the officer responsible for maintaining order spoke gravely. According to protocol, you must first undergo the injection procedure here. With that, the officer signaled to a nearby soldier to bring forth a large stack of metal vials and 10 silver syringes. You have 3 hours to complete this. All right, begin. As the command was issued, the soldier approached Julie and gestured for her to lie on the cold wooden bed. Julie hesitated briefly, then steeled herself, closed her eyes, and slowly reclined on the frigid surface. The soldier grasped her ankle and gently inserted the needle into her skin, gradually pushing it in. Julie grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her complexion as pale as paper. Just a moment. It will be over soon. The soldier reassured as he pressed the plunger, the needle piercing her flesh and the serum slowly entering her body. Julie bit down hard, enduring the excruciating agony, remaining silent. With a hiss, as the serum coursed through Julie's veins, the soldier withdrew the needle and stepped aside. Julie opened her eyes, looking at him in confusion. What is it? You. The soldier hesitated. It seems a change has already occurred. What kind of change? It appears that you have visibly gained strength. What? Julie's expression shifted to surprise as she quickly glanced at her arms. Indeed, on the surface of her skin, a faint glow began to manifest, spreading rapidly until her entire arm, half her torso, and a portion of her leg were enveloped in this soft luminescence. Moreover, within the glow, intricate patterns became faintly discernible on her body, exuding an enigmatic rhythm. This is, Julie murmured, that I suspect that the mysterious serum is taking effect. Qinshuo leaned in and whispered in Julie's ear, As I understand it. When humans face peril, their bodies activate a self-preservation mechanism, unleashing latent potential and enhancing their strength and physique. Julie came to a realization, and oh wonder, she felt invigorated just moments ago. It was a delightful sensation. Chapter 67. A pressing need for recruitment. Unable to contain herself, Julie stretched her body, and suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as her clothing disintegrated, revealing her exquisite form, curvaceous and flawless, a true vision of beauty. Gulp! The nearby men swallowed hard, their eyes ablaze with desire. This stunning beauty was indeed a rare gem of the mortal realm. That moment, Chen Shua grasped Julie's right hand. Don't move. She then turned to the officer and inquired, "Doctor, how is Julie's condition?" "Very healthy." The doctor examined Julie intently for a considerable duration before nodding in admiration. "That in that case, let Julie join the Gene Warrior team." The doctor shook his head. "No, she must undergo 2 rounds of testing first." "Very well." Chen Shua nodded in resignation. "That we shall await notification from the organization." Julie, however, was indifferent. She had never intended to join this organization. Her sole purpose for coming was to ascertain the efficacy of the serum. Subsequently, Chen Shua and Julie exited the tent, leaving the plaza behind. As they walked, they encountered several soldiers who appeared much like ordinary individuals, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from within them, setting them apart from the norm. However, due to the heavy protective gear and isolation helmets they wore, their specific conditions were obscured. Julie and Chen Shua arrived at a clearing filled with training equipment. Julie lifted a barbell effortlessly and hurled it towards a target 20 meters away. Bang! The barbell struck the target and rebounded violently, crashing against the distant wall before tumbling down, spinning twice on the ground before coming to a halt, visibly rendered unusable. Julie raised an eyebrow, realizing that the serum was indeed extraordinary. Chen Shua beamed, giving her a thumbs up. "Your strength has reached 2.5 times that of an average person." Julie felt a surge of joy within. She had truly stumbled upon a treasure. However, just as the two turned to leave, a group of young men approached. "Hey there, you have some impressive skills." The leading youth chuckled. "How about we have a friendly spar?" Chen Shua furrowed her brow and positioned herself protectively in front of Julie. The youth, glancing at Chen Shua, smirked and taunted. "What's wrong? Afraid of losing? It's no big deal. If you do lose, just spend the night with me." "Ha ha." Another chimed in. "Exactly, such a fine figure should not go to waste." "Right, brothers." Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Shua's eyes glinted with cold fury as she suddenly seized the collar of the youth who had first insulted Julie. Barking, "Get lost!" Startled, the youth regained his composure and erupted in rage. Shouting, "You damn woman, dare to lay hands on me? You're asking for it." The rest of the youths quickly rallied around, preparing to unleash a violent assault on Chen Shua. Julie, expressionless, raised her fist and struck the youth squarely in the chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones reverberated throughout the area. A howl resembling that of a wounded animal escaped his throat as he doubled over, clutching his chest, contorted in agony. "You hit hard," seeing Julie incapacitate their companion in an instant. The remaining youths immediately grew wary, gripping their daggers in a defensive stance. "I advise you not to seek trouble." Julie glared at them, her tone icy. "Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." You, the group of youths, intimidated by Julie's formidable presence, exchanged glances before turning to flee. Julie, however, sneered, raising her fist once more and charging towards the back of one youth. Bang! Another powerful punch landed. The young man spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the others were filled with sheer terror, fleeing desperately, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this unfold, Julie felt a sense of relief wash over her. After speaking, the two made their way towards the camp. Meanwhile, as Wang Lin settled Xia Xiaoming, he promptly summoned Yifan and a few others. "Everyone, it won't be long before our base comes under attack. The most crucial thing right now is to recruit more skilled individuals to join us. Rather than waiting to be struck, we should take the initiative," Wang Lin declared, casting his gaze upon Zhou Zheng. "Old Zhou, you are somewhat familiar with this matter, so please go and gather personnel." Zhou Zheng wasted no time, immediately responding, "All right, I certainly do not wish to endure those anxious moments again. Since you've made your decision, I have no objections." "Good. Then get to work." Wang Lin waved his hand. They stepped forward, thumping their chests in assurance. "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us brothers." "Understood." Yi Fan and Luo Qing nodded in succession. Zhou Zheng then departed to seek suitable candidates, while Yi Fan and Luo Qing personally led the charge, given the distance to their destination. Wang Lin chose not to accompany them. The day's night descended. In the southern mountains of Huaxia, the climate was perpetually spring-like, with picturesque scenery that made it a coveted locale, particularly in the deep mountains where many reclusive masters preferred to dwell. However, all of this became meaningless in the face of the apocalypse that on this day, a military jeep sped in from the distance and halted nearby. Soon after, 3 figures leaped down from it. "Wow, what a beautiful place!" exclaimed Luo Qing, unable to contain his excitement upon landing. That Yi Fan and Zhou Zheng exchanged a knowing smile before making their way down the mountain. Although they encountered numerous zombies along the way, including some second-tier ones, the 3 dispatched them with ease. Their physical prowess was exceptional, especially Luo Qing and Yi Fan, who were almost monstrous in their abilities. Dealing with these ordinary zombies was as effortless as chopping vegetables. "This environment is quite pleasant." Luo Qing inhaled deeply, his face radiating comfort. The continuous battles had left him on edge, and he finally relished a moment of relaxation. In contrast, Yi Fan and Zhou Zheng kept their eyes narrowed, refusing to let their guard down for even a moment. "But someone's coming. Stay hidden," Yi Fan suddenly hissed, immediately dropping to the ground. Luo Qing and Zhou Zheng quickly followed suit, holding their breath in silence. The sound of rapid gunfire soon erupted, followed by a battalion clad in camouflage rushing forth, armed to the teeth, clearly a well-trained unit. The soldiers wore solemn expressions, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "What is going on?" Luo Qing turned to Yi Fan and Zhou Zheng. "Don't rush. Let's wait and see," Yi Fan replied in a low voice. Their objective was to recruit a newcomer, as Wang Lin had informed them of an awakened individual with cutting abilities hidden in this vicinity. Could these soldiers be here to capture that person? The 3 felt puzzled, but maintained their composure, patiently observing. Bang! A soldier raised his submachine gun and swept it across the tree-line, then coldly commanded, "Whoever's there, come out." As the command echoed, surrounding soldiers aimed their firearms at a towering tree, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of movement. "Damn it, these bastards," Luo Qing cursed under his breath, clenching his teeth, unwilling to expose even a fraction of himself. On the other hand, Yi Fan remained tense, fearful of revealing their presence. It was evident that the soldiers were after the same target as the trio. In this apocalypse, every awakened individual had become a coveted prize. Any organization would seek to recruit them, and failure to do so could lead to brutal extermination. The standoff lasted mere seconds until a scruffy man descended from above. His arms had fully transformed into razor-sharp blades, glinting ominously, instilling dread in all who beheld him. "Are you all seeking death?" he growled, surveying the soldiers, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "Indeed, it is us," a soldier replied solemnly. "Do you wish to perish?" The man's lips curled into a sinister smile, and without warning, he lunged forward with astonishing speed. Bang! With a thunderous crash, blood erupted as the soldier's throat was pierced. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, lifeless and unblinking. Witnessing their comrade's grim fate ignited fury among the surrounding soldiers. "Open fire," commanded their leader, prompting a barrage of gunfire. However, to their astonishment, the creature seemed impervious to bullets, as they left not a single mark on his body. "Damn it," the leader cursed, then swung his fist at the man. Boom! The soldier's punch landed heavily against the man's body. Yet he merely swayed slightly before standing firm, his clothes untouched. Good grief, what? The soldiers around him were left in shock. The leader's pupils constricted, and he coldly ordered, "Don't panic, continue the assault," as his command fell. The soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the man. Pew pew pew. A relentless hail of bullets rained down, but the man remained unscathed. How is that possible? The soldiers were filled with dread upon witnessing this. The man smirked wickedly, then brandished his blades, charging into the heart of the squad. Like a force of nature, he swept through them, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, claiming dozens of lives in mere moments. The remaining soldiers trembled in fear, and with their strength dwindling, they could only stand frozen, paralyzed by terror. In an instant, more lives were lost, and the soldiers, overwhelmed by panic, began to shed their gear and flee. "Still trying to escape?" the man sneered, then darted forward with blinding speed. The ordinary soldiers were no match for him, and within seconds, anguished screams echoed as dozens fell. Yi Fan furrowed his brow at the scene before him. Recognizing the man's formidable strength, though he could not gauge its full extent, that as they witnessed this madman slaughtering mercilessly, Luo Chung and the others felt a chill of apprehension. They were fortunate to have refrained from acting recklessly, or they might have met a grim fate. As nearly 100 soldiers lay slain, the remaining ones, gripped by sheer terror, scattered in all directions. After dispatching the soldiers, the man turned towards the nearby thicket, calling out, "Those hiding in the grass, how much longer do you intend to remain concealed? Come out and meet your end." Yi Fan shook his head slightly, then stepped forward with Luo Chung and Zhou. "You must be Chun Hao," he stated, locking eyes with the blood-soaked man. "You actually know my name?" Chun Hao paused, clearly surprised that Yi Fan recognized him, taking a cautious step back. "That we've crossed paths before." Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, recalling their encounter prior to the apocalypse during a supply run with Wang Lin. "So that's how it is." Chun Hao chuckled lightly, though a fierce, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "You read just in time. I'll eliminate you all." As the words fell, Chun Hao darted toward Yi Fan like a cannonball. "Why killing you? I can secure my rations." With a sinister grin, Chun Hao stepped forward, his figure becoming ethereal, akin to a ghost gliding towards Yi Fan. "Wait, don't be rash. Look at this." As Chun Hao was about to close the distance, Yi Fan raised a photograph, exclaiming, "Look at this picture. They are still alive." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chun Hao immediately halted, squinting at the photo. "That you're saying my wife and child are still alive?" "Of course they are. My elder brother saved them. That if you kill me now, wouldn't that be an act of ingratitude?" Yi Fan asserted directly, then added, "However, I hope you will reconsider any thoughts of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent." Though Yi Fan did not know Chun Hao well, he sensed a deep loyalty in him, leading him to extend an olive branch. Chun Hao slowly lowered his gaze to the photograph, his expression shifting between sorrow and hope. Moments later, he broke down in tears, embracing his head in despair. "All right, I'll go with you, but I want to see my wife and child immediately," Chun Hao said, wiping his tears. That Yi Fan sighed in relief. "For now, let's leave together. We can discuss the rest later." "Let us go." Yi Fan led Chun Hao down the hillside. The two individuals from Los Angeles hurriedly followed behind, their hearts laden with trepidation. Yi Fan led Chun Hao into the vehicle, swiftly driving away. Inside the car, Yi Fan succinctly recounted the process of rescuing Chun Hao's wife and child. Throughout this, Chun Hao remained silent, tears streaming down his face as he seemed to be consumed by thoughts of his family, overwhelmed with sorrow. However, he was astute enough not to question Yi Fan or express any resentment. Once Yi Fan finished speaking, he lifted his head, gazing resolutely at Yi Fan, and spoke. "Thank you that we are comrades and should help one another." Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's expression softened slightly, that he then fell into silence, lost in his thoughts. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" "Yi Fan." A fine name." Chun Hao nodded. "From this day forth, I shall follow you to..." Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Hao's swift agreement. "Haha, don't look at me like that," Chun Hao grinned. "Now that I have no way out, I would rather take my chances than be captured. Besides, for someone like me, born into poverty, to encounter such good people like you is truly fortunate." "Hee, it is excellent that you think this way. After all, I appreciate a man of your caliber," Yi Fan replied with a smile, continuing, "By the way, do you know why those soldiers came to seize you? What were their threats about?" "How would I know?" A flicker of pain crossed Chun Hao's face. "Previously, I was merely a laborer. I didn't even know their identities, let alone what they wanted with me." That he added, "Of course, this is just my speculation. I cannot ascertain the exact reasons. So, I dare not say too much. Speaking too freely might endanger my life. Supernatural abilities? No wonder you are so powerful." Knocking 2 soldiers away with a single punch, that Yi Fan feigned a look of sudden realization before shifting the conversation. "But you need not worry. If those people come after us, I will not allow them to harm your wife and daughter. Moreover, rest assured, those individuals would not dare to act recklessly, at least not in the short term. If they dare to come, I will fight them to the death." That Yi Fan clenched his fist, exuding a sense of ferocity. Chun Hao sighed softly upon hearing this. I am grateful for your loyalty. In this world, sometimes human connections are more important than money and power. Furthermore, going against those people, you would likely lose your life 10 times over that I have been at odds with them for so long and have not dared to be too high profile. You, a newcomer, wish to confront them head-on. It is simply not worth it, he cautioned Yi Fan. Hoping for his safety, Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly. Do not worry. I have my ways. That Chun Hao appeared. His wife, Yang Jingya, rushed forward, embracing him and weeping inconsolably. Several companions approached, joyfully patting Yi Fan on the shoulder. Well done. You completed the task so swiftly. Chen Hao, holding his wife and child, bowed deeply to everyone. Brothers, I owe you my life. Enough with the formalities. Your family's reunion is a joyous occasion. We should celebrate, Wang Lin replied, glancing at the others. Tonight, we will host a banquet to welcome Chen Hao. With the successful completion of the mission, Yi Fan was recognized for his crucial role. Yi Fan, you will arrange the festivities. Let us feast and celebrate Chen Hao's reunion. That he patted Yi Fan's shoulder, exuding camaraderie. All right, no problem. Yi Fan nodded, seizing the opportunity to speak further. We have plenty of people and resources now. The food will be abundant, and the drinks will flow freely. Yi Fan laughed heartily. With Brother Wang, we shall dominate Changlin. Within the base, preparations were underway to welcome Chen Hao's integration, as toasts and merriment filled the air. Outside the base's gates, Zhao Yong finally unlocked the cage, leading Xiao Hui to escape. The two stumbled forward, nearly falling prey to the zombies. Zhao Yong, slow down. I can't keep up. Xiao Hui, drenched in sweat, called out, wait for me. Zhao Yong halted, turning to look at her. Xiao Hui, we have escaped. If we endure for another 6 months, we will be reborn. I can't endure any longer. Xiao Hui gritted her teeth, declaring, we must find someone to deal with Wang Lin and make him pay a heavy price. Calm down, Zhao Yong interjected, restraining her from acting rashly. This is his domain. We have no means to seek revenge. Wang Lin has many followers. We cannot win against them. Our priority is to survive and evade his search. Think about it. We have escaped the base, and he will surely put out a city-wide manhunt for us. If we expose ourselves, he will find us quickly, and we will be mercilessly killed, he urged Xiao Hui. We should stick to the plan and seek refuge with others. But who can we turn to? Xiao Hui's eyes were red and swollen as she shouted in frustration. Look around. It is all ruins, not a living soul in sight. We should find my cousin Zhao Tian. He was the security captain, and I believe he might have survived the apocalypse. Although my cousin is a bit opportunistic and greedy, he will still help me, though we must seek him out. She grasped Zhao Yong's arm and urged him forward. Lead me to see your cousin. Zhao Yong's eyelids twitched as he admonished. Xiao Hui, do not rush. We first need to clean ourselves up. The two had been imprisoned for days, filthy and disheveled. Even if they found her cousin, they would likely be treated as beggars. As they cautiously moved ahead, they discovered an abandoned clothing store and finally had the chance to change and clean themselves. Just as they finished, they noticed several searchlights flickering in the distance, illuminating their figures. The lights swayed, casting their shadows in a disconcerting dance. Suddenly, 3 trucks roared into view, blocking their path. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a dark firearm aimed directly at their heads. The doors slammed open, and nearly 5 or 6 armed men emerged, each brandishing weapons. That an air of danger enveloped them instantly. Chapter 70. When it rains, it pours. Xiao Hui was struck with fear, her body freezing and her legs stiffening. She regretted not staying in the cage, where at least Wang Lin would provide her with food and water. Being captured by these men would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The do not shoot. We are innocent. We are law-abiding citizens, not criminals. Zhao Yong trembled uncontrollably. In this apocalyptic world, he was a complete coward. Indeed, we are victims, just ordinary people. Xiao Hui quivered, straining to shout, attempting to prove their innocence and awaken any sense of decency in the assailants. Ha! This woman has a nice figure. True law-abiding citizens, dressed so beautifully, so extravagantly, I suspect she is deliberately trying to entice us. The 5 or 6 thugs emerged from the vehicle, leering as they encircled them, wearing expressions of lewd intent. We are the patrol team, specifically hunting down women like you. Surrender quietly, or you will meet a tragic end. Ha ha ha. Several of them gazed hungrily at Xiao Hui's form. saliva practically dripping from their mouths, as if wishing to tear her apart immediately. You have misunderstood. We truly are law-abiding citizens. Xiao Hui's face turned pale upon hearing their words. We are survivors on the run. We are innocent. Zhao Yong stepped forward to plead. Brothers, we mean no harm. We are genuinely law-abiding citizens, forced into labor. Search us if you don't believe us. He produced a stack of cash he had saved for some time and shoved it into one of their hands. My wife is not familiar with the rules. Please be lenient. Get lost. The leader's eyes narrowed at Zhao Yong's attempt to bribe him. I don't need your money. What good is it to me? Besides, who do you think you are? Trying to bribe me? I can get 10 times the women you have. That he mercilessly kicked Zhao Yong aside. Scram. Xiao Hui screamed. How can you do this? Slap, slap. Several of the thugs struck Xiao Hui across the face, yanking her by the hair and dragging her away. Zhao Yong cried out in anguish. Xiao Hui, Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui struggled vehemently. Don't take me, please don't. Before long, she was dragged into a dilapidated shopping mall. The interior was desolate, with only a few elevators on the first and second floors. All other rooms had been converted into warehouses, storage rooms, or utility spaces. Thick steel plates obstructed the view inside. Xiao Hui felt despair wash over her, realizing she might never escape this place. Her eyes filled with sorrow and pleading as she looked at Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong's lips trembled as he struggled to utter a few words. Shall we? Do not fear, do not fear. We shall eventually escape. Shut up! Bang! The leader raised his firearm and struck Zhao Yong's head with a brutal blow, rendering him unconscious against the wall. Zhao Yong let out a muffled groan, blood gushing forth. Zhao Yong, you bastard, why don't you just die? Xiao Hui cried out in anguish. It's all because of you that I have met this fate. She screamed hysterically. Had it not been for Zhao Yong's greed for wealth and his seduction that led her away from Wang Lin, she would not have fallen to such depths. How dare you still shout? A cohort kicked Xiao Hui aside, then struck her abdomen with the butt of the gun, silencing her cries that I not only intend to kill you, but I will also have my way with you, you shameless vixen. The leader sneered, brandishing a dagger as he approached Xiao Hui menacingly. Help! Help! I know Wang Lin. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it when Wang Lin finds out. Xiao Hui clutched her abdomen and shouted, He will surely annihilate you. Slap. Shut up. The leader delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Hui's face, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Wang Lin is nothing. Isn't he just holed up in that eastern prison? What is so special about him? He can barely take care of himself, let alone rescue you. Besides, he won't have the chance to save you. Tonight, I will have my way with you, and you will truly experience a man's touch. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. That he plunged the dagger into Xiao Hui's shoulder. Tears of pain welled up in Xiao Hui's eyes. Ha ha, my little beauty, don't cry, don't cry. The leader cackled wickedly, twisting the dagger before yanking it out. Splurt. Blood erupted from Xiao Hui's right arm, a horrifying sight. Xiao Hui screamed, Scream! Keep screaming, the louder, the more excited I become. The leader licked the blood off the dagger, reveling in his sadistic pleasure. I will surely play you to death today. You will pay for this, Xiao Hui cried out in despair. Pay? Ha ha, enjoy yourself first. And then we'll see. The leader kicked Xiao Hui in the abdomen, sending her tumbling several times. That he then yanked her by the hair and dragged her into the adjacent warehouse. Bang! The heavy iron door of the warehouse slammed shut, muffling Xiao Hui's cries and giving way to the sounds of beastly breaths. Beasts, beasts! Zhao Yong pounded on the door in fury, his fists nearly bruised, yet no one paid him any heed. Moments later, Xiao Hui's screams ceased. Exhausted, Zhao Yong collapsed onto the ground, his heart aching as if it were being sliced by a knife. Through their shared suffering, he had come to regard Xiao Hui as his closest companion. Yet now, she was on the verge of falling victim to a heinous fate, and Zhao Yong's heart twisted in agony. Shui bang bang bang. Just then, a volley of gunfire erupted from a distance. Flames erupted from the muzzles, bullets whizzing through the ruins. Zhao Yong instinctively looked up and saw figures darting towards them with the swiftness of leopards. Stunned for a moment, Zhao Yong then erupted in joy, shouting, Yefan! Yefan, quickly save us! Zhao Yong had originally thought Xiao Hui would be violated, for that gang of ruffians were raised on brutality. Who would have imagined that Yefan would emerge as their savior? Ecstatic, he called out to Yefan. Bang, bang, bang. Without a word, Yefan held a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right, shooting forth like a sharp arrow that he fired 4 shots at one thug, piercing 4 holes in the man's chest. Then he swiftly pulled Xiao Wei aside and dealt with the other 3 with efficiency. A swift cut across the throat that in an instant, Yefan took down 7 assailants. Thank you, I am so grateful, Xiao Wei exclaimed, embracing Yefan's leg in relief, believing him to be your savior. Yefan barked, stay away from me. Startled, Xiao Wei released her grip and trembled behind Zhao Yong, fearful that if she drew near, she might encounter further misfortune. Whoosh! At that moment, several thugs leaped from the window, armed with military crossbows aimed at Yefan. Chapter 71. Where is the leader hiding his strength? Yefan squinted slightly, picking up a short knife with his toes. And with a deft motion, he shot it forth. The 3 thugs frowned, instinctively dodging aside. Seizing the opportunity, Yefan dashed in, kicking them down one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yefan moved with incredible speed, swiftly defeating 5 thugs. The remaining 2, witnessing this, retreated in panic. Yefan quickly shed his burdens, discarding excess equipment on the ground, and swiftly pursued them. Stop, stop! Yefan shouted as he pulled the trigger at the 2 enemies, although they dodged the bullets. They were still grazed and stumbled away into the dark alley. Where shall we? Yefan ignored Zhao Yong and surveyed the area, discovering the warehouse was empty. Xiao Wei had clearly been brought here for torment. Yet now there was no sign of her. Xiao Wei was in the adjacent room, having been violated by those beasts. Wu, Yeshao, you must avenge me. Zhao Yong, enduring excruciating pain, knelt before Yefan, bowing his head. I am willing to serve and repay my debt. He understood that Yefan not only had the capability to deal with these bullies but could also protect his safety. He had to cling to the legs of others to survive. Yefan replied coldly, avenge you? That's impossible. Brother Wang has already ordered me to help you just this once, and warned you not to appear in Changlin again. Otherwise, I will not show mercy, that he added. Of course, if you seek death, I will not mind fulfilling that for you, especially since killing now bears no consequences. Thank you, Yeshao. Zhao Yong scrambled to his feet. Rest assured, I will never show my face in Changlin again. All right, I'm leaving. Yefan patted Zhao Yong on the shoulder, picking up a katana as he turned toward the door. Suddenly, Zhao Yong called out, Yeshao, take care if you need any assistance, just say the word. Stop with the nonsense. That day, Wang Lin brought Luoqing and Chun Hao to a remote forest devoid of human presence. Come, both of you, show me the status of your awakened abilities, Wang Lin instructed, looking at Chun Hao and Luoqing. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Luoqing and Chun Hao nodded in agreement, positioning themselves on either side of Wang Lin. Chun Hao then closed his eyes, his arms instantly transforming into 2 blades aimed at Wang Lin as he thrust forward. Wind slash. As he swung the blades, a powerful and invisible wave surged towards Wang Lin. Watching Chun Hao charge at him, Wang Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is quite the martial fanatic. With that thought, Wang Lin did not dodge, but instead countered with a punch. Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Lin's punch collided with Chun Hao's attack. Immediately, Chun Hao, who had been charging forward with unstoppable momentum, was halted, retreating 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. Assessing his arms, Chun Hao's expression turned grave. Is this what the captain calls awakening? How about it? Are you satisfied? Wang Lin smiled at Chun Hao. Yes, I am very satisfied, Chun Hao exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Wang Lin's inquiry. Then keep up the good work and strive for an early breakthrough, Wang Lin encouraged. Understood, Chun Hao nodded solemnly. Next, Luoqing also transformed his right hand into a claw aimed at Wang Lin. Then shouted, tear the void. With Luoqing's roar, a burst of blue light erupted from his right hand, swiftly racing towards Wang Lin. Watching the approaching blue light, Wang Lin smirked, remaining unperturbed as he extended his right hand to meet the light. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, and the blue light vanished within Wang Lin's palm, absorbed entirely. Subsequently, Wang Lin clenched his other fist, targeting Luoqing's chest for a strike. Seeing this, Luoqing hurriedly raised his arms to shield himself. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Luoqing was sent flying backward, landing more than 10 meters away. As soon as he hit the ground, Luoqing spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in agony. Wow. It hurts so much, cough cough. Observing Luoqing's distress, Wang Lin coughed awkwardly. Xiao Luo, are you all right? Hearing Wang Lin's concerned voice, Luo Qing couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, yet still stubbornly shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you, Captain. Though Luo Qing claimed to be fine, Wang Lin sensed that he was in a poor state and promptly said, Xiao Luo, take a rest for a while. Try again once you've recovered. I'm all right, Captain. Luo Qing nodded. Wang Lin then handed a water bottle to Luo Qing and produced 2 crystal cores, offering them as well. Captain, I don't need these crystal cores. Keep them for yourself, Luo Qing declined, gazing at the offered cores. I have enough. These are for you. Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, unwavering in his decision despite Luo Qing's refusal. Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony. Since the captain insists, Luo Qing naturally refrains from being overly sentimental, promptly accepting the crystal core and placing it into his mouth. After Luo Qing has consumed the crystal core, Chen Hao approaches. Boss, what kind of supernatural ability do you possess? What do you think? Wang Lin replied playfully, "Duh." Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Wang Lin continued, I possess psychic abilities, enabling me to manipulate surrounding matter to attack foes, and I can even harm others from a distance. Impressive, Chen Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Wang Lin smiled. However, you are quite remarkable as well, managing to cultivate to the level of a second-tier supernatural being, which surpasses my expectations significantly. Hee. Chen Hao grinned sheepishly. It's merely luck. Wang Lin chuckled. Luck is also a part of strength. Indeed. Chen Hao nodded. I find that statement quite reasonable. Boss, why don't you demonstrate your abilities for us? At this moment, Chen Hao looked at Wang Lin and said. Wang Lin shrugged his shoulders and replied, Are you certain you wish to see? Of course. Luo Qing and Chen Hao responded in unison. All right. Wang Lin nodded, then took a deep breath, suddenly opening his eyes wide. And his gaze instantly radiated 2 dazzling orbs of silver light. As his eyes transformed into this hue, a tremendous psychic wave emanated from Wang Lin's gaze, enveloping both Luo Qing and Chen Hao in an instant. As the silver light expanded from Wang Lin's eyes, Luo Qing and Chen Hao's eyes widened in shock, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Chapter 72. The initial encounter with psychic abilities under Wang Lin's gaze. Chen Hao and Luo Qing felt as though their very souls were bound by chains, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting in the slightest. Is this psychic ability? Luo Qing exclaimed, his voice trembling. At that moment, he finally understood why Wang Lin had the audacity to venture alone in a perilous territory and challenge other top-tier experts. Psychic abilities were fundamentally different. They could attack the enemy's soul with mental force, potentially leading to their unconsciousness or paralysis. That if a psychic possessed formidable strength, they could entirely crush their foes with sheer willpower. Wang Lin's mere glance had left Chen Hao and Luo Qing reeling. Had he truly unleashed his mental energy upon them, they would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. With that, Wang Lin took the lead and stepped forward. Phew. Watching Wang Lin depart, both Luo Qing and Chen Hao exhaled in relief, fully aware that Wang Lin's gaze held immense lethality. Had he harbored any intent to kill, they would likely have become corpses by now. The boss is incredible. What kind of ability is this? Allowing him to make us faint without any resistance, Luo Qing remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chen Hao sighed, saying, Alas, our esteemed leader has concealed his true strength well enough to deceive even us. I wonder how many abilities he truly possesses. Point 3. At the very least, Luo Qing asserted firmly. Let us not forget that our leader was able to manipulate from a distance, and that energy seemed extraordinary. Indeed, that makes sense. Chen Hao nodded, recalling their previous confrontation when Wang Lin had demonstrated his control abilities. Luo Qing continued, moreover, his strength is exceedingly formidable, far surpassing the combined might of the two of us. If we were to join forces against him, I doubt we would last even 10 exchanges. Not just that. Chen Hao shook his head. The boss likely retains other trump cards. Retains? Luo Qing questioned in astonishment. Is he truly so powerful that he possesses even more formidable abilities? Chen Hao replied he should have them. After all, our boss is exceptionally impressive, and we ought to refrain from prying. Sigh. Hearing this, Luo Qing let out a lament. I hope we can catch up to the boss. Otherwise, the days ahead will be exceedingly dull. Stop dreaming. Let us hasten our departure lest we be discovered slacking off. Chen Hao patted Luo Qing on the shoulder. Agreed. Luo Cheng nodded emphatically and swiftly pursued Wang Lin down on another front. After receiving her first injection of the genetic reagent, Zhu Li experienced excellent absorption, and with her diligent training, she had fully mastered this newfound power. Although she felt immensely excited and exhilarated by her extraordinary strength surpassing human limits, this did not deter her from continuing her training. With a powerful punch, she struck the wall before her, creating a significant dent. Gazing at the collapsed wall, Zhu Li beamed with satisfaction. At last, I have shattered it. Subsequently, she quickly retrieved a small vial from her pocket and took several swigs of the liquid within. The potion was rapidly digested and absorbed by her body, causing her complexion to become noticeably more vibrant and alive. Not bad, not bad. Behind her, General Zhao applauded as he entered, nodding slightly upon seeing Zhu Li. You truly are the best performing soldier lately. Your combat capabilities have improved far beyond my expectations. Upon hearing General Zhao's praise, Zhu Li's eyes sparkled with joy, her voice tinged with delight as she replied. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. General Zhao acknowledged with a faint response before inquiring. How do you feel? Do you require another round of injections? Zhu Li paused, lifting her head to meet General Zhao's expectant gaze. Of course, she immediately shook her head. I don't feel exhausted. Seeing this, General Zhao refrained from further persuasion, producing a syringe from his pocket and handing it to Zhu Li. You should administer this. The absorption effect this time will undoubtedly surpass the previous one. Zhu Li accepted the syringe, expertly injecting the liquid in her vein. Did I understand? She said, lowering her gaze, but as long as I remain weak, I will never be able to rest easy. Thus, even for the sake of protecting my comrades and friends, I will exert every ounce of effort. She raised her head, gazing at General Zhao with determination and sincerity. Speaking earnestly, I aspire to become an outstanding officer like you, and I hope to help more individuals like myself grow and succeed. Upon hearing Zhu Li's words, General Zhao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her as though he saw a familiar face from an old mirror through her. After a brief silence, he nodded, very well. With that, he turned and departed, his back bearing a hint of solitude. Zhu Li remained standing there, her eyes fixed on his retreating figure. The bleeding had ceased, and the wound had begun to scab over. Observing the scarred flesh, Zhu Li sighed gently, murmuring, Your wishes will surely come to fruition. Trust me. Suddenly, her ears perked up, and she halted, turning her head towards the left. There, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Soon, Zhu Li spotted several men clad in camouflage uniforms, their faces smeared with paint, sprinting in her direction. She furrowed her brow, unsure of their identities. However, her expression soon shifted, for these individuals appeared to harbor ill intentions, yet their target did not seem to be her. With this thought in mind, Zhu Li wasted no time and dashed outside. Chapter 73, An organization you dare not provoke. However, her reaction was too slow. Just as Zhu Li turned to flee a few meters, the burly men had already blocked her path, brandishing guns aimed at her head. That don't follow us. If you do, we'll shoot you. Upon hearing their words, Zhu Li's expression darkened. What do you intend to do? She asked coldly. Do you dare to kill me? We're not far from the base. One of them chuckled coldly. Of course, we don't want to kill you. Who would kill a woman? Hearing this, Zhu Li relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant, observing them. Since you dare not kill me, then leave the items in your bag. Zhu Li had already discerned that these individuals seemed intent on stealing genetic agents, although she was unclear about their identities. It was evident that they were risking much to infiltrate and seize the genetic agents. She was concerned that they might pose a threat to the base, and thus she would not allow them to leave. I advise you to comply, she warned, her gaze icy. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhu Li, with her slender figure and delicate skin, appeared fragile and beautiful, yet at this moment, she emanated an aura of chilling ferocity. Exuding an imposing presence, the burly men, having felt her piercing gaze, involuntarily shivered, swallowing hard as a flicker of fear crossed their eyes. Clearly, Zhu Li's demeanor was not feigned. This girl was indeed somewhat dangerous. Yet they remained intent on confronting her. Humph. One man scoffed, don't try to intimidate me. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Is that so? Zhu Li's lips curled into a mocking smirk as she swiftly extended her right hand. gripping the wrist of one man's gun-holding hand with great force, with a sharp crack resonating through the air, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The man's index finger twisted grotesquely. He clutched his agonizing right hand, howling in pain as beads of sweat, akin to pearls, streamed down his forehead. Witnessing this, the other two men erupted in furious shouts and lunged towards Julie, hoping to seize her unawares and subdue her. However, Julie remained utterly unfazed. Her steps were light and agile, reminiscent of a butterfly, evading their assaults while swiftly counterattacking. Within a mere 3 seconds, she had them sprawled on the ground. Ultimately, only one man stood frozen, gazing at Julie with a complex expression. "Miss, you truly are formidable. We underestimated you." That he had initially intended to wait for his comrades to capture the woman before making his move, but he had not anticipated her extraordinary prowess. "Knowing my strength, you should leave quickly to avoid calamity." Julie's icy gaze bore into him, laced with a hint of warning that at her words, the man furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Julie with scrutiny. "May I ask how to address you?" "Miss?" he inquired. "You lack the qualification to inquire about my name," Julie replied arrogantly. Upon hearing her words, the man's eyes narrowed as he contemplated her response. After a brief pause, he suddenly advanced towards her, stating, "Very well, I shall refrain from asking, but we must caution you. Do not oppose our organization, nor attempt to investigate our background. Such endeavors are utterly futile." "Oh, I find myself intrigued. Which organization do you represent? Or rather, what makes you so audacious?" Julie retorted with a disdainful laugh. The man's expression stiffened at her words. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within his chest, before slowly uttering 4 words. "Black Hawk Organization." As those 4 words echoed in Julie's ears, her expression transformed abruptly. Her eyes widened in disbelief, shock etched across her face as she gazed at the man, her lips quivering, unable to regain her composure. She had never imagined that the Black Hawk Organization truly existed, and that they lurked so near her own city. The Black Hawk Organization was an enigmatic and formidable entity with influence spanning the globe. Feared even by those in power, that as an individual, one should never dare to oppose them. That I advise you to be wise and leave at once, lest you provoke misfortune. Upon seeing Julie's abrupt change in demeanor, the man could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. That if you wish to avoid suffering, it would be best for you to depart immediately. After speaking, he turned to leave, but as he did, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, followed by a warm liquid trickling down. Julie, holding a blood-stained white cloth, nonchalantly wiped the blade's edge and remarked, "My apologies. Accidentally grazed your throat. However, I assure you, I will not cause you any further trouble." After discarding the bloody cloth into a nearby trash bin, she dusted off her hands and strode away. The man stood frozen for a moment before collapsing to the ground, his body slack. In this apocalyptic world, the development of various factions far exceeded General Li Wenyuan's expectations. In this dark and brutal reality, countless souls fell each second. Yet, even so, that could not deter others from their determination to become the rulers of this desolate land. For those who succeeded would reap boundless wealth and power. Naturally, the prerequisite was to possess the means to survive. "General Li, please follow me. I shall show you our command center." "Very well. Thank you." Standing before a colossal structure that left Li Wenyuan in awe, he marveled. This place truly exudes grandeur. No wonder they call it the strongest command post. Who are they in Li Wenyuan's words? Clearly, they refer to the leaders of the bases that congregated here after the apocalypse. Led by Du Nantian. "General Li, do not underestimate this building. It is, in fact, a defensive tower," chuckled his burly aide. "It is said that this tower is impervious even to nuclear bombardment, a testament to its fortitude." Despite this, Li Wenyuan still found the sight before him excessively extravagant. That he had witnessed the devastating power of nuclear weapons firsthand and held a lingering trepidation towards such capabilities. Yet now, he was to discuss the forthcoming battle plans with dozens of base leaders. Chapter 74. A new alliance of survivors. An elderly man with a head of white hair bellowed, "To defend our homeland, to avenge our fallen comrades, exterminate all enemies, annihilate the foes, reclaim our home." The crowd roared in unison. As the overall commander of this operation, Li Wenyuan bore the responsibility of formulating the entire plan that he first listened to the opinions of the various leaders, confirming that they had no objections before officially announcing the mission details. The victory of this war does not solely belong to us. Li Wenyuan surveyed the assembly. I understand that we have lost many comrades and friends, but we do not fight alone. On the contrary, it is during times like these that we must unite and overcome adversity together. I promise, as long as we stand united, we will surely triumph and avenge our fallen brethren. After delivering this speech, Li Wenyuan waited in silence. Indeed, within moments, the expressions of all present grew solemn. The scale of this city was immense, far exceeding that of ordinary cities. Such a vast area was destined to accommodate millions. Even tens of millions of survivors who would need to endure until humanity eradicated the zombies or until new survivors arrived. Having chosen this path, there was no room for regret. I only hope we can unite to resist the onslaught of the undead. Very well. Since we have chosen this path, there is no turning back. Since we have chosen to unite, we must not harbor suspicions against one another. Rest assured, General Li, we shall not act against your will. The crowd voiced their commitments to Li Wenyuan nodded slightly, acknowledging their stance that he then delegated further matters before turning to leave the command center. Within this vast city, there existed a terrifying number of survivors. They were preoccupied with scavenging for food daily, leaving them little time to heed the external situation. Thus, Li Wenyuan needed to familiarize himself with the city's conditions swiftly to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. In the ensuing days, Li Wenyuan, accompanied by dozens of guards, ventured deep into the alleys, meticulously investigating the surroundings that he aimed to commit every inch of the area to memory, ensuring no details were overlooked. After all, he could not afford to remain in the command center like those leaders, waiting for orders, unless he wished to abandon his responsibilities. Consequently, he had to internalize this information thoroughly. This process spanned a full 2 days and nights. During this period, Li Wenyuan led raids on several nearby survivor camps, plundering most of their armories, granaries, and treasure vaults. Any resistance encountered was met with immediate execution, leaving no survivors. Those who surrendered were temporarily assigned as sentries and scouts under Li Wenyuan's arrangement to monitor the surroundings. Furthermore, after receiving resources from the base leaders, Li Wenyuan recruited hundreds of soldiers, forming 5 well-armed patrol units. Once all preparations were complete, Li Wenyuan led a substantial force towards the abandoned city. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, all easily dispatched. Among these were formidable 2nd and 3rd tier zombies. However, armed with firearms, the ordinary zombies posed no threat, their heads exploding with a single shot. Additionally, since zombies lack souls and the capacity for thought, under Li Wenyuan's command, the patrol officers could effortlessly uncover the hiding places of these undead. As Li Wenyuan and his troops drew closer to the derelict city, his expression grew increasingly grave. According to the intelligence gathered over the past few days, the zombies here had undergone a degree of evolution, even developing cognitive abilities. Particularly concerning were the large, highly aggressive 3rd-tier zombies. Their speed and strength surpassed those of ordinary 2nd-tier zombies by several times. Should they encounter such formidable foes, even rocket launchers and artillery would struggle to be effective. The zombies' speed far exceeded that of soldiers, allowing them to evade attacks with ease. Moreover, their sense of smell and touch surpassed that of ordinary humans, enabling them to track soldiers' precise locations through scent. Thus, conventional weaponry posed no lethal threat to the undead. Most alarmingly, upon detecting the scent of blood, zombies would become frenzied and bloodthirsty, even descending into madness. This was exceedingly perilous. In the early days of the apocalypse, the allure of human blood to zombies was immense, rendering it a virtually invincible weapon. The moment they caught a whiff of blood, they would become utterly savage. They would descend into hysteria, fearlessly reckless, wholly disregarding life and death, ferociously attacking all objects that obstructed their path. This resulted in the human defensive lines being effortlessly torn asunder, incurring grievous losses. Henceforth, humanity developed an intense aversion to blood. Not even a single drop would they dare to touch. This state of affairs persisted until the apocalypse gradually improved the situation. Yet, even then, humanity remained exceedingly vigilant. They would not easily permit their blood to flow. Even in unavoidable circumstances, they would meticulously clean away any traces of blood beforehand. Li Wenyuan was no exception. Over the past few days, he had been personally overseeing his soldiers as they tended to their wounds and cleaned the bloodstains. Although he had attempted to seize opportunities to converse with certain survivors, urging them to evacuate willingly. Report, Commander, a substantial horde of zombies has been discovered in the western part of the city. Their numbers reach as high as 700 or 800, and they are currently slaughtering survivors along the way. That evening, shortly after finishing dinner, Li Wenyuan heard his subordinate rushing in to deliver the news. Chapter 75. The unseen zombie tide. Li Wenyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "How could there be so many? Aren't there no survivors left in this vicinity?" I'm not sure, sir." The messenger scratched his head, awkwardly responding, "However, these zombies indeed came from the west." "The west? What direction?" Li Wenyuan asked in a grave tone. "It seems to be from the western suburbs," the messenger replied. "The western suburbs," Li Wenyuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he appeared to have recalled something, abruptly raising his head to look at his subordinate. "Did you just say that all these zombies came from the western suburbs?" Li Wenyuan asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Yes, it appears so," the messenger nodded vigorously. "Damn it." Li Wenyuan could not help but curse that moment. His aide asked, "Commander, have you made a discovery?" "Yes." Li Wenyuan gritted his teeth and nodded. Then spoke in a low voice, "Relay my orders. Increase our pace and head towards the western suburbs immediately." "Understood." The aide replied promptly, then commanded, "Assemble." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the soldiers Li Wenyuan had brought swiftly gathered and formed ranks. "Set off." With Li Wenyuan's command, the entire army surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. In nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at the western suburbs. That moment, they discovered that this once tranquil and serene field was now infested with an alarming multitude of zombies. A rough estimate suggested that the total number of zombies exceeded 200 to 300. Such a scale of a zombie tide left even the battle-hardened Li Wenyuan gasping in shock. "Can we handle so many zombies?" the aide asked, astonished. That Li Wenyuan shook his head and replied, "Who knows? Let us hope we do not encounter any high-tier zombies above the 4th level. Otherwise, we are truly doomed." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. Subsequently, the aide exclaimed excitedly, "Look!" "What is that?" Following the aide's gaze, Li Wenyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Not far away, a massive shadow was crouched among the grass, seemingly resting. Roar! Suddenly, the dark figure leapt up, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Simultaneously, its mouth expanded several times, capable of engulfing a small car. As its jagged maw opened, a thick, foul black mist erupted from its mouth. This noxious vapor appeared to possess corrosive properties, instantly reducing the surrounding trees to ashes and scorching a deep pit into the ground. "What the hell?" Upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, both Li Wenyuan and the aide were left dumbfounded. Neither had imagined that such a terrifying beast could exist in this desolate and ruined city. To make matters worse, they had stumbled right into its path. At that moment, the creature was glaring at Li Wenyuan and the others, its eyes glinting with a menacing crimson light. Could that be a 5th-tier zombie? The aide stammered that a tremor ran through Li Wenyuan's heart, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard. The 5th-tier zombies. The thought of such terrifying combat prowess filled him with dread. If it truly was a 5th-tier zombie, then it seemed they would be doomed. Li Wenyuan silently swallowed and commanded in a low voice, "All troops, heed my orders. Immediately form a protective circle, using shields to block its advance, while covering the infantry's assault to buy them time. Should any zombies approach, initiate an immediate counterattack." "Understood." The aide promptly issued the command. In an instant, numerous soldiers raised their shields, forming a sturdy barrier around them. Li Wenyuan then called out loudly, "All snipers, prepare." Soon, a contingent of fully armed snipers stealthily emerged from the ranks. Taking position behind the soldiers, they aimed at the monstrous creature and pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 bullets flew, striking the beast's massive, thick hide, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Roar! The creature howled in fury, its voice piercingly shrill. Li Wenyuan's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. Its defensive capability is astonishing." The aide chuckled bitterly. "I fear. We must retreat." "Damn it." Li Wenyuan gritted his teeth. "Retreat." Yes, the soldiers echoed, swiftly retreating. Meanwhile, the gigantic zombie had already detected their presence. Roar, roar! The beast bellowed as it pursued them relentlessly. Damn it! Li Wenyuan cursed, then swiftly took out a crystal core and consumed it to enhance his physical abilities. What he needed most was to bolster his combat strength. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Before long, Li Wenyuan felt a surge of explosive power coursing through his body. Charge! Li Wenyuan brandished his steel knife, leading the charge toward the monster. The soldiers followed suit, a wave of them crashing into the sea of corpses. Engaging in a desperate battle with the beast. As the commander of this troop, Li Wenyuan possessed relatively rich combat experience. In such circumstances, his performance was nothing short of valiant, quickly dispatching dozens of second-tier zombies. Meanwhile, the other soldiers, fueled by their indomitable will and fearless spirit, fought fiercely against the monster. At that moment, Li Wenyuan suddenly noticed that more zombies were approaching from the distance. Damn it, this is going to be a real mess. Li Wenyuan lamented inwardly. His energy was already depleted. If they continued fighting, he would surely collapse soon. The other officers were in a similar state, their stamina nearly exhausted. Even if their small team fought valiantly, it would be difficult to deal with this monstrous creature. Captain, what should we do now? The aide asked anxiously. Continue fighting. Li Wenyuan replied without hesitation. No matter what, we must eliminate this beast. The aide nodded and then shouted to the soldiers. Brothers, keep fighting. For the sake of our nation as people, we absolutely cannot lose. Upon hearing this, everyone was invigorated and resumed their fervent assault. Bang, 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 bullets flew and blood splattered. Roar, roar. The beast was enraged. It roared a few times, then opened its massive mouth, unleashing a foul, toxic spray toward the soldiers. Help! One soldier, unable to evade in time, was caught in the attack. In an instant, smoke billowed from his entire body, and his skin corroded at a visible rate. Within moments, he was reduced to a puddle of pus, emitting a horrendous stench. Seeing this, the other soldiers turned pale. Damn it! This creature is far too dangerous. Li Wenyuan shouted. Retreat! Retreat! We must get out of here. Thus, the remaining soldiers turned and fled. Chapter 76. I just made a slight move, however. These monsters pursued relentlessly, determined to tear this band of intruders to shreds before long. Li Wenyuan led everyone to the foot of a mountain. At that moment, he turned to look back, and the monstrous creature was less than 10 meters away. Its grotesque and hideous head loomed ominously close, sending chills down his spine. Damn it! Li Wenyuan gritted his teeth, raising his submachine gun and firing several bursts at the beast while rolling to the right amidst the chaos. The bullets from the submachine gun pierced through the monster's left shoulder. Although the projectile's power was insufficient to inflict serious harm or even cause it to bleed, the pain still drove it into a frenzy. Sure enough, in agony, the beast howled, its eyes turning a furious crimson. Seemingly driven mad, it then opened its massive maw and lunged straight at Li Wenyuan. Captain, get out of the way! The soldiers yelled. Li Wenyuan, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he skillfully maneuvered the submachine gun, aiming at the creature to shoot. Tat, 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 tat. The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Unfortunately, the beast's defensive capabilities were formidable. The bullets merely left white marks on its hide without inflicting any significant damage. Roar! The monster roared in fury, swiping its claw to swat the submachine gun away. Oh no! Recognizing the imminent danger, Li Wenyuan leapt aside just as the beast was about to catch up to him. At that moment, 3 men descended from the sky, wielding sharp blades as they aimed directly at the monstrous creature. The beast seemed to sense the threat, instantly becoming alert and swiftly raising its forelimbs to defend itself. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing resonated through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, the creature's forelimbs bore 3 shallow wounds. At this moment, the 3 men, Wang Lin, Chen Hao, and Luo Cheng, revealed expressions of shock. They had originally come in search of supplies, only to encounter a monstrous beast attacking human survivors. Wang Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, "This creature is formidable." Luo Cheng's expression was equally grave, indeed. "I almost fell victim just moments ago." Chen Hao bluntly stated, "This beast is likely at the pinnacle of the 4th tier." What? The pinnacle of the fourth tier. Luo Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Wang Lin nodded earnestly. Chun Hao continued, if it were merely a fourth-tier early-stage zombie, we might stand a chance if we band together. But now, this creature has reached the pinnacle of the fourth tier. We may not be able to defeat it. Luo Cheng frowned and asked, so what do you propose we do? We can't just stand by and do nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Hao proposed. How about this? Luo Cheng and I will draw the creature's attention, giving our leader time to act. If our leader has the opportunity to eliminate the beast, he can handle the finishing touches. If not, we'll have to face it head-on. Upon hearing their plan, Wang Lin chuckled lightly. You two need not go to such lengths. Do you really think I can't handle this creature? Just watch from the sidelines. Huh. Then we'll see what you can do. Chen Hao teased. Just you wait. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, the two stealthily maneuvered behind the beast, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Hiss. The creature seemed to sense something amiss behind it. Abruptly halting its attack and slowly turning its body, roar. As the creature pivoted, Chen Hao and Luo Cheng simultaneously shouted and charged at it. Swish, seizing the moment, Wang Lin drew a spear and thrust it fiercely into the creature's neck. The entire spear plunged deep into the beast, driven by Wang Lin's brute strength. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, as the spear cleanly severed the creature's neck, eliciting a mournful howl before it collapsed without struggle. Lifeless. Good heavens, how ruthless. Chun Hao and Luo Cheng marveled silently, filled with admiration. Wang Lin's martial prowess evidently surpassed that of the two. Their coordinated attacks were in perfect harmony that I told you. A mere beast cannot stand against us. Wang Lin said with a calm smile. Indeed, our leader is impressive. Chen Hao replied with a grin. The other soldiers likewise raised their thumbs in approval. Please, wait a moment. Li Wenyuan, astounded, finally regained his composure. Without Wang Lin's assistance, he would never have had the chance to slay the creature, let alone escape unscathed. Thus, he adopted a much more courteous demeanor towards Wang Lin. What is it? Do you have something to say? Wang Lin inquired. Li Wenyuan replied. Thank you for your assistance earlier. May I ask for your names? Wang Lin smiled and said, it was merely a small favor. No need for formalities. As for our names. Knowing them serves little purpose. Li Wenyuan nodded, then solemnly stated, we are personnel from the Chinese military, secretly undertaking a mission. Encountering you all today has opened my eyes that I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. Let's pass on that, Wang Lin replied without hesitation. Chen Hao added, I have no such intentions at this time. Li Wenyuan expressed his regret. That is truly unfortunate, and we would greatly welcome your addition to the Chinese military. However, since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. At this, Li Wenyuan produced a satellite phone from his pocket and handed it to Wang Lin, saying, Friend, this contains my phone number. Please remember to call if you need anything. Wang Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Wenyuan to offer him such a device that in China, every member of special departments possessed a dedicated satellite phone, which ordinary citizens were prohibited from having. Thus, by presenting this phone, Li Wenyuan had inadvertently revealed his identity. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin accepted the phone and provided his own number. This is my number. Feel free to call if necessary. Very well, I shall remember, Li Wenyuan said with a satisfied smile before bidding farewell to the group and departing with the remaining soldiers. Wang Lin and Chen Hao, undeterred, dragged the creature's carcass to the nearby riverbank and began skinning it, hoping to find a crystal core within. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan led his soldiers away from the valley. Commander, are you truly letting those three go? Their strength is quite formidable. After Wang Lin and his companions extracted the sinews and skin from the massive mutated beast, they obtained a remarkably large crystal core, even larger than the biggest they had encountered previously, containing exceptionally pure elemental energy. However, they were dismayed to discover that the core was riddled with fine cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Chen Hao frowned and remarked, I sense this crystal core has reached its limit. Forcing its use could lead to an explosion. The other two nodded in agreement. Step back. Wang Lin inhaled deeply and declared. The two men paused, momentarily perplexed by Wang Lin's command, but quickly retreated several meters. Just as they distanced themselves, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and seized the massive crystal core. Boom! Upon contact, An immense force erupted from the core, causing the cracks to expand exponentially before it exploded with a resounding bang, scattering dust like a tempest throughout the forest. Gasping, Chen Hao and the others shuddered at the overwhelming display of power, feeling fortunate to have escaped in time. Cough, that was truly catastrophic, Wang Lin coughed. Wiping the blood from his lips, Chen Hao chuckled wryly. Indeed, it was wasted effort that I believed the core would hold, only for it to be destroyed by our own hands. Had I known, I would have refrained from acting. Sighing, Wang Lin reflected, if only I had known. Chen Hao shook his head. Leader, do not blame yourself. This was our first encounter with such a phenomenon. How could we have foreseen its power? Besides, even if we had not intervened, this massive crystal core likely would not have endured much longer. Did I concur? Luo Qing chimed in. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We should continue our journey and strive to locate the third ruin as soon as possible. Thus, the trio set forth once more, advancing southward for approximately 10 kilometers when a gust of wind swept through, dimming their surroundings and revealing a series of dark figures ahead. Wang Lin and his companions halted, crouching low to observe. They could hear the figures speaking in a language that was not Chinese. Leader, they appear to be from the island nation. Chen Hao whispered to Wang Lin. Island nation. Wang Lin squinted, scrutinizing the individuals ahead before slowly saying, Indeed, although their attire seems different, they possess an oddity about them, reminiscent of characters from a television drama. Did I share your sentiment? Chen Hao nodded. These islanders seem rather peculiar. We should keep our distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Agreed, we must exercise caution. After Wang Lin's remark, the trio stealthily shifted a few steps to the side. That moment, a tall, fair-skinned woman among the figures shouted in her native tongue. Baka Yuru, you fools dare defy the will of our glorious emperor. We are merely following orders. Those guards are formidable, and we cannot defeat them, a stout man replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. Foolishness. Do you not understand the emperor's purpose in sending you? The woman retorted angrily that we certainly do, but the emperor sent us to protect Major General, the burly man stated. What do you know? Our esteemed emperor has a sacred mission, to alter the very fabric of human genetics. And there is absolutely no room for error. The woman with skin as pale as snow admonished vehemently. Upon hearing her rebuke, the robust man fell silent, seemingly swayed by her words. Baka, what are you still standing there for? Go and eliminate those guards. Once they are dead, this place will be ours. The woman, noticing the man's reluctance to respond, shouted again, her tone laced with frustration. After a moment's hesitation, the sturdy man gritted his teeth and said, Fine with that. He turned and led several warriors straight into the forest, their figures quickly vanishing from the sight of the three onlookers. These islanders are truly out of their minds, Chen Hao remarked, disdain evident on his face as he watched the distant shadows disappear. Why bother with them? We just need to stay out of their way. Let them do as they please, as long as they don't provoke us. Luo Qing chuckled. That's true, Wang Lin added with a smirk, that let's move. Since they are off to their demise, we should hasten to gather supplies. With so many buildings around, there must be plenty of treasures. And being in a city, resources should be abundant. With that, the trio resumed their journey towards the distant city. Then on the other side, the group of islanders dispersed upon entering the city, searching the surroundings. A river flowed nearby, its waters calm and crystal clear, likely serving as their water source. Indeed, we can poison them right here and take them down, saving ourselves a lot of trouble. Let us split up. One of the men suggested to be a broad riverbank. They gathered for a brief discussion before each selecting a stretch of the river to poison and ambush the guards. However, they had not ventured far when a man intercepted them. He was clad in camouflage military gear, a long rifle slung over his shoulder, clearly a combatant from a special forces unit. Baka Yuru. The islanders were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly drew their weapons in preparation for confrontation. Oh, so you are all warriors. The man nodded slightly, then raised his rifle, aiming at one of the islanders who stood closest. With a sharp crack, the rifle discharged, the bullet hurtling towards its target. The islander reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arms to block just as the rifle's tip approached. With a resounding thud, the islander's arm shattered upon impact, the rifle piercing through to his chest. Baka, he gasped as he fell to the ground. Not immediately dead. You bastard. The remaining islanders, witnessing the scene, rushed at the man, weapons brandished. Humph. Unfazed, the man smirked, a cruel smile forming on his lips that in an instant, he transformed into a blur, dashing forward and delivering a sweeping kick that sent them all crashing to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he dispatched the last of them, a barrage of gunfire erupted from nearby. The man's expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom, bullets struck the trees, splintering wood and sending debris flying. Seizing the moment, he drew a short-barreled sniper rifle from his gear, aimed at the source of the gunfire, and pulled the trigger. Taking out one of the shooters without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted away. As he fled, bullets continued to rain down around him, shredding the grass and scattering dirt and stones. Damn it. He cursed silently, quickening his pace. Though a trained professional, he soon felt a sharp sting as he was grazed by a bullet. Fortunately, the wound was not severe, just a hole torn through his clothing and muscle, sparing his internal organs. Nevertheless, the pain in his right side was intense, suggesting a significant injury. Those damned islanders dared to ambush me. Just wait. One day, I will eradicate every last one of you. He seethed inwardly. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Who goes there? He queried, brow furrowed, his left hand instinctively moving towards his sidearm, ready to retaliate. Hey, I'm here to save you. Don't move, or I'll shoot. A young man's figure emerged before him. The man's expression relaxed slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. Why are you helping me? He inquired. Because you are one of us. A person from Huaxia, the young man replied with a faint smile. And I am also from Huaxia, so it is only right that I assist you. As he spoke, he tossed 2 syringes from his backpack to the man. These are antibiotics and a bandage. Use them quickly, you'll need at least 5 or 6 hours to recover. That he then draped a windbreaker over the injured man's shoulders. Thank you, the man replied, slightly bowing in gratitude, and no need for thanks. You should leave now. The islanders will soon realize your presence, and I fear they may come searching for you, the young man urged, waving his hand dismissively. All right, I will take my leave. I hope we meet again, the man said, disappearing into the underbrush. Once the man had gone, the young man surveyed the area for a moment, ensuring no islanders were nearby before departing in the direction of their base. Report. We have detected the presence of islanders around our base. There are approximately over 100 of them, the young man reported. Hearing this, Li Wenyuan's expression turned grave. Do you know their location? He inquired. Not yet, but I encountered 2 islanders, one of whom is named Jingtian Chuan, the young man continued. Jingtian Chuan? Li Wenyuan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in his gaze. It's that scoundrel. The young man nodded slightly, pressing on with his inquiry. What shall we do? Should we send someone to eliminate them? Understood. I will make the arrangements. By the way, generally, I encountered an intriguing individual earlier. An intriguing individual? Who? Li Wenyuan asked. Puzzled at a young man dressed in black, exceptionally strong. He single-handedly dealt with more than 10 islanders. You mean to say that one man took down all those islanders? Li Wenyuan asked in astonishment. Exactly. They were no match for him. They couldn't withstand even 3 moves. Interesting, very interesting. To think there exists someone capable of handling over 10 islanders alone. This world is indeed full of surprises. Li Wenyuan mused aloud. This friend must be a hidden master from Huaxia. Could he be one of the individuals the elder gentleman summoned to assist us? At this thought, Li Wenyuan's excitement was palpable that if this master were willing to lend his aid, the crisis could surely be averted. General, are you suggesting he is a superpower from Huaxia? The young man exclaimed in amazement. Yes, it is highly likely. After all, Huaxia is home to many capable individuals. Perhaps he is one of them, Li Wenyuan speculated. However, the young man questioned, if Huaxia possesses such a master, why has he remained in the shadows? Li Wenyuan shook his head that we do not know, but what we must focus on now is how to enlist his help. He is our only hope of driving the islanders away. General, this is our responsibility, the young man said respectfully, then turned and exited the room. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, have you captured her? Fujihara Takomi inquired. No, we have searched extensively, but the girl has vanished. She likely escaped long ago and is now in hiding, but we have yet to locate her, a subordinate reported. Fujihara Takomi frowned slightly. It is no surprise you couldn't find her. There is no need to continue the search. What? Chief, are we not to keep looking? The sergeant questioned, astonished that no, she has escaped. Continuing the pursuit will only alert her. Fujihara Takomi replied contemplatively. Now disperse. High in the dead of night, within a desolate and dilapidated shack in the coastal suburbs, Itakura lay on his bed, eyes closed in a state of repose. Suddenly, an uproar of footsteps echoed from outside the dwelling. Following that, a tremendous crash resounded as the iron door was forcefully flung open, and a number of soldiers surged into the room. Baka! Enemy attack! Protect it! A lieutenant bellowed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, bullets whizzed forth, striking at the group of soldiers. The air was filled with anguished cries. Within moments, 7 or 8 soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, leaving only 2 standing, their expressions a mixture of shock and trepidation as they gazed at the intruder. Who on earth is this person? How could he have dispatched so many soldiers in less than half a minute? Just then, the sharp sound of footsteps pierced the silence, and a stranger slowly entered the room, making his way directly to Itakura-koa's side. Who are you? Itakura-koa exclaimed, his heart racing in terror as he looked at the young man before him. That moment, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, that he could never have anticipated that he would fall into the hands of a Huaxia national, especially one capable of eliminating so many armed soldiers in mere seconds. The sheer magnitude of such terrifying prowess left him aghast. Even more infuriating was the fact that this individual had entered his abode armed, leaving him completely at the mercy of this foe. He finally understood the Huaxia saying, one should harbor no malice, but always remain vigilant against others. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Well, what do you think? The young man replied with an indifferent smile, then pressed the gun against Itakura-koa's temple. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Itakura-koa sobbed, his previous arrogance vanishing entirely as he felt the cold metal against his forehead. The young man scoffed, then raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Itakura-koa's face. Clap! The sound reverberated through the room, blood trickling from the corner of Itakura-koa's mouth, his visage contorted in agony. You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Itakura-koa roared in fury. Did I strike at the likes of you, a wretch unworthy of existence? Clap! The young man slapped the other side of Itakura-koa's face, causing it to swell grotesquely, a vivid crimson hue overtaking his features. Who are you? Why are you pursuing me? I have no quarrel with you. Itakura-koa gritted his teeth, barely managing to speak. You came to Huaxia to steal our serum. How could I possibly let you go? The young man mocked. So you discovered it. Damn it, Itakura seethed. Let me share one more detail. That serum is a counterfeit. You have been deceived. Nonsense, I stole that serum directly from the laboratory. It cannot be fake. You are spouting lies. Itakura-koa retorted vehemently. Oh, you wish to assert its authenticity. I can assure you that it is indeed a sham. Furthermore, the serum you pilfered was not singular. I am unaware of how many you absconded with. But news of the thefts from our research facility has been rampant in recent days, the young man replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Itakura-koa's heart sank, cursing under his breath, though he was loath to admit it. He knew all too well that he had indeed been deceived. The serum was nothing more than a common nutritional liquid. That damned bastard. How could he have played me for a fool? Itakura-koa's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Do you truly believe you still have the right to threaten anyone at this juncture? The young man remarked, suddenly raising the butt of his gun and bringing it down upon Itakura-koa's right shoulder. In an instant, Itakura-koa's left shoulder dislocated, eliciting a pained groan from him. You scoundrel! I will slay you, Itakura-koa shouted, struggling with all his might. In response, the young man delivered a swift kick to his waist, causing Itakura-koa's face to contort in agony. Bam! Following that, the young man seized Itakura-koa's clothing and hurled him to the ground, pressing his knee into Itakura-koa's chest, rendering him immobile. Let me go! Itakura-koa screamed in desperation. Ignoring him, the young man coldly inquired, Itakura-koa, I shall grant you one last chance to divulge everything you know. Perhaps I shall leave you with a semblance of a corpse. Dream on. You think I would betray my organization? Impossible! If you have the guts, just kill me. Itakura-koa replied icily. The young man, upon hearing this, grinned widely. That I do enjoy a tough nut. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall grant your wish. With that, he produced a small syringe from his pocket and inserted it into Itakura-koa's arm, swiftly injecting the liquid within. After a moment, he withdrew the syringe and discarded the empty vial. What did you inject me with? Itakurawa asked, panic-stricken. The young man shrugged nonchalantly. Did I not mention? Your life is in my hands. Should I wish for your demise, you shall perish instantly. Upon hearing this, Itakurawa's face contorted in fear, fully aware that the young man spoke the truth. He possessed the means to carry out his threat. All right, I will speak. I will speak. Subsequently, the young man sat quietly in a chair, awaiting Itakurawa's confession. My objective in Huaxia was primarily to steal your serum, as it is of utmost importance to our island nation. We learned that your laboratory has developed gene modification technology, and that by administering the serum, human potential could be exponentially enhanced, even granting extraordinary combat capabilities. However, this serum has severe side effects. An antidote must be administered every 3 months, or the body will succumb to explosion. As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed Itakurawa's face, revealing the immense cost he incurred to acquire this serum. Is that so? The young man mused, narrowing his eyes. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, you shall face catastrophic consequences. Itakurawa paused momentarily, then ominously declared, Is that so? I would very much like to witness this cataclysmic disaster. With that, the young man rose, walked to the window, extended his finger, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, Itakurawa's head was obliterated, his life extinguished in an instant. Chapter 80. What I desire, I shall claim. The young man turned and exited the room, then pulled out his phone to dial a number. Captain Du, there was an infiltrator in Huaxia. He has just been eliminated. Thank you for your efforts, came the voice of Du Hai from the other end. After hanging up, the young man took a deep breath and muttered to himself. It appears necessary to investigate the existence of this mysterious force and uncover the puppeteer behind it. Otherwise, our situation is perilous. With that thought, he dialed another number. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and his companions were scouring the coastal city for supplies. It was evident that this place had already been ransacked by other survivors. Apart from a few decaying corpses, nothing remained, not even usable firearms or ammunition. Boss, do you think there might be survivors here? Luo Qing asked anxiously. Although he understood the odds were slim, he could not help but cling to a glimmer of hope. Chunhao nodded in agreement. If survivors did exist, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune for them. Wang Lin squinted, shaking his head. The chances are bleak. Why is that? The two inquired, puzzled. Wang Lin sighed. If there were survivors, they would have long since fled. Why would they remain here? Moreover, think carefully about the strength of those mutated beasts. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand their assaults, let alone survive until now. Thus, it is likely that only a minuscule number of individuals possess any hope of survival in this world. Upon hearing Wang Lin's analysis, both fell silent, a sense of sorrow creeping into their hearts. Boss, why don't we search a bit more? After all, we've already explored the surrounding area, Luo Qing suddenly suggested, clearly eager to make one last effort. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin nodded. The three then proceeded northward, where several buildings appeared to be relatively intact. Despite their best efforts to gather supplies, they had yet to uncover much food, deepening Luo Qing and Chunhao's despair. Just as Luo Qing was about to leave, his gaze suddenly froze that he spotted an open iron door through a window, behind which lay a pile of boxes. Judging by their shape, they seemed to contain food, causing Luo Qing's eyes to widen with excitement. Boss, look, food, he exclaimed urgently. Wang Lin halted, momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze toward the direction Luo Qing indicated. Upon spotting the building, he raised an eyebrow and hastened toward it. Boss, slow down, Luo Qing called out, racing after him, with Chunhao following closely. The three quickly burst into the building, only to find themselves utterly stunned. This hardly resembles a house. It is unequivocally a warehouse, brimming with a vast assortment of grains stacked high, enough to sustain one for a good 6 months. Adjacent to the granary are numerous cans of fruit beverages and an electric stove, along with hot pot seasoning and the like. Goodness, this is practically a supermarket. Faced with such a packed warehouse, even the seasoned Luo Qing couldn't help but curse under his breath. In contrast, Wang Lin remained remarkably composed, strolling over to the shelves and sampling several packets of spicy chicken feet and marinated delicacies. Not stopping there, he even picked up a bottle of soy sauce to sniff. Boss, are you concerned there might be a trick? Luo Chung inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of the soy sauce bottle. For who could guarantee that these foods were not poisoned? If they truly were safe, why would the shelves be so filled? Yet he found it peculiar that no one had taken these bottles away. Wang Lin nodded, discarding the soy sauce bottle before trying other drinks and condiments. Once he was assured of their safety, he let out a sigh of relief. Boss, shouldn't we clear this place out? Luo Chung licked his dry lips, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of food available. It would be a missed opportunity not to take some. Although no one here would care about these items. Surely taking a few wouldn't be illegal, would it? Clear it out? Wang Lin chuckled. Do you really think that is possible? Luo Chung scratched his nose, sheepishly smiling. That does seem to be the case. But it might not be a bad thing. Wang Lin replied with a subtle grin. Boss, are you suggesting? Luo Chung appeared to grasp Wang Lin's implication. Wang Lin nodded, speculating, I suspect there must be survivors. Otherwise, how could there be such an abundance of food stored? That makes sense, Chun Hao agreed, then asked, what should we do now? We wait here, Wang Lin replied nonchalantly. Wait for what? Wait for them. A mysterious smile crept across Wang Lin's lips as he settled onto a chair. Closing his eyes to rest. Observing Wang Lin in repose, Luo Chung and Chun Hao exchanged helpless glances, silently cursing the old fox. Hey boss, who exactly are we waiting for? Chun Hao tapped Wang Lin on the shoulder. Wang Lin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a mischievous glint. Of course, we're waiting for the officials. Luo Chung rolled his eyes, skeptical of Wang Lin's words. Haha. Seeing Chun Hao's disdainful expression, Wang Lin burst into laughter. Chun Hao was left speechless by Wang Lin's audacity. Such thick skin was truly commendable, a testament to his experience. Moments later, a military vehicle sped toward them, coming to a steady halt not far from where Wang Lin and the others stood. A group of armed soldiers leapt out, led by an officer with the rank of major. Who are you? The soldiers quickly surrounded Wang Lin and his companions under the major's command. Officer, we've already claimed this place. Luo Chung stepped forward with a cheerful grin. Humph. Do you even know whose territory this is? The major glowered at Luo Chung, assuming these individuals had usurped his accomplishments. That of course we know. Luo Chung shrugged. If you know, then why don't you leave? The major barked. And why should we leave just because you say so? Wouldn't that make us your subordinates? Luo Chung retorted, rolling his eyes. You insolent fool. The major roared, then drew a dark handgun, aiming it at Luo Chung's forehead. I'll give you one last chance. Scram now, or die. Luo Chung was utterly unfazed by the threat, merely sneering in response. The major's expression darkened instantly. It seems I must make an example of you today. Brothers, teach him a severe lesson. Bang. As soon as the major finished speaking, a cacophony of gunfire erupted that a hail of bullets tore through the air, shredding Luo Cheng's clothing and revealing his well-defined muscles. Astonishingly, however, Luo Chung emerged unscathed in the midst of the enemy's fire. He dashed forward like lightning, delivering a swift kick that sent one of the male soldiers flying. The major's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had never anticipated Luo Cheng's lightning-fast reflexes or martial arts prowess. Such agility and physical prowess were beyond that of an ordinary person. Either he had undergone professional training or was a seasoned martial artist. The major assumed the latter, for who in these times would bother with martial arts? It was a costly and laborious endeavor. Regardless, this young man had to be eliminated today. Otherwise, he would become a significant threat in the future. With this thought, the major narrowed his eyes and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Luo Chung. Realizing the major had come prepared, Luo Cheng's pupils dilated. This onslaught would have turned an ordinary person into a sieve. But to him, it was trivial. Whoosh! With a powerful push, Luo Chung leaped into the air, evading several bullets before landing gracefully on the ground. Just then, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. Instinctively, he spun around, throwing a punch to counter an incoming kick. The impact echoed with a thud as he halted the assault. That you're asking for death. The major snarled, lifting his left leg and driving his knee toward Luo Cheng's chest. Luo Chung smirked disdainfully. Easily dodging the attack with a slight tilt of his head, he then reached out with his right hand, seizing the major's arm, and, with a sudden surge of strength, dislocated it with a sharp crack. The major fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden force. You The major clutched his injured arm, rising with fury etched across his face. Luo Chung chuckled. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? With that, he delivered another slap. You dare to be arrogant again. The sound of the slap resonated, leaving half of the major's face swollen and red. This spectacle left everyone around them in shock. They had never expected Luo Chung to be so fierce and audacious, resembling a bandit, making it hard for them to cope. Stop standing there. Go after them and finish them off, the major shouted. Clutching his swollen face, his command echoed. Dozens of soldiers charged forward, brandishing various weapons and unleashing a torrential barrage of gunfire at the trio. Wang Lin and Chun Hao exchanged knowing glances, their bodies moving swiftly as they struck with such speed that they left behind a flurry of afterimages that in merely 5 seconds. All the soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Wang Lin clapped his hands and approached the major, demanding, Speak. Where are you transporting these supplies? Are you working for those wealthy individuals? The major shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with you, that if you know what's good for you. Leave now, or you'll regret it later. Oh, you dare to threaten me. With that, Wang Lin delivered a punch to the major's abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony, foaming at the mouth before losing consciousness. Chun Hao glanced at Wang Lin, frowning. Boss, that was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Well, he certainly deserved it. He is still an officer. This isn't a game that I know. Wang Lin nodded, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chun Hao while keeping one for himself. After taking a puff, Chun Hao nodded in agreement. That is a good idea. Let us leave here for now to avoid any unforeseen complications. After donning their gear, the trio drove away from the abandoned factory. On the way, Chun Hao curiously asked, Boss, how did you deduce that there was a survivor base nearby? I recall there were no signs of other survivor gatherings when we arrived. Wang Lin sighed bitterly. Actually, it wasn't a deduction. I was just taking a wild guess. Chun Hao was taken aback. What? You guessed? Wang Lin sighed. In the past, I had a few failed expeditions to gather supplies. Each time encountering a horde of mutated beasts that I faced 6 waves of their pursuit, and though I tried to escape, I ultimately failed. Eventually, I gave up, as there were many who couldn't survive in this world. I didn't see the point in struggling. Until one day, I met someone from a camp who rescued me, that he informed me about a survivor base, and thanks to his detailed directions, we managed to find this place. He mentioned that the base was quite large, with over 5,000 soldiers alone. Over 5,000? Chun Hao gasped silently. This was practically an army, that if they could control such a force, it would yield an astonishing combat capability. Wang Lin nodded slightly and continued, Of course, given the formidable strength of that base, a direct assault would be utterly futile. Thus, I intend to employ cunning instead. Chun Hao chuckled. Oh, boss, what do you have in mind? With a mysterious smile, Wang Lin replied, Since we have already neutralized the soldiers of this squad, we can disguise ourselves as them to infiltrate the base, gradually searching for a breakthrough and waiting for an opportunity to enter the inner sanctum. I like the way you think, boss. Chun Hao laughed heartily. Thus, after 2 hours of speeding through the ruins in their vehicle, the trio finally arrived at a roadside where 4 rugged jeeps were parked. Adjacent to the jeeps stood 2 rows of single-story houses, clearly indicating that the base was not far from this location. This must be the entrance, Wang Lin murmured as he gazed through the window at the scene outside. Chun Hao flung open the car door and jumped out, with Wang Lin and Luo Chung hastily following suit. Soon, the 3 reached the vicinity of the houses, where 4 armed men stood guard. Upon seeing Wang Lin and his companions approach, one of the lieutenants at the forefront let out a cold snort and demanded, Who are you? Wang Lin replied, Reporting to you, sir. We are new recruits who just enlisted. We heard this was the entrance to the base, so we came to take a look. New recruits? The lieutenant clearly found this hard to believe and sternly rebuked. How could new recruits have a vehicle? How could they possess firearms? Did you sneak in here? Chapter 82. Discovery of the underground city. Wang Lin quickly shook his head and said, We did not sneak in. General Li Wenyuan sent us. Oh, the lieutenant raised an eyebrow and inquired, General Li Wenyuan, how does he know you? Wang Lin smiled and explained, It's because General Li once saved my life, which is why he referred me here. Ah, I see, the lieutenant said, realization dawning upon him. Since you were personally referred by General Li Wenyuan, you may stay. Thank you, sir. Wang Lin clasped his fists in gratitude. Meanwhile, Chen Hao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "You sure are a professional actor. All right, let us head inside." The lieutenant gestured. Wang Lin and Chen Hao exchanged glances before proceeding towards a wooden door behind the lieutenant. Deep within the courtyard, on the left side, stood a two-story building occupying roughly 700 to 800 square meters. The entire structure was a dull silver gray, its walls covered in cobwebs and moss, giving it a dilapidated appearance. Additionally, there was a tree, as thick as a person, swaying in the wind, its lush foliage casting shadows over the sunlit sky. "Wait!" Suddenly, Chen Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Is that a locust tree?" "What?" Wang Lin asked. Chen Hao replied, "Boss, haven't you noticed? This tree is rather peculiar." "Peculiar in what way?" Wang Lin inquired. "Boss, take a moment to feel the texture of its bark," Chen Hao urged. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin closed his eyes briefly to absorb the sensations. After a long pause, he opened his eyes and said gravely, "Indeed, it is quite strange that I just used my mental energy to probe it, and this tree exudes a chilling aura." Chen Hao chuckled, extending his right hand to gently stroke the tree trunk. Instantly, the bark emanated a soft yellow glow, which gradually formed into characters. "What is this?" Luo Qing asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing the letters materialize on the bark. "That I'm not sure," Chen Hao admitted. Luo Qing shrugged, refraining from further questioning, and turned to Wang Lin, saying, "Boss, how could there be writing on this tree?" Wang Lin chuckled. "You too are oblivious. This is clearly an artificial entrance that no sooner had he spoken than the bark on one side of the tree began to bulge, forming a door. Upon witnessing this spectacle, both Chen Hao and Luo Qing displayed expressions of astonishment. Even in the apocalypse, this scene seemed rather exaggerated. Wang Lin pointed towards the door and said, "Let us go inside. There must be food and drink within. However, you two must be cautious not to reveal your identities." "Understood." Chen Hao and Luo Qing nodded in unison. Subsequently, the three stepped through the door. Inside lay a straight corridor, leading to a stone chamber furnished with tables, chairs, and various electrical appliances. Outside the stone chamber, armed soldiers stood guard, and after their inspection, the soldiers guided them through another door. Beyond the door lay an entirely different scene. This place was akin to an underground city with intricate architecture and an array of shops, including hotels and other service venues. The streets were exceptionally wide, measuring several dozen meters across, all paved with concrete. "What is this place?" Chen Hao asked, perplexed by the sight before him. "Ha, this is the survivor base," explained the lieutenant who had been guiding them. "That my name is Zhou Zhigua, and I am the deputy commander here. You can call me Brother Zhou. Let me introduce you to the situation here." He gestured towards the soldiers, saying, "These soldiers are stationed here to protect the survivor base and maintain order and safety. You can refer to them as sentinels." "Yes, Captain Zhou," Wang Lin and his companions replied in unison. "All right, let's begin the introduction. Do you know how many people we have here?" Zhou Zhigua asked. Wang Lin and his companions shook their heads. Zhou Zhigua explained, "To put it simply, our base houses 22,000 survivors. However, due to a severe food shortage, the vast majority can only consume minimal rations daily, hardly sufficient to replenish their strength. Although there is some food stockpiled, it is inadequate. Recently, our base has experienced a high mortality rate, especially yesterday, when we suffered significant losses." "Significant losses?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhigua's words, Wang Lin and Luo Qing's expressions changed. Zhou Zhigua sighed. "Indeed, we have lost a major. And he was one of my men. He was bitten by a zombie and subsequently turned. Alas, if this continues, won't many people starve?" Luo Qing frowned. "Yes, but fortunately there are many hospitals within the base which can aid numerous patients, helping to stabilize the situation and prevent total collapse," Zhou Zhigua lamented. "However, this is merely a temporary fix that I suspect that before long, the number of survivors in the base will diminish significantly at this point." He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Hearing this, Wang Lin and his companions fell into contemplation. Although they had no shortage of supplies, they understood the difficulties of survival in the apocalypse, especially in its early stages, where there were no reserves and food production relied solely on human labor, an exceedingly daunting challenge. Moreover, this survivor base appeared to lack any industrial or technological foundation, making matters even more challenging. They began to question whether this base could endure the year, considering that human effort is ultimately limited. Of course, Wang Lin was unaware that China had already developed an impressive agricultural technology for crop cultivation. This technology allowed for high yields, sustainability, cold resistance, and rich nutritional content, including proteins and fats. According to pre-apocalypse scientific estimates, Chinese agriculture would be the primary food source for the next decade, and farmers would reap substantial benefits, earning profits while improving their livelihoods. Captain Zhou, what shall we do next? Luo Cheng inquired. Follow me, Zhou Zhigua replied with a smile, leading Wang Lin and his companions through the corridor to another area of the base. Here, separated from the corridor by a few meters, lay a garden adorned with various blooming flowers. In addition, there was a pavilion furnished with tables and chairs, and beside it sat a beautiful woman leisurely sipping tea. Chapter 83. Unveiling the Mystery. What? Where is this? Even Chun Hao, with his temperament, couldn't help but be astonished by this scene. Zhou Zhigua chuckled. This is our survivor base's floral cultivation area. Luo Cheng scoffed. What use is a flower cultivation area? It can't produce food. Ha, you really dare to speak, Zhou Zhigua teased. Let me tell you, our flower cultivation area not only grows flowers but also vegetables and even grains. Growing vegetables and grains? Luo Cheng was taken aback. Yes, do you think cultivating vegetables and grains underground is easy? First, you need fertile land and a comprehensive cultivation management system, which is vast, complex, and costly. Even a survivor base of this scale would incur losses in the billions once operational. However, for the sake of the base's development, we must activate this system, Zhou Zhigua stated somberly. Pausing momentarily, he continued, it's not just about growing vegetables and grains. There are also livestock here, including cattle, sheep, and pigs, which can provide us with meat. So, we can indeed have meat to eat? Luo Cheng exclaimed joyfully. Zhou Zhigua chuckled and teased, you rascal, are you only thinking about feasting? Of course there is meat, but you seem quite eager for it, he added. Luo Cheng sheepishly replied, Captain Zhou, I have a bit of a greedy palate. Please don't misunderstand. Zhou Zhigua laughed heartily. Rest assured, I won't take offense. With that, Zhou Zhigua walked over to the beautiful woman nearby and said, Ming'er, I've brought them along. Zhou Zhigua smiled. Yes, Ming'er, these are the new recruits. The beauty flashed a gentle smile at the three, revealing her perfectly white and even teeth, which made them feel as though they were enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze, prompting the three to exclaim in admiration of her beauty. Subsequently, she addressed Zhou Zhigua. Since these are people personally brought by Uncle Zhou, they must be good folks. Welcome to the survivor base. Thank you. Wang Lin replied politely, May I ask how to address you? The beauty responded, My name is Lu Mingyao. You can call me Sister Mingyao or Mingyao Mei, or simply Yao Yao. Feel free to be informal. Wang Lin acknowledged softly, then inquired, By the way, Sister Mingyao, are you the only one managing this place? Lu Mingyao nodded, I haven't been in the base for long. Currently, besides myself, there are 2 male survivors here. Oh, they should be finishing up soon. I'll go notify them to welcome you. With that, Lu Mingyao turned and walked towards the door, followed by Zhou Zhigua. As the two moved away, Chen Hao whispered to the side, Boss, this underground city is incredible, far superior to our base. Wang Lin concurred, It truly is impressive. Chen Hao chuckled, Of course, Huaxiao is currently the world's largest nation, with a robust national strength. Speaking of which, what is our base's strength now? Luo Cheng asked. Chen Hao replied, Our base is equipped with the most weapons, with hundreds of firearms, 5 artillery pieces, and over a dozen tanks. Additionally, we have a fuel station and more than 80 vehicles. He paused briefly before continuing. It's a pity we lack these flowers and plants, and we haven't considered long-term development. If our base had sufficient agricultural land, it would surely be much more prosperous than here. Indeed, if our space were that vast, and we were given enough time, based on our strength, we definitely wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. Alas, it's all the fault of those wretched individuals from before. Luo Cheng sighed. Enough of this chatter. This underground city is certainly not simple. Let us first take a stroll through the streets, Wang Lin interjected, leading the way forward. Luo Cheng and Chun Hao promptly followed suit. And soon the three arrived at the street. The area was quite expansive, featuring approximately 6 or 7 wide roads, flanked by towering walls that left only a small space open. Hello, comrade. Wang Lin approached an electronic detection machine. Extending his hand. What is the matter? Came a cold voice from within the machine. Wang Lin forced a smile. Comrade, We are just here for a visit. There is no need to be so tense. I warn you, this base is not one that anyone can enter freely or wander about as they please, that if you wish to roam, you must undergo strict scrutiny, that if you carry no contraband, you may move about freely. However, should you possess any prohibited items, well, don't blame us for being impolite. The voice carried a hint of chill. Upon hearing the frigid tone, Wang Lin's expression shifted. Thinking to himself, what the heck, this thing actually has intelligence. Luo Cheng was similarly astonished. Wow, they even have an intelligent detection machine? This isn't merely intelligent. It's a robot, Chun Hao clarified, having gathered ample information beforehand. Luo Cheng realized, no wonder, it turns out to be an intelligent robot. This isn't too mysterious. Not too mysterious. What do you mean by that? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. Luo Cheng explained, my grandfather once told me that while intelligent robots are impressive, they are not easy to manufacture. Wang Lin nodded. Robots aren't what we need to worry about. The key concern is the main control brain behind the robot, that I've never encountered a robot with such intelligence before. This matter is rather peculiar. So what now? Should we still go in? Luo Cheng frowned. The three continued walking, quickly becoming acquainted with some aspects of this underground city. That it appeared that this underground city had not been constructed recently, indicating that those who proposed this idea had long anticipated the outbreak of a zombie crisis across the blue planet, which led to the establishment of this underground city. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. As Wang Lin and the others marveled at the grand and majestic underground city, they heard the distant roar of engines. Turning their gazes, they beheld four massive shadows racing towards them. Within 10 seconds, the four shadows drew near, revealing themselves to be large cargo trucks, their compartments sealed tightly, with iron bars covering the roofs, and the trucks' rugged forms resembled fierce tigers descending a mountain. Chapter 84. Not of ordinary kind. Once the cargo trucks came to a halt, their compartments opened, and soldiers clad in green military uniforms, armed with various weapons, leaped out. Moments later, over 30 more soldiers descended from the trucks, all towering and robust, with resolute expressions and sharp, eagle-like eyes, clearly elite warriors. At the forefront was a young man around 30 years of age. His appearance was unremarkable, yet there was an air of arrogance about him that made others wary to meet his gaze. Beside him stood a young girl in a white dress. She wore a snow-white blouse, with the lower part of her pants rolled up to her knees. Her hair was styled in a ponytail. Her skin as fair as snow, and her beauty was extraordinary, resembling a fairy that had stepped out of a painting, captivating all who beheld her. After the young man disembarked, he surveyed the crowd and then commanded, all personnel, assemble. At ease, stand at attention. Upon hearing his orders, the soldiers quickly formed a neat line, standing in perfect formation. Count off. The young man shouted again, and the soldiers promptly reported in unison. 1, 2, 3, a total of 18. Awaiting instructions, the girl smiled sweetly. Thank you all. The young man waved his hand dismissively. Miswa, you are too kind. He then addressed the soldiers. Tonight, you will take turns resting. Once dawn breaks, you will alternate keeping watch. Should any unusual occurrences arise, you must report immediately. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Goodbye, Miswa. The young man slightly bowed to the girl before turning back to the soldiers and commanding, let us move out. With that, they boarded one of the cargo trucks, while the girl hesitated briefly before waving her hand towards a section of the wall, to their astonishment. A remote switch emerged as she extended her hand, and upon pressing it, a door appeared in the wall, allowing the cargo truck driven by the young man to slowly enter. Witnessing this, Luo Cheng and Wang Lin exchanged shocked glances. They both considered themselves well-informed, yet had never witnessed such a remarkable feat. The girl had merely waved her wrist to activate a mechanism in the wall, which was truly wondrous. This level of technology was likely beyond even the most powerful military. Brother Wang, do you think that girl is an ordinary person? Luo Cheng asked, still in shock. Wang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. I don't think so. Perhaps she, like us, is a supernatural being. That a supernatural being? Luo Cheng blinked. But that girl seems so delicate and weak. She doesn't look like one at all. Haha. Don't be too skeptical. That girl is indeed a supernatural being, and I suspect her rank is not low. Wang Lin chuckled. Luo Cheng scoffed. Just based on that girl? Brother Wang, you're overestimating her. Even if she is a supernatural being, she is likely a low-tier one, certainly not a high-tier. Wang Lin nodded. That could be true. But since she possesses special abilities, she must be extraordinary in her own right, that I find her quite mysterious. Perhaps she could help us withstand this apocalypse. Luo, Chung remarked. Brother Wang, you're being a bit fanciful here. Let us leave this place. Wang Lin agreed. All right, let us divide our tasks. You two continue searching for supplies, and I'll keep watch that if anything unusual happens, I'll notify you promptly. Okay. Then Luo Chung reminded. Brother Wang, be cautious that if anything goes awry, remember to escape. Wang Lin smiled. Don't worry, I know what to do. That's good. You two get to work. After instructing Chun Hao and Luo Chung, Wang Lin turned and walked in the opposite direction. In a lavish guest room, Zhuiyur, having changed her attire, made her way to the dining hall, where a servant promptly presented her with a cup of coffee. Miss, the coffee has been infused with milk. I hope it pleases you, the servant respectfully remarked. Zhuiyur, wearing a fatigued smile, replied, You have worked hard, and it is our duty, the servant responded. Yes, I understand. You may return to your tasks. Zhuiyur waved her hand dismissively. At last, she opened her eyes. She gently stroked her forehead, her mind swirling with the events of the previous night. First, she had been taken away by a group of men, unable to escape, yet she did not weep or wail, for she recognized it as her fate, one she could not alter. Second, she was brought to a house designated for the affluent, surrounded by an exquisitely beautiful environment. In addition to the house, several large courtyards housed many powerful individuals and wealthy merchants, even high-ranking officials from above. In summary, this world was exceedingly complex. Even with her unique abilities, she still had to abide by its rules. She wished to survive, for she had parents and younger siblings. And until she could successfully resolve the troubles here, she must endure patiently. The three men seemed to sense something amiss and began to retreat into the distance. Meanwhile, Luo Chung and Chun Hao had left the suburbs, heading towards the city center. Their modest objectives allowed for an unimpeded journey, and within half an hour, they arrived in the urban area. The duo strolled through the streets, and after more than an hour, they found themselves near a warehouse located in the southwestern corner of the city. Exchanging glances, Chun Hao and Luo Chung shared a knowing smile. Their target was indeed this warehouse. Surely, it must contain a plethora of supplies. With that thought in mind, they hastened towards the warehouse's entrance. Before the warehouse stood 4 guards, clad in camouflage and armed with firearms, engaged in casual conversation while smoking. Upon noticing Chun Hao and Luo Chung, one of the guards inquired, What do you want? If there's nothing, you'd better scram. Brothers, we have something to sell you. I wonder if you can afford it. Luo Chung chuckled. The guard snorted disdainfully, retorting, Damn it. We're guards, not junk dealers. Who brings garbage to sell here? Luo Chung replied, Come on, no need to speak so harshly. Damn it. Did I say something wrong? The guard glared at Luo Chung, scolding, If you two don't scram, I'll have to call someone to throw you out. Sighing at the guard's insistence, Luo Chung said, Fine, if you don't want to buy, then so be it. But what? But I might have to resort to killing. Luo Cheng's expression suddenly turned icy, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the space. The 4 guards felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, a chilling fear prompting them to consider fleeing. However, as trained elites, they managed to maintain a semblance of composure, drawing their handguns and aiming them at Luo Chung, shouting, Stop right there. Seeing this, Chun Hao shook his head with a smile, then stepped forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind one of the guards, his right hand striking out with lightning speed. With a muffled thud, the guard's throat ruptured, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the 2 guards beside him. Bang bang, in quick succession, Chun Hao moved like a bolt of lightning, seizing one guard's wrist and pulling the trigger, the sound of gunfire ringing out as he dispatched the remaining guard. Ultimately, he eliminated 3 guards, leaving only one alive. You killed someone? The surviving guard, overwhelmed with terror, dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Please spare me. I'll pay you for my life. Chun Hao replied indifferently, Do you think I lack money? No, not at all, Dai. I'm willing to work for you. I could do anything, even kill for you. The guard stammered, No need for that. Chun Hao slowly replied, and suddenly vanished from sight. Duh. The guard gasped, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck moments later, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the guards, Chun Hao clapped his hands and remarked, You were right. Killing is indeed simple, but you were far too weak. Having cleared the guards, the duo retrieved the keys and unlocked the warehouse behind them. Inside, they discovered an extensive array of weaponry, most of which were of the latest models. Besides the weapons, the warehouse was also filled with various treasures, including gold and jewels with dozens of boxes of gold stacked high. Upon seeing the mountain of wealth, Luo Cheng's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "What do you think?" Chen Hao asked with a light smile. Luo Cheng nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "This is incredible. I didn't expect to find such a vast amount of supplies just as we entered the underground city. Let us contact the boss and find a way to transport these supplies to seek out further targets." Chen Hao smiled in agreement. All right, meanwhile, Wang Lin was exploring the underground city alone, that he sought to uncover who governed this city and who possessed the prophetic ability to construct such a prosperous underground realm before the apocalypse. Suddenly, Wang Lin furrowed his brow, glancing to his right, where he spotted a man and a woman materializing before him from thin air. How is this possible? Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman was tall, with fair, delicate skin and an extraordinarily beautiful visage, akin to a fairy descending from the heavens. Clad in a black trench coat and tall black boots, she exuded an air of sensual elegance. Beside her stood a young man in casual attire, handsome and tall, with a warm smile that radiated friendliness, resembling a charming neighbor, but exuding an aura of danger that Wang Lin instinctively sensed. Taking a deep breath, he heard the young man inquire, "Who might you be, sir? What brings you to the underground city?" "I am Wang Lin, here on a mission to survey this underground city." Wang Lin fabricated a casual lie. Surveying the underground city, the girl chuckled lightly, adopting a teasing tone. "You must be a reconnaissance officer from a special department." Wang Lin continued his deception. "Indeed, my profession is that of a scout, and you are." "A scout? Do you take me for a fool?" The girl shot him a disdainful glance before continuing. "You're clearly a military reconnaissance soldier, tasked with gathering intelligence from various bases that, you guessed correctly." Wang Lin conceded, realizing that his disguise had been seen through, though it seemed the other party had misunderstood his intentions. "Just as I thought." The girl scoffed. "Your military's vigilance is remarkably low. You dare send a rookie to conduct reconnaissance in the underground city?" Wang Lin retorted, "Miss, forgive my rudeness, but I find you rather abnormal as well. That's not your concern. Just tell me what you intend to do," the girl demanded. Wang Lin cast a scornful glance at her. "That is none of your business." "Humph. Who do you think you are that I would fear you?" The girl snapped. "That ha-ha. The little girl has quite the bravado." Wang Lin laughed heartily and then gathered his strength. Leaping toward the girl with a punch aimed at her, "You're seeking death." The girl's expression shifted, and she swung her fist to meet his bang. After their fists collided, they stood apart, with Wang Lin retreating 5 or 6 steps before halting. While the girl only staggered back 2, given that this encounter was not as one-sided as before, Wang Lin became more cautious. "You dare to clash with me? I shall teach you a lesson today." Wang Lin gritted his teeth, launching himself at the girl with his legs bent like a spring, aiming a kick at her head. Bang, bang, bang. The girl did not back down, countering with her fist in a matter of seconds. They exchanged blows 7 or 8 times. Finally, the girl's fist landed heavily against Wang Lin's chest, propelling him backward. Before he could touch the ground, she charged forward, driving her knee into his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Wang Lin lay on the ground, coughing up blood as he glared at the girl with fury. The girl arrogantly glanced down at him, sneering. Useless. With that, she stepped forward, placing a foot on Wang Lin's chest. Looking down at him as she said, "Fool, don't think your fighting skills are exceptional. You are no match for me. That you'd best cooperate and help us find more resources, or I will make your life a living hell." "Is that so? Let's see about that." Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to rise to his feet. "Oh, how stubborn." The girl scoffed lightly, stepping closer and delivering another kick to Wang Lin's abdomen. Despite possessing some combat skills, he was still significantly outmatched by an expert like her. Thud, the girl's leg struck Wang Lin's left leg with a whip-like force, causing it to sink into the ground. In response, Wang Lin let out a muffled grunt of pain. Seizing the opportunity, the girl lifted her foot and aimed a powerful kick towards Wang Lin's groin. "Despicable!" Wang Lin silently cursed, quickly turning his head to evade her strike while attempting to neutralize the force of her attack by gripping her ankle. Unfortunately for him, The girl had anticipated his defense. She withdrew her leg and pivoted her arm, redirecting her attack towards Wang Lin's ribs. The sound of relentless blows echoed as her fists collided with his ribcage. Ha ha! However, after enduring this ordeal, Wang Lin burst into laughter, realizing that he had initially overestimated her abilities. She was merely stronger than an average person. The girl's face turned pale as she struggled to comprehend why this exploration worker suddenly seemed unfazed by her assaults. Wang Lin's physical prowess was already exceptional, and after consuming a zombie core, his resilience had reached a terrifying level. Thus, while the girl could suppress him, she would find it challenging to defeat him in a short span of time. "Little girl, I don't have time to play with you." Wang Lin snorted coldly, taking advantage of her moment of inattention to leap forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and heaving her over his shoulder. Throwing her forcefully away, thud, the girl crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. "Little sister, do you still wish to play with me?" Wang Lin squatted down, patting her fair face with a mischievous grin. Clutching her injured abdomen, the girl shot him a fierce glare. "If you have the guts, don't run. I will definitely kill you." "Ah, sister, you're hurt." At that moment, a young boy rushed over to support the girl, his face filled with concern. "Stop pretending. Hurry up and take action." The girl pushed the boy aside and took out a tissue from her pocket, carefully wiping her mouth. The boy's expression froze, then turned awkward as he sheepishly replied, "I'm afraid I'll kill him." The girl raised her eyebrows. "What are you afraid of? He is nothing more than a plucked monkey right now. Just go for it." The boy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rose slowly. Walking towards Wang Lin as he approached, Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, dismissing the boy entirely. However, the next moment he sensed a terrifying aura. Wang Lin instantly realized that this young man was the true supernatural being. But there was no time for contemplation. As the boy drew closer, a pale yellow glow began to envelop Wang Lin, forming a spherical space with a radius of about 3 meters around him. This was mental control. Wang Lin's pupils constricted. What an eerie ability, as the name suggests. Mental control allows one to manipulate another's thoughts, movements, and even actions. "You are now trapped by me," the boy said with a sinister grin. "I advise you not to move, lest you bring calamity upon yourself." After a moment of silence, Wang Lin suddenly pulled out a crystal core and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, after swallowing the core. His muscles swelled dramatically. Crack, crack. His body began to expand, with bulging veins appearing grotesquely, resembling steel forged with explosive power. Staring at the rapidly enlarging Wang Lin, the boy was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this man had transformed into such a formidable presence after consuming something. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wang Lin sprang into action, delivering a swift side kick aimed directly at the boy's head, the speed astonishing. Boom! The boy, shocked, hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! As their fists collided, Wang Lin staggered slightly, while the boy was sent stumbling back 4 or 5 steps, a pained expression overtaking his face. The boy widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Did you think I was merely an exploration team member?" As he spoke, Wang Lin charged forward, swinging his massive fists wildly at the boy's head. Thud, thud, thud. A torrential downpour of punches rained down, and the boy, caught off guard, barely managed to raise his hands in defense. Yet he still couldn't withstand the onslaught, emerging with a bruised and battered visage, howling in agony. The girl observed the boy's pitiful state, a flicker of concern flashing through her beautiful eyes as she endured the intense pain in her abdomen, quietly retreating. However, just as she stepped back, Wang Lin suddenly reached out and seized her ankle, yanking her back with force. Thud! The girl lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. She gasped, quickly looking up only to find Wang Lin grinning wickedly at her. "You lecher!" she shouted in anger. "Do you dare lay a hand on me? What do I have to fear?" Wang Lin sneered, stepping closer and brazenly surveying her exquisite figure, his gaze lingering on her most prominent features. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" The girl, sensing his intentions, cried out in alarm. "I don't intend to do anything." Wang Lin chuckled wickedly, bending his knee towards her. "I merely wish to give you a kiss." "Ah!" The girl gasped in shock, hastily covering her chest with both hands. "Don't go too far." Chapter 87. The secret chip. I adore pure and kind-hearted girls like you. Wang Lin grinned mischievously, but the next moment, He seized the girl's bag that he had already deduced that it contained classified documents. After rummaging for a while, a silvery gray chip fell out. Picking it up, he observed that it was oval-shaped with a metallic surface resembling a battery. Appearing like a chip of sorts, when he pressed it, he realized it was surprisingly warm to the touch. "What is this?" Wang Lin muttered in astonishment, tucking it into his pocket. "You give that back to me." The girl struggled momentarily, but Wang Lin remained unmoved. Embarrassed and furious, she finally gritted her teeth, saying, "Don't you like my body? Fine, take me away from here, and we can do that." Upon hearing her words, Wang Lin was taken aback. This girl was shockingly straightforward. "Will you agree or not?" Seeing Wang Lin's dazed expression, the girl felt a surge of satisfaction inside, while outwardly, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. "I'm so unfortunate." Boo! Witnessing her tearful expression, Wang Lin was rendered speechless. "Why are you crying? I never said I wouldn't agree." The girl brightened. "Really? Then hurry and help me heal. It hurts so much." "All right then." Wang Lin nodded. He placed his hand on the girl's arm and applied pressure. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The girl cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, her face as pale as a ghost. You broke my arm?" she exclaimed in rage, glaring at Wang Lin, her teeth clenched. "I will not let you off the hook." "You talk too much," Wang Lin scoffed. "Keep whining, and I might just strip you and toss you into the sea to feed the fish." "You bastard! If you dare treat me this way, I will make sure you regret it." Wang Lin rolled his eyes. "You think you can threaten me? Who do you think you are?" With that, he turned back to continue his search. "Bastard! I won't let you off." The girl gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Filled with hatred, yet utterly powerless against Wang Lin due to her severe injuries, unable even to stand. Thus, Wang Lin thoroughly searched the girl, uncovering several more chips. "What on earth are these for?" Wang Lin pondered, stuffing the chips into his pocket, planning to examine them thoroughly later in the evening. Just then, his communication device buzzed to life. Upon answering, he learned that Chun Hao and the others had discovered a warehouse filled with supplies. Wang Lin, upon hearing this, hurried over. The warehouse was not far, and he soon arrived. That a glance inside revealed a plethora of items piled high: food, medicinal herbs, various life essentials, and more. "Haha, I hit the jackpot this time," Wang Lin exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. Though he was not lacking in resources, this haul was substantial enough to last the base for several years. "Let's take it all," Wang Lin declared excitedly, waving his hand to immediately transfer the supplies into his personal space. Chun Hao, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. "Brother Wang, this is incredible." "Shoo, it's a secret. You mustn't tell anyone else," Wang Lin instructed, then led the two away. 3 individuals found refuge in an abandoned house within the subterranean city. Wang Lin retrieved some provisions from his spatial storage, and the trio engaged in lively conversation while dining. "I believe this underground city is not state-sanctioned but rather privately owned." After indulging in their meal, Chen Hao spoke up. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, turning to Luo Cheng and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "I am inclined to agree." Luo Cheng pondered momentarily before articulating. "If it were official, we would have encountered government forces while on the outskirts. However, our journey has been remarkably uneventful." "Indeed, I concur with Luo Cheng's assessment." Wang Lin nodded. "Moreover, the weaponry and equipment here are exceedingly comprehensive, far more advanced than what is available on the international market. Thus, I deduce that this place is undoubtedly not official, but rather constructed by some affluent individual, which has led us to inadvertently stumble upon it. Since it is privately constructed, we ought to take advantage." Chun Hao grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, rubbing his hands together. "Brother Wang, today we have dispatched 4 soldiers and confiscated 5 or 6 firearms. There are nearly 100 AK-47s here, along with over 50 light machine guns." As Chun Hao spoke, he gestured in the air. "I suspect there are more warehouses. Shall we venture to explore?" "Certainly," Wang Lin nodded, recalling that he had indeed noticed several warehouses nearby upon his arrival. After a brief respite, the 3 continued their exploration. Meanwhile, at the underground city's garrison, a soldier rushed in, visibly flustered. "Sir, one of our warehouses has been ambushed. Several guards have perished. The bodies are at the entrance," the soldier reported. The man in military attire furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Send someone to investigate." "Yes, sir," the soldier saluted and exited. "Commander Jiang." At that moment, Another man clad in camouflage entered the room. Old Huang. Do we have any leads? Commander Jiang inquired. Old Huang shook his head. Nothing yet. Continue the search. Commander Jiang inhaled deeply. These ruffians are exceedingly audacious. Understood. I will do my utmost. Old Huang nodded. Is it still regarding that shipment? Commander Jiang suddenly asked. Old Huang shook his head that I have confirmed that the goods are intact. Moreover, we have yet to capture anyone, not even a single corpse. No information at all? Commander Jiang squinted his eyes. None thus far. Could it be that they have skilled assistants? Commander Jiang murmured. There are no skilled individuals. Old Huang contemplated before responding. However, I sense that they are not here merely for monetary gain. Or perhaps they have ulterior motives. Oh. Commander Jiang raised an eyebrow. What leads you to that conclusion? From my observations, it appears they are here for the purpose of robbery. Old Huang asserted. Robbery? Indeed. I am uncertain and can only investigate further. Commander Jiang sighed. Let us hope no disturbances arise. Otherwise, we may trouble Director Li again. Old Huang offered a wry smile. I fear Director Li is already in a predicament. What do you mean? Commander Jiang's brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding creeping over him. Old Huang explained, based on my analysis, they are targeting Director Li. Chapter 88. Private Domain. Commander Jiang's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment he sighed, alas, I hope Director Li is unharmed. Otherwise, neither of us will escape unscathed. The trio of Wang Lin wandered through the subterranean city, discovering that the weaponry and equipment of the guards were remarkably comprehensive, in addition to various firearms and ammunition. They were astonished to find numerous high-powered explosives and mortars. However, Wang Lin soon abandoned the notion of acquiring weapons from here, as the security was formidable, and even if they managed to procure such items, they would be unable to carry them away. Boss, what should we do? Chen Hao inquired. Wang Lin contemplated for a moment before stating, We wait. Wait? The two exchanged glances, simultaneously asking, Wait for whom? We await an opportunity. Wang Lin replied, After nightfall, we will infiltrate, eliminate a few individuals, and investigate further. The two hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. All right then, let us conceal ourselves for now. Wang Lin gestured toward the nearby room. The two followed him into the room. Hiding in the corner as night descended, a chill breeze swept through the streets, rustling the dry leaves. Wang Lin lay on the ground, peering through the window into the distance, where the streets were aglow with lights and the occasional roar of vehicles could be heard. Damn it. Wang Lin muttered under his breath, having counted at least 10 patrol routes surrounding the area, each with patrolling squads that if they were to venture out recklessly, they risked being surrounded by the patrols. Yet if they did not venture out, they would be unable to gather more information, leaving Wang Lin in a quandary. Boss, what should we do? Chen Hao whispered. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin decided to test his luck. He quietly opened the window and cautiously climbed out, sliding down the side of the building to the staircase. Reaching the ground floor, Wang Lin crouched low and crept towards the left wall. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, prompting Wang Lin to quickly crouch in the shadow of a corner, peering around to see a patrol soldier clutching his arm. Terror etched on his face as he fled upstairs. Well, luck seems to be on my side. Wang Lin sighed with relief. He had intended to retaliate but unexpectedly encountered an easy target. However, despite avoiding conflict with that individual, the gunshot had drawn the attention of nearby patrols. Enemies sighted, pursue them. Upon hearing the patrol shouts, Wang Lin darted out. Thud. Wang Lin swiftly slashed the patrol soldier's throat, then seized his lifeless body to shield himself. Taking advantage of the moment, he vaulted over the wall and leaped into a warehouse within the subterranean city. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after Wang Lin entered, the patrol arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted incessantly, filling the warehouse with smoke and chaos. However, such intensity of attack posed no threat to Wang Lin, as his defensive capabilities were formidable. The gunfire ceased, Wang Lin dashed deeper into the warehouse. Within this subterranean city, there were more than just a single warehouse. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a larger warehouse that was a 5-story building, circular in shape, occupying a vast area. Huffing and puffing, footsteps echoed behind Wang Lin. The newcomer's pupils dilated, and he swiftly stepped back to avoid being struck by a dagger. Ha! The newcomer grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Brother, are you done playing? Ha ha! The newcomer chuckled, shaking his head. Brother, you misunderstand. I have no intention of obstructing you. However, now that you are here, you should be aware that this underground city is under the control of Lord Zua. I advise you to leave. Lord Zua, upon hearing the mention of Lord Zua, Wang Lin's brow furrowed. Are you implying this place is privately controlled? Heh. The newcomer replied nonchalantly. What do you think? Wang Lin fell silent momentarily before stating, I wish to meet Lord Zua. The newcomer shrugged. Sorry, you cannot meet him right now, and Lord Zua will not see you. Then I shall eliminate everyone here. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a frigid, murderous intent as he slowly drew his dagger. Brother, I sincerely advise against taking reckless actions. Otherwise, you will surely not leave this underground city. Humph. Wang Lin scoffed, gazing disdainfully at the newcomer. I intend to break through today. With that, he raised his dagger and charged at the newcomer. Oh crap, the newcomer cursed, leaping to the side to evade Wang Lin's strike. Die. Just as the newcomer dodged Wang Lin's attack, Wang Lin accelerated, swiftly reaching his rear, and with a clenched fist, he struck forcefully at the back of the newcomer's head. Thud! With a muffled thud, the newcomer trembled violently before collapsing into a pool of blood, devoid of any signs of life. Humph! Wang Lin scoffed, tossing the body aside before striding towards the warehouse door. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Lin took a deep breath and pushed open the iron door. Creak! As the iron door swung open, a wave of damp, chilly air engulfed him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. So damp, Wang Lin muttered, pressing forward. After traversing a narrow passage, Wang Lin finally arrived at the end of the warehouse, where two large doors stood with the words restricted area emblazoned on them. Bang bang, Wang Lin kicked the doors multiple times, but they remained steadfast. Wang Lin furrowed his brow, refusing to believe that a mere steel plate door could withstand his assault, remembering the explosives in his spatial storage. Wang Lin retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the door. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the door shattered, debris flying as dust billowed into the air. Wang Lin waved away the dust and stepped inside. The warehouse was spacious, filled with various goods and metal containers that in a most conspicuous location stood a table, behind which sat a middle-aged man. He sported a crew cut, his complexion pale, and his figure somewhat portly. His eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding a formidable authority reminiscent of a stern warlord. This man was none other than the lord of the underground city. Zhong. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and barked at him. Oh, you recognize me? Zui Yuanzhong replied, astonished. Who are you? I am Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered coldly. Chapter 89. If you can't defeat them, join them. Upon hearing this, Zui Yuanzhong's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Wang Lin for a moment before inquiring. What do you seek from me? Do you know who the sovereign of this city is? Wang Lin asked nonchalantly. Of course. Zui Yuanzhong nodded. I have aided him in managing the underground city on 3 occasions, and he has rewarded me handsomely. Then you must understand the purpose of my visit today. Wang Lin pressed further. Zui Yuanzhong raised an eyebrow, gazing at Wang Lin. Do you intend to seize control of this city? And if so, what then? Wang Lin scoffed, his gaze turning piercingly fierce, resembling a vengeful deity fixated on Zui Yuanzhong. Feeling the chilling intensity of Wang Lin's stare, Zui Yuanzhong chuckled lightly and approached him slowly. Young man, I hope you refrain from making foolish decisions. I have no time for idle chatter. Wang Lin replied coldly. You would do well to clear my path. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre upon the entire underground city. Zui Yuanzhong let out a low, rumbling laugh before continuing. Young man, I must say, you possess courage, but I admire your audacity even more. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Lin's heart. Are you provoking me to kill? Zui Yuanzhong laughed heartily. I must admit, I am impressed by you. Your strength surpasses that of your peers, even outmatching some older fellows. Yet to rampage in our underground city is no simple task. Oomph. Wang Lin snorted dismissively. I shan't waste any more breath on you now. Step aside. You are far too arrogant, young man. Zui Yuanzhong's expression grew colder, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Enough with the pleasantries. I will count to 3 that if you do not vacate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hearing Wang Lin's icy tone, Zui Yuanzhong's lips curled into a cruel smile. I have never encountered someone as audacious as you. As his words fell, Zui Yuanzhong's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before Wang Lin in the next instant. His right arm bent, the elbow transforming into a blade, propelled by a terrifying gust of wind, aimed directly at Wang Lin's throat. Wang Lin's face shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hand to block the strike. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded, and Wang Lin's body was hurled like a kite severed from its string. Zui Yuanzhong swayed, swiftly closing the distance, one hand lightning fast grasping Wang Lin's throat while the other clutched his collar. Huff! Huff! Wang Lin's heavy breaths echoed, the force of the previous blow leaving him paralyzed, devoid of any strength to resist. Zui Yuanzhong clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad. To withstand my strike and remain alive is indeed impressive. Coughing violently, Wang Lin wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You won't kill me, for I have other uses for you. Oh, what purpose? Zui Yuanzhong inquired, intrigued by Wang Lin's sudden change in demeanor. That I wish to collaborate with you. Wang Lin exhaled. Do you not feel isolated at this moment? Though I share no fondness for such a feeling, I will not forfeit any opportunity. Hence my desire to join forces with you to eliminate your enemies one by one. You truly are a madman. Only moments ago, I contemplated ending your life. Yet now you wish to discuss collaboration. Are you utterly unafraid of death, or is your mind addled? Zui Yuanzhong took a deep breath. Even if I were willing to ally with you, do you think my enemies would grant you the opportunity? Your proposal has indeed piqued my interest. Zui Yuanzhong smiled, gradually taking his seat. Now tell me, what qualifications do you possess to collaborate with me? Do you intend to rely on your current strength? Indeed, I now command a small team of over 300 individuals. Wang Lin declared boldly. Ditto. And what are your intentions? Zui Yuanzhong asked, somewhat surprised. First, we shall eliminate those at the helm, and the remaining ones shall be left to me. Wang Lin's eyes glinted with determination. If all goes smoothly, we shall succeed. If we fail, I shall embrace my demise. As Wang Lin's words echoed, Zui Yuanzhong's expression grew serious. He believed this young man must have prepared thoroughly to utter such a statement, that if you come to your senses, contact me at Changlin anytime. Wang Lin tossed out one final remark before turning to leave the room. Zui Yuanzhong sat on the sofa, contemplating for a moment before picking up the phone on the coffee table and dialing a number. Investigate the situation in Changlin for me, particularly regarding the name Wang Lin. After hanging up, Zui Yuanzhong fell into deep thought, murmuring to himself after a long while, to be so young yet possess such formidable combat prowess. Who is this lad? Could he be lurking in the shadows? Or perhaps he is a product of some organization-esque training. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Zui Yuanzhong's eyes. If given the chance, I must conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, a sudden knock echoed at Zui Yuanzhong's door. He rose and stepped outside, a smile breaking across his face upon seeing the visitor. Yet a melodious voice chimed, belonging to a girl whose appearance was both delicate and charming. Her fair skin and lustrous black hair, cascading over her shoulders, radiated a lively and endearing aura. Daddy, why did you let that guy go just now? Zui pouted, her lips tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. He intended to harm us. Rest assured, your daddy will not allow him to escape so easily. Zui Yuanzhong gently ruffled her hair, but I must investigate this individual first. Okay, daddy is the best. Zui beamed sweetly, affectionately nuzzling against his arm. All right, daddy needs to work now. Be a good girl. Zui Yuanzhong continued. Once I finish my tasks, I will take you to school, all right? No way. I want to stay and protect daddy. Zui insisted, shaking Zui Yuanzhong's arm playfully. Silly girl, daddy is not in danger. Now be good. Zui Yuanzhong spoke softly, well aware of his daughter's concern for him. No, daddy, please agree, or I will be upset. Zui puffed out her cheeks defiantly. With a helpless sigh, Zui Yuanzhong conceded, having discovered on the 10th day of the apocalypse that his daughter possessed extraordinary abilities. She was an esper capable of controlling fire, among other strange powers. Not only that, Zui was remarkably intelligent for her age. Ultimately, she had caused dozens of zombies to perish at her feet. And ever since, she had frequently showcased her terrifying speed and fire control, rendering ordinary weapons utterly useless, melting them into molten metal before her. For this reason, she had become an anomaly, pursued by many. Yet none had ever managed to capture her, that a few had attempted to confront her, but the outcomes were dire. This little girl had grown increasingly unruly, often causing trouble and inciting the ire of high-ranking military officials, nearly leading to her expulsion from the military district. Fortunately, Zui Yuanzhong's intercession had saved her. Zui's personality was rather peculiar. She obediently listened to her father's words, yet often retorted when faced with certain situations. Zui Yuanzhong had grown accustomed to this, thus indulging her quite a bit. All right, if you refuse to leave, then stay. Just remember, do not reveal your identity. Zui Yuanzhong sighed in resignation. Rest assured, Daddy, one day I shall become the great demon lord, Zui declared mischievously, a gleam of pride in her eyes. The great demon lord? Zui Yuanzhong was taken aback. Yes, the kind that kills mercilessly, a bloodthirsty fiend. Zui laughed cheerfully. Zui Yuanzhong couldn't help but roll his eyes at his daughter's aspirations, feeling a slight headache at her thoughts. With that in mind, Zui Yuanzhong took a deep breath, his right hand clenching into a fist. Shortly after Zui departed, Zui Yuanzhong's personal secretary entered the room. Chief, news has arrived. What news? Zui Yuanzhong's gaze fell on his secretary. It concerns Wang Lin from Changlin City. The secretary's expression was grave as he looked at Zui Yuanzhong. It is said that this person is a master, and his status in Changlin City is rather unique. The secretary paused before continuing. This individual indeed commands a group of mercenaries. A mercenary group? What of it? Anyone who dares to obstruct our path will be eradicated. Zui Yuanzhong replied coldly. I shall see if this person possesses the strength to match us. However, Chief, he still possesses over a dozen tanks, the secretary said bitterly. Moreover, I have also learned that his influence in the northern region of Changlin is exceedingly vast. What? Are you certain? Zui Yuanzhong's gaze shifted sharply. Yes. The secretary nodded slightly and continued. This matter is still under investigation. Damn it. Zui Yuanzhong cursed vehemently. What on earth is this fellow up to? How could he possibly be so formidable? This won't do. We must get to the bottom of it. Chief, do you think there might be a powerful force backing him? After all, an ordinary merchant could not possibly wield such capability. This involves over a dozen armored vehicles. The secretary hesitated for a moment and remarked. Although we cannot rule out sheer coincidence, that may not be the case. I have a strong feeling that this Wang Lin is significantly connected to one of our military factions. Zui Yuanzhong narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we must clarify the situation. However, I suggest we adopt a wait-and-see approach for now. Very well, Chief. I will promptly issue orders to investigate thoroughly. But given the gravity of this individual, will such inquiries affect our plans? The secretary inquired after a brief contemplation. Not for the time being. Zui Yuanzhong replied nonchalantly, then added, I shall rest for a while. This recent experience in the underground city has imparted a profound lesson to Wang Lin. The current apocalypse is far more intricate than he had ever imagined. The protective walls of the base had been breached by an unknown force, and a horde of zombies was surging through the gaping hole. Chun Hao, Luo Chung, let us exterminate the undead. Observing this dire situation, Wang Lin wasted no time, pulling over the vehicle and brandishing his knife as he charged into the throng of zombies before the base. At this moment, Wang Lin disregarded the need to conceal his strength, unleashing his full power to mercilessly slaughter the zombies before him. Roar! With Wang Lin joining the fray, the entire horde of zombies descended into chaos. A massive zombie, towering over 2 meters, broke through the defensive line and charged at Wang Lin. Yet, Wang Lin remained unfazed, raising his arm to thrust a dagger directly at the zombie. With a thud, the gigantic creature collapsed into a pool of blood. Lifeless at that moment, the other 2 companions also rushed over to assist. Minutes later, all the zombies had been dispatched, allowing Wang Lin and his companions to catch their breath. Boss, are you all right? Luo Chung hurried to Wang Lin's side. Concern etched on his face. What could possibly happen to me? These creatures are no match for us. Wang Lin waved his hand, scanning the surrounding buildings. At this juncture, the walls of the base lay completely devastated, with debris strewn everywhere, clearly indicating it had suffered a severe attack, though the cause remained unclear, and we were ambushed merely days after our departure. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Gu Weiman's group is behind this? After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin shook his head. Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as we stay cautious, we should be fine. Although Wang Lin spoke with such assurance, He felt an undercurrent of vigilance surging within him. After all, those who dared to launch such a brazen attack must have been well prepared. Otherwise, would they not be foolish? Let us go. We need to take refuge in the base for now, inside the base. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Fan hurried out to greet them. Wang Lin looked up, only to find this young man standing there, covered in injuries. Wang Lin frowned and coldly asked, "Who did this?" Yi Fan grinned sheepishly. "Boss, it's nothing to worry about. Don't be angry. You all should rest quickly. Are you treating me like a fool?" Yi Fan let out a helpless sigh and recounted the events to Wang Lin in detail. After hearing the full account, Wang Lin's expression grew increasingly grave. He knew that with Yi Fan's disposition, he would never provoke outsiders unless they had crossed a line or threatened his interests. Chapter 91. The Thoughts of a Young Girl. However, according to Yi Fan, this incident clearly had nothing to do with interests. The only plausible explanation is that these individuals were specifically targeting the base. Perhaps even aiming directly at Wang Lin himself, which is why they also targeted Yi Fan. Could it be Zhang Hai and his cronies? After much contemplation, Wang Lin ultimately reached a conclusion. "Boss, who do you suspect is behind this?" Seeing Wang Lin's serious demeanor, Chun Hao inquired curiously, "I suspect it may be the Black Dragon Society." Wang Lin narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly. "The Black Dragon Society? Those bastards are back. Indeed, aside from them, I cannot fathom who else would so inexplicably launch an assault against us." Wang Lin let out a cold chuckle and continued, "But no matter who it is, if they dare to harm my brothers, they shall pay a heavy price. However, boss, the Black Dragon Society is quite formidable. What do you plan to do?" Chun Hao frowned. Wang Lin smirked. "No matter how powerful they are, I will annihilate them. Boss, the Black Dragon Society's strength is truly not to be underestimated. Should we reconsider?" Yi Fan advised, frowning. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I am now a 4th-tier ability user. Dealing with those garbage is more than sufficient." "Boss." The following day, sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the bed as Wang Lin stretched lazily, gradually sitting up, feeling utterly comfortable, as if he had soaked in a hot spring. Warmth enveloping him. This sensation is delightful. After a night's rest, my mental state has remarkably rejuvenated. Wang Lin could not help but exclaim. Subsequently, he tossed aside the covers, slipped on his slippers, only to discover a woman standing in the corner of the room. Shinman, what are you doing here?" "I came to retrieve your changed clothes." Shinman replied in a low voice, her tone somewhat awkward. "Ditto. So that's it." Wang Lin nodded and then asked, "Do you need my assistance?" "No need." Shinman blushed as she responded. Very well. Take your time. I will go out for a morning exercise." Wang Lin shrugged and leisurely stepped out of the room. "Wait." Just as Wang Lin stepped out of the bedroom door, he suddenly heard Shinman's anxious voice. "Huh. Is there something else?" Wang Lin paused and turned to look at Shinman. "Your injury." Shinman pointed to the scar on Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin smiled. "These are mere superficial wounds. They are nothing to worry about. You really do not take care of yourself at all. Your recklessness causes others to worry." Shinman glared at Wang Lin with mock annoyance. Wang Lin chuckled wryly. "I am not a child. I do not need anyone to look after me." "That may be so, but you must not overexert yourself in the future. It frightens me." Shinman pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. Looking at Shinman's expression, an unusual feeling surged within Wang Lin, filling him with warmth that he could not help but reach out to ruffle Shinman's hair, gently saying, "Do not worry. I promise I will try not to take risks in the future. Just stop with the tears. How annoying." Shinman's cheeks flushed as she shot Wang Lin a fierce glance. "Huh." Witnessing Shinman's bashful demeanor, Wang Lin laughed heartily, his heart racing unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed such an alluring side, truly making him see her in a new light. Observing Wang Lin's dazed expression, Shinman's face grew even redder. "Ahem. Well, you continue your tasks. I will take my leave." Wang Lin cleared his throat and hastily exited the room. After Wang Lin left, Shinman gently touched her burning cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. Outside the base, Yi Fan and the others were already prepared. 3 armored vehicles in the front, followed by over 50 well-equipped brothers. "Boss," upon seeing Wang Lin, Chun Hao immediately called out. Wang Lin nodded and proceeded to sit in the armored vehicle, then started the engine, driving toward the city. After about half an hour, the 3 armored vehicles halted outside a building. "Boss, this is the place. Up ahead lies the current base of the Black Dragon Society. I have heard that under Zhang Hai's meticulous management, it has transformed into a small community. That I will go down to take a look," Wang Lin instructed, then opened the car door and stepped out. Outside, Wang Lin surveyed the surroundings, noticing the high walls surrounding the area. These must be Zhang Hai's properties. It is surprising that within just a few months, he has managed to expand the Black Dragon Society to such a scale. Although it was anticipated, seeing it firsthand still left Wang Lin astounded. The current strength of the Black Dragon Society is undoubtedly linked to Zhang Hai's efforts. Wang Lin took a deep breath, then stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "We have arrived." Wang Lin's voice resonated clearly, and he noticed shadows of 7 or 8 figures faintly standing atop the building. These individuals were the subordinates of Zhang Hai, who had fled after being repelled by Yi Fan the previous day. This guy really dares to come knocking. It is nothing short of seeking death. A young man sneered. Not only does he dare, but he also brought along dozens of people. He must think that with these useless individuals, he can eliminate us. How naive, another figure in black remarked. Who does he think he is? Did he truly believe he could single-handedly contend with the entire Black Dragon Society? Let us not forget that Brother Zhang is no ordinary person. The few individuals engaged in fervent discussions exhibited not the slightest regard for Wang Lin. To them, Wang Lin was merely a brutish fool, relying solely on raw strength, utterly unworthy of claiming the mantle of a leader. "What are you rascals whispering about?" Zhang Hai's figure suddenly materialized. "Brother Zhang." The moment they spotted Zhang Hai, the group hurriedly addressed him with utmost respect. Zhang Hai waved his hand, casting a sweeping glance around before his gaze settled on Wang Lin in the distance. Their eyes locked, an indifferent chill flickering in Wang Lin's gaze. "Wang Lin, you have indeed shown up," Zhang Hai remarked darkly. "Of course I had to come." Wang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wang Lin, I concede you possess some skill. But with just the likes of you, challenging the Black Dragon Society? That would be akin to climbing to the heavens." Zhang Hai fixed his cold stare upon Wang Lin. "I advise you to recognize your situation and leave at once. Otherwise, Chapter 92. The terrifying boy I warned you. Today you cannot escape." That a cold smirk etched itself upon Wang Lin's lips. Zhang Hai snorted disdainfully. "Wang Lin, since you seek death, do not blame me for what follows." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hai hefted an RPG, launching a rocket toward the armored vehicle ahead. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The armored vehicle was instantly reduced to debris, scattering iron shrapnel across the air. Witnessing this, the other members of the Black Dragon Society were filled with elation. Wang Lin is finished. This fool truly believes himself invincible. Brother Zhang is magnificent. Brother Zhang is incredible. The members of the Black Dragon Society reveled in excitement. Yet, just as they cheered, a sniper's bullet zipped through the air, piercing the forehead of the closest Black Dragon member. Bang! Following the muffled sound, the man's body collapsed into a pool of blood. A sniper. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. "Zhang Hai, today you must die." Wang Lin's eyes ignited with an overwhelming murderous intent as he raised his firearm and squeezed the trigger aimed at Zhang Hai. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire erupted, bullets cascading like a torrential waterfall toward Zhang Hai. "Retreat." Zhang Hai bellowed, hastily dodging to the side, but alas, it was too late. Accompanied by a series of piercing gunshots, bullets found their mark in the bodies of his subordinates. The cries of his men filled the air, their bodies convulsing before falling lifelessly. "Bastard!" Witnessing his men drop one by one, Zhang Hai's fists clenched tightly, filled with a fervent desire to rush forth and slay Wang Lin. However, mindful of his current status, Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and declared, "Wang Lin, you will regret this." After uttering his threat, Zhang Hai turned and fled into the distance, aware that he could not match Wang Lin's strength. He chose to bide his time. He was currently at a disadvantage and could not confront Wang Lin directly. Wang Lin's gaze relentlessly pursued Zhang Hai's retreating figure, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. "Zhang Hai, do you think you can escape?" Wang Lin shouted coldly, then drew a grenade from his pocket, hurling it forward before propelling himself rapidly after Zhang Hai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Wang Lin took only a couple of steps, grenades slipped from his wrist, crashing to the ground. Boom. A massive fireball erupted into the sky. In the next moment, he found himself encircled by flames. Where did this fire come from? Wang Lin looked up to see a child standing atop the high wall, effortlessly conjuring flames with a flick of his hand, sending them hurtling toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils constricted in alarm as he quickly crouched down to evade the fireball's assault. Bang! The flame struck Wang Lin's shoulder, igniting instantly. The pain elicited a piercing wail from Wang Lin as he hastily attempted to extinguish the flames. Slap! Yet the fire was ferocious, almost sentient, crawling from his arm to his chest, scorching his skin. Wang Lin let out another cry before swiftly lowering himself and leaping into the nearby river. That moment, Wang Lin comprehended that this flame was no ordinary manifestation, but possessed lethal capabilities, potentially more terrifying than firearms. One mere touch could trigger an explosion. A surge of fear washed over him. This boy was also an ability user. Wang Lin swam furiously until he finally reached the shore, where he found his brother Yi Fan, fire at will, bombard the Black Dragon Society. Coming back to his senses, Wang Lin shouted at Yi Fan, who immediately grabbed a submachine gun and began firing, without hesitation. Yi Fan followed Wang Lin's command, launching rocket after rocket toward the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Boom! Boom boom! Each fireball streaked across the night sky, leaving brilliant trails before crashing into the Black Dragon Society's stronghold, demolishing buildings and enveloping the night in thick smoke. Damn it! Wang Lin, enraged, shouted, "I will take you down!" The members of the Black Dragon Society were utterly incensed, with Zhang Hai reaching the peak of fury. This bastard was taking things too far. "Kill Wang Lin!" Zhang Hai roared madly, his demeanor that of a predator seeking its prey. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several figures rushed from all directions. These were the elite members of the Black Dragon Society, each possessing formidable strength. Kill! Wang Lin's expression turned savage as he wielded a large blade, slicing toward a member of the Black Dragon Society's neck. Crack! The expert's head was severed cleanly, with a flick of his wrist. Wang Lin dispatched yet another member, their throats slashed in a swift motion. In that moment, he resembled a vengeful deity, his blade dancing amid a spray of blood and the harrowing cries of the fallen, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld him. Damn it! Charge at him! Kill him! Zhang Hai's fury simmered as he watched Wang Lin mercilessly reap the lives of his subordinates. Though he was powerful, he could not withstand Wang Lin's onslaught and dared not engage him directly, instead seeking cover. Wang Lin moved through the fray like a wolf among sheep, dispatching anyone who dared approach. Zhang Hai, today I shall send you to your end. Yet, in the next moment, the boy reappeared in Wang Lin's line of sight, conjuring fiery tendrils that ensnared him. These flames appeared soft and inviting, yet upon contact with Wang Lin's body, they flared up, binding him tightly. Wang Lin struggled fiercely, but the fire ensnared him, constricting his breath. He perish! The boy's innocent voice rang out as he casually flicked his wrist, summoning a fire serpent that coiled around Wang Lin. Sizzle, flames erupted from Wang Lin's clothing. Feeling the oppressive weight bearing down on him, Wang Lin's heart raced with dread. Was this to be his demise? A mixture of confusion and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. However, just then, an unprecedented sense of security blossomed within him. In the blink of an eye, the very flames that bound him shattered and dissipated into nothingness. The boy, momentarily taken aback, clearly did not anticipate this outcome. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that Yi Fan had doused Wang Lin's back with a bucket of water, extinguishing the flames instantly. "Haha, the opportunity has arrived," Wang Lin shouted, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness as he sprang into action, swinging his large blade toward the boy's forehead. Chapter 93. Success accompanied by failure. Witnessing this, the boy's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly waved his small arms to block Wang Lin's assault. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Wang Lin's blade struck the boy's left arm. Hiss! The excruciating pain caused the boy to gasp, his body recoiling. Simultaneously, crimson liquid flowed from his arm, pooling on the ground, creating ripples. Observing the boy's bleeding arm, Wang Lin furrowed his brow, halting his advance, as a flicker of pity arose within him. After all, he was but a child. Perhaps he could spare his life, moreover, if he joined Wang Lin's ranks. he might become a valuable ally, especially given that no one had yet awakened the ability to control fire. This power could even inflict widespread damage. Little one, do not blame Uncle for not granting you a path to survive. Wang Lin said softly, slowly approaching, that if you agree to step back now, I will let you leave. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the boy's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he huffed dismissively. You are truly foolish and ignorant. Oh, are you still unconvinced? Wang Lin replied with keen interest, eager to see what confidence the boy possessed. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall oblige. The boy scoffed, his hands forming incantations as flames materialized from thin air, hovering before him. Without hesitation, Yifan stepped forward and splashed another bucket of cold water upon the boy. Whoosh! The young boy's expression darkened, and his hand gestures abruptly shifted, extinguishing the flames in an instant. With a sudden burst, as Wang Lin approached, the boy swung his arm fiercely, conjuring 3 flames that shot directly towards Wang Lin's chest. With a swift movement, Wang Lin narrowly evaded the flames, but in the next moment, the boy's palm struck forcefully against Wang Lin's chest. The impact sent Wang Lin stumbling back 2 steps. Damn it! How can this little brat be so strong? Wang Lin gritted his teeth, convinced that this child was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. Humph! The boy let out a cold snort, the wind rising beneath his feet as he charged again. Wang Lin swiftly dodged, his large blade dancing in the air, forcing the boy to retreat. Heh, little rascal, let us see where you run. Wang Lin chuckled coldly, executing a sweeping kick that landed squarely on the boy's shoulder. Thud! A sharp sound rang out, followed by the boy's anguished wail. You bastard. Are you seeking death? The boy clutched his arm, his face contorted with resentment. You little brat, dare to insult me. Wang Lin roared furiously, striding forward to deliver a punch to the boy's abdomen. Bang! Another dull thud echoed, this time causing the boy's stomach to cave in, his body curling like a shrimp. Wang Lin placed his foot menacingly on the boy's face, his expression fierce. Get lost, or do you believe I will make you a eunuch forever? After dealing with this little nuisance, Wang Lin turned his gaze towards the shattered high walls of the Black Dragon Society, left in ruins by armored vehicles, with Zhang Hai nowhere in sight. Consider yourself fortunate. Casting a glance at the boy writhing on the ground in agony, Wang Lin snorted coldly and departed the scene. That evening, in a brightly lit manor in the eastern suburbs of Huaxia, hundreds of soldiers clad in camouflage stood guard at the entrance, each armed and exuding a formidable presence. Suddenly, a rugged jeep burst into the manor, coming to a halt at the entrance, from which a young man emerged from the driver's seat. Li Xiao, upon seeing the young man, several guards at the door saluted respectfully, calling out. The youth nodded, striding into the manor accompanied by a throng of followers. He possessed a well-proportioned and muscular build, with handsome features, dressed in a white shirt and black casual pants, radiating an air of elegance. Soon, he entered a living room and seated himself on the sofa. Young master. Upon his arrival, several women dressed as maids hurried over. The young man nodded slightly before waving his hand. You may leave for now. The women complied and exited the living room, closing the door behind them. Li Xiao, where have you been these days? I almost thought you had met with misfortune. A young man resembling a bodyguard approached anxiously. The youth shook his head bitterly, replying, I encountered trouble and initially believed I could resolve it by this evening. Li Xiao, what exactly happened? An older man nearby inquired with a frown. The first phase of the base's experiment failed. The soldiers injected with the genetic serum exhibited varying degrees of mutation, and a few even entered a state of frenzy. The young man sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. The genetic serum was originally a crucial weapon we developed. According to scientific research, it has the potential to alter human structure, endowing individuals with extraordinary combat capabilities, especially among those special groups, resulting in terrifying prowess. Unfortunately, the first batch of serum had defects, leading to genetic collapse post-injection, ultimately resembling zombies. What shall we do now? The bodyguard asked, his expression grave. That I intend to conduct another experiment. The young man's gaze darkened. Hearing this, the bodyguards inhaled sharply before saying, Young master, you should not take such risks. The youth shook his head. There is no other option. We must proceed with a second wave of genetic testing immediately to eradicate the crisis. Li Xiao, The bodyguard attempted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by the youth. No need to say more. I am aware of the risks. The young man resolutely shook his head, his eyes filled with madness. Besides, I must take this gamble. What if it succeeds? Witnessing the youth's stubbornness, the bodyguards found themselves at a loss, only able to sigh. Li Xiao, how long will you need to prepare for the second round of testing? As soon as possible. The bodyguards nodded in response that we shall not disturb you further. If you require anything, do not hesitate to contact us, they said. The young man nodded, then waved them off. Once the bodyguards left, he sat back on the sofa, pulling out a cigarette and smoking quietly, that if this experiment succeeds, it may enable us to completely dominate the military's power. Haha, at that point, no one can obstruct my path. The young man concluded with a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 94. The beauty becomes a beast as night fell. The moon hung high, and the technology company was ablaze with lights. At this moment, on the experimental platform, Julie's expression was exceedingly exaggerated, beads of sweat pouring from her forehead. Once the fastest to integrate with the first batch of serum, she now appeared to suffer more than anyone else. It felt as if her head were about to explode, the pain unbearable. Nevertheless, Julie gritted her teeth, determined to endure, knowing the significance of this genetic serum, that if she were to succumb and fall unconscious, all her efforts would be in vain. Hoo-hoo, Julie gasped for air, her pretty face flushed, large droplets of sweat cascading down, her delicate body trembling slightly. Even she had not anticipated the backlash from the genetic serum to be so severe. Far surpassing all previous serums, that Julie's eyes turned crimson. Biting her lip, she persevered, unwilling to give in or surrender. Julie, hang in there. At that moment, Chinshua had somehow drawn near, witnessing Julie's struggle, her beautiful eyes wide with tears, yet still offering encouragement. Hearing Chinshua's words, Julie laboriously lifted her head to meet his gaze, forcing a smile and nodding in response. Keep going, hold on, believe in me. Chinshua clenched his delicate fists, encouraging Julie. Upon hearing this, Julie lowered her head once more, continuing her fight. Hiss. Julie felt an intensifying pain in her mind, sharply inhaling a breath. Bang, just then, she suddenly felt as if her brain had been struck hard, a deafening buzz resonating within. Pfft. Julie opened her cherry lips, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body gradually slumping down. Chinshua screamed in fright. Ah! The next moment, Julie struggled to rise from the ground, her spine cracking audibly as her limbs seemed to extend outward, transforming into 4 legs. Her face contorted with agony and ferocity, her muscles writhing grotesquely. The scene was utterly horrifying, resembling a monstrous creature, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Roar! Julie let out a furious howl, her figure darting out of the laboratory, crashing through the equipment. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the entire operation table collapsed. Simultaneously, the laboratory descended into chaos. Chinshua stood frozen in shock, staring at the rampaging Julie, too afraid to move, fearing to provoke her. Guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in. The moment they entered the laboratory, they were left dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at Julie. Her skin had transformed into a pale blue, covered in a dense array of scales, with 2 horns sprouting from her head. That moment, she appeared utterly terrifying, like a beast unleashed. Roar! Julie threw her head back and roared, then lunged at the guards. The guards quickly reacted, drawing their weapons and firing. Bullets struck Julie, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. However, the scales on her body provided astonishing defense, leaving her unscathed in the blink of an eye. Several guards fell victim to Julie's claws. The remaining guards wore expressions of panic, fleeing swiftly, disappearing into the corridor. Roar! Julie, having dispatched a number of guards, showed no signs of stopping, turning to dash down the stairs. Clatter, clatter, clatter! The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Quick, stop her! An urgent shout rang out. Soon, a line of black-clad bodyguards appeared, intercepting Julie. Roar! Faced with the group of black-clad guards, Julie's pupils glowed crimson as she lunged forward. Though the guards were elite, they were no match for Julie in her current state. In an instant, they were all torn apart. Roar! Julie let out an enraged roar, continuing her charge, relentlessly slaughtering. Soon, the corridor was littered with bodies. At this moment, Julie's speed began to slow, for she sensed an overwhelming danger. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed through the air. Julie turned around to find a figure emerging from the wall beside her, a man. He was tall and statuesque, with a handsome face and piercing eyes that exuded a chilling aura, that a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the blood-soaked Julie. Speaking indifferently, your genetic modifications have reached a critical impasse that if you continue any further, you will be utterly unable to control yourself. With a roar, Julie glared at the man, her eyes ablaze with fury, and lunged at him. Ha! Seeking death, he scoffed, meeting her charge head, and a resounding bang filled the air as their bodies collided, the sound deafening. Julie felt a tremendous force surge through her body, nearly toppling her to the ground. In an instant, the man's attacks came at her like a tempest. Julie fought valiantly to defend herself, but alas, she could not withstand his relentless onslaught that a sharp crack pierced the air as bones shattered. Julie was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the wall, followed by a fit of severe coughing. With a roar, Julie spat out a mouthful of blood and summoned all her strength to leap towards the window. Her sole aim was to escape this place. Just then, 3 bullets sliced through the air, striking her hind leg with deadly accuracy. The explosion was immense, and blood erupted from her right leg, transforming into a mist of crimson. A chilling howl erupted, akin to the anguished cry of a wild beast. With a thunderous crash, Julie fell to the ground, shattering through the surrounding wall and fleeing towards the desolate forest to the north. Meanwhile, inside the base, alarms blared incessantly that a team of 50 swiftly assembled. Their mission, to capture Julie alive, with the target set to the northwest. Yes, the team responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully in the blink of an eye. An armed helicopter ascended into the sky, vanishing into the night. Simultaneously, on the other side, Chen Hao sat in a car, his expression one of deep concern. "Any leads?" inquired Luo Cheng anxiously. The two had been dispatched by Wang Lin to track down the whereabouts of Gu Weiming's base. Yet after a day of searching, they had found not a single clue. Alas, it seems quite challenging. Those folks are far too cunning. Chen Hao sighed. Upon hearing this, worry etched deeper into Luo Cheng's features. "Chen Hao, what shall we do?" he pressed Sai. Luo Cheng sighed, muttering under his breath about how Gu Weiming's family was truly despicable. Chapter 95. A bitter encounter. As they pondered, a figure suddenly darted past. A being that resembled a human, yet also did not. "What in the world is that?" Chen Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision. Screeching, the tires screeched against the pavement, and the vehicle swerved dangerously, nearly colliding with the figure. Luo Cheng quickly grabbed the safety handle, his heart racing. Gasping for breath, Chen Hao stared in terror at the bizarre creature before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This woman was grotesquely ugly, towering at nearly 2 meters, her body a sickly green hue, and what appeared to be horns protruding from her head. "What the hell is that?" he thought, his heart racing. With a roar, the green-skinned woman advanced slowly towards Chen Hao and Luo Cheng. "Hurry, run!" Chen Hao shouted, spinning the car around to flee. The green woman spread her arms wide, blocking their escape. What on earth is happening? Have we encountered a monster? Chen Hao's mind raced with dread. "Stop the car!" Luo Cheng urged loudly. "Virum!" The car blared its horn, and with a sudden brake, it spun in a dramatic drift, rotating 360 degrees as it barreled toward the green woman. Thud! Chen Hao kicked open the car door and leaped out, aiming a kick at her face. The green woman, possessing immense strength, retaliated with a punch aimed at Chen Hao's abdomen. Bang! Their hands clashed, producing a dull thud. Chen Hao felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, his arms screaming in pain. The green woman was knocked back several steps, finally regaining her footing after a considerable distance. Seizing the moment, Chen Hao lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to her waist. Thud! The impact was audible, the sound of bones fracturing clear. Yet, despite the blow, the green woman remained unharmed, her expression devoid of pain. Realizing she possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, Chen Hao knew he must incapacitate her swiftly. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the green woman, swinging his right fist toward her head. Bang! Though she remained uninjured, the force of his blow sent her staggering back. causing her to sit abruptly on the ground. With a furious cry, the green woman lunged at Chun Hao, appearing intent on devouring him. He dodged just in time. Bang! As he moved aside, she crashed into the car, crumpling it upon impact, resulting in a fiery explosion. The blast engulfed her, illuminating her skin, yet astonishingly, it did not burn her. However, the flames seemed to suppress her inner ferocity, causing her to collapse to the ground. Her skin gradually returning to its original form. A stunning beauty. My goodness, is she transforming? Luo Qing thought, both startled and astonished by the sight of the woman lying before them. Chun Hao furrowed his brow, a sense of suspicion swelling within him. This woman was clearly no ordinary human. The air of violence emanating from her was undeniable. Moreover, based on her earlier display of strength, she had reached a formidable level of power. Chun Hao recalled that there were no known individuals of such caliber in China at present. Where had this woman come from? Could it be that the apocalypse had arrived prematurely? Luo Qing hesitated. But this woman is terrifying. Who knows if she will attack us again? Chun Hao reassured him. Do not worry. I assure you, she will not dare to strike at us again. Have you noticed the color of her pupils? They have returned to normal. Indeed, Luo Qing acknowledged, noticing the change in her eye color. Then let us act swiftly and bind her securely to avoid drawing attention, Chun Hao suggested. Agreed, Luo Qing replied. Together, they quickly restrained the woman with rope. Once they brought her into a room, Wang Lin approached them at once. Chun Hao explained, this woman is a zombie. We encountered her outside. A zombie? Wang Lin paused, slightly taken aback. Yes, a zombie. We found her near the street. And she attacked us, nearly taking us down, Chun Hao elaborated. Wang Lin cautiously approached the woman, recognition dawning upon him as he examined her closely. Isn't this the captain of the female survivor base? Zhu Li, he exclaimed in surprise. Captain? Luo Qing echoed. She is the captain of the female survivor base, surnamed Zhu. I have seen her twice before, Wang Lin clarified, kneeling next to Zhu Li, gazing in her eyes for a long moment until he confirmed she was unharmed. Releasing a sigh of relief. She is still alive. Hearing Wang Lin's words, both Luo Qing and Chun Hao felt a wave of relief wash over them. I have no idea. She suddenly leapt out from the woods. Chun Hao shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Well then, let Dr. Lu tend to her wounds first. Once she is healed, we can inquire how she lost control, Wang Lin decided, intending to ask Chun Hao and Luo Qing how they had found her, but refraining since they seemed unwilling to share. Respecting their privacy. Before long, they brought a fresh blanket and covered Zhu Li. Her figure was striking, dressed somewhat provocatively, yet now she was swathed in burlap, resembling a mummy, with only her head exposed as Chun Hao and the others prepared to leave. Zhu Li slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 96. Everything becomes uncontrollable. Her gaze was bloodshot, displaying an insatiable hunger. Luo Qing jumped back in alarm, recalling the terrifying scene from before, instinctively widening the distance between himself and Zhu Li. Despite possessing abilities, he felt hesitant to act against a woman. Ew. Luo Qing stammered, opening his mouth. I am Luo Qing. You are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Let me give you a massage. As soon as Luo Qing finished speaking, he quickly reached out, intending to press his hand against Zhu Li's forehead. Get away, you beast. Before Luo Qing could even touch Zhu Li, she began to curse vehemently. Struggling fiercely, slap. Chun Hao slapped Zhu Li across the face, coldly stating, Shut up, or I'll kill you. He had no patience for pampered young ladies, especially since this woman had nearly caused his demise the previous day. After being struck, Zhu Li paused momentarily, turning to glare viciously at Chun Hao. Then her gaze fell upon Wang Lin. Realizing who he was, it's you? Zhu Li recognized Wang Lin, scoffing, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought that monster had torn you to shreds. Wang Lin replied, I have a strong constitution. I survived. Haha, your survival is quite remarkable, but your future days may not be so pleasant, for I have injected myself with a genetic serum. All of you shall become my prey, Zhu Li said with a sinister smile. What? You injected yourself with a genetic serum? Luo Qing, Chun Hao, and the others looked aghast at Zhu Li's words, although they were uncertain about what a genetic serum entailed. They could surmise it was nothing benign. Wang Lin had believed the serum was still in the experimental phase, so he was surprised to see it deployed so swiftly. Chun Hao, however, remained composed, stating nonchalantly, I told you you will regret this. Regret. Ha ha. Julie laughed arrogantly. You little brat, do you think you can stop me? Do you have any idea how powerful I am now that I've injected the serum? Chun Hao chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe your strength is formidable? My strength is indeed powerful, surpassing even those zombies, Zhu Li declared emphatically. You are mistaken. You are weaker than a mere zombie. Chun Hao shook his head. Impossible. I killed all the zombies last night and devoured them, Zhu Li retorted. Chun Hao smiled. Is that so? But they were merely mindless husks. Wang Lin, observing their argument, raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. Luo, Chun will keep watch here. Chun Hao, go fetch Dr. Liu. With that, he turned and left. Back in his quarters, Wang Lin rubbed his throbbing forehead. It seemed the genetic experiments outside had not yet eradicated such issues, and this unknown power left him restless, even suffocating. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Wang Gu, it's me. Open up. Upon hearing Shinman's voice, Wang Lin immediately jumped from his chair and rushed to the door. Shinman, he exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her. Shinman noticed his pale complexion and asked, What's wrong? You look a bit pale. Didn't you get enough rest? Wang Lin sighed. Don't mention it. Yesterday, the three of us went out to hunt zombies, but we were ambushed and nearly got hurt. Shinman sighed. Really? I heard there have been reports of mutated individuals appearing in the city lately. Could they be responsible? Sigh. Wang Lin shook his head. I fear so, but I believe these mutated individuals are not ordinary. Why's that? Shinman inquired, puzzled. Wang Lin explained, First, I don't believe ordinary people could create these mutants. Secondly, their combat prowess is astounding. Even fifth-tier ability users cannot contend with them without firearms. Then, what should we do? Shinman asked anxiously. If this continues, our base will be doomed. Wang Lin pondered. It may hold for a while longer. As long as they don't invade the base, we should be safe. After a pause, he added, I am sharing this information with you to prepare you mentally. If that group breaches the base, make sure to stay hidden in your room. Understood, Shinman replied, noticing the burn on Wang Lin's neck. She reached out gently, asking, Does it hurt? Wang Lin smiled. I've gotten used to it. I brought some ointment. Let me apply it, Shinman offered. All right, Wang Lin nodded, accepting the ointment she handed him and applying it to his neck. After applying it, he felt much more comfortable. For him, these superficial wounds were trivial. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Once Shinman left, Wang Lin sat on his bed deep in thought, contemplating how to slow the spread of the genetic serum. Days passed, and eventually, Wang Lin devised a plan to capture the experts researching the mutants, which might halt the serum's dissemination. Naturally, he assigned the task of capturing the mutants to Luo Chung, who would observe discreetly to prevent their escape. Bang, bang, bang. In the dead of night, Julie pounded on the iron-framed bed, shouting, Let me out! Let me out! You bastards, let me out! If you don't, I'll bite you to death. At that moment, Wang Lin stood atop a building, surveying the desolate city below. The city, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, had become eerily silent, with only distant flashes of light indicating the presence of survivors. Suddenly, a strange, piercing wail echoed from a nearby street. Sharp and haunting, akin to a baby's cry. Accompanying this sound was a series of raspy, grating noises that sent chills down his spine. What is that? Wang Lin furrowed his brow. In an instant, the term Zombie King flashed through his mind. Could it be the Zombie King? Yet, that sound did not resemble a zombie. Wang Lin mused anxiously. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the noise grew increasingly closer, as if it were right beside him. What the hell? Wang Lin suddenly jumped back, realizing a colossal figure was charging toward him. This massive creature measured approximately 3 meters in length and stood 2 meters tall, its body a deep black, with 8 thick tails, each tipped with a glimmering crimson droplet that shone ominously. Chapter 97. A monster never before seen. What in the world is that? Wang Lin was left astounded by the sight of this enormous creature. It was beyond terrifying. While he had encountered numerous mutated beasts before, they were merely larger than typical animals. This one was on an entirely different scale that it was impossible to discern what it had once been, resembling a lion, a tiger, or something entirely unidentifiable. Even more bizarrely, the creature appeared to be injured. Its body was smeared with blood and mud, yet that could not conceal its menacing visage. Most striking were its eyes, filled with ferocity and savagery. Most importantly, it moved with incredible speed, reaching Wang Lin in an instant, raising a claw to strike him down. Wang Lin, startled, swiftly drew a dagger, attempting to block the claw and push it back. To his shock, the creature possessed immense strength, forcing him to stumble back several steps with sheer brute force. Wang Lin barely managed to halt his retreat, his grip on the dagger causing his hand to tremble from the impact. Damn it, Wang Lin cursed inwardly. Although he had never encountered such a creature, he could tell it was formidable. Even he might not stand a chance against it. That a grave expression crossed Wang Lin's face. If this continued, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. If only his comrades were here, perhaps they could hold out for a few minutes. But what should he do now? Wang Lin's mind raced, his eyes narrowing slightly. The next moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips as his gaze fell upon the creature's chest wound. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he raised his military dagger and plunged it into the injury. Squelch! Wang Lin's strength was immense, and the blade drove deep into the creature's chest wound. Roar! The beast let out a furious roar, its body thrashing violently, seemingly in agony. Had he succeeded? Wang Lin's heart leaped with joy. In the next instant, he swung the dagger again, aiming for another wound nearby. Bang! Bang, bang! In an instant, his dagger nearly grazed the creature's chest, just a hair's breadth from penetrating its skin, yet he could not break through. Damn, it's not that simple. Wang Lin sighed softly. Shaking his head, he realized he needed to find a breakthrough. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would never defeat it. Unbeknownst to him, a rustling sound began to fill the air, growing louder and more numerous. Hell with it. Let's give it a shot. Gritting his teeth, Wang Lin swung his dagger once more. Just then, the creature roared again, extending its other claw to swipe at Wang Lin, seemingly intent on crushing him. Wang Lin's expression shifted as he quickly sidestepped to avoid the strike, but the creature seized the opportunity to charge forward a few steps, creating distance between them. Phew! With the creature finally separated from him, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The pressure it exerted on him was overwhelming. Had it not suddenly altered its course of action, Wang Lin likely would not have escaped its grasp. Roar! The creature let out an enraged roar twice before charging towards Wang Lin once more. This time, Wang Lin dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated. The beast, seemingly unwilling to relent, lunged wildly after him. Wang Lin's figure was agile as he dodged left and right, avoiding the onslaught. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a jeep collided from behind, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. And a figure leaped out. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Lin's eyes brightened. It was Chun Hao who had come to assist him. Ha! Just in time. Wang Lin laughed heartily and promptly leaped into the driver's seat of the vehicle. With a roar of the engine, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, ready to make a swift escape from the area. As for the creature lying on the ground, it was now incapacitated. Chun Hao had intended to finish off the beast, but seeing Wang Lin already in the vehicle, he decided against it and followed suit. After all, they were quite far from the city, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wang Gu, are you all right? Chun Hao inquired with concern as he stepped out of the vehicle. I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived just in time. Wang Lin nodded. That creature must be formidable. Had you not come when you did, I fear I would have been at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Chun Hao chuckled lightly. I could only buy some time, that he was not being modest. He knew he could merely delay the creature, unable to slay it. The beast's explosive power far surpassed theirs, and if they had confronted it directly, even their combined strength would likely fall short. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin pulled out a tissue to wipe the grime from his face. He then surveyed their surroundings, noting that the street was quite desolate, littered with numerous zombies and corpses. This indicated that a massacre had taken place here not long ago. Wang Lin and Chun Hao exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity of the situation in their eyes. This street clearly lay beyond their jurisdiction, and its seclusion meant few would venture here. Wang Gu, what should we do? Chun Hao asked, furrowing his brow. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before responding, let's investigate further. Agreed, Chun Hao nodded, after a brief exchange. Wang Lin resumed driving, heading deeper into the street. They encountered a lone zombie along the way, which they swiftly dispatched before arriving in front of a building. The structure stood about 3.5 meters tall, hexagonal in shape, with a metal door ajar. Wang Lin parked the vehicle, and the two pushed the door open and entered. As soon as they stepped inside, they were taken aback. The room was cluttered with various disordered items. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, alongside numerous packages and even a bed. Could the owner have fled? Wang Lin murmured. Perhaps, Chenhao shrugged, picking up a dirty garment from the ground and sniffing it, raising an eyebrow slightly. What did you find? Wang Lin inquired, turning to Chenhao. That I detected a peculiar scent of blood on this piece of clothing. Chenhao replied that a peculiar scent of blood. Wang Lin's brow furrowed. But there is no blood on it. Indeed, Chenhao said, sniffing again before shaking his head. Though faint, the scent is there, likely from prior contact that has since been washed away. Then where did this clothing come from? Wang Lin questioned, perplexed. Perhaps there are other reasons, or they left in haste. Chenhao suggested. Wang Lin nodded. Let's move on and search elsewhere. With that, he led the way towards the stairs, with Chenhao following closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Lin scanned the area before his gaze settled on a door that he quickly approached, opened it, and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow filtering through the window. Wang Lin gasped, his face reflecting shock. There are corpses everywhere. The walls were lined with bodies, densely packed and intimidating, while at the center lay a corpse, its skin flayed away to reveal stark white bones. An unsettling sight. Moreover, the body was that of a woman, likely not older than 20, covered in bloodstains, suggesting she had been dead for some time, yet her remains remained disturbingly fresh, as if recently mutilated. The room was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, and what horrified Wang Lin further was that all the bodies belonged to women. Chenhao, what on earth happened here? Why are there so many female corpses? Was a man abusing them? Wang Lin turned to Chenhao, his face etched with concern. The wounds on the corpses were testament to the unimaginable torment they had endured in life. Chenhao's expression was equally grim as he coldly remarked. Beasts, Chenhao, what should we do now? Wang Lin asked. That we wait. Chenhao replied firmly. Although these female corpses had been brutally harmed, neither Wang Lin nor Chenhao felt any trepidation. They knew these bodies could no longer rise as zombies. Wait, for what? Wang Lin asked, frowning in confusion. Chenhao smiled and nodded. They will come. How long shall we wait? Wang Lin pressed, at most half an hour. All right, Wang Lin agreed. Thus, the two settled on the floor of the room, waiting in silence. After an indeterminate time, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Lin and Chenhao exchanged glances and stood up, concealing themselves in a corner. That as the footsteps drew nearer, a young man appeared from around the corner, wielding a machete, clearly a skilled fighter. After observing the surroundings for about 10 seconds, he crouched down near their hiding spot, preparing to rest. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body was hurled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, eliciting a wince of pain. "Who? Get out here!" he shouted angrily from the floor. With a loud thud, a wooden plank flew through the air, striking him on the head. That as he regained his composure, the young man narrowed his eyes and scrambled to his feet, raising the machete and pointing it towards the concealed location of Chenhao and Wang Lin. "You bastards, did you ambush me? Hee, clever of you." Wang Lin stepped out from the shadows. The young man looked up and locked eyes with Wang Lin, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Haha, what a coincidence." "Wang Lin, do you recognize me?" Wang Lin squinted, realizing that the person before him was none other than Li Jianjun. This scoundrel was still alive. The thought flashed in Wang Lin's mind, his expression turning peculiar. According to his recollection, Li Jianjun should have perished, yet here he was still breathing. "You dare to ambush me? You must have a death wish." Li Jianjun glared, his teeth clenched as he fixated on Wang Lin. And then his bones cracked ominously, his physique swelling to an intimidating size, muscles rippling grotesquely. Seeing the transformation, Wang Lin frowned. "Li Jianjun, what has happened to you? I thought you were dead." "I did die, or I should have. But fate has spared me, granting me a second chance at life," Li Jianjun replied, his gaze fixed hungrily on Wang Lin and Chenhao. "Oh, is that so?" Chenhao chuckled. "Well done, Li Jianjun. You truly have 9 lives. Oomph. Today I will kill both of you," Li Jianjun snarled, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he charged at Wang Lin, swinging the machete with ferocity. That a powerful gust of wind erupted from his body. Seeing Li Jianjun make his move, Wang Lin swiftly drew his dagger to counterattack, engaging in a fierce battle. The clash of metal rang out. Clang, 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 crash. After a moment, Li Jianjun landed a heavy punch on Wang Lin's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Pooh! Wang Lin hit the floor hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained his clothes. Yet he remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a smile. Li Jianjun, your strength has indeed increased significantly. You must be some kind of enhanced being now. You saw right through me. Li Jianjun let out a cold laugh and continued, you guessed correctly. I have completed my enhancement. Thus, today is destined to be your day of reckoning. Li Jianjun, since you have completed your enhancement, let us not waste any more time and engage in a swift duel. At that moment, Chen Hao stepped in front of Li Jianjun. You wish to fight me? Li Jianjun scoffed disdainfully. Wang Lin has already been subdued by me. What makes you think you stand a chance? Chen Hao shrugged. Of course, it's because of me that I firmly believe that only one of us can survive. So, I intend to strike first. Chapter 99. Crisis awareness. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Li Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. Haha, you arrogant fool, do you really think you can defeat me? Chen Hao replied with a faint smile. I believe I possess that capability. Very well, since it has come to this, let us settle it today. I am eager to see whether you perish swiftly or I do. With a chilling shout, Li Jianjun brandished his machete and swung it towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao immediately activated his slicing technique, swiftly dodging to the side, slicing through an obstruction to evade the blow. Excellent, this is intriguing. Seeing Chen Hao being forced back, Li Jianjun's face lit up with excitement. Although he was a level above Chen Hao's speed and reflexes exceeded his expectations, intensifying his desire to eliminate Chen Hao. With a fierce swipe, Li Jianjun pushed Chen Hao back again, showing no hesitation as he moved his form and swung the machete once more towards Chen Hao. Unfazed, Chen Hao propelled himself into the air, his wrist twisting as a silver dagger sliced towards Li Jianjun's neck, using the momentum to shift sideways. Boom! As the machete cleaved through the air and struck the ground, it carved a deep trench into the hard pavement, sending dust swirling into the air, painting a terrifying scene. Just as Li Jianjun severed the stone bricks beneath him, Chen Hao's dagger grazed his throat. Gasp! Li Jianjun's movements suddenly froze, and he lowered his head to see a line of blood forming at his neck. Crimson liquid flowing forth and quickly staining half of his body. In that instant, Chen Hao delivered an elbow strike to Li Jianjun's jaw, dislocating it and injuring his tongue and ear. A sharp pain surged through his mind, prompting Li Jianjun to inhale sharply. He realized he must flee immediately, or he would surely perish here. Thus, he clutched his severely injured jaw and struggled to rise, preparing to escape. Swish, just as he took a step, the dagger in Chen Hao's hand vanished abruptly. Li Jianjun was momentarily stunned by the disappearance of the dagger. Buzz, at that moment of confusion, a shadow suddenly materialized behind him, and the dagger silently pierced into his left waist. Ah! Feeling the pain from behind, Li Jianjun let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. You! Li Jianjun lay on the ground, trembling as he pointed a finger at Chen Hao, clearly shocked beyond belief. Li Jianjun. Do you concede now? Chen Hao squatted down, placing his right palm against Li Jianjun's forehead, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That he knew that although Li Jianjun's enhancement was at its peak, it was still no match for him. I concede. Upon feeling the dagger pressed against his forehead, Li Jianjun hurriedly surrendered, not wanting to be mercilessly dispatched by Chen Hao. Your concession comes too late. With a light chuckle, Chen Hao exerted a bit of force, pressing Li Jianjun's head into the ground, and then struck him twice more to immobilize him. Following Chen Hao's final blow, Li Jianjun's body lay limp on the ground, devoid of any vitality. Having dealt with Li Jianjun, Chen Hao moved to assist Wang Lin, asking, How are you, Brother Wang? How are your injuries? I'm fine, Wang Lin replied. Let us find a quiet place to rest for now. Tomorrow, we will search for crystal cores. You should take this time to enhance your combat prowess. All right, let us go find a place to rest. Wang Lin nodded, leading Chen Hao away from the building and towards the distance. On the way, Wang Lin inquired about Li Jianjun's condition, confirming that he had indeed succeeded in his enhancement and possessed formidable strength, far surpassing his previous capabilities, which explained his audacity. Wang Lin surmised that Li Jianjun had likely been altered by a gene serum, granting him such overwhelming power that, after listening to Wang Lin's account of Li Jianjun, Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Noticing this, Wang Lin asked, Chen Hao, what is wrong? Chun Hao sighed, alas, it seems this world is teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it is highly probable, Wang Lin concurred. In the months following the apocalypse, the world has undergone tremendous changes. Individuals like Li Jianjun are likely just the tip of the iceberg. As they conversed, they quickly arrived at an open grassy area. Chun Hao surveyed the surroundings, confirming that there were no zombies present, and said, "This should be safe. Let us rest here." Agreed. Wang Lin nodded, and the two of them lay down to sleep. That night, they encountered no troubles. Nor did any zombies approach them. The following morning, as the sun rose, they awoke one after the other. Since Chun Hao had expended some mental energy healing Wang Lin the night before, he had remained in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Lin felt revitalized and exclaimed, "Chun Hao, let us set off to find the crystal cores and quickly enhance our strength." Chun Hao nodded. "All right, let us go." With that, the two began searching the outskirts of the town for crystal cores. An hour later, they discovered 5 or 6 zombies outside a building, each boasting large crystal cores on their heads. Upon seeing these cores, both of their faces lit up with elation, as long as they could eliminate the zombies and retrieve the cores. Their exploration mission would be deemed a success. "Brother Chun Hao, it's all up to you now." Wang Lin, knowing he wouldn't need to take action this time, was only responsible for distracting the zombies. Chun Hao understood Wang Lin's capabilities and did not refuse, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will annihilate them all." With that, Chun Hao leaped into action, soaring towards the group of zombies, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Roar! Upon sensing an attack, the zombies roared and lunged at Chun Hao with their claws. Bang! Chun Hao's right fist struck, shattering one zombie's skull. Another zombie's claws were about to claw at Chun Hao's chest when he blocked the attack with his legs. Crack! In the next moment, Chun Hao twisted his legs with force, causing the zombie's head to explode. Then, Chun Hao plunged into the horde of zombies, moving through them like a tiger among sheep. Ensuring that with every strike, a zombie fell, in under a minute, 5 zombies lay dead at his feet. This moment, Wang Lin slowly rose, observing Chun Hao as he decimated the zombies, muttering to himself, "Chun Hao's strength is truly becoming terrifying. If I were to oppose him, it would be exceedingly perilous." "Brother Wang, eat up," Chun Hao said, handing the crystal core to Wang Lin with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Wang Lin accepted the core without hesitation, swallowing it whole. The core shattered within his body. A surge of immense energy swept through him, causing him to tremble violently. After approximately 3 minutes, this overwhelming energy dissipated, allowing him to successfully ascend to a higher realm, just a step away from awakening a new extraordinary ability. "Phew, I owe it all to you, Brother Chun Hao." After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Wang Lin sighed in relief. "Brother Wang, there is no need to be so formal. Since we have become acquainted, we ought to look out for one another. It is only right." Chun Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Ha! Well said. In that case, let us hunt zombies together today." Wang Lin laughed heartily. "Yes, together," Chun Hao nodded. With that, the two of them drove their vehicle deeper into the town. After traveling for about half an hour, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone save me." Upon hearing the cry, Wang Lin slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Chun Hao opened the door and walked to the rear of the car, gazing toward the source of the anguished call. Before them, about 100 meters away, stood a tall, disheveled beauty, her face reflecting a hint of terror, appearing pitiful and utterly captivating. However, there was something peculiar about her appearance. Her skin was a shade of purple, and a red mole adorned her forehead, while her long black hair, cascading down her ears, added to her alluring yet strange aura. "What has happened? Do you require our assistance?" Chun Hao descended from the vehicle and hurried towards the enchanting woman. "Please, I beg you, save me. I have been bitten by a zombie." Upon hearing Chun Hao's inquiry, the woman seemed to glimpse hope. Urgently grasping his arm as she implored, "You've been bitten by a zombie." Chun Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, it has been nearly a whole day since I was bitten. If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have transformed into a zombie. I plead with you, help me." The woman continued to beseech, her voice sweet yet desperate, rendering Chun Hao weak in the knees. Nevertheless, he shook his head, declining her plea. "I am sorry, but I cannot save you." "Why?" Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the woman's eyes. Chun Hao sighed softly. It is evident that I am a Huaxiao person, while you are from Dongying. I am unable to assist you. What do you mean? The woman pressed, still weeping. With a gentle smile, Chenhao dismissed further explanation. There is no reason. You should abandon all hope that I advise you to take care of yourself. Whatever you plan to do, it would be best to leave this place swiftly, or death shall be your only fate. However, as he took a step, a sudden sharp pain shot through his ankle. He looked down to find a slender steel needle embedded in his skin, its unique conical shape glowing with an eerie green hue. I did not expect to be seen through by a Huaxia man, the woman remarked with a cold smirk, brandishing a dagger towards Chen Hao's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Chen Hao's right hand intercepted the dagger, blocking her assault. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, but it quickly relaxed. Your speed is indeed commendable, but mine is swifter. Prepare to die. With that, she swung her dagger again towards Chen Hao's throat. Instead of evading, Chen Hao extended 2 fingers to clamp down on the blade. His movements were deliberate, lacking any hint of evasion. Observing his actions, the woman smirked. So, Navi, you are doomed. Yet, as her words fell, Chen Hao's fingers suddenly exerted force, snapping the dagger's blade, while his right hand seized the delicate curve of her neck. Gagging, the woman trembled violently, her hands grasping at Chen Hao's wrist in a futile attempt to free herself. Yet his grip was as unyielding as iron, regardless of her efforts. With a thud, she collapsed, crimson blood seeping from her lips. Her eyes filled with resentment and despair. Careful, Wang Lin shouted. Just as Chen Hao subdued the Dongying beauty, another figure lunged from behind, aiming for Chen Hao's back. Reacting swiftly, Chen Hao executed a roll, narrowly dodging the ambush. The assailant, seemingly prepared for this, refrained from continuing the attack. Instead, he produced a syringe, lunging it towards Chen Hao. In shock, Chen Hao hurled his dagger. Thud! The assailant ducked just in time, evading the strike. It was then that Chen Hao discerned the assailant's features. He too bore the visage of a Dongying person, appearing to be around 30 years old, with a menacing gleam in his eyes. You shall perish, the Dongying man bellowed, raising the syringe again towards Chen Hao. Confusion flickered in Chen Hao's eyes, yet he paid it no mind, opting instead to throw another dagger at the man's neck. Clang! The sound echoed as the dagger struck the syringe, shattering it instantly. Ah! The Dongying man shrieked, his eyes wide with horror as he glared at Chen Hao. Chapter 101. One must do good deeds at that moment. Several other Dongying individuals, alerted by the man's cries, surged forth to attack Chen Hao. Meanwhile, having consumed a few crystal cores, Wang Lin's state significantly improved. Observing Chen Hao embroiled in a fierce struggle with the Dongying men, he rushed to assist. However, upon nearing, he was taken aback to find that Chen Hao was unscathed. Though drenched in blood, he exhibited no signs of defeat and seemed to be gaining the upper hand, having completely succumbed to his bloodlust. It appeared that the Dongying men had ignited his fighting spirit. As for the others, apart from the initial man, the rest had already met their demise at Chen Hao's hands. Brother, leave the rest to me, Wang Lin declared, instantly joining the fray. This time, Chen Hao did not object, allowing Wang Lin to take over, for everyone yearns to slay a few Dongying foes. In no time, the battle concluded, several bodies strewn across the ground, with only the previously incapacitated beauty still struggling for breath. Now awake, she regarded Wang Lin and Chen Hao with palpable fear and trepidation. Wang Lin approached with a cold smile. Now, tell me your name. Why have you come to our Huaxia? Chen Hao frowned. She will undoubtedly remain silent. Do not bother asking, just end it swiftly. Wang Lin nodded, producing a dagger and placing it against the woman's neck. I will grant you one final opportunity. Reveal your purpose here, where he paused, continuing, I shall slice your throat, and you will find no luck this time. At these words, the Dongying beauty trembled, but remained resolutely silent. Wang Lin huffed, raising the knife, prepared to sever her throat. Wait, I will speak. At that moment, she decided to divulge the details, recounting her story. Her name was Xiaoya Huizi, a ninja hailing from the Dongying Xinzhou continent, tasked with gathering intelligence. She had infiltrated Huaxia primarily to exchange information with a Huaxiao expert named Zhang Zhizhong. 5 years prior, Zhang had developed a groundbreaking genetic potion, achieving significant international acclaim. However, 6 months ago, the experimental report was stolen, and the culprits were none other than Xiaoya Huizi and her associates, who intended to leave Huaxia with the report. Unfortunately, they encountered the Huaxia military's crackdown on thieves. Escaping after a fierce battle, but without the documents. Due to her injuries, she was hesitant to act hastily. Just yesterday, Xia Huizi bribed a soldier to guide her to Zhang Zhizhong. Upon meeting him, she deceived him into consuming a drugged drink, seizing the opportunity to procure the experimental report. With the report in hand, they planned to flee to the island nation without delay. You truly are insidious. Wang Lin scoffed upon hearing Xia Huizi's account, pondering why those individuals would fight to the death, that I must complete the mission assigned to me. Xia Huizi stated firmly, since you have confessed your crimes, we shall send you on your way to the afterlife. Wang Lin replied with a calm smile. You cannot kill me. I have disclosed everything as you requested. If I perish, our organization's commander will not let you go unpunished. She exclaimed urgently. Wang Lin shook his head. I am afraid your threats hold no weight. The do not your donging people relish in schemes. The tables have turned. Now, Huizi's complexion drained of color. With a swift motion, Wang Lin cut her throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering the surroundings as Xia Huizi's eyes widened in disbelief, collapsing into a pool of crimson. What a thrilling sensation! Observing the lifeless bodies around him, Wang Lin exhaled a deep breath. Suddenly, he noticed a black obsidian bracelet on Xia Huizi's wrist, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. He had seen this bracelet online, its market value soaring to several $1,000s. What would a ninja be doing with such an item? Bending down, he removed the bracelet, only to discover a hidden electronic chip inside. This chip was exceptionally sophisticated, far superior to ordinary computer chips. Fortunately, he had some experience and discerned the presence of a miniature chip concealed within. Wang Lin returned to his vehicle, utilizing the onboard laptop to decode the chip. Soon, the information contained within unfurled before him, to his astonishment. It was an intricate research report on genetic technology. The document detailed how to cultivate genetic warriors, enhance biological armor, and even acquire new genetic technologies. Furthermore, it disclosed that this new genetic technology originated from a shadowy force, a secret organization in Dongying that dispatched ninjas to Huaxia yearly, attempting to procure information from wealthy individuals or high-ranking officials. The ninjas from the land of the rising sun had evidently set their sights on Zhang Zhizhong, for this venerable gentleman was far too renowned. Once the president of the World Medical Association and the possessor of a monumental scientific achievement. Should this achievement be disseminated, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Wang Lin perused the information and realized that this genetic technology would be immensely beneficial to him. Possessing such technology would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the soldiers in his base. Simultaneously, he resolved that this individual must not fall into the hands of others. Chen Hao, get in the car. We're going to rescue someone. The person they aimed to save was undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Zhang Zhizhong. The research institute where academician Zhang worked was situated in a neighboring city, not far from Wang Lin's small town. Chen Hao nodded and replied, Oh, all right. He then took the driver's seat, starting the car and driving towards the institute. Approximately an hour later, Wang Lin and Chen Hao arrived outside the research institute, parking at a distance before stealthily making their way inside. The institute was heavily guarded, with over 10 armed soldiers and 2 ninjas clad in white lab coats standing watch. Bang, 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 baka! As soon as Wang Lin entered, he was met with gunfire. With remarkable speed, he dodged the bullets and swiftly rushed into the interior of the institute. Who are you? Baka, kill them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the research institute, chaos ensued. Gunfire and screams echoed throughout. As the gunshots rang out, a man in his 30s atop an office building within the institute's premises changed countenance, promptly dialing a number. What did you say? Upon hearing the phone's content, his expression darkened. After hanging up, he dashed to a nearby room, retrieving a dark-hand grenade from a drawer. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin and hurled it towards a pile of documents before leaping off the building. Chapter 102. You shall not seize Huaxia's technology boom. Accompanied by the explosion, the man was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Wang Lin and Chen Hao had no time to concern themselves with such matters. Upon infiltrating the institute's interior, Chen Hao scanned the area and fixed his gaze on a ninja directing the battle. Without hesitation, he charged towards the ninja. The ninja, upon noticing Chen Hao's approach, was taken aback and promptly fled. Disregarding the soldiers behind him, that he could sense that he was no match for Chen Hao. Bang! Just as he took a few steps, Chen Hao caught up with him and delivered a powerful punch. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the ninja's arm was rendered useless. With his arm incapacitated, the ninja let out a piercing scream filled with agony. Chen Hao then delivered a kick to the ninja's abdomen, the force propelling him like a cannonball against the wall. The ninja struggled to rise, but the moment he stood, his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. With a cold grunt, Chen Hao approached the fallen ninja and plunged a knife into his neck, ensuring his demise. Whoosh! Just after Chen Hao dispatched the ninja, a bullet whizzed towards him. With an indifferent scoff, Chen Hao caught the bullet midair and crushed it with his grip. Swish! At that moment, another 5 or 6 bullets, along with 3 grenades, were hurled at him. Chen Hao effortlessly evaded these attacks, and at this juncture, Wang Lin had also dealt with the remaining bodyguards, rushing towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao, what took you so long? Wang Lin reproached. Chen Hao shrugged. Those guys were merely flailing in their last moments. That it took me 3 minutes to eliminate them all. Unlike you, who has been firing for ages without hitting anything. Damn, are you mocking me? Wang Lin retorted, aware of the considerable gap between his abilities and Chen Hao's. Haha, I wouldn't dare to call you that, boss. Just then, Chen Hao's peripheral vision caught sight of a still-breathing man on the ground, and he remarked, these people are also ninjas, right? Wang Lin replied with a grin, indeed, they must be affiliated with those we encountered earlier. Chen Hao frowned and inquired, what should we do now? Wang Lin shook his head and sighed. We can only eliminate them. Leave not a single one alive. With that, Wang Lin raised his gun, aiming at the man on the ground, and pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound, blood erupted from the man's chest, and his lifeless body slumped to the ground, staining the earth with crimson. Well, let us proceed. The two continued deeper into the research institute, and soon encountered another group of over 10 ninjas. Caught off guard by Wang Lin and Chen Hao's sudden intrusion, a fierce battle ensued, culminating in the complete annihilation of the ninjas. Their bodies sprawled across the floor. After dispatching the ninjas, Wang Lin and Chen Hao entered the laboratory. As they stepped inside, they were met by the sound of hurried footsteps that a group of 4 rushed in, led by a man in his 60s or 70s, who bellowed, "Who dares trespass in this secure laboratory?" Wang Lin smiled and replied, "Old sir, you are mistaken. We are not villains, that we merely wish to inquire about something." Speak. The elderly man scrutinized Wang Lin and Chen Hao warily. Wang Lin nodded and asked, "You are academician Zhang Zhizhong, correct? You know me?" Zhang Zhizhong squinted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wang Lin explained, "I met you once at Nankai University and even shook your hand." Zhang Zhizhong acknowledged. "I have a faint recollection. In that case, you may consider yourself one of my students." Academician Zhang, this is not the time for such discussions. You must leave here with us immediately, Wang Lin urged. Zhang Zhizhong shook his head. "I fear I cannot accompany you. I cannot leave this place. Lest our technology be exposed, that I must remain here." Wang Lin insisted, "Academician Zhang, are you truly willing to let the Sakura nation succeed? They may resort to torture to extract information. The Sakura nation will only gain control over our technology, over my dead body," Zhang Zhizhong declared resolutely. Alas, seeing Zhang Zhizhong's unwavering stance, Wang Lin sighed helplessly. "Young man, I advise you to leave here sooner rather than later," Zhang Zhizhong said, patting Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin lamented, "If I leave, would I not be endangering all of you?" "Young man, you are overestimating the situation." Zhang Zhizhong replied gravely. "The area is already surrounded by the Sakura nation's military, that if you leave now, you may still have a chance at survival." "What?" Wang Lin exclaimed in shock. "Those scoundrels even called in the military." Zhang Zhizhong continued, "Not only that, they are said to have brought weapons of mass destruction, that if you do not leave, you will surely perish here." Wang Lin, frustrated, scratched his head and reluctantly stated, "If that is the case, then I shall remain here and accompany you all to the grave, but do not. Young man, you need not stay with us. You can still escape," Zhang Zhizhong urged. Wang Lin shook his head. "No, since I have come in, I will not abandon you to flee alone, that I will advance and retreat alongside you." Sighing heavily, Zhang Zhizhong realized that his pleas were futile and ceased his attempts. Chen Hao, meanwhile, fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his head. "Brother Wang, let us go out and fight with all our might." "Haha, I have long awaited this moment," Wang Lin responded, pulling out 2 desert eagles from his pocket and handing them to Chun Hao. Take these. Chun Hao declined. I do not fancy firearms, Brother Wang. You keep them. Then what about you? Have you forgotten? I possess slicing skills. Wang Lin realized, oh right, you do have that ability. Very well, use your knife skills against those ninjas. Their sword techniques are rather peculiar. Chun Hao chuckled. Rest assured, this child's play poses no threat to me. Chapter 103. Pass the baton to me, all right. With that, Chun Hao and Wang Lin exited the laboratory together. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by 4 cars parked at the entrance, each filled with armed soldiers from the Sakura Nation, clearly alerted to the commotion within the laboratory. Who are you? One of the soldiers demanded sharply. Wang Lin lazily replied, We are from Huaxia, here to rescue academician Zhang. Baka, our mission is merely to take Zhang Zhizhong, that if you wish to avoid death, clear out immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless. The soldier barked angrily. You think you can make me leave? Wang Lin scoffed in disdain. Do you think you are worthy? Kill. The soldier from the Sakura Nation seemed to have lost his patience, letting out a roar as he unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Wang Lin. The bullets formed a pattern that effectively sealed off all of Wang Lin's possible escape routes. Any attempt to evade would undoubtedly result in injury. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a series of explosive sounds reverberated throughout the entire building, the force rivaling that of explosives. Although Zhang Zhizhong stood at a distance, he could still feel the intense shockwave, as if the very earth beneath him trembled, causing their bodies to sway perilously close to falling dead. The group of soldiers from the Sakura Nation fared even worse, with some collapsing unconscious. Such formidable power. Zhang Zhizhong marveled inwardly, astonished that Wang Lin's strength had reached such a terrifying level, surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. Even his experimental results paled in comparison, as this force utterly overwhelmed the physical capabilities of those test subjects. Moreover, he was further perplexed by the fact that Wang Lin was merely in his 20s yet possessed such extraordinary power. This was simply beyond reason. Just as he was lost in thought, another series of deafening sounds erupted. The door to the research room crashed down with a thunderous roar, and then several blood-soaked ninjas entered. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the ninjas appeared, Wang Lin and Chun Hao dashed out from behind them, simultaneously pulling the triggers, and 3 gunshots rang out, sending the ninjas sprawling to the ground. After dispatching the ninjas from the Sakura Nation, Wang Lin and Chun Hao gradually approached Zhang Zhizhong. At this moment, Zhang Zhizhong had regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Wang Lin, saying, Little brother, I've made up my mind that I will leave with you now. But please do not inform anyone of my whereabouts, especially not the Sakura Nation. I would rather die than betray my homeland. Understood. Wang Lin nodded solemnly, replying, Old Zhang, rest assured, I will keep your secret. Zhang Zhizhong nodded in return, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, I trust you. Upon arriving at the base, Wang Lin immediately escorted academician Zhang Zhizhong to meet Dr. Liu, explaining the entire situation. Old Zhang, you are finally safe. With your presence now, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Dr. Liu smiled upon seeing Zhang Zhizhong. Zhang Zhizhong replied, You have all worked hard, I owe you my life. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. That Dr. Liu waved his hand dismissively. It was our duty. That he then turned to Wang Lin, his gaze filled with admiration, saying, Wang Lin, you are remarkable. In such a short time, you have accomplished such great feats, truly impressive. Hearing Dr. Liu's words, Wang Lin couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. It was just luck, just luck. Dr. Liu complimented him. You are being modest. Your strength is already sufficient to dominate the world. After a pause, he continued, I have made all the arrangements for old Zhang. That I estimate that within a week, the laboratory for old Zhang at our base will be fully operational. All right, I understand. Wang Lin nodded to be by the way. Dr. Liu, I leave old Zhang in your capable hands. You both carry on with your work. Dr. Liu responded, Rest assured, I promise to treat old Zhang with utmost care. Now, let me escort you out. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Liu, Wang Lin said, clasping his hands in gratitude. After ensuring academician Zhang's comfort, Wang Lin decided to visit the adjacent hospital room to see Xia Xiaoming. Following Dr. Liu's treatment, Xia Xiaoming had almost returned to her former self. That moment, she lay in bed, eyes closed, her complexion pale, and her breathing faint. Xiaoming. Upon seeing her so frail, Wang Lin felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle. The pain almost unbearable. Wang Lin. Xia Xiaoming slowly opened her eyes and met Wang Lin's gaze. Are you feeling better? He asked. Xia Xiaoming smiled faintly. Yes, I'm fully recovered now. Thank you. You saved my life. Wang Lin gently stroked her head. Speaking softly, silly girl. Wang Lin, there's something I want to ask of you, Xia Xiaoming suddenly said, her expression serious. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. What is it? Speak your mind. And my parents, my family. They are all gone. You are all I have left now. She said, a sorrowful look crossing her face, that I hope you can take me in. Wang Lin contemplated for a moment before responding. Xiaoming, consider this place your home from now on, that we'll live together. Thank you. Wang Lin, she said, her eyes lighting up with joy. You are so kind to don't mention it that I will fulfill my promise to you from now on. Treat this place as your own home. Whatever you wish to eat or wear. Just let me know that I will not hold back. All right, Xia Xiaoming smiled sweetly. Over the next few days, Wang Lin and Xia Xiaoming remained at the research institute. Besides caring for Xia Xiaoming, Wang Lin assisted Dr. Lu in concocting medicines. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhizhong's superficial injuries healed rapidly under Dr. Lu's meticulous care, and he even found himself in better shape than before. The news of Zhang Zhizhong's escape incited fury among the higher-ups of the Sakura nation, who immediately issued a bounty for information leading to his capture, offering a substantial reward for anyone who could assist in apprehending him. Naturally, Wang Lin and his companions paid no heed to the bounty, continuing their daily routines with diligence. Soon after, Zhang Zhizhong and Dr. Lu's laboratory was constructed and elegantly furnished. Over the past 2 months, Dr. Lu had devoted himself tirelessly to researching various medicinal materials and personally testing numerous formulas, leading him to become exceedingly proficient in potion making. So much so that he believed he had surpassed even the legendary alchemists of ancient times. Chapter 104. An unfounded jealousy. Of course, the primary objective now was to promote the medicines he and Wang Lin had developed among the soldiers at the base, enhancing their strength. That afternoon, Wang Lin and Xia Xiaoming sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Xia Xiaoming nestled against Wang Lin, her lovely face flushed, radiating beauty. Suddenly, Wang Lin sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, I have broken through to a new level." Seeing him in such a frenzied state, Xia Xiaoming chuckled and playfully chided, "Can you be a little more composed?" "I can't help it." "Ha!" Wang Lin threw his head back and laughed heartily. Observing this, a warmth spread across Xia Xiaoming's cheeks. Although Wang Lin often teased her, she felt a profound sense of affection. "Wang Lin, you have grown stronger. Have I changed in any way?" Xia Xiaoming suddenly asked, her big, watery eyes fixed on him. "There have been changes, but I need to observe a bit longer," Wang Lin replied with a gentle nod. What changes?" Xia Xiaoming inquired, curiosity piqued that I can't quite determine if my feelings are accurate yet. Wang Lin sighed. Just now I had a breakthrough, but afterward I sensed something unusual. I believe my feelings are correct." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Xia Xiaoming fell into contemplation. "What is wrong, Xiaoming?" Wang Lin asked, puzzled. "Wang Lin, I feel..." After a moment, Xia Xiaoming suddenly looked up at Wang Lin and said, "I feel like I can vaguely sense something." "What is it?" Wang Lin asked. "That a soul," Xia Xiaoming replied, "that I can now sense a trace of a soul." "Which astonishes me." Wang Lin was taken aback by her revelation and then exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean you are about to awaken your abilities?" "It should be so," Xia Xiaoming nodded gently. "Haha, that's wonderful." Wang Lin couldn't contain his excitement, that if Xia Xiaoming awakened her powers, her innate talent would surely make her a formidable ability user, providing her with a safety net, unlike before when she felt so helpless. "Wang Lin, I'm not certain what kind of abilities I will awaken," Xia Xiaoming said, shaking her head gently. That's not important. Regardless, having abilities makes you stronger than ordinary people," Wang Lin reassured her, patting her shoulder. Xia Xiaoming nodded in agreement, falling silent. "All right, Xiaoming, don't dwell on it. That I believe you will surely find your own path," Wang Lin said, pulling her close. "Let us sleep." Xia Xiaoming nodded, wrapping her arms around Wang Lin's neck. After planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, she obediently nestled against his chest. "Sleep well." Wang Lin tenderly caressed Xia Xiaoming's glossy black hair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently closed his eyes. Savoring this rare moment of tranquility, as night fell, Wang Lin and Xia Xiaoming embraced in slumber. The following evening, During dinner, an unexpected visitor arrived at the research institute. Ever since Shun Man learned of the close relationship between Wang Lin and Xia Xiaoming, a sense of unease had crept into her heart, a raw and unfiltered jealousy that in the corridor. Shin Man intercepted Wang Lin, who was about to head out. "Stop right there." Shin Man glared at Wang Lin, her tone icy. "What is it? Do you need something?" Wang Lin shrugged dismissively. "I was just heading to dinner." "Oomph." Shin Man shot a glare at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "Are you pursuing Xia Xiaoming?" Wang Lin, taken aback by Shin Man's words, stammered, "Well, yes." "What a scoundrel!" Shin Man scolded vehemently, pointing towards the door. "Hurry up and leave. I do not wish to see you dead, Shin Man." "What's wrong with you?" Wang Lin pouted, saying, "What have I done to anger you?" "I am not angry." Shin Man coldly retorted, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave," Wang Lin declared, turning to walk away. "Hey." Noticing that Wang Lin was ignoring her, Shin Man felt a surge of urgency and quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Didn't you tell me to go?" "Then I shall." Wang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "You explain to me why you were so attentive to Xia Xiaoming." Shin Man gritted her teeth and demanded, "You scoundrel, didn't you say you've never been in a relationship? Why are you secretly getting involved with someone else behind my back?" Wang Lin scratched his head and replied, "Actually, it's all a misunderstanding." "You must think I'm a fool," Shin Man angrily retorted. "You are the man I have set my sights on, and I will not tolerate your betrayal." Yes, she spoke. Her emotions surged intensely. It was not merely the humiliation of being wronged, but also the realization that Wang Lin was her type, that if he truly betrayed her, she would not forgive him. Wang Lin gazed at the furious Shin Man and sighed softly, asking, "Shin Man, can you tell me what a girlfriend is?" He had always been somewhat inept in matters of romantic relationships, yet today he found himself compelled to confront this issue. "You don't understand?" Shin Man was taken aback, then furrowed her brow, staring at Wang Lin. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "You don't know? How can I know if you don't tell me?" Wang Lin shrugged. "Besides, we haven't known each other for long. You don't even know my past, and all I know is that you are beautiful. Beyond that, nothing has transpired between us." Shin Man's face was clouded with frustration as she glared at him. How could he divert the conversation to such trivial matters? Taking a deep breath, she patiently explained, "You are my boyfriend now, and I am your girlfriend. That is a certainty." Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback. "Can such a relationship actually exist?" "Of course." Shin Man nodded affirmatively. "We are already in a relationship. We just need to obtain a marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin stood frozen in place, astonished at how rapidly his relationship with Shin Man had progressed. "What? Are you unwilling?" Shin Man's brows knitted together, as she had expected him to be pleased, yet he displayed signs of hesitation. Wang Lin awkwardly chuckled. "I honestly hadn't thought about it that much." "That's good." Shin Man relaxed slightly upon hearing Wang Lin's response was not one of refusal, before adding, "Join me for dinner tonight." The moment Wang Lin heard this, his expression fell, fearing that this girl might be trying to ensnare him again. Upon seeing Wang Lin's distressed face, Shin Man playfully smiled and linked her arm with his. Chapter 105. A change in the weather. After attending to matters at the base, Wang Lin resolved to venture alone into the underground city once more. This time, he intended to discuss a grand plan with Zui Yuanzhong. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground city, Wang Lin immediately sensed something amiss. The guards were dressed in different uniforms. Confused, he soon realized this was likely due to some changes. It was a common practice that whenever leadership changed, the guards would be replaced as well. While Wang Lin pondered this, several men in black suits approached him. The leader barked, "Who are you?" "Just a passerby." Wang Lin replied with a smile, "Is there a need for a check here?" The leader scrutinized Wang Lin from head to toe before ordering, "Step forward for a search." Wang Lin complied without resistance and followed them into the underground city. After a thorough search yielded nothing, they released him. Wang Lin proceeded towards Zui Yuanzhong's residence, only to discover that new personnel had taken over there as well. At this point, Wang Lin had concluded that the underground city had entirely changed hands. "Where is Basua?" He casually inquired of the guard stationed at Zui Yuanzhong's door. "Basua is in seclusion. No one is allowed to approach." This made it clear that the structure of the underground city had undergone significant transformation. Wang Lin casually commandeered a vehicle from the street and drove towards the outskirts. He recalled that a man who had previously taken him to the underground city had mentioned a secret passage in the suburbs that could lead to various destinations. After meandering through the outskirts for quite some time, Wang Lin finally arrived beside a dilapidated factory, deciding to investigate whether this could be the entrance to the passage. The factory appeared to be in a state of disrepair, with walls crumbling and peeling. Observing the surrounding environment, Wang Lin furrowed his brow. This hardly seemed like an entrance. After hesitating for a moment, he ventured inside. Upon entering the factory, Wang Lin did not proceed further, but instead pressed his ear against the wall, listening intently. After a while, he discerned that the factory's interior was eerily silent, devoid of any presence or even the faintest footsteps, as if it contained nothing but air. Frowning, he quickly stepped inside. The factory was dimly lit, with the only illumination coming from 2 rows of faint yellow bulbs. As he scanned the area, it appeared that the factory had long been abandoned. Water had pooled on the floor, and even the metal sheets inside were ensnared by cobwebs. Suddenly, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he spotted a corpse hanging upside down in the corner to his left. The body was suspended by a noose around its neck, and the sight was gruesome. "Who?" Wang Lin abruptly lifted his gaze, in his line of sight. A head appeared grotesquely from the ceiling. A chilling, sinister chuckle echoed in Wang Lin's ears, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. And he clenched his right fist, ready to strike. "Do not worry, young man. I will not harm you." A rasping, unpleasant voice emanated from above. Hearing this, Wang Lin sighed in relief, since the individual claimed not to pose a threat. He would not act recklessly. "Who are you?" he cautiously inquired. "You may call me the Ghost King of the underground city," the voice responded hoarsely. Ghost King? Wang Lin was momentarily stunned, having never heard such a title before. Indeed, the Ghost King continued, "The underground city is not a place for an ordinary person to wander freely. To pass through here, one must pay a price. Money," Wang Lin muttered. "Ha, you understand well," the Ghost King chuckled. "I know why you are here. Let me inform you. Zui Yuanzhong has been betrayed." "Betrayed?" Wang Lin frowned. "Greed." The Ghost King elaborated, "That in this world, it is always the strong who reign supreme. That if Zui Yuanzhong were powerful enough, he could control the fates of others, including yours. But now, he has failed, and those around him have betrayed him." Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, Wang Lin inhaled deeply, realizing that many individuals fail due to misplaced trust in those close to them. "So, are you here to save Zui Yuanzhong?" The Ghost King's tone suddenly grew fervent. He had awaited this moment for a long time, and now, finally, someone was willing to assist Zui Yuanzhong in escaping this predicament. Wang Lin hesitated upon hearing the Ghost King's words, feeling conflicted. Observing Wang Lin's silence, the Ghost King urged, "If Zui Yuanzhong is captured, he will face the harshest punishment and may even lose his life, condemned to an eternity without rebirth." Hearing this, Wang Lin's expression darkened. The Ghost King sighed and spoke slowly. "I do not know where Zui Yuanzhong is imprisoned, but I hope you can rescue him." "Why should I believe your word? What if you were deceiving me?" Wang Lin questioned. "Haha, deceive you." The Ghost King smiled bitterly. "You may choose to believe or leave. I do not wish to force you, as you have no obligation to venture into danger alone." After contemplating the Ghost King's words for a moment, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and finally declared, "All right, I believe you. Thank you. No need for thanks." With that, Wang Lin turned his gaze towards the Ghost King and asked, "So how do I gain entry now?" "Simple. I will tell you how to reach that passage," the Ghost King replied. After saying this, he reached out and twisted a switch. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion at the center of the underground city, Zui was tightly bound with ropes, facing a leering man sitting on the opposite sofa. You never imagined that one day you would fall into my hands, that if you submit to me, I will promise to release your family," Li Haitao leered, licking his lips. "Pa beast," Zui spat defiantly. What of it? As long as I possess you, everything will be worth it." Upon finishing his words, Li Haitao extended his tongue to lick his cracked lips and remarked, "If you obediently serve me, perhaps I might spare your wretched life." "Get lost, demon beast, you scoundrel." Zui struggled frantically, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Witnessing her weeping state, Li Haitao's gaze intensified with fervor. "Cry, go ahead and cry harder. Once you tire yourself out, I shall ravage you thoroughly. And then you will experience ecstasy like never before." With that, Li Haitao rose to his feet, leisurely striding forward while beginning to loosen his clothing. Chapter 106. The most stimulating humiliation, you bastard Li Haitao. May you meet a miserable end. Zui Yar's tears flowed with increasing ferocity as she loathed her own helplessness and weakness, wishing fervently for her own demise that Li Haitao was initially nurtured by her father, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Yet this very man had the audacity to steal the most advanced weapon schematics from her father's research institute, igniting a power struggle. Despite Zhong's immense wealth and influence, he could not evade the treachery of his own subordinates. In a single night, his power evaporated, and he found himself imprisoned. Seizing the opportunity, Li Haitao absconded with her father's entire fortune, while also plotting to humiliate Zui Yar. Li Haitao's ambitions were grander still. He not only absorbed all of her father's power, but also sought to establish his own dominion. The downfall of Zui Yuanzhong served as a stepping stone. As the entire underground city underwent a tumultuous transformation following the incident, Li Haitao swiftly rose to prominence, becoming the new ruler of the underground city while completely seizing control of the assets left by Zui Yar's father. "Ha ha! Yar, wait for me. I will take you to bed and cherish you dearly." As these lascivious words echoed, Li Haitao approached Zui Yar's side. "Get away!" Zui Yar's eyes reddened as she desperately shook her body. "Ha ha!" Li Haitao laughed heartily, gripping Zui Yar's shoulder, intent on tearing her clothes asunder. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the roof caved in, dust swirling, and Li Haitao was sent crashing to the ground. Damn it! He winced at the fiery pain in his posterior, unable to suppress a curse. With a whoosh, another beam collapsed, and a figure leapt down, wielding an iron rod and striking down fiercely. Thud! The rod pierced through Li Haitao's thigh, eliciting a pained scream as he curled up, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, agony twisting his face into a grimace. "Who are you?" Li Haitao lifted his head, glaring with venomous resentment at the intruder. "Wang Lin. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you deserve to die." Wang Lin's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Li Haitao. He placed his right foot upon Li Haitao's chest, crushing down, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear to a wretched cry erupted as Li Haitao clutched his chest, wailing in despair. Thud! Wang Lin delivered 2 more kicks to Li Haitao before finally coming to a halt. "Who are you, really?" Li Haitao struggled to rise. Terror etched upon his face as he gazed at Wang Lin. "That my name is Wang Lin. Remember it." Wang Lin's expression was devoid of warmth. "Wang Lin," Li Haitao gasped, his eyes wide with fear, his resolve to flee evaporating as his body turned weak and feeble. That moment, guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, guns raised, firing at Wang Lin. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of gunfire echoed. Yet every bullet narrowly missed Wang Lin. As the final bullet was discharged, Wang Lin swung his iron rod with swift precision. Whoosh! With a blinding flash, his rod swept through the air, and in an instant, 3 bodies collapsed to the ground. Having completed this grim task, Wang Lin's gaze locked onto Li Haitao once more as he advanced toward him. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you." Li Haitao's legs trembled, his eyes bloodshot with fear. "Are you afraid of me?" Wang Lin crouched before Li Haitao, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "That I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will pay you whatever you ask." Li Haitao pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. "Do you think I lack money?" Wang Lin smirked mockingly, continuing, "Now tell me, who instructed you to engage in these vile acts?" No, I don't know what you're talking about." Li Haitao stammered. Thud, thud. Wang Lin's iron rod struck out once more. Thud, thud. Bright crimson blood splattered forth. I will tell you. It was Zhao Zhiming. He contacted me and ordered me to do it. I swear, I don't know anything else. So, it was Zhao Zhiming. Upon hearing Li Haitao's confession, a glint of coldness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he promptly delivered a kick. Thud, crack. The strike broke Li Haitao's ribs and shattered his dantian. A piercing scream reverberated around, sending chills down spines. "Are you all right?" Wang Lin finished with Li Haitao and proceeded to untie Zui Yar. "I am fine." Zui Yar, now in shock, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, especially with the 3 lifeless bodies lying on the floor. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes moistening. "Let's go." Wang Lin took Zui Yar's hand. Dumb. Zui Yar nodded blankly, allowing Wang Lin to lead her from the premises. Shortly after their departure, several cars pulled up at the street corner that a group of men hastily exited their vehicles, and upon seeing the bodies nearby, their faces turned pale. "Boss, it's Brother Haitao's bodyguards. Quickly, save Brother Haitao." An older youth shouted urgently as his words echoed. The others rushed into the house. Upon entering, they were met with chaos. The once opulent decor reduced to ruins, the floors stained with blood. "Where's Brother Haitao?" a man anxiously inquired. "Brother Haitao is dead, dead." A concealed security guard crawled from a corner, trembling as he spoke. "What?" The youth's fists clenched tightly, his body shaking with rage, eyes burning red as he shouted. "Who did this?" "Wang Lin." The guard swallowed hard, trembling as he uttered the name. "Wang Lin," the youth murmured, his eyes filled with a terrifying fury as he gritted his teeth. "Report this immediately." "Yes, Brother Haitao, do not worry, whether he is Wang Lin or Li Lin. I will ensure his head is offered in tribute to you." Wang Lin, having found a room with Zuyar, assisted her onto the sofa. "Thank you today, Wang Lin." Chapter 107. This young man is not simple once we are settled. A sweet smile graced her face, beaming at Wang Lin. Wang Lin chuckled, gently ruffling Zuyar's hair. "I am an old acquaintance of your father." "Ah," Zuyar exclaimed in surprise. "You are a friend of my father's?" "Well, something like that." Wang Lin nodded, smiling. "You should rest now. We will discuss rescuing your father tomorrow." "Okay." Zuyar obediently nodded and retreated into the room. Watching her leave, a contemplative expression crossed Wang Lin's face. Although he had merely dealt with Li Haitao, he had left traces behind. He was certain the Zhao family would soon uncover his identity. Thus, he needed to resolve this matter swiftly, lest it lead to further complications. With that thought, Wang Lin retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Help me investigate the Zhao family in Binhai." "How do you know it was the Zhao family in Binhai?" A voice on the other end. Yi Fan inquired. "All right, wait for the news. I'll have results for you by tonight." Yi Fan sighed in resignation. Wang Lin acknowledged before hanging up, rising to leave. He knew he needed to prepare for dealing with the Zhao family. As night fell, in a villa district of Binhai City, several young men gathered on a sofa, drinking. Among them, a few bore pale faces, evidently grievously injured. "Damn it." Zhao Jiming slammed his hand onto the coffee table, causing the lights in the villa to flicker. "Cousin." Just then, a man clad in a suit entered, brandishing a firearm. "Any updates on the perpetrator?" Zhao Jiming asked in a somber tone. "None." The man shook his head, his expression grave. "Our men have all been eliminated. Damn it." Zhao Jiming cursed vehemently. "Cousin, what shall we do now?" the man inquired. "Remain still for the time being." Zhao Jiming inhaled deeply, snorting disdainfully. "Yes," the man replied, then added. "The opponent's ability to eliminate so many indicates they are formidable. No matter how powerful they are, those who dare oppose me shall not have a favorable end." Zhao Jiming spoke with a chilling tone, his eyes glimmering with intense malice. "Cousin, should I reach out to He Hu again?" the man suggested. "He Hu?" Zhao Jiming raised an eyebrow. He Hu was a mercenary he had hired at a high price. Renowned for his formidable combat skills, and according to behind-the-scenes information he had received, was once a top international assassin. Indeed, He Hu's abilities surpass yours. He may well assist us in eliminating this menace. Proceed with the arrangements immediately." Zhao Jiming nodded, for deep down he remained wary of Wang Lin's strength, especially considering how Li Haitao's men had all been eradicated. "Understood," the man responded, turning to leave. After his departure, a glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Jiming's gaze as he muttered, "Wang Lin, wait for me. I shall surely end your life." Just then, Zhao Jiming's phone rang abruptly, but he glanced at the screen and noted it was an unfamiliar number. A look of puzzlement crossing his features as he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Who is this?" Upon hearing the eerie laughter on the other end, Zhao Jiming's expression turned vigilant. A boisterous laugh erupted from the phone. "It matters not who I am. I am your father. You bastard." Zhao Jiming roared furiously upon hearing the words from the other side. "Did you kill my cousin?" "Indeed. That was my doing." Wang Lin grinned. "So, how does it feel?" "Satisfying." "You..." Zhao Jiming was about to respond when he was interrupted. "Do you wish to avenge your cousin?" Wang Lin asked casually. "Who are you, truly?" Zhao Jiming took a deep breath, attempting to calm the fury within him. Do you truly wish for me to reveal my identity? If you don't tell me, how would I know who you are? You should have guessed it long ago. Wang Lin replied with a smile. Could it be Wang Lin? The name surfaced in Zhao Jiming's mind, and he quickly said, Why do you target me so? Because you obstructed my path. Wang Lin replied with a light chuckle. Zhao Jiming, I hope you take my warning to heart. Otherwise, I assure you, I will ensure your demise will be without a burial place. Ah. Zhao Jiming suddenly burst into laughter, then said, Wang Lin, on what grounds? On the grounds of all that I currently possess. Do you have such power? Wang Lin countered. Fine, we'll see about that. Zhao Jiming declared menacingly. Very well, I welcome your challenge, but remember, you 1T always get your way. Wang Lin shrugged slightly before hanging up. After the call ended, Zhao Jiming's face contorted into a sinister expression, gripping his phone as if he intended to crush it. Bang! Zhao Jiming angrily hurled his phone to the ground. Grandfather, it's nothing, he said to the elder Zhao. Is it truly nothing? The elder Zhao scrutinized his grandson. Yes, nothing at all. Zhao Jiming hurriedly replied. Really nothing? The elder Zhao pressed on, but Zhao Jiming stubbornly maintained that all was well. Ditto. Zhao Jiming nodded. Sigh with your father absent. You must be feeling wronged, the elder Zhao lamented. Grandfather, I am not wronged. Having your affection is enough. Zhao Jiming smiled. Foolish child, the elder Zhao said affectionately. Have you eaten? I have. Zhao Jiming nodded slightly. Good. Zhao Jiming gently affirmed. Once the elder Zhao departed, Zhao Jiming's fists clenched once more, his eyes radiating intense murderous intent, his entire being exuding a fierce aura as he gritted his teeth. Wang Lin, one day I will kill you. Meanwhile, the elder Zhao shook his head discreetly as he walked away, then took out his phone. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Wang Lin awoke, his eyes snapping open, drenched in cold sweat, for at that moment, Zuyar was lying in his embrace, clad only in a thin nightgown. What the heck, when did I end up in bed with her? Wang Lin thought to himself, springing up quickly. Just then, Zuyar slowly opened her dreamy eyes, drowsily asking, awake? Cough, cough. How did you end up here? Wang Lin stammered, that I slept here all night. Zuyar playfully blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at the blushing man before her. A hint of mischief sparked within her. Upon hearing Zuyar's explanation, Wang Lin awkwardly scratched his head, relieved that he was still fully clothed. If something had truly transpired between them, he would be at a complete loss for how to handle it. Are you going to admit it? It seems a bit taking advantage of the situation, but if you deny it, it will eventually get out anyway. What are your plans for today? Zuyar inquired. Looking at Wang Lin, of course, I'm going to rescue your father. Wang Lin replied with a slight grimace. Then I want to accompany you. Zuyar piped up sweetly, that's not possible. Wang Lin instinctively touched his nose, his heart racing. Was she trying to seduce him? Yet he resolutely refused again. No. What's wrong? Do you think I would be a hindrance? Not at all. Wang Lin shook his head. It's just not suitable to bring you along. I wish to live a few more years and not be beaten to death by your father. Huffed. Zuyar chuckled, rolling her eyes at Wang Lin. You silly man, I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Hee. Wang Lin shrugged lightly, dressing quickly and washing up before striding towards the villa's entrance. Meanwhile, the Zhao family had also arrived at Wang Lin's current residence. Upon seeing him, disdain flickered in their eyes. But they restrained themselves due to Zuyar's presence. Elder Zhao stepped forward from the crowd, beckoning Wang Lin to come towards the car. Inside the vehicle, a smile remained on the elder Zhao's face as he amiably discussed matters with Wang Lin. Wang Lin stated that he would refrain from killing anyone as long as Zui Yuanzhong was released. The elder Zhao, without hesitation, agreed that he also mentioned that once Zui Yuanzhong was free, he would offer Wang Lin even more favorable conditions, promising to allocate 1/10 of his territory for Wang Lin to manage should he join their ranks. Wang Lin did not hesitate to accept this proposal. His principle was to stabilize the situation first. Moments later, Wang Lin and the elder Zhao arrived at a suburban area where several military vehicles awaited, each surrounded by armed soldiers. Upon seeing the elder Zhao, all the soldiers saluted, shouting in unison, Lord. The elder Zhao waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to stand down. Grandfather. At that moment, Zhao Jiming rushed over, his gaze instinctively landing on Wang Lin. This is my brother, Wang Lin. Elder Zhao introduced. Wang Lin, I will kill you, without waiting for his grandfather to finish. Zhao Jiming roared, charging towards Wang Lin with claw-like hands aimed at his throat. Witnessing this, Wang Lin's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly dodged aside, his foot lightly tapping the ground. Zhao Jiming huffed in frustration and pivoted to attack again. Bang! Although Zhao Jiming possessed formidable strength, far superior to that of an average person and could be considered a master among masters, he was no match for Wang Lin, an extraordinary individual. Wang Lin had no intention of harming him. But given that this man sought to take his life without provocation, Wang Lin showed no mercy. Smack. Wang Lin delivered a powerful slap to Zhao Jiming, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! Zhao Jiming crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost a front tooth. "Brother!" Zhao Jiang, his younger sibling, exclaimed in shock, rushing over to help him up. "Kill this guy!" Zhao Jiming wiped the blood from his lips, glaring at Zhao Jiang before his gaze returned to Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, do you understand the trouble you've caused?" "Trouble?" Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, glancing at Zhao Jiming. "I fear no trouble." "Ha! Arrogance. You have no idea what you are truly facing." Zhao Jiming suddenly howled at the sky. "You need not provoke me. I've told you, you cannot contend with me." Wang Lin replied calmly. Do you really think we fear you? Do you genuinely believe your strength can rival the Zhao family?" Zhao Jiming uttered venomously. "Let me tell you, in Benhai, anyone who dares to oppose the Zhao family will meet a fate worse than death, no matter your influence." "Jiming, be silent." At that moment, Elder Zhao finally spoke up. His brow furrowed deeply. He sensed Wang Lin's extraordinary nature. The power Wang Lin had just displayed was nothing short of inhuman, and despite his vast experience, he had never encountered such martial prowess in Huaxia. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he still does not wish for the Zhao family and Wang Lin to become estranged. "Grandfather." Zhao Jiming glared at Wang Lin with a face full of resentment. "Grandfather, Zhao Jiming clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. "What? Are you no longer willing to heed my words?" The old man Zhao spoke with a slightly grave tone. "Brother, let us go." Zhao Jiang, seeing the old man's anger, hurriedly pulled Zhao Jiming away. His expression filled with bitterness, and one understood the old man's temper better than him. Once he was angered, even his own beloved grandson would not be spared, let alone a distant relative like him. As Zhao Jiang dragged Zhao Jiming towards the exit, Zhao Jiming couldn't help but cast a fierce glare at Wang Lin. After the two children departed, the old man Zhao sighed and said, "Wang Lin, our Zhao family does not wish to confront you. Let this matter end here. You need not fear retaliation from the Zhao family. It's just—" The old man Zhao hesitated, his face filled with bitterness. "Old man Zhao, please speak your mind at this moment." Wang Lin's expression was grave. He understood that all of this was orchestrated by the Zhao family, but he suspected there were other forces at play beneath the surface. There must be deeper intrigues. "Wang Lin, do not say anything further. I shall take you to meet Zuinzhong," the old man Zhao declared, before promptly entering the car. Wang Lin nodded, refraining from objection. After all, this world still belonged to the supremacy of force. Although he was formidable, he was still no match for a true leader and a multitude of troops. For now, peace must take precedence. The car sped along, and after approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the entrance of a villa. At this point, the old man Zhao halted the vehicle and said, "I will go in first. You wait outside." "Understood." Wang Lin nodded, standing quietly in place as he watched the old man depart. Chapter 109. Does the grandson no longer desire? Moments later, the old man Zhao emerged and led Wang Lin inside. Along the way, he introduced the various aspects of the interior, also laying out the rules within. When the old man Zhao brought Wang Lin to the entrance of a luxurious villa inside the estate, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon after, a man opened the door. "Dad." The old man Zhao nodded at his son and entered with Wang Lin. "Is with Yuanzhong upstairs?" Upon entering, the old man Zhao asked first. "Yes." Zhao Jian nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, he led Wang Lin and the old man Zhao directly towards the staircase. After a few turns, the three arrived on the second floor. The decor on the second floor was quite extravagant, with various jewels adorning the walls, and in one of the rooms, a man in his 40s or 50s lay on a bed. "Yuanzhong," the old man Zhao approached and said with a smile. "Zhao Lao, what brings you here?" Zui Yuanzhong's voice was laced with a distinct sarcasm. "I brought a friend to meet you." The old man Zhao replied with a smile, "A friend? Zui Yuanzhong squinted slightly at Wang Lin, his expression momentarily taken aback. Wang Lin? Wang Lin raised his head and glanced at Zui Yuanzhong, letting out a light chuckle. It seems Zui Yuanzhong had not expected him. Wang Lin, you've come? Zui Yuanzhong looked at Wang Lin, his expression filled with confusion, before nodding. Zhao Lao, what is this all about? Upon hearing this, the old man Zhao merely turned to Wang Lin and said, Wang Lin, I can allow you to take Yuanzhong with you, but there is a condition. You must help me take Longlin City. Longlin? Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback by the old man Zhao's words. But he quickly shook his head in a way. The old man Zhao gritted his teeth slightly. Wang Lin, you must understand that the current situation is extremely dire. The old man Zhao continued. Old man Zhao, I do not enjoy being beholden to others. You should be well aware of my character, thus I cannot comply with this request. You are unwilling to assist. The old man Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. And at that moment, Zhao Jiang ascended from the first floor, appearing as though he had been quietly following the old man, ready to ensure Wang Lin posed no threat. But he stepped forward and said, Wang Lin, I advise you to reconsider. This matter bears no detriment to you, rather, it could be a great opportunity. Wang Lin chuckled lightly, his gaze cold as he looked at Zhao Jiang. Do you truly believe Wang Lin is so easily taken? As far as I know, there are no less than 5 factions there. If you genuinely wish to seize Wang Lin, do you think they would allow you to survive until now? Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhao Jiang and the others fell silent. They were acutely aware of the depth of Wang Lin's waters, which is precisely why they chose to ally with several other factions. Otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago. You must understand, if you agree, I guarantee you can leave here safely, even securing a place for yourself in Nanling province. The old man Zhao enticed once more. Spare me the persuasion. I refuse. Wang Lin shook his head. You. The old man Zhao's expression darkened as he glared at Wang Lin, and at that moment, Wang Lin suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Wang Lin's fist struck Zhao Jiang's abdomen with tremendous force, causing him to feel as though his entire midsection was ablaze. Wang Lin did not relent, continuing to rain blows upon Zhao Jiang's body, that he then locked Zhao Jiang's neck and threatened the old man Zhao. Let me take Zui Yuanzhong with me, or I shall strangle your grandson. Zhao Jiang's face turned crimson, his eyes glazed, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the old man Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Although the old man Zhao did not dote on this grandson, he was still one of the few direct descendants of the Zhao family. Wang Lin, if you dare to kill my grandson, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down. The old man Zhao declared angrily. At this moment, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Lin's mouth as his gaze fell upon Zhao Jiang, and he spoke indifferently. If you refuse, then you shall accompany your grandson on his final journey. Wang Lin, please let me go. I beg you. Zhao Jiang's face was filled with terror. He was afraid. In that moment, fear consumed him that he had witnessed Wang Lin's strength firsthand. If he were to be crushed by Wang Lin, he would die an unjust death. Humph, too late. Wang Lin snorted coldly, exerting force with his right hand. A powerful surge of energy blasting from his fingertips and instantly entering Zhao Jiang's body. Zhao Jiang's body seemed to suffer a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to scream in anguish, Wang Lin's other hand swung swiftly, slapping Zhao Jiang's cheek with a resounding crack, causing blood to ooze from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin then seized Zhao Jiang by the collar and tossed him onto the sofa. That as the other 2 members of the Zhao family rushed forward with concern, Wang Lin seized the opportunity to turn and dash to the bedside, effortlessly lifting Zui Yuanzhong and charging out of the villa. Witnessing this, the old man Zhao let out a sigh. Old man, what shall we do now? Zhao Jian furrowed his brow, looking at the old man with inquiry. The old man Zhao waved his hand slightly and said, Let him be. Alas. Wang Lin carried Zui Yuanzhong to the car, tossing him into the passenger seat before starting the engine and driving away. Wang Lin shook his head, saying, It was merely a trifling effort. I owe you a life. Zui Yuanzhong's expression grew solemn. Wang Lin was taken aback, then replied, There is no need for that. However, do ensure today's events remain confidential. Understood. I shall keep it to myself. Zui Yuanzhong nodded slightly. For individuals of their caliber, once information leaks, it could lead to significant troubles. Wang Lin said nothing more and drove Zui Yuanzhong towards the villa. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, Wang Lin rolled down the window and said, "Uncle Zua, you may go in now. Your is inside. You both need to lay low for the time being." "All right." Zui Yuanzhong nodded, opening the car door and walking towards the villa. After Zui Yuanzhong entered the villa, Wang Lin drove away, that he was eager to learn how the experimental base was faring.